Sup my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. In a peaceful era, a grand imperial city stands beneath clear blue skies. Ordinary townsfolk go about their cheerful day in the bustling streets. Narration recalls that on a calm, peaceful day everything changed. Among the crowd, a mother and child suddenly react in fear as something ominous begins. A man in the street notices something unusual in the sky. Dragons launch a sudden assault on humanity, igniting a brutal war. The dragons devastate the land, slaughtering fleeing humans who scream for help. The narration explains that this catastrophic war drags on for 13 years. Humans prove powerless against the mighty dragons, and their numbers plummet. A dragon is cleaved apart by a powerful sword strike. The narrator, a bloody knight, insists he fought the dragons relentlessly without surrender. He emphasizes that he slew countless dragons over and over again. He identifies himself as the eldest son of the famed swordsman, House of Duke Arden. He is renowned across the Western continent as its greatest talent. His fearsome title is revealed to be Dragon Slayer, last hero of his empire. He is described as the Hydra Empire's final remaining hero. Now gravely wounded, he clutches his chest and screams. As his body fails, the Dragon King brutally crushes him in battle, coughing blood. He bitterly mocks the idea of himself as any sort of hero. He recognizes his foe as the Dragon King Regressed. Staggering and bleeding, he admits the Dragon King's overwhelming strength. The Dragon King fires a massive energy blast across the battlefield. The blast smashes into him, ripping through his body. Reeling in agony, he collapses and loses consciousness. In his fading memory, his armored father entrusts a final responsibility to him, Ethan. As he lies dying, Ethan calls out to his father. He apologizes inwardly, regretting that he could not fulfill his father's last request. He recalls vowing at his sister's funeral to drive all dragons from the continent. He reflects that he was never some prodigy or true dragon slayer. He begs fallen comrades, Taryn and Myers, to forgive him for squandering their sacrifices. In darkness, he dimly hears someone repeatedly calling his name. Recognizing the voice, his fingers twitch as he starts to awaken. He jolts awake to find his older sister leaning over him, calling his name. Shocked, he stares wide-eyed, suddenly conscious again. Seeing her alive at his bedside, he hesitantly addresses her as his sister. She confirms through tears of relief that it is really her, and that he has finally woken. Ethan panics internally, wondering how she can be present. He remembers that this sister had definitely died in a dragon ambush. He visualizes her corpse in a flower-filled coffin. At her funeral, he recalls that he too died in that war, or so he believed. Lying in a modest sick room with his sister nearby, he reflects that he died without protecting anyone and feels ashamed. Looking at his sister, he feels there is more to understand about this situation. Comparing memories, he notices his sister now acts and dresses quite differently from how he remembers. He muses that in his past life, he should have shared more with his family, but that is not his priority now. He sets aside such thoughts, deciding something else matters more at the moment. Assuming this is the afterlife, he casually asks his sister how things are there. She tearfully begs him not to sacrifice himself anymore, insists none of it was his fault, and pleads that he never do something so dangerous again. Confused, Ethan starts to question what she means. Medical or magical apparatus hums beside the bed. As their conversation continues, she smiles softly to herself. Seeming oddly relieved, she offers to cook soup for him, surprising him that she will make it personally. She assures him she can handle it and instructs him to stay lying down, which he reluctantly agrees to do. Ethan remembers that his sister never learned to cook, and wonders if even her personality has changed, along with their circumstances. Deciding to move, he pushes himself up from the bed. As he rises, he notices something glowing and reacts with curiosity. He realizes the fluid feeding into him is the rare spring of life. He recognizes the setup as magical life support equipment, normally used for comatose patients, and wonders why it is attached to him. Examining his trembling hand, he notes how frail his body currently is. He senses almost no mana within himself, and wonders if he has just suffered a mana rush. He remarks that even the afterlife having mana rush is unexpected, and thinks he cannot walk properly like this. He decides to use the spring of life's mana for himself. Grabbing the tubes, he forcibly draws all the spring of life mana into his body. Surging energy floods him, until he feels it should at least allow him to stand empowered. He swings his legs out of bed and stands up. He rolls his shoulder, checking his restored mobility, concluding the treatment handled his immediate injuries. He tests and stretches his body. His sister returns with a tray, announcing that she has made soup for him. Ethan is already on his feet looking out the window. Alarmed, she scolds him for removing the magical equipment, and worries about the state of his body. She reminds him he had been unable to move at all, but now sees him standing and is stunned. Ethan calmly explains his body is mostly healed, and demonstrates that he can move freely. She says the doctor expected him to need more than half a year of therapy to move again, prompting him to ask how long he was unconscious. She answers that he was in a coma for 10 years. Shocking him, Ethan mentally repeats that he has been comatose for a full decade. She insists he sit down and rest, pushing him gently until he complies. Back on the bed, she urges him to eat and offers to help, but he refuses and shifts the topic, believing this is the afterlife. He asks her how such an afterlife works. Beginning to ask more, he is interrupted as she reacts. Upset and crying, she yells at him to stop speaking as if they are dead, insisting he is perfectly alive. Ethan insists that he and even their younger siblings had all died, which she vehemently denies. She tells him to listen carefully. As she prepares to correct his assumptions, she explains that this is not the afterlife and that all of them, including their other siblings, are alive. Ethan silently takes in her words. Stunned internally, he argues with himself, remembering being pierced by the Dragon King, yet now realizing he may not actually be dead. He begins to consider a new possibility. He wonders if he somehow survived, and this is reality instead of an afterlife. To confirm, he asked his sister her current age and then his own. She answers that she is 20 and he is 19, shocking him with how young they both are. Ethan recalls being 19 when the dragons first invaded, and wonders if the First Continental War is occurring right now. He urgently asks about the current state of the war, and whether their father has already departed for battle. She replies that the war ended 15 years ago. Confusing him further, she explains that their father died in that war, and that their family sacrifices LED to a non-aggression pact with the dragons. Ethan confirms they truly entered such a pact with dragons, but she affirms he thinks this is strange because in his memories, no such pact ever existed, and events feel increasingly wrong. He considers whether he has regressed into the past, but notes this history diverges from what he remembers, meaning this is a different version of the past. If it is not the afterlife, he concludes he did not die, but instead regressed 13 years into a different world's past. He further realizes this past is also different from that of his previous life. He then asks about their household servants. His sister hesitantly admits there are none. Ethan questions why there are no servants at all. She answers that they cannot afford to hire any. He wonders what became of their family treasures that could have been sold. Growing emotional, she prepares to explain their situation. She reveals that this modest building they are in is now their house. She adds that all of their expensive possessions are gone. Ethan recognizes that this is a past unlike the prosperous one he knew. His sister doubts his claims, asking if he is lying while he insists he is telling the truth. Ethan concludes grimly that his family has been completely ruined. He laughs weakly in disbelief at this realization. He admits to himself that he has regressed into a timeline where his family is already in ruins, and wonders if this nightmare is really true. He emphasizes again that his family is truly, thoroughly ruined. Narration shifts to describe the Hidden Empire, one of 7 Western nations. It explains that though the empire is smallest, Duke Arden's house is globally famed for its swordsmanship. Because of that prestige, the Arden family had never lived in such a shabby dwelling, even during the Dragon Crisis. In his original history, their home was never a simple old log cabin like the one he now sees. His sister reveals they have lived in this lodge for over 10 years. Shocking Ethan, he realizes once more that this past diverges sharply from the one he remembers. He summarizes that he thought he died fighting dragons, but instead woke up as his younger self. Frustrated, he yells that his family is in total shambles, and demands to know what happened. He argues that given their sacrifices in the Dragon War, the king should have rewarded their house appropriately. His sister replies that they did, in fact, receive a reward for their sacrifice. Ethan asks what reward could force them to live in such poverty. She reveals the reward was legal immunity. She explains that King Zidman officially named their family protectors of the kingdom, and promised they would be treated as such. Ethan notes that even the reigning king differs from the one in his previous life. The narration clarifies that the king granted Ethan as heir immunity from any crime except treason. His sister adds that this immunity extends for 3 generations, including his, and he reflects on the sheer scope of that authority. Ethan realizes that in theory, even manslaughter could be forgiven, and recognizes how extraordinary this power is. Still dissatisfied, he asks if that reward is truly all they received. She adds that they were also given much gold and jewels, but the main family is holding those assets supposedly for safety. She clarifies that their own branch was exiled to this remote hunting lodge. 10 years earlier, the narration blames the Senate, a group of collateral relatives who currently control House Arden. Outraged, Ethan demands to know who these so-called senators are. To rule over his family, his sister explains, the Senate consists of 10 collateral descendants, appointed to manage affairs. After the Dragon War claimed their grandfather and father, the king ordered the Senate to govern the family temporarily. The narration suggests King Sigmund feared young Ethan might abuse both the immunity and patriarchal authority. If put fully in charge, Ethan curses that this king is even worse than the useless one from his previous life, for failing to foresee the Senate's tyranny. He then asks what will happen to the position of family head. His sister says the Senate will choose the patriarch when Ethan turns 20, and notes they already opposed him while he was comatose. Ethan reasons that from their viewpoint, it would be troublesome if he became patriarch, since he would threaten their power. He imagines that if he gains the title, he will slaughter every corrupt senator who tormented his siblings. He calculates that he will reach 20 in about 8 months, marking the time until that decision. His sister breaks down apologizing, blaming herself for their dire situation. He understands now that he collapsed earlier because of mana rush, while trying to gain a family vision skill. Flashing back to 10 years before, he recalls obsessively researching to restore their ancestral vision ability. He remembers overloading himself while awakening that skill, and collapsing from mana rush. With him comatose, his powerless siblings had no way to resist the Coletto family's oppression. Back in the present, he tells his sister none of this is her fault and urges her to stop crying. He insists he is more at fault for forcing her to bear the burden of protecting the family alone. She gently tells Ethan to lift his head, bringing the conversation to a more hopeful turn. Ethan's sister warmly tells him that her only concern is his health and well-being. Ethan looks at her with a faint knowing smile. After finishing the meal, Ethan thanks his sister for the food, and she feels happy to be appreciated. That night they say goodnight, and his sister tells Ethan to rest. After just waking up alone in his room, Ethan sits on his bed thinking that everything in his life is in chaos. He reflects that returning to this world has at least allowed him to see his sister again. He remembers how the king and the Senate crippled his ducal house, and how collateral relatives exploited the situation. Those opportunistic relatives expanded their power and abandoned his immediate family. Ethan, who has died once, does not know why he was brought back, but ponders this mystery, clenching his fist. He decides his future path is now obvious. He resolves to regain his strength within 8 months, and restore Duke Arden's family to its rightful position, vowing revenge on the collateral branches. The next morning dawns over the hunting cabin where they live in exile. A pot of stew simmers, showing his sister preparing food. She fondly notes that this particular stew is Ethan's favorite. She decides to wake Ethan so he can eat. Approaching the hall, she sees the supposed servants laughing idly together. She stares at them coldly. Clearly displeased, she addresses the Grand Chamberlain, who leads the servants. The Grand Chamberlain politely responds, but tells her he wants her gone from the premises today. When she objects, he smugly explains that they are assigned to remain here as their duty. Desperate, she begs him, but he starts speaking down to her. He reminds her he serves Baron Kargas rather than the Duke, and claims he is ordered to stay at this lodge. With a sinister look, he internally sneers. Anticipating mischief, he offers an insincere apology for his attitude surrounded by snickering servants. She reluctantly agrees to his demand. She goes to Ethan's door and knocks, calling to see if he is awake. Ethan and his sister then descend the stairs, while the servants watch with mocking smiles. Ethan silently surveys the situation. He calls out to his sister as he notices the stew she brought for him. While they eat, Ethan asks why there are servants when she said they had none. She explains that these servants were foisted on them by other noble families, not hired by them. Ethan criticizes how these supposed helpers only idle and gossip, and suggests they be dismissed if useless. She says she cannot really send them away, because replacements would just be sent and they ignore her orders. Ethan tells her to eat first and stands, saying he has something to discuss with the men outside. Smiling, he assures her he will just have a brief talk with those servants. In the parlor, the Grand Chamberlain lounges comfortably. Enjoying his easy post, he settles deeper into the couch relaxing. He thinks he now understands why the Grand Duchess begged earlier, realizing it was because the Archduke woke. He revels in how cushy his job is. He reflects that everyone knows the hunting cabin is actually a place of exile. He reasons that being posted here by a collateral family shields him, since the Grand Duchess cannot easily mistreat him. Gloating, he thinks about chatting and resting all day. While still being paid, he plans to profit further by reporting the news that the Archduke has awakened from a decade-long coma. He orders a subordinate to prepare a letter so he can send this information out. Ethan's voice abruptly calls out to him, making him turn in surprise. Ethan suddenly punches him and sends him flying across the room. The Chamberlain is left bleeding and stunned on the floor. Terrified, he demands to know how Ethan dares attack him. Ethan advances menacingly as the Chamberlain can only exclaim in fear. Recognizing Ethan as the Archduke, the Chamberlain begins to panic. Ethan stares down at him with icy determination. From outside, the cabin shouts and crashes reveal the commotion. As Ethan orders the others to leave, Ethan stands amid lingering red aura unwavering. The Chamberlain, now cowering, begs Ethan not to come any closer. Servants in the hallway watch in horror. As Ethan approaches the fallen man, Ethan lifts the Chamberlain by the collar, making him cry out, dangling in the air. The Chamberlain babbles that he is still a noble, and protests Ethan's treatment. Ethan coldly repeats the word Archduke, challenging the idea that this limits his actions. The Chamberlain notices something terrifying in Ethan's eyes. Gasping for air, he warns Ethan that Baron Kargas will not tolerate this. Ethan sneers at the mention of the Baron family. He strikes the Chamberlain again with brutal force. Repeated bloody impacts echo through the hall. Ethan tells the watching servants that a minor Baron house could never protect them against Duke Arden's wrath. The Chamberlain, shaking, asks why Ethan is doing this to him. Ethan replies that the reason should be obvious. The man can only stammer in disbelief. A memory surfaces of Ethan's sister, wondering if this turmoil is because of the Grand Duchess. In the present, the Chamberlain orders the other servants to go assist the Grand Duchess immediately, and they rush off. Ethan finally lets the battered man drop to the floor. Grabbing him again, Ethan calls to him sharply, making the man answer in terror. Ethan orders him to do his job properly from now on. Groveling, the Chamberlain promises to behave. While others think Ethan must be insane, Ethan walks away in silence. As the older man lies on the floor stunned, Ethan flexes the hand he used, realizing he unleashed monstrous power, made possible only by using mana. The Chamberlain, bruised and seething, vows to report Ethan's use of mana to Baron Kargas and seek revenge. Ethan notes that although his body has weakened, especially physically, he admits he relied on pressured mana in that confrontation, and would have been humiliated otherwise. Angered, he calls the collateral nobles arrogant for daring to trample on the Arden family. He thinks about the Senate, and swears to one day behead all of its members. He vows to prove who truly owns the dukedom. Before that, he knows he must first assess his current physical condition. He sits in meditation to probe his body and mana. Sensing the result, he mutters that his suspicion was correct. Visualizing his inner form, he sees mana fragments scattered through his body, due to the earlier mana rush. Those fragments are lodged throughout his limbs and joints. He reasons that this scattered state could actually become advantageous. He concludes that such chaos would have killed an ordinary knight. Confident in his past prowess as the continent's greatest, he believes he can handle it. He judges the body surprisingly decent for having been inactive 10 years. Though its mana channels are weak, he decides to rebuild himself gradually, starting with an ability called Resonance. Resonance is explained as aligning vibrations with prepared mana, so it can be drawn into and fill a mana hole. A diagram shows how that process pulls mana inward and completely claims the mana hole. Ethan chooses to first reinforce the wrist that will wield his blade. Mana swirls around his hands as he begins that specific training. His whole body becomes enveloped in focused energy. Later he steps outside, ready for physical training. He notes that he spent the morning stimulating his mana hole and will now work on stamina. He trains intensely, prioritizing basic endurance over advanced techniques. The day passes as he continues shouting and exercising around the cabin. By sunset he is still practicing, pushing his frail body hard. Observing servants whisper that Ethan is frightfully cold-blooded. They watch him pummel the air and admire his relentless effort despite his thin frame. A guard runs up calling for the Grand Duchess, catching Ethan's attention. Ethan stops the guard and asks who he is and why he seeks her. The guard explains that young Master Myers is causing trouble at a bar, and only the Grand Duchess can usually calm him, then notices he does not recognize Ethan. Hearing Myers' name linked with a drunken scene shocks Ethan. Ethan recalls a past family banquet, where Myers refused to drink because it might hurt his muscles. He remembers how Myers lived on protein and milk, growing stronger than all his brothers. Ethan cannot reconcile that disciplined brother with the report that Myers is now brawling in a bar. He orders Hans to prepare to leave immediately so they can find Myers. As they travel, Ethan identifies their destination as the Golden Pub. Outside the pub, Ethan learns that the young Duke has been frequenting this place, with thugs causing trouble repeatedly. Ethan, disbelieving this is his hard-working youngest brother, tells Hans they will go inside. Entering, he wonders what could have driven Myers to such a change. A chair suddenly flies past as Ethan and the Chamberlain step into the chaotic bar. Inside, a drunken man Myers rages and demands more alcohol, terrifying staff and patrons. Ethan recognizes the aggressive drunk as Myers and calls his name. Watching his beloved brother act like this, Ethan wonders how such a kind heart could have been broken. Ethan stands silently taking in the sight. Myers' drinking companions laugh and tease that their Duke should stop remarking how energetic he is. Today Ethan grits his teeth in anger. One thug notices him as Ethan walks past in a dark mood. Ethan clenches his fist ready to act. He slams that fist down with mana-charged force, startling everyone. His eyes blaze as he prepares to intervene. A flashback shows Myers once fighting heroically, cutting through monsters with powerful sword strikes. In that memory, Myers shouts to his brother to escape, while he holds off the enemy alone. Back in the pub, the drunken Myers blinks at Ethan and wonders if he is hallucinating, his brother slurring. He questions whether he is dreaming because he sees Ethan before him. Ethan stands speechless, overwhelmed by the contrast between past and present. He recalls how Myers used to be a stoic, battle-hardened man. The drunk Myers now brags childishly that he can outdrink anyone on the continent. Ethan's jaw tightens as his anger and sorrow build. He presses a point on Myers' neck, instantly knocking him unconscious. Ethan tells the sleeping Myers that they will address his issues later, and turns his attention to the thugs. The Chamberlain bursts in, pointing out the thugs to Ethan, and accusing them of corrupting the youngest lord. Ethan's back trembles with contained fury. As dark energy gathers around him, one thug realizes this is the Archduke, who supposedly collapsed from mana rush a decade ago. Concluding they cannot oppose someone with personal immunity, the thugs decide to back off and avoid escalating trouble. Their leader pretends politeness, saying he was only worried about the drunk young lord, and plans to leave. Ethan, voice icy, asks if they truly think they can just walk away. The thug is suddenly filled with dread at Ethan's killing intent. He inwardly panics, feeling that something terrible is about to happen if he missteps. Ethan strides toward them and demands who gave them permission to leave. One thug steps forward, pretending concern for Ethan's condition. While blocking his way, he mockingly advises Ethan to stop before he gets beaten. Ethan charges his fist with blue mana, readying a devastating blow. He unleashes the strike, blasting the thug into the wall with crackling energy. The impact leaves a smoking crater in the floor near the remaining men, shocking everyone in the tavern. The red-haired thug reacts in confusion to something unexpected. Ethan coldly condemns the thugs for daring to touch people of the Duke's family, and warns they have made a huge mistake. The red-haired thug is stunned as he realizes Ethan's power. Ethan, shrouded in ominous energy, rushes at the thug, who panics and begs him to wait. As Ethan gathers glowing mana in his hand, The thug is shocked, believing the Archduke's mana core was supposed to be destroyed. The thug steals himself, deciding he can handle the amount of mana Ethan is using, and prepares to counterattack. Ethan and the thug clash, trading swift mana-infused blows. The thug's confidence turns to fear. As Ethan overwhelms him at close range, the thug's comrades scream in terror and try to flee. After witnessing their companion's defeat, Ethan vows to make those who harm the Ardens, especially his brother, regret their actions. Elsewhere, screams and impacts echo as another butler-like man trembles in fear. Imagining the brutality occurring, Ethan, lightly blood-stained, looks calm and composed after the fight. Surrounded by unconscious thugs, Ethan is called a monster by the last terrified survivor. The older butler urgently calls for Hans, who answers nervously. Ethan tells Hans he is taking his brother back home, and orders him to handle the aftermath, which Hans readily accepts. Narration explains that after their father died in war, their mother soon passed too, leaving Ethan and his siblings orphaned. Ethan recalls that he was so young back then, that he barely remembers his parents. In that lonely time, a comforting hand touched the crying child's head. The narration states that Ethan was a supportive, comforting figure to his younger brother. Ethan also became a father figure in his little brother's eyes. Myers jolts awake from sleep, calling desperately for his brother. Gasping, Myers remembers that while drinking last night, he thought he saw his brother. He sadly convinces himself it was impossible, and wishes he were stronger, apologizing through tears. Ethan enters the room, saying he heard Myers calling, and asks if he is awake. Startling him, Myers, disbelieving and teary-eyed, asks if the person before him is really his brother. Ethan smiles gently and confirms that he is awake and present. Myers jumps out of bed and runs toward Ethan. Myers tackles Ethan in an emotional bear hug, shouting for his brother squashed in Myers's embrace. Ethan thinks wryly that his brother has not changed at all. Ethan complains that Myers is squeezing him and reeks of alcohol, so Myers apologizes and swears he will never drink again. Ethan says that is unnecessary, and allows Myers a drink to celebrate their reunion, which Myers happily confirms. Myers suddenly asks where their other brother, Taryn, is. Ethan replies that their sister refused to tell him, and wonders if Taryn's whereabouts are being hidden. Embarrassed, Myers explains that Taryn left to join another family, claiming he would learn a different technique. Myers adds that Taryn said, with their grandfather and father dead and Ethan comatose, the family's divination writing had disappeared, which shocks Ethan. Ethan presses for details about Taryn's move, but Myers apologizes, saying he does not know more. Ethan asks if Taryn at least said which family he was going to, when a servant timidly calls for him as Your Highness. Annoyed by the interruption, but masking it, Ethan tells the caller to come in. Hans enters, notes that Ethan is awake, and Ethan brusquely asks what he wants. Hans respectfully presents a bulging pouch to Ethan. Ethan realizes it is money. Hans explains he obtained it while wrapping up last night's incident, and Ethan is pleased because they were short on funds. Ethan praises Hans's initiative, and tells him he can keep the remaining money as his reward. Overjoyed, Hans thanks Ethan enthusiastically, saying he is only doing his duty. Watching Hans's reaction, Ethan notes that the Chamberlain is quick on the uptake, and seems useful. Ethan wonders if Taryn left because of hardship, and though relieved that he is likely alive, resolves that he must revive the fallen Duke family. Ethan decides that to restore the family, he must first take specific steps concerning Myers. He seats Myers and instructs him to show his wrist. Confusing Myers, Ethan says he needs to examine whether Myers's body has been damaged by alcohol. Using mana sight, Ethan sees impurities in Myers's energy channels, and concludes his mana is ordinary, meaning he likely never learned the family divination art. Ethan reflects that, if Myers had learned the family breathing technique, his mana would burn like flames, but at least, his talent seems similar to the Myers Ethan knew in his past life. Ethan finishes the check and tells Myers his body is not bad, surprising and encouraging him. Ethan explains that with proper training, Myers could still become a knight, though due to physical issues, he must specialize in either offense or defense. Myers, realizing Ethan means a true knight, seeks confirmation. Ethan affirms this and, stating he knows the family secret, offers to help Myers become a knight. Myers, who thought that dream impossible, is stunned by the opportunity. Determined, Myers declares that if he must choose, He will focus on defense so he can protect Ethan and their family. Ethan warns that defense specialization will require brutal training, and asks if Myers is ready. Myers answers resolutely that of course he is. Ethan orders Hans to prepare sandbags and wooden practice swords, and Hans hurries to comply. Ethan reflects that the family's lost secret now resides in him, and that although 15 is a late age to begin, Myers still has enough potential. He resolves to raise Myers properly from now on. The scene shifts to Baron Karga's household, introducing Helmut Karga as its patriarch. Reading news that the Archduke has awakened after 10 years, Helmut muses on the development. Helmut sends a sealed letter via his servant to Count Fern's family. Helmut evaluates Archduke Ethan as talented and physically sound. Noting Ethan's eyes resemble his father's, Helmut decides he must inform the collateral families. He plans to spread the word that the native country, spirit has returned at the Arden estate. Ethan trains with a wooden sword, teaching a blade form that unifies body and weapon. Ethan spars intensely with Myers, making him combine movements into a coherent defensive form. Ethan emphasizes that an attack should be a continuous flow of moments, rather than a single strike. Myers gets battered while trying to withstand the barrage of strikes. Ethan explains that because a block does not end the assault, Myers must learn to defend against the ceaseless sequence of attacks. He urges Myers to get up quickly, reminding him that real enemies will not wait. Ethan taunts Myers about whether his resolve is truly strong. Myers, fired up, insists his resolve is not weak. He grips his practice sword again, refusing to give up, shouting that it is not over. Myers charges, vowing to block Ethan's attack no matter what. Ethan grins approvingly, saying that is the attitude Myers needs. Their wooden swords clash so hard that they eventually shatter. Watching from inside, Hans marvels at Ethan's relentless break-free training, and at how savagely he is willing to pummel a brother he has just reunited with. Hans wonders if brutal beatings are how the Duke family shows affection, and resolves not to get on Ethan's bad side. He is especially determined to be careful around Ethan, given the complex past with the Grand Duchess. The Grand Duchess reflects that she has been unsure how to live since Ethan returned, as so much has changed. Looking out the window, she continues thinking about these changes. She realizes the servants only began working diligently again after Ethan awakened. She calls to the chamberlain, startling Hans out of his thoughts. She asked what Ethan said that motivated everyone to work so hard. Hans, remembering Ethan threatening him, physically shudders at the thought of calling that a conversation. He mutters about memories of fear, while the Duchess looks at him in concern. Flustered, Hans quickly changes the subject, apologizing, and pretending he only came to deliver freshly baked cookies. He suggests they enjoy tea with everyone in the nice weather, and she gratefully accepts. As she eats, the Duchess wonders why he avoided answering, and suspects he does not want to talk about it. She decides at least the cookies are delicious. That night, Hans sets up a crystal orb to contact someone, handling an expensive magic stone. Nervously, he notes it costs a month's salary. He inserts the stone into the orb, activating it. Baron Helmut's image appears in the sphere and he greets Hans, saying he has been waiting for the report. Hans confirms the Archduke has awakened and already wields mana. Helmut, satisfied that Ethan's talent has not diminished in 10 years, orders Hans to continue reporting. As an elders' meeting approaches, Hans hesitantly says the Archduke has been very violent lately, and hints he needs more compensation. Unconcerned, Helmut says the elders' meeting will favor their side anyway, and promises Hans secret funds in exchange for careful observation. Hans happily thanks the Baron, who ends the communication and schedules the next monthly report. Alone again, Hans silently contemplates what to do. He suddenly decides this situation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he must seize. Hans thinks the Baron underestimates Ethan's incredible talent, and resolves to stay neutral and side with whoever wins. He reasons that if Ethan triumphs, staying near him and reaping future rewards will be very profitable. A servant burst into Hans's room, announcing that the two dukes' training is over. Hans orders cold water, wet towels, and immediate preparations for tea time for the brothers. He concludes that for now, his top priority is not to annoy the Archduke. Time passes into a tranquil sunset over the estate. During another sparring session, Ethan slams down a powerful blow that Myers struggles to block. Myers holds his smoking wooden sword and continues shouting his training key. Ethan, impressed, comments on how well Myers is doing. He notes that despite only a few days of training, Myers is already getting used to his attacks. Ethan stomps down, initiating another heavy strike. He declares he will attack again, signaling another round. Myers yells and braces himself for the incoming blow. The clash sends shock waves through the air, showing the intensity of their practice. The scene briefly cuts to the peaceful forest around the training ground. Ethan suddenly pauses mid-strike, noticing something. Myers' sword still steaming, is stunned and starts to say something. Realizing he successfully blocked the blow, Myers triumphantly shouts that he did it. He boasts childishly about being a pro now, while Ethan, in chibi form, retorts that he only blocked one basic attack. Ethan warns Myers that lowering his guard after a successful block is dangerous and reminds him not to let go of his weapon so easily. Internally, Ethan acknowledges that Myers possesses excellent physique, stamina, persistence, and adaptability. Ethan believes Myers might soon be able to contend with an official knight, and Hans excitedly praises Ethan's instruction. During a break, Hans fusses over Ethan with towels and refreshments, flattering him endlessly, while Ethan wonders why Hans is suddenly so sycophantic. Later, as they walk toward a table laden with food, Hans admits he needs to tell Ethan something, and reveals that Baron Karga contacted him. Ethan confirms and asks what the Baron said, prompting Hans to confess that Helmut wanted him to spy on Ethan. Hans theatrically proclaims himself Ethan's loyal chamberlain, and claims he nearly cursed the Baron. While Ethan doubts the sincerity of that story, Hans cheerfully admits he tricked the Baron into giving him money. Ethan notes inwardly that he needed funds anyway. Ethan tells Hans that from now on, he can freely use the Baron's money for any needs, and then asks for pen and paper. While writing, Ethan thinks he can clearly see that Hans wants to stay between the competing sides, but plans to exploit that tendency for his own purposes. He comments inwardly that simple-minded people are the easiest to use. Handing Hans the paper, Ethan orders him to go to town and have the depicted items crafted. Hans realizes the designs are for a sword, shield, and other training tools and accepts the task. Ethan adds that Hans may keep any excess funds he gets from the Baron as a personal profit, motivating Hans. Greatly fired up, Hans loudly declares his loyalty and sprints off to carry out the order, leaving Ethan and Myers bemused. Ethan then asks Myers how much he knows about the family's unique vision or secret art. Myers replies that he knows nothing, and believes even their sister and second brother are ignorant of it, and he is curious how Ethan knows. Ethan vaguely credits their father, and says they will use the newly ordered equipment to practice with real weapons. He explains that Myers will play a central role in restoring the family's glory, starting by turning him, the youngest Arden son, into a true knight. Ethan warns that the Arden vision differs fundamentally from other families' methods, and asks if Myers is prepared to discard all the mana he has accumulated. So far shocked, Myers repeats the idea of giving up all his mana. After a moment's thought, Myers smiles and agrees without hesitation, if it is for his family and his brother. Meanwhile, someone runs down a corridor panting urgently. The runner bangs on a door, shouting that there is a problem and calling for Sir Wilden. He reports that the youngest lord has stormed into their base and is causing chaos. A man who was resting sits up, wondering if he heard correctly. Revealed as a scarred muscular leader, he grumbles that the boy is stirring up trouble in the headquarters of the Red Scorpion gang, despite behaving well the previous day. 2 days earlier, under a calm night sky, events begin at the Arden family's hunting mansion. Ethan has Myers sit cross-legged and says he will teach him a new breathing method. Ethan explains that the Arden family's secret power comes from the black flame and its special breathing technique, the breath of black flame. Myers reflects that black flame symbolizes Arden, and wonders if by progressing through 4 training stages, his mana will eventually transform into black flame. Ethan tells Myers that as a true Arden, he must possess black flame, so he must discard all the mana he has accumulated so far. Ethan orders Myers to completely empty his mana core. Ethan then instructs Myers to fill that core with flames, expelling all impure mana while simultaneously drawing in the flame. Ethan guides him to slowly activate his mana core. Ethan explains that the energy surrounding Myers now. He clarifies that what now surrounds Myers is a burning flame. Time passes to sunrise, indicating completion of the night-long training. Morning light enters the room where they trained. Myers opens his eyes, sensing a change, feeling new fiery mana within him. Myers happily tells Ethan his mana has been renewed. Ethan praises him and says with continued training, he will clearly feel the difference. Once the mana of flames fully settles in his body, Ethan estimates Myers can complete the resident stage in 2 months, and adds that Myers must accompany him somewhere. The next day Myers, confused, wonders where they are going. Elsewhere a subordinate tells a noble, addressed as Your Highness, that they have arrived. Ethan arrives with Hans and Myers at the building, housing the Red Scorpion group that previously targeted him. Hans warns Ethan that the gang's eldest member can use mana, but Ethan brushes it off and orders Myers to attack. Myers steels himself with the flame breathing he learned. Myers kicks open the gang's door and storms in. He bursts inside yelling a death threat at the Red Scorpion members. The gangsters, surprised and confused, ask why the youngest lord is suddenly acting this way. Myers declares that they will pay for insulting the Duke family. The gang's leader protests that they were drinking like brothers the day before and asks if this is a prank. Myers indignantly begins to ask whether this looks like a mere prank. He answers his own question by smashing the man with his shield. The blow sends the man flying, shocking the other gang members into drawing weapons. The gang shouts in outrage and charges Myers, ordering each other to get him outside. Hans is panicking at the sounds of battle while Ethan calmly watches. Ethan notes that Myers has grown much stronger from recent training, but still lacked confidence. He reasons that Myers' guilt over past misdeeds likely undermined his confidence. While inside, Myers fights off several attackers. Ethan explains that he brought Myers here despite the danger, so Myers can correct his wrongs and relieve his conscience. A man-using thug named Wilden lunges at Myers with a knife, vowing to kill him. Myers blocks the blow with his shield but is still wounded. Bloodied Myers grits his teeth and endures the pain watching. Ethan approves of Myers' decision to take the attack on a less vital area, rather than lose his advantageous position. Myers counters by slamming his shield into the attacker's face. Ethan analyses that if Myers had dodged, he would have lost his favorable stance and become exposed. Ethan, satisfied, asks Hans' opinion. Hans is terrified by Ethan's cold evaluation. Hans nervously thinks Ethan is frightening since he remains detached, even after his own brother was cut, yet he still praises Ethan's skill. A commanding voice from above orders everyone to stop fighting. The Red Scorpion leader confronts Myers, demanding to know why he caused such chaos and implying reprisal. Ethan steps forward with a stern expression. The leader recognizes Ethan and realizes who he is facing. He recalls his injured subordinate describing Ethan, the Archduke, as a monster. The leader accuses Ethan of breaking his brother's arm. Ethan coolly acknowledges it and asks what he intends to say about it. Internally, the leader sees wanting to kill Ethan but restrains himself, deciding he must consult Baron Kargas first. Out loud, he suggests settling the matter of their brothers here, saying his side suffered more, but he will overlook it for the Duke family's reputation. Ethan smirks in contempt. He thinks it is absurd that the man who tried to ruin his brother now talks as if he is being generous. Ethan tells Myers that these villains are irredeemable trash. He adds that they will probably have to cripple them all. Facing the Red Scorpion leader, Ethan says he intends to do so as a lesson. The leader warns that if Ethan continues, he will be forced to intervene personally. Ethan invites him to try and activates fiery mana in his hands, causing the man to react in alarm. The leader senses Ethan's flame-type mana. He remembers rumors that the Arden family's mana burns like flames, and realizes they must be true. He dismisses his fear, convincing himself the rumors are exaggerated, and trusting in his own red mana. Wilden gathers blue mana, boasting that someone of his strength would not fear Ethan. Ethan notices this mana and reacts with interest. Wilden charges Ethan with a huge mana-imbued punch, telling him not to regret forcing this fight. Ethan dodges inside the attack and readies his flaming fist, mocking the idea of regret. He calls Wilden foolish as he launches a flaming punch. Ethan's blow utterly overwhelms Wilden, smashing him and sending blood flying. Wilden collapses, badly burned and barely conscious. Ethan approaches with glowing fists, intimidating him further. The wounded Wilden groans in pain at Ethan's feet. Ethan demands to know from whom Wilden stole his mana, breathing and martial arts techniques. The question shocks Wilden, who trembles when Wilden refuses to answer. Ethan threatens to torture him until he talks. Terrified, Wilden blurts out that Baron Kargas taught him. Hearing this, Ethan envisions Baron Kargas' involvement and is startled. Flashback shows Kargas hiring Wilden to secretly cripple the youngest Duke, so he can no longer fulfill his role. Kargas insists the plan must avoid suspicion, rejecting drug use but giving Wilden 3 years to accomplish it. Kargas reminds Wilden that taking longer is fine, as long as he understands what he is being paid for. He hands over a scroll as payment, saying it should be sufficient. Wilden opens it surprised by its value. Kargas explains it is the mana-breathing training scroll, used by the Duke's knights, and promises a physical training scroll once he sees results. Wilden realizes the scroll is genuine, truly containing the Duke family's breathing art. Ecstatic, Wilden vows to do his best, and Kargas says he will make use of him often in the future. Wilden swears lifelong loyalty, and Kargas responds that he will trust him. Ethan finishes viewing this memory stored in a green sphere. Holding the sphere, Ethan notes how dramatic Wilden's pledge looked, yet concludes that Wilden did not fully trust Kargas, since he preserved this record. Hans reports that Ethan eliminated the gang, and recovered all the money they had extorted. Another retainer confirms even the leader has been subdued, and asks whether to bring him before the Duke. Ethan says that is unnecessary, because the memory sphere alone is sufficient evidence. He reflects that Kargas is a collateral relative, who stole the main family secrets, thought it to kill its direct heir, and committed many other crimes, such as drugs, gambling, murder and illicit trade, giving Ethan ample grounds against him. However, Ethan decides that now is not yet the right time to use this evidence. He reasons that Kargas sent the weakest of 10 collateral enforcers. Yet with Ethan's current strength, it would still be hard to confront all of Kargas' knights. Ethan plans to use the mana from Residence to plant seeds of fire throughout his body, starting with the wrist to increase his power. He lists the mana points he must eventually fill, ending with his heart, to complete the basic cycling of this fire technique. Ethan resolves that once he finishes this cultivation, he will first take down Helmet Kargas. He tells Hans to store the memory sphere safely, and keeps all seized gold and spoils as Hans's reward. Overjoyed, Hans confirms he can keep everything, but Ethan hints there is a condition. Ethan darkly warns Hans that if he values his life, he must forget whatever he saw inside the memory sphere. Frightened, Hans falls silent when Ethan then casually asks, what else happened that day? Back in his manor, Baron Kargas explodes in anger over the Archduke's interference. He rages that Ethan has cut off his illicit funding, despite having been bedded in for 10 years. Kargas curses Ethan's legal immunity, and briefly considers assassinating him. He reminds himself that killing Ethan within his territory would make him liable and could expose all the collateral's crimes. Deciding he must wait, Kargas plans to bide his time until the elder meeting in 2 months. At that moment, a servant announces a message from Hans. Kargas impatiently snatches the letter from the servant's hands. Reading it, he sees Ethan's requested price and anxiously wonders how to respond. Outraged, he shouts that Ethan is demanding 100 gold. He pounds the desk in frustration, cursing repeatedly. At last, he snarls that they must pay and orders his men to send the money, while also checking if Hans is trying to cheat him. 3 days later, construction workers repair Arden property. The narration notes the work is at Arden's hunting mansion. Inside, Ethan inspects his flaming arms, and notes he has filled half the manholes in them. After he finishes meditating, Hans arrives to ask if he has woken. Ethan dresses and heads out into the hall. Hans greets him politely and informs him that Myers and Ethan's sister, the Grand Duchess, are waiting in the dining room. Ethan descends the stairs fully dressed for a formal meal. At the bottom of the stairs, he remarks that construction is nearly complete. Hans replies that the Red Scorpion's funds were larger than expected, so they invested more into the mansion. Ethan says all that money came from the victims anyway, and tells Hans and the others to keep a generous portion as their own. Ethan then looks into the dining room and reacts upon seeing someone. He compliments his sister's outfit, and she happily credits Hans's efforts in preparing everything. Ethan thinks Hans is quite capable, and that the manor finally feels like a proper Duke household. He tells his sister he will henceforth ensure she only wears and eats the finest things. While eating, Ethan asks Myers how his injury is healing. Myers cheerfully reports that healers said his minor wounds will be gone by next week. Ethan repeats the timeline thoughtfully, as if linking it to other plans. He then smiles and simply says, "That is good," puzzling his sister. Ethan asks his siblings, whether they know about the family's traditional ceremony held at this hunting mansion. Internally he notes that even this tradition seems to have been forgotten. In the changed timeline, he informs Hans they will go hunting in the Pushas Mountains, and Hans rushes off to ready the servants. Ethan clarifies that only he, his sister Myers and Hans will go, just the four of them. Hans reacts in comedic disbelief at being included. A week later the group of four hikes into the Pushkash Mountains. Hans, traumatized, recalls the journey as a hellish week of hardship. He remembers being attacked by giant, monstrous spiders on the very first night and thinking he would die. He admits that without Ethan's protection, he would have died many times. A flashback shows Ethan using overwhelming power to annihilate monsters, further terrifying the group. Hans also remembers Myers deliberately charging other dangerous beasts to train, and complains internally that Ethan encourages this by having Myers fight monsters, instead of practicing safely at home. Back in the present, Hans sheds a tear and vows never to experience such a week again. Reaching a destination, Myers asks Ethan if they have arrived. Ethan confirms that the building ahead is the Temple of Fire. As he opens the heavy doors, Ethan explains that this ancient place was discovered by an ardent ancestor, and later used for funerals, and to receive the fire spirit's blessings. The narration explains that the blessing of fire ceremony traditionally lets ardent children over 10 meet fire spirits. Further explanation states that the spirit's blessing infuses fire energy into their bodies, so they become accustomed to fire, and that this ceremony is required for ardent family members to wield fire inside the temple. Hans nervously asks Ethan if he may also participate, since the place looks unusual. Ethan says it is fine, thinking this will let Hans consciously decide whom he will follow. Ethan leads them to a stone altar, explaining that it is where the ceremony is performed. He says the ritual is simple, involving tributes and then dancing. Once fiery sparks appear to attract the spirit's blessing. He adds that the children just need to perform something big and showy, and then the spirits will gather and bless them, which surprises Myers and Ethan's sister. Ethan muses that although history diverged 15 years ago, events before that, including this lore, match his previous life. He reflects that the Arden family has been contracted with fire spirits for over a century, and wonders if that contract might have been broken. In this altered history, Ethan concludes that if the contract is broken, they will have to forego the blessing, but for now he tells everyone to begin the ceremony. Ethan and his kin perform a ritual, offering tribute and dance to summon the spirit of fire. As Arden's descendants at their command, the fire spirit appears erupting from the altar flames. Ethan notes that the fire passage has opened and spirits are emerging. A mid-rank fire spirit Ifrit greets Myers, showing his fire affinity. A low-rank salamander spirit appears to Ethan's sister, indicating her lesser affinity. The spirits suddenly notice something unusual and react in surprise. Ethan recalls that in his past life, he was a ruler of fire surrounded by flames. Ethan boldly asks which spirit will bless him. The gathered spirits sense a presence they call their emperor, or monarch. A colossal fire monarch manifests, praising ardent blood and demanding worship. The monarch's fiery voice asks if Ethan truly summoned him. Ethan confidently requests a direct blessing from the fire monarch himself. Ethan finds himself inside a fiery inner world and wonders where he is. A massive vortex of flame forms before him, leaving him speechless. The monarch explains this realm is Ethan's inner world, where fire flows, introducing herself as the fire monarch Rashia. She calls Ethan cocky for trying to control her body. She accuses him of daring to control this vessel. While he nervously wonders if he was caught, Ethan apologizes and proposes combining her power with his control. Amused by her cute name, Rasho smirks. Finding Ethan amusing, she offers him a chance. If he can control even a bit of her fire, she will grant him the greatest blessing, commanding him to show his talent. She watches as Ethan accepts eagerly. Outside, Myers and Ethan's sister anxiously ask if Ethan will be all right. They remark that Ethan has been motionless inside the surrounding cross of fire for over an hour. Myers senses something significant happening within Ethan. Trusting his brother, Myers believes Ethan will overcome whatever trial this is. Inside, Ethan focuses, recalling his transcendent mastery of fire. He strives to remember the technique called the breath of black fire. Ethan reaches upward, channeling intense fire through his body. He feels the remembered sensation and gathers the flames into his fist. Ethan declares victory over the monarch's test. Confident he has won, Rirocha is impressed that a human could control even a fraction of her fire. She laughs, calling Ethan an exceptionally entertaining human. Keeping her promise, Rirocha agrees to give Ethan everything he asked for, and full freedom to use it. Ethan decides to use the blessing to cleanse the veins throughout his body with fire. As searing heat floods him, Ethan screams, overwhelmed by the intensity. Bathed in blinding light, he endures the agonizing refinement. Outside, Myers calls out to his brother in worry. Ethan emerges from the flames empowered and unscathed. Rashia asks if he is satisfied with the blessing she granted. Ethan requests that she also bless his two companions, and she agrees. The monarch prepares to personally bless more Ardens, treating it as a rare honor. Myers and Ethan's sister are suddenly wrapped in fire. As the blessing starts, Rashia bids Ethan farewell for now, hinting they will meet again. She departs, promising to see the child of fire again someday. Ethan reflects that this encounter with the monarch is a strange twist of fate. He notes his body has been reforged, his veins cleansed over 90, giving him an unmatched physique. He plans to let Myers and his sister slowly refine themselves too, while he keeps the flames under control. Hans, witnessing everything, is stunned that the legendary spirit monarch truly appeared and blessed Ethan for hours. He now understands why Ethan brought him there, and realizes he must choose a side. Hans resolves to decide clearly which side he will stand with. Ethan calls out to Myers afterward. Myers, examining his body, can hardly believe how changed he feels. Ethan's sister also realizes she has changed from the blessing. Ethan explains that fire blessing restructures bones, muscles and veins. Praising the monarch's power, he considers a direct monarch blessing a far greater gain than expected. Grateful for his past life memories, Myers and Ethan's sister admit they are starving after the regeneration, and ask if that is normal. Ethan says their hunger is natural after such healing, and suggests going to a good place to eat. After dining at a secluded cabin near the temple, Myers declares himself full. Myers marvels at the pleasant rest area, while Hans is glad he could show his skills there. Myers asks where Ethan is heading next. As they walk through the woods, Ethan steps on a hidden panel, saying he has found what he was looking for. Intriguing his friends, he promises to show them something truly surprising. The three open a concealed hatch and peer down in awe, descending into a storage cellar of hunting spoils. Ethan confirms the room's purpose. At its end, they discover a glowing magic circle sealing the chamber. Ethan identifies it as preservation magic, powered by stored mana, and judges the stored items usable. Hans, shocked by a particular hide, reacts strongly, prompting Ethan to ask what he knows. Hans explains it is rare peacock leather, highly coveted and almost unobtainable in the capital. Ethan asks the value of everything inside, and Hans estimates it at least 30 platinum. Myers exclaims over the fortune, and Ethan reminds him to act like a duke's son. Ethan thinks this stash will fund his future plans, and is impressed by Hans's knowledge. Hans reveals his merchant upbringing and childhood travels with his father, which led him here instead. Ethan realizes Hans has his own history, and entrusts him to sell the goods to a reputable, high-paying buyer. He orders Hans and Myers to haul the items out, while they prepare to leave. Later at the Arden estate, Hans arrives to report to the Archduke. Ethan, now in formal attire, invites Hansen while reviewing documents. Hans announces he has brought a merchant group, interested in buying the goods. When Hans names the group Mises, Ethan reacts sharply, recognizing it. Hans notes Mises's reputation for resourcefulness, and wonders if there is an issue, but Ethan says they should meet them. Hans is confused by Ethan's sudden enthusiasm. A guest arrives slightly late to the meeting. Ethan greets the visitor politely, who thanks him for his concern. The man introduces himself as Michelin, head of the Mises group. Ethan demands his true name, insisting that such a deal must be based on trust. Michelin is taken aback by this direct request. Ethan reveals knowledge of the Bessemer Marquis family's custom of heirs operating incognito for years. He even mentions the heir's realistic mask and secret escort night, shaking the merchant's composure. Michelin internally panics, knowing he hid his identity, and even altered his voice, so that not even the king should recognize him. Ethan thinks to himself that he learned all this from Michelin in his previous life. Overwhelmed, Michelin admits Ethan's insight. and reintroduces himself properly as Jaren Bezos. Ethan casually greets him by his real title, and suggests they begin serious negotiations. Jaren worries that Ethan's wares cannot help his own experiences, or goals. Ethan instead asks if Jaren is interested in the secret art of potion making. Jaren, startled that Ethan knows this hidden discipline, questions him. Ethan claims he obtained potion-making methods by chance. He narrates how in his past life during the Wyverian War, parts of his family's secret arts were revealed, leaving only himself and the original author knowing full potion techniques. He recalls how the Bessemer Key family once spent everything to support Arden, proving their reliability. Ethan silently wonders what decision the current Bessemer will make. Jaren realizes Ethan might be trying to recruit him with this powerful offer, and reasons that someone who cracked his identity would not lie. Ethan explains he chose the Bessemer family because 15 years ago, they sacrificed their fortune to help Arden survive the Wyverian War. He criticizes how those who bled in that war declined, while opportunistic families prospered, saying such people cannot be trusted. With this information, Ethan outlines his plan to purge all traitors within 7 months, before becoming head, and expects the Marquis to aid Arden again. He notes that beyond 10 collateral branches, he must also confront the kingdom's 7 great families, who coveted Arden's honored guardian status. Those 7 families, together with the collaterals, are already working to consume Arden's power. Jaren grimly considers that siding with Arden would mean opposing the king. 7 families and 10 collaterals. Ethan tells him he understands the hesitation, but insists the deal is not bad for Bessie's. To demonstrate, Ethan suddenly cuts his own palm, startling everyone. Jaren panics, but Ethan says he is merely demonstrating a product. Ethan pours a red potion onto the wound, explaining it heals like a normal low-rank potion, but costs only 1/10 as much to produce. Jaren is stunned by the 10 cost, and Ethan adds that precise ratios and timing are crucial. Ethan says he knows many more recipes beyond this potion, and hints at giving more if Jaren accepts the proposal. He offers to give all the merchandise he intended to sell entirely for free if Jaren allies with Arden. Now Jaren, weighing his failing family's prospects, realizes he cannot revive them alone. He resolves that instead of watching his house die, he will do everything to restore it. Jaren loudly agrees to a soul contract, pledging his family to the Ardens. Later, Hans delivers a 3-day report to Ethan at the estate. The report shows that many vassals, beginning with Baron Kargas, are violating their contracts. Hans details how Kargas has tripled his forces, uses groups like Red Scorpion, and exploits citizens with excessive taxes disguised as protection. Ethan sees that Kargas is bleeding the land dry. After persecuting him and his brothers, he concludes that the other 9 families must be similar scum, and asks who runs Lower Town taxes. Hans answers that semi-noble Heims, a close ally of Kargas, handles collections. Hans adds that Heims should currently be in the town of Baros for tax collection. Ethan immediately orders preparations to ride for Baros at once. He reflects that he once planned for months to topple Kargas, but after meeting the Fire Monarch, that timeline is far too slow. Empowered by his new strength, Ethan vows to make Kargas pay soon. He decides to begin by crushing Heims, Kargas' key subordinate in Baros. Heims arrives arrogantly with guards, demanding that the village chief have all taxes ready. The old village chief explains, they did their best but came up a little short. Heims rages about overdue amounts, and claims credit for eliminating the Red Scorpion. Berating the chief silently curses Heims as a liar, knowing the Archduke actually destroyed Red Scorpion, and begs for more time. Heims refuses, slapping him and declaring he will take the man's daughter as payment, and an example as the chief pleads. Hans spots Heims and tells Ethan that is their target. Ethan steps forward coldly, calling Heims a vile piece of trash. Heims recognizes Hans, but is unsettled by the ominous stranger beside him. Overwhelmed by Ethan's fiery aura, Heims panics, wondering who this terrifying man is. He orders his escort knight Deacon to act, while Deacon senses an abnormal fiery mana from Ethan. Deacon threatens Ethan with punishment for obstructing the Baron's justice, yet internally feels pressured by Ethan's presence. Ethan dismisses the charge as banditry, posing as justice, and prepares his great sword. Deacon charges, enraged that Ethan draws steel so confidently, and promising to kill him. Ethan calmly replies that it is Deacon who will die. With explosive speed, Ethan hurtles toward Dakin in a streak of red energy. Dakin notes Ethan's fast, but straightforward attack and plans to block and counter. He braces with mana-coated sword, confident he can defend and retaliate. Ethan suddenly alters his strike mid-swing, surprising Dakin. The redirected blow tears through Dakin's guard. Dakin realizes in shock that Ethan changed the attack mid-arc. Ethan's strike smashes, taken aside and sends him crashing painfully to the ground. The impact blasts debris everywhere, showing the overwhelming force of Ethan's blow. Ethan stands amidst swirling energy, his great sword humming with power. The remaining soldiers in Heim, stunned that a knight fell in one hit, panic as Ethan is recognized as someone entirely beyond them. The butler reveals the young man is the Archduke of Arden, and orders everyone to disarm and surrender. The gathered soldiers realize the youth before them is from the heroic Arden family, who destroyed the Red Scorpion. The soldiers drop their spears and immediate surrender. The Archduke praises the soldiers for recognizing their place, and warns Heims to understand his as well. Terrified, Heim agrees to a private conversation with the Archduke at Heim's mansion in Nariko town. The Archduke criticizes the customs officer for growing rich enough to live in a better house than him. Under pressure, the officer confesses Baron Kargas ordered excessive tax collection, and that the details are in a secret account book. After examining the records, the Archduke decides he has enough evidence and calls Hans. Hans says he has recorded everything that happened inside a magical memory sphere. The Archduke gives Hans a scroll for Baron Kargas, and entrusts him with the memory sphere. The Archduke adds one more instruction for Hans. He clarifies that the Baron wanted higher taxes, not for the officer to line his own pockets, and orders Hans to ensure the man never repeats such behavior. Reviewing a letter, someone deduces that the Archduke's earlier pressure was meant to gain power at the family's meeting, and to subdue and recruit Baron Kargas afterward through the memory sphere. An ally agrees this plan suits their need to investigate the Archduke. The distant ally asks to be informed of any progress. Learning of these developments, Baron Kargas furiously lashes out. The enraged Baron realizes his superiors intend to use him as expendable bait. Reading Ethan's note about illegal tax rates, and remembering how Ethan defeated his men, Kargas concludes drastic action is his only option. He summons his butler, and orders that Ruin be sent to the hunting mansion, while the Archduke is formally invited to the Baron's mansion. Kargas now regards Ethan as a formidable enemy, and resolves to confront and eliminate him personally. Ethan reflects that he has caught many corrupt tax officials over the last 3 weeks, and assumes Baron Kargas is fuming. While reading documents, Ethan invites a visitor into his office. Myers enters, confirming Ethan had called for him. Ethan tells Myers to prepare immediately to visit an indirect branch family. Ethan says there is a task he needs Myers to carry out, leaving Myers puzzled. Myers protests in confusion about going to an indirect branch family, and Ethan replies he will explain. Ethan states there are 3 main reasons for sending Myers to a branch family. He begins by explaining that since Taryn left, only 2 successors remain in the main family. Ethan adds that while he is currently dismantling Baron Kargas, the branch families will dislike it, but cannot easily move against him because of his personal immunity. Second, he says, the branch families will want to block his succession, to preserve their power, and thus try to back Myers as their preferred successor. Ethan reminds Myers the branch families have already attempted to recruit him, which shocks Myers as he recalls prior approaches. Lastly, Ethan says that if Myers convinces them he is on their side, they will fully support him. Myers indicates he now understands Ethan's political strategy. Ethan concludes that they will infiltrate the enemy's camp. Concerned, Ethan warns that the mission could put Myers in danger. Myers assures him he understands the risks and accepts them. Ethan thanks Myers and confirms Myers only needs to feign allegiance and collect the branch family's support. Ethan explains that while the branch families support Myers, they cannot harshly oppose Ethan's actions, giving him time to prepare their downfall. Ethan names their first target as Count Fern's influential branch family, and says Hans will accompany Myers for support. Fired up, Myers vows to successfully carry out the mission. Elsewhere, workers secure crates onto a carriage. A young woman anxiously asks if someone is really going through with a planned departure. Myers, dressed for travel, reacts cluelessly as the woman scolds him for ignoring her. She angrily questions the sense of suddenly leaving for half a year. Without preparation, and Myers apologizes. He promises to write often, and she reluctantly tells him to take care and send letters frequently. As Myers is about to leave, someone calls him to wait. Ethan approaches and tells Myers he trusts him, but urges him to be careful. Myers is deeply moved by Ethan's faith in him. They seal their resolve with a firm handshake. As Myers tells Ethan to leave everything to him, Myers cheerfully departs in the carriage with Hans. The driver urges the horses onward and the carriage pulls away. Ethan and the others watch the carriage go. As the hoofs clatter on the stone, two carriages travel along a forest road toward their separate destinations. Myers' supply carriage and the passenger carriage continue side by side through the countryside. One carriage hits a rock in the road, jolting violently inside. Two noblemen are thrown about and complain loudly about the rough road, and whether the Baron is worth such hardship. The blonde noble grumbles that his suffering should be recognized, and casually asks about his monthly allowance. His attendant replies that the Baron has generously granted him 100 gold coins this month. Shocked, the noble exclaims, "It was only 1 gold previously." He bitterly recalls losing some money, gambling, and having his allowance cut. Yet now the Baron is giving 100 gold to supposed vagrant. Enraged, he orders Shuran to put only 10 coins into a pouch, and to give him the remaining 90. The attendant agrees, deciding 10 coins are reasonable compensation for his master's troubles, and begins handing them over. The noble snatches all the coins, deciding the homeless can survive on 10, while he enjoys 10 days of fun with the rest. The anxious attendant warns that angering the Archduke is risky, since rumors say he defeated an official knight, and the Baron advised caution. The noble dismisses the concern, reasoning that because the payment is 10 times last month's, no one will be upset, and boasting that as a newly promoted 3-star knight, he is safe. Ethan's memory recalls an ally once telling him not to worry, and to go ahead with a dangerous mission. The ally had vowed to defend their base with his life, until Ethan returned after defeating the Dragon King. Back in the present, a wooden practice sword is raised toward the sky. That wooden blade smashes into training dummies in Ethan's yard. While striking, Ethan worries about Taryn, wondering why he has been unreachable since Ethan awoke in this life. He imagines Taryn rushing out to save their collapsing family, and laments not knowing his current condition. Ethan confides that he wants to storm in and drag Taryn back himself. His frustration erupts, and powered swings carve the practice field with explosive arcs. A flaming aura flares as Ethan's blows pulverize the training dummies and surrounding ground. He knows his enemies would never simply release Taryn, and admits their likely schemes infuriate him even more. At that moment, a carriage wheel outside passes over a small stone. Ethan pauses mid-training, turning toward the unexpected noise. The carriage horses are reined in, stopping before Ethan inside another carriage. The attendant announces they have arrived at their destination. The nobleman complains about having to visit a residence perched atop such a steep hill. Outside Ethan's house, he glares coldly at the visitors and demands to know who they are. The blonde noble smirks, and says he has brought an allowance from Baron Kargus. He tosses a pouch of gold at Ethan's feet, and asks mockingly if Ethan has ever seen so much money. The coins roll and scatter as they hit the ground. Ethan stares in silence, while the noble assumes the sight of gold has left the homeless Archduke speechless. Ethan, back turned pointedly, asks why his noble house should bow to a mere duke family. The noble demands thanks for the money. Acting smug and superior, he continues insulting Ethan as a dependent who survives on their monthly allowances. Ethan calmly steps forward and punches him so hard he flies backwards, dazed on the ground and bleeding. The noble struggles to grasp that a supposed vagrant just struck him. Ethan grabs him by the collar as he sputters in disbelief. Lifting him, Ethan orders him to repeat who he is, and forces the terrified noble to answer. Ethan presses, asking Kargus what to make him state his full identity. The moment the noble begins to say Baron Kargus, Ethan smashes his face again. The noble screams as Ethan continues the brutal beating. While choking, the noble tries to gather mana in his body. Glowing with power, he yells that Ethan is crazy and activates his aura. He rages that Ethan is dead for attacking him. While his power surges, blue energy crackles around his chest. As he continues to shout, his aura lashes out. lifting him in Ethan's grip. As he tries to break free, Ethan senses something odd and wonders about this unfamiliar aura. He realizes the noble has learned the Duke family's breathing technique, and hears the noble threaten to crush his wrist. Ethan notes how crude the technique feels compared to proper training, making the spectacle seem messy and uncontrolled. Remembering the refined Duke technique, Ethan suspects the noble stole the method, instead of being taught, and questions if he somehow learned it alone. Ethan decides it is fortunate he possesses a skill that can suppress the Duke's breathing technique. Using that power, Ethan disrupts the noble's aura, making him convulse in shock. The noble collapses as Ethan's red energy flickers around his own hand. The fallen noble blusters that the attack did not hurt at all, trying to save face. Suddenly, his body feels wrong, prompting a panicked ha. He looks down to see his aura fading and his mana center darkening. Crying out in terror, he demands to know what Ethan has done to him. Ethan calmly replies that he has sealed the noble's mana. Leaving the man stunned, Ethan mocks him as a thief who used stolen scrolls without understanding real mana techniques. Furious and humiliated, the maneless noble charges Ethan with a wild punch. Ethan counters with a swift, controlled strike. His kick hammers the noble into the ground with overwhelming force. Ethan stands over him, expression hardening. Turning to the frightened attendant, Ethan demands to know why they came. Trembling, the attendant explains he brought an invitation from Baron Cargos, along with a support sum of 100 gold coins. Ethan tells him to stow the money, and muses that he had wondered what move the Baron would make. Reading the letter, Ethan thinks that it is convenient. The Baron has chosen to summon him personally. The next day, preparations are made for Ethan's departure. As servants load another carriage, Helen anxiously asks if Ethan will be alright traveling alone. Ethan reassures her that he is simply answering an invitation. She begins to protest further, but he waves and promises he will return safely. Ethan departs in a carriage while Helen watches. Worried in chibi form, she grumbles that he even brought a blade, when he claimed he was only going to talk. Ethan rides toward Baron Cargus, thinking that whatever the Baron tries, his punishment is already decided. Inside the carriage, Ethan assumes the Baron has some hidden trump card. If he dared send an invitation, Ethan decides to see firsthand how the Baron intends to resolve the mess he has created. The story shifts to Minor City. Poor at Baron Cargo's grand but ostentatious headquarters, Ethan observes that behind the city's splendor, the citizens' suffering is hidden, and notes that only the Arden Duke family is openly despised. As his carriage arrives at the Baron's mansion, Ethan senses the cries of the Righton blood, and is told by the driver that they have reached their destination. Exiting the carriage, Ethan is greeted brusquely by a man asking if he is the guest. The muscular third son complains that he told his father inviting Ethan was a bad idea, and asks where his younger brother, who went to fetch him, is. Ethan sharply questions who this man thinks he is, to speak down to a direct descendant of the Duke family. The third son grabs Ethan by the collar, threatening to correct the arrogance of someone who relies only on his title. Ethan's eyes glow as he repeats the insult, and lets his killing intent leak out. The third son thinks Ethan finds the situation amusing, and moves to attack him. Ethan counters with a powerful, upward kick that launches the man into the air. The impact sends the third son crashing violently into the mansion grounds. Ethan derides the idea of a thug like him fixing anyone lying battered. The third son reels in disbelief that he was struck so easily. Meanwhile, Ethan casually drags the unconscious, blind younger brother from the carriage. Unseen by the third son, Ethan tosses the tied-up younger brother at the third son's feet, saying he has brought the sibling he was looking for. Outraged at the sight, the third son demands to know if Ethan is responsible for his condition. Ethan smiles and admits no one else could have done it. The third son clenches his fists, powering up for a serious fight. He roars an insult and surges forward, electricity crackling around his weapons, screaming that he will kill Ethan. The third son charges, setting the stage for their true battle. The protagonist notes in annoyance that yet another opponent is attacking him with stolen sword techniques. As the enemy knight swings, he is shocked that his blade never connects, and wonders where the protagonist vanished. The protagonist instantly appears behind him, and crushes his head into the ground. With overwhelming strength, he slams the knight so hard into the floor that debris explodes around them. From above, we see the defeated knight embedded in the ground, while the protagonist stands over him, The protagonist admits the knight's persistence is irritating, and hefts his massive sword. Standing over the fallen knight, he calmly declares he will finish things with his next strike. As he turns away, someone suddenly orders him to stop, and a new blade descends toward him. An armored pink-haired knight clashes swords with the protagonist. Initiating a new duel, the armored knight dashes in, swinging his sword while the protagonist prepares to respond. Introducing himself as Manhwa, Grand Master of the Baron family's knights, he accuses the Archduke of overstepping and warns him to back off. Manhwa vows that if the Archduke refuses to yield, he will have to use force. The protagonist asks if they truly think he crossed the line, and begins lifting his great sword. He presses Manhwa by asking whether pointing a blade at a direct heir of a ducal house is really justified. Smirking, the protagonist invites Manhwa to try stopping a serious attack from him. Pointing to the battered thug on the ground, he says that if they insist on violence, they will need someone stronger than this man. He taunts that Manhwa will have to do far better than that underling if he hopes to win. Manhwa, resigning himself, apologizes in advance and powers up to fight. The Grandmaster unleashes a powerful sword shockwave, rushing toward the protagonist. The protagonist, momentarily surprised, braces himself for the incoming attack. Manhwa presses in with rapid blows, while the protagonist blocks with a blazing red aura. The Grandmaster continues a whirlwind assault, swinging from multiple angles. He closes in with a sweeping attack, trying to overwhelm the calm Archduke. Their fierce clash sends shock waves skimming the ground. Watching Manhwa's skill, the protagonist inwardly acknowledges that the knight is quite capable. Manhwa rains down heavy strikes, while the protagonist holds his ground beneath the barrage. The Archduke muscles through the pressure and starts pushing the Grandmaster back. Manhwa aims to drive him away entirely, thinking he can force the advantage. The two exchange a high-speed charge, their blades crossing as they rush past each other. The protagonist suddenly reacts to something. Eyes narrowing mid-fight, Manhwa lets out a battle cry as he dives from above in a finishing maneuver. The resulting impact sends the previous thug flying and cracks the ground around the combatants. Manhwa believes he has successfully blinded the Archduke and plans to subdue him without inflicting fatal wounds. But the protagonist counters with a blast of power that shatters the knight's tactic. Manhwa stares in disbelief, realizing his plan failed. As he coughs blood, he panics that the Archduke's counterattack is going to kill him. At the last moment, the protagonist twists his blade away from a lethal hit. The redirected strike only grazes Manhwa, sparing his life. We see the Archduke standing behind the staggered Grandmaster, having intentionally held back. Manhwa reacts with shock, realizing he was deliberately spared. Confused, he wonders why the Archduke turned his blade when he could easily have struck him down. He questions whether the Archduke intentionally spared him, and retreats shaken. A furious shout interrupts as more family members rush onto the scene. The Baron's wife runs to her unconscious son Ruin, crying out for him to wake while servants try to protect her. Trembling with rage over her son's condition, she begins to curse those responsible. Enraged, she screams that a declining ducal family dared to lay hands on her son. She orders Manhwa to arrest the so-called psychopath immediately, and demands to know why he is hesitating. A baritone voice bellows for everyone to stop at once. Baron Helmut arrives flanked by his armed men. Marching down the steps, he advances with a hard glare, his presence reinforcing his authority. The Baroness wails that the Archduke has hurt their sons, and Baron Helmut assures her he will handle it, and sends her to safety. Helmut instructs Manhwa to watch over his wife and Ruin, and the Grandmaster agrees. Facing the Archduke, Helmut greets him for the first time in 10 years, and politely asks for his injured son to be returned. Before they discuss matters, the Archduke replies that while it has indeed been a long time, he cannot comply with that request. Standing over the beaten thug with his sword at the man's neck, the Archduke announces that attacking a ducal heir demands severe punishment, calling this an execution. The Baron pleads for calm, apologizes on his son's behalf, and argues that the Duke's laws no longer hold real power, despite the Archduke's immunity. He explains that the Senate now rules the duchy, that his son's trial will be decided there, and proposes they resolve misunderstandings and ally, so the Arden House can regain strength. The Archduke ignores the offer, calling to Baron Helmet by name. As he levels his sword, he begins to say that, if the Arden line is not treated as the center of the ducal house, he furiously demands to know why the dukedom's retainers exist at all. If Arden is not its core, raising his weapon in rage, Helmet screams the Archduke's name in alarm. The great sword slams into the ground beside Dexter, rather than his neck, leaving Helmet stunned into silence. Losing patience, Helmet draws his weapon and shouts at the Archduke not to test him. He threatens that if the Archduke wants to live, he must release Helmet's son and beg for forgiveness. On his knees gripping Dexter's clothes, the Archduke scoffs at the idea of forgiveness, and laughs at Helmet's demand. Dragging Dexter's battered body, he coldly declares his decision to wipe out the entire Kargus Baron family. He proclaims that the Baron has broken his duties as a vassal, and strikes Helmet hard. The Archduke lists how the Baron tried to hide his crimes by threatening the ducal heir, and even endangering his life. He sentences Helmet for treason, announcing that all rights, titles and the castle itself will be stripped away. Helmet, seething with pride, resents that a mere descendant dares pronounce judgment over him. He rages that a child dares lecture him about the law. Helmet orders his elite knights to move in and suppress the Archduke. He secretly commands them to cripple the Archduke, so he can never interfere with their schemes again. The Archduke, expecting such treachery, calmly calls Helmet a cheap schemer and readies his flaming sword. The scene shifts to the imperial capital, Palatium of the Hydra and Empire. In the Imperial Council chamber, a meeting is wrapping up when someone asks if there is any further business. Marquis Bluton of the Best family requests permission from the Emperor to speak. The Emperor finds it curious that the Best's Marquis suddenly has something to raise, but allows him to proceed. Bluton thanks him and announces that Archduke Arden has personally come to meet His Majesty. The narration reminds us that the Arden heir once fell into a coma. After a devastating mana overflow, the Emperor muses to himself, wondering when Arden aligned with the Base's family. An official asks what Arden's message contains, and learns that Baron Kargus has broken the vassal contract. In various ways, Bluton details the charges: violating tariff limits, secretly raising troops, and illegally selling and leaking a ducal family's techniques. Another noble quietly concludes that, as suspected, the kingdom's 7 great families are displeased. The council notes that memory sphere evidence clearly proves Kargus's crimes, and that Arden has requested confiscation of the Baron's castle. The Emperor reflects that, choosing between the 7 supporting families and the fabled guardians, the Ardens, will not be easy. He ultimately says this problem is not for him alone to decide, declaring that the Ardens were already removed from the Senate, and that this is now an internal family matter. He states he will not directly interfere. The Emperor concludes that they must trust the Archduke to resolve it himself, and agrees to have that message conveyed. Bluton realizes with a start that the king has effectively abandoned Arden. The narration over the battling Archduke states that the king has given up on supporting Arden. Back in a safe room, the Baroness is led inside, told she is secure, and continues sobbing. Servants close the windows and are ordered to bring her warm tea. As she cries, Menharden tells the staff he will return to the Baron, and they urge the Grandmaster to stay safe. We see the Grandmaster's armored steps echoing as he departs. Walking alone, Menharden feels uneasy, wondering why the Archduke spared him and why that mercy unsettles him. Meanwhile, outside, the Archduke fights Helmet's knights, effortlessly batting one aside with his enormous sword. He dodges and counters coordinated strikes from multiple attackers. One of the knights thinks he has caught the Archduke off guard, and lunges, and the Archduke is momentarily pressed. As a powerful wave smashes toward him, he rises from the impact with an almost bored expression. Unharmed, surrounded by flashing blades, he continues to evade and block without being touched. His sword slams into the ground, preparing for a new maneuver. Using the planted blade as leverage, he vaults forward and kicks an attacker away. Observing from a distance, Helmet orders his men to attack together so the Archduke cannot move. While being informed his family is safe inside, Helmet thanks Menharden for escorting his wife and son, and smugly tells her that she will not need to go outside, because the knights will handle everything. Menharden, watching from the room, silently thinks that the Archduke is fighting strangely. He realizes the Archduke is deliberately wasting openings, and not seriously attacking. Manhattan feels as if the Archduke is toying with the knights, rather than treating them as real threats. The protagonist smirks, clearly confident and looking down on the knight's abilities. He stomps the ground to launch himself. He rockets high into the air above the battlefield, sword ready as the knights look up in alarm. Counting his opponents, he announces he has tallied them all and that he is finished preparing. He then unleashes a massive, red energy wave that sweeps across the entire courtyard. The blast engulfs the knights in a devastating explosion of power. Helmet and Manhattan recoil at the attack, with Helmet shouting in disbelief and asking where the Archduke learned such techniques. The Archduke continues charging toward them. Amid the shock waves, Helmet yells that the Archduke cannot escape and vows to imprison him in the dungeon forever. Not just for 10 years. The Archduke plants his sword firmly, gathering power for an even stronger technique. He notes that his next move is a wide area skill, and that he must avoid harming bystanders. He pours intense energy into his blade. As the aura flares violently around him, the gathered power spirals outward into a fiery vortex. Centered on the Archduke, Helmet feels the overwhelming energy, panicking and demanding to know what trick the Archduke is using now. The Archduke roars as he swings, driving the attack to its peak. His explosive attack fully detonates in a blinding flash. Manhattan stares in horror at the scale of the technique. The Archduke's eyes blaze as he drives his full strength into the strike. Manhattan desperately shouts for everyone to dodge. The narration names the move as Arden's hidden ultimate technique. Second form, the technique called Explosive Fire Wave, tears through the enemy ranks. Elsewhere, a woman burns her fingers on hot tea and reacts with mild surprise. She worries aloud about whether Ethan is all right, and hopes he is not acting recklessly. Looking out the window, she fondly admits recklessness suits Ethan, and notes how odd it feels not hearing his and another's battle cries. Outside, enemies scream as they are engulfed in the Archduke's raging flames. Manhattan, shielding himself, marvels that the Archduke produced such destructive power. With so little mana, the firestorm surges across the courtyard, obliterating the attacking knights. When the smoke clears, most knights lie burned or dead, while a few survivors struggle on the ground. Helmet and Manhattan, standing amid smoke and flames, are left reeling by the devastation. Helmet gapes in disbelief, wondering if what he is seeing could possibly be real. He realizes with terror that his elite knights, once capable of facing thousands, have been bisected by a single swing. We see the Archduke's hands tightening around his sword hilt again. He notes that his mana is nearly depleted, and this must be his current physical limit, admitting he would have collapsed without the monarch's blessing. Looming through swirling mists, he tells Baron Helmet that it is now his turn. Surrounded by ominous red aura, he states that Helmet's long-standing contempt for the ducal family carries a heavy sin. Terrified, and Helmet tries to rally anyone left by offering a huge gold bounty to whoever can bring down the exhausted Archduke. Manhattan reflects in awe that the previous skill was not only powerful, but impossibly precise, hitting specific targets inside that gigantic wave of fire. The narration adds that any surviving knights must now understand the enormous power gap, and would be fools to raise their blades again. The Archduke glances back with a relaxed smile, completely unthreatened. Walking up to Manhattan, he casually asks the shaken Grandmaster whether he would like to fight another round. Manhattan, humbled, admits he has already been defeated by the Archduke, and no longer stands as his equal. Ethan uses magic on the panicked Baron, while someone remarks that the Baron is merely repeating his excuse. Ethan drives his glowing hand into the Baron's chest, making the Baron cry out in pain. A pink-haired knight rushes over, shouting for the fallen Baron. As Ethan stands nearby, Ethan orders Grandmaster Manhattan to imprison the Baron and keep watch over him, shocking the knight. Manhattan protests that locking up his own lord violates his knightly code. Ethan replies that he entrusts this task to Manhattan because he is a loyal knight. Ethan reminds Manhattan the Baron has already lost his title by committing treason. Ethan warns that if the Baron escapes, the law will execute his entire family, which horrifies Manhattan. Ethan tells Manhattan to remember his purpose as a loyal knight, and Manhattan reluctantly agrees to obey. Ethan and Manhattan stand over the unconscious Baron as the Kargatha's family banner burns nearby. From inside his cell, the imprisoned Baron rants that Ethan and his allies will not be safe. The Baron grabs the bars and demands that his cell be opened at once. The Baron screams for Manhattan to release him, while Ethan tells Manhattan he will leave the rest to him. As Ethan departs the dungeon, Manhattan calls out to him, asking to pose a question. Manhattan recalls that he and the other knights attacked Ethan, under Baron Helmet's orders, and wonders why some of them were spared. Ethan says that swords reveal the heart, and that knights speak with their blades. Hinting at his reason, Ethan remembers that everyone he met, after awakening from his mana rush, including Helmet, tried to erase the Duke's family's legacy. He recalls realizing in battle with Manhattan that some people still truly respected the Duke house. Ethan remembers clashing swords with Manhattan, and sensing in that fight a rare respect for the Duke family. Thinking back on that duel, Ethan admits he felt somewhat relieved. Ethan tells Manhattan that, whether his feelings were remorse or longing, does not matter. Manhattan thinks that it is enough for him that someone still honors the Duke family's blade. Ethan ends their talk again, entrusting the situation in the dungeon to Sir Manhattan. Later, Ethan enters Baron Helmet's office. Ethan calls out asking if the Archduke is there. As someone answers with curiosity, a well-dressed blond man introduces himself as Raymond, the Baron family's eldest son, saying he awaited Ethan's arrival. Ethan internally notes that this man waited for the very person who imprisoned his father and brothers. Ethan approaches and warns Raymond to choose his words carefully. If he wants something, Raymond nervously insists he is unlike his corrupt relatives, and proposes making a deal with Ethan. Ethan smiles sharply and repeats the word deal, amused. Raymond, flustered, is unsure how Ethan will respond. Ethan says Raymond does not grasp the situation, and explains a deal requires equal standing. Ethan abruptly seizes Raymond by the throat, lifting him in the air. Ethan accuses the Baron family of treason against the Arden line, and asks if Raymond is really in any position to bargain. Choking, Raymond realizes he must speak quickly before he dies. He gasps out that he has information about the seventh family of the kin, which instantly grabs Ethan's attention. Ethan drops Raymond and orders him to speak, while Raymond coughs on the floor. Ethan threatens that if Raymond lies, he will also be jailed for treason. Raymond insists the information truly concerns the seventh family. Raymond hands Ethan a thick, red book he calls a pre-technology agreement. Ethan recalls how after the Arden family's downfall, their banner was ruined. He remembers that the seventh family then demanded the Duke's vision book from the collateral branches. The justification was that they needed it to rebuild weakened armies and protect the realm from foreign threats. Under that pressure, the collateral families finally surrendered Arden's vision book. Raymond admits they were too weak to decipher its secrets, and too weak to resist the strong. They therefore had to purchase a simplified version of the techniques from the seventh family instead. Ethan learns the book in front of him is that simplified version, and silently ridicules their incompetence. Raymond explains that because high-ranked translations like mana breathing were costly, they levied heavy taxes on the populace. After skimming the contents, Ethan dismisses the simplified vision book as trash. He states that the book only contains minor worthless skills. Shocking Raymond, Ethan points out that no Saint Arden would have handed over their true secrets, so the collateral families were duped and lost everything. Ethan reflects that when danger loomed, they formed alliances, but now without danger, they act only from greed. He concludes by telling Raymond he will spare the remaining members of the Baron family. In return, Ethan orders Raymond to gather all of the Baron's account books and wait for further instructions. In the outbuilding, Ethan recalls the ruinous battlefield where the Arden banner once lay broken. On that field, he had once seen dead comrades and enemies strewn around him. Ethan now stands amid burning corpses and armor, wondering where he is. He realizes he had been at the training grounds moments earlier, and is disoriented by this sudden shift. A roaring demon-like monster appears before him. In this vision, Ethan raises his sword defensively, as a massive blade swings toward him. Another armored fighter intercepts the attack and is struck instead. Crying out, Ethan sees he is unharmed and questions whether this is reality. He concludes this battlefield is a memory from his past life. A familiar voice praises the Archduke for his great victory. As another figure approaches him on the field, Ethan recognizes the newcomer and begins to shout at him. He realizes the man is Kargus from the past, who should be dead and in hell. The apparition accuses Ethan of acting like a Wyverian, suddenly returning and flying around unpredictably. Cargo's voice challenges Ethan, saying he is just an outsider, changing the world's flow like those he despises. Images of Ethan's fallen loved ones and enemies flash through his mind. As he rejects that accusation, Ethan screams no, refusing the idea that he should not interfere. With that defiant cry, he cuts through the hallucination with a powerful sword strike. Ethan snaps back to the present training ground, his blow having destroyed several practice targets. Gasping, he thinks of his sister, Myers and Taryn, resolving that since they are alive in this life, he will protect them regardless of right or wrong. He vows that whatever the world's flow, he will protect his family at any cost. A comedic aside shows Ethan startled by an unseen protest, that his resolve is somehow incorrect. Elsewhere, an old man shouts at guards outside the estate gate that the Archduke knows him and demands entry. The old man struggles against attendance, insisting he is also a guest and must meet the Archduke. When he spots Ethan, he recognizes him as Priscine and calls out. Ethan greets him and notes that the merchant, Mitchell and Jaren, has come as well. Priscine joyfully cries out to the Archduke. Moved to tears, Ethan recalls that in his past life, Priscine was a genius clerk who single-handedly handled Arden's paperwork. Priscine explains that he and the other capable officials were dismissed for supporting Ethan, hence his humble clothes. Ethan realizes the Senate is purging useful people to weaken the Duke's house from within, and is glad Priscine appeared when he needed an administrator. Ethan thanks fate that Priscine arrived and introduces Michelin as a vendor working with the Duke family. Priscine apologizes for Michelin's earlier commotion, but Michelin says it is fine. Michelin says he was shocked when Ethan suddenly took over the Baron family, and starts to mention the Senate, before Ethan cuts off the subject. Ethan asserts that this land belongs to the Arden family, and calls it Arden's territory. Michelin objects that such ownership usually requires the king's grant, repeating what he heard from Raymond. Ethan comments that the collateral houses and the seventh family have staged quite a show, and as Arden's direct heir, he does not need anyone's permission to reclaim his land. He even derides the king for letting things become so bad, making Michelin spit out his tea in shock. Michelin nervously warns Ethan that even with legal immunity, such words are dangerous. Ethan reassures them he will soon bring good news. Michelin, trusting Ethan, prepares to go carry out the business Ethan assigned him. Priscine happily notes how much Ethan has changed, and observes he will need many administrators. Priscine offers to introduce a child he is raising, and Ethan is surprised to learn he has a ward. Ethan allows the visitor to enter. Priscilla brings in a blue-haired youth, explaining the boy was adopted through a connection. The boy respectfully says it is an honor to meet Ethan. The youth stands before Ethan, about to introduce himself. He gives his name as Lawrence, addressing Ethan formally as Duke. Ethan repeats the name Lawrence. Startled, Ethan's thoughts overlay the boy with the image of Sylvia from his memories, and he realizes something is odd. The scene shifts to the Aryan Plains. Under the restored art and banners, Ethan, now armored, rides to the front of assembled troops on horseback. Sylvia rides up, reporting that all units are in position. Ethan praises Sylvia's speed while Sylvia downplays the compliment. Narration explains that Ethan and Sylvia spent a week planning this battle to reverse the situation, heavily relying on Arden's death. Defying core, Sylvia says only Ethan needs to give the order to attack. Ethan marvels that Sylvia is likely the only soldier capable of devising such a strategy, always placing cavalry at key enemy points. He acknowledges Sylvia's genius and worries about Sylvia's health. After working non-stop for 3 days, Sylvia admits he can only rest after fully internalizing his plans, and that he is never at ease when lives are lost on the opposing side. Dragon-like soldiers blow war horns. Narration states that monstrous enemies threaten all of humanity, and Sylvia resolves to use his tactics to save as many people as possible. Sylvia declares he is willing to give his life for that goal. Ethan responds that they will cut down the invaders and save humankind. As the enemy army begins marching, Ethan orders his aide to time. The cohorts move carefully. Ethan's forces sound their own battle horns. Massive counterweight engines prepare and unleash stones. Huge rocks crash into the battlefield, shaking the ground. Ethan raises his sword and commands all troops to charge to arms. The bombardment smashes into the enemy lines. Amid explosions, narration says that day's battle was fiercer than any other. as Ethan fights from horseback. More narration notes that countless lives were lost, even as Sylvia leads the forces. Yet thanks to Sylvia's genius tactics, the humans overcame their disadvantage and won. Afterward, Ethan carries the wounded Sylvia. As blood drips from Sylvia's hand, Ethan remembers that this victory was also the last time he ever saw Sylvia alive back in the present. Ethan is certain the youth before him really is the Sylvia he once knew. He wonders why that same person is now calling himself Lawrence. Ethan observes that not only the name, but even the boy's demeanor differs from the Sylvia he remembers. Lawrence reveals his family, starved because of heavy taxes imposed by the Baron. Ethan deduces that unlike in his past life, after Arden's fall the Collado families became open tyrants. Priscilla explains he came because this child wanted to meet Ethan. Ethan considers testing whether Lawrence has the same talents, and begins addressing him formally. Ethan states that they all know the Baron situation, and asks how he should deal with the rest of the family. Lawrence suggests sparing them as living scarecrows, to deter other families, prompting Ethan to ask for his reasoning. Lawrence explains that as long as the cargo's name remains, even as powerless figures, other houses will hesitate to provoke Ethan. He adds that promising those remnants a place could let Ethan recruit useful informants from among future outcasts. Lawrence concludes that Ethan lacks manpower, and should employ anyone he can, which Priscilla agrees with. Ethan notes Lawrence's phrase about the future, and asks what he should do going forward. Lawrence calmly advises Ethan to form his own army, since he cannot face the 9 other families alone. He outlines that Ethan must first trick the collateral branches into fighting one another. To buy time, Lawrence continues, saying that once Ethan controls at least 4 territories, and splits the Duke's land into 3 blocks, victory is assured. Hearing this, Ethan silently confirms that Lawrence truly is the same person he once knew. Ethan tells Priscilla that his child is much sharper than he expected. Ethan turns to Lawrence and asks his opinion, prompting a surprised response. Ethan, overlaying his memory of Sylvia beside him on the battlefield, invites Lawrence to become his advisor. Time passes and guards escort shackled Baron retainers through town. Toward a building, the prisoners are brought into a storeroom-like area under guard. Inside, one guard is suddenly struck and knocked down. With a cry, Manhattan tells the injured guard to fall back, and declares he will confront the attacker himself. A furious Baron retainer, glowing with power, calls Manhattan a traitor, and questions whether he is truly a knight of the Baron. Manhattan glares at the Baron, powered by mana, and demands why he must listen to someone like him. The enraged Baron, read in mana, shouts that he did not learn mana alone, and that everyone who followed him is the same. Manhattan acknowledges the Baron, and declares that forming proper allies is a knight's duty. The Baron, feeling betrayed, charges at Manhattan while insulting him. Manhattan tells the Baron to keep talking, as he prepares a mana-infused counterattack. Manhattan unleashes a powerful blow that slams into the Baron's torso. The Baron is knocked across the room, while Manhattan lands from the attack. Manhattan orders the soldiers to tie the Baron up, and destroy his manholes, and they obey. Someone praises Manhattan's work and he turns, realizing it is the advisor. The white-haired advisor approaches, calmly drawing Manhattan's attention. Manhattan silently studies the advisor. Thinking about him, Manhattan recalls first being ordered by the stranger to annihilate the 8 gates of darkness, and his initial surprise at obeying. Observing the bound Baron, Manhattan reflects that the advisor executes tasks with chilling, calculated efficiency, as if long prepared. Manhattan wonders who the advisor truly is. While the advisor urges them to move before others notice, the advisor states that 7 gates remain. Marching with knights, Manhattan vows to clear all the remaining gates before nightfall. Later, in a library, the Archduke confirms with the advisor what he had said. The blacksmith excuses himself for a walk, leaving the advisor alone with the Archduke. A tense silence falls as the two sit across the table. The advisor thanks the Archduke for his offer, but says he must refuse it. The Archduke politely asks the advisor to explain his reason. The advisor hesitates, struggling to answer. Gathering resolve, the advisor begins to speak frankly. He reveals that he is actually a girl. She narrates that she grew up as an uneducated girl of low status, in the slums, living in the worst conditions of society. She explains that her father shared society's contempt for girls, and resented her. Instead of the Baron who taxed away his medicine money, she recounts that her father died, blaming her for being born a girl who could not join the knights. Hatred focused solely on her gender. After his death, tax collectors tried to sell her as a slave, because the family could no longer pay taxes, refusing to abandon her little brother. She and he survived by constantly fleeing from those collectors. They resorted to stealing and pickpocketing to live while she endured, only for her brother's sake. She says that pursuers eventually ruined even that fragile life. A flashback shows her brother being dragged away, implying his capture or death. She explains that agents of the 8 Dark Gates found them, and she lost her beloved brother, Lawrence, as well after everything precious was taken, and she had been despised for being a girl. Life felt meaningless. She decided after Lawrence died to live as a man using his name. She now fears that if her true sex as a low-born girl is exposed, people will accuse the Archduke of hiring her for immoral reasons. Apologizing, she insists she cannot accept the position of advisor. The Archduke slams his fist and declares that he disagrees. He tells her to ignore those cruel prejudices, insisting that talent has neither rank nor gender. He urges her to stand tall as advisor of Arden, and to break the fingers of anyone who points at her in mockery. He explains that the 8 Gates are private groups the Baron used for tax evasion, and offers her revenge if he gives her a knight and soldiers. Can she handle it? She replies that if given one day, she vows with fierce determination to wipe the 8 Gates completely from the city. The Archduke agrees enthusiastically, and says he will wait for the result. The scene shifts to City Hermes, introducing the new setting. In Kelmond Castle, Duke Myers finishes some work with a sigh, visiting Count Chiman Ferns. He compliments the Count's impressive office. Count Chiman, introduced as a collateral count, asks why the Archduke's brother has come, when the Archduke should be busy. Myers admits his brother has been acting strangely since awakening. Alarmed, Chiman asks what he means, and Myers tells him to look at an injury. Myers reveals the bruised arm, explaining that the Archduke himself caused the wound. He adds that the Archduke also hits his chamberlain Hans. Whenever annoyed behavior Myers cannot tolerate. Myers notes that his brother was quiet 10 years ago, and guesses the manner rush changed him into another person. Shimon pretends to ponder, but inwardly thinks everything now makes sense. He recalls having lost contact with Helmut for days, and concludes the Archduke must have acted. Deciding there is no need to hurry, he plans to exploit the youngest duke according to his original scheme. Myers suddenly addresses Count Chiman, startling him with a sly smile. Myers prepares to make a proposal. He asks the Count if he would like to strike a deal. The narration briefly shows the Grand Manor exterior, marking the political stage. Shimon repeats the word deal in surprise, and Myers confirms that making such a deal is why he came. Myers says he learned that collateral nobles are split into fractions, and not all senators are united. Chiman, thinking privately, curses that Myers somehow knows about the 2 rival collateral factions, vying for control. The narrative outlines the Amelton faction led by Count Lugon. It then presents the opposing Ferns faction, centered on Count Chiman himself, because the factions are evenly matched. Both sides are on the verge of open conflict, ready to pounce at any opportunity. Myers says this revelation let him realize someone deliberately tried to cripple him and reduce his family to powerless figureheads. He names Helmut Kargas as the one who orchestrated that attack. He adds that the order to summon him came from higher up. Myers declares that Count Logan was the one who issued that order. He explains that this is why he came to Chiman, proposing a mutually beneficial alliance. While Chiman wonders what is going on, Chiman, shaken, realizes Myers is implying that someone else is backing him. Myers offers that if Chiman helps him depose his reckless brother and make him head of the family, he promises in return to fully support Chiman in bringing down Count Lugo. Chiman thinks this is a perfect chance he cannot let slip out loud. Chiman laughs and agrees, pledging to do his best to make Duke Myers the new head. Later that night, someone knocks at Chiman's office window. Chiman invites the visitor in and his servant, Hans, enters. Hans bows and confirms he was summoned. Chiman welcomes him, saying he has questions to ask. Chiman accuses Hans of having fed false information to the youngest duke. He asks why Hans aided him, despite the danger if the truth is discovered. Hans confesses he actually serves Baron Kargas and came to Chiman, seeking protection for the youngest duke from the Archduke's abuse. Chaemin asks why Hans did not appeal to the Baron's family instead. Hans explains that the Archduke is hostile toward Kargas, so he avoided the Baron's mansion where the Archduke might appear. He adds that going to the opposite faction would have been suicidal, so he slightly altered the truth when speaking to the youngest duke. Chaemin chuckles, calling Hans sly but very helpful, and saying coming to him was a wise move. Hans is shocked to learn that contact with Helmut has been cut off, and Chaemin confirms it. Chaemin tells Hans he now considers him one of his own people. Reassuring him, Hans gratefully thanks Chaemin for his generosity, and Chaemin brushes it off as nothing. Chaemin muses that, although the Archduke's intentions are now hard to read, after Helmut's fall, Hans volunteers to go to the Baron's estate as Chaemin's agent, claiming his familiarity with the Archduke will make him useful. Pleased, Chaemin expresses interest in Hans's offer. He asks if Hans can track the Archduke's movements and timing, and Hans confidently agrees. Chaemin gives Hans a crystal ball and a pouch to report future developments, and Hans accepts eagerly as Hans leaves. His footsteps mark the beginning of the operation. Hans thinks everything is proceeding to plan and vows not to fail. After Duke Myers executed his part so well alone, Chaemin asks an unseen observer for an opinion. Grandmaster Lowenstein steps from the shadows, revealing he has been watching. Lowenstein comments that the situation is plausible, yet conveniently advantageous to Chaemin. He warns that while not an immediate threat, Chaemin should later verify this story, and suggests checking Myers's true identity. Manhattan, narrating, says the Archduke was a kind of person he had never met before. In his long life as a knight, he recalls watching Lawrence burn a gate stronghold, and mercilessly torture and dispose of criminals. Without any pity, Lawrence appears emotionless in the firelight, reflecting his ruthless resolve. Manhwa timidly tells the advisor there is no need to go this far, as prisoners are marched before the flames. Lawrence answers that he already told the Archduke. He had promised that he would completely erase these criminals. Manhattan remembers seeing that terrifying determination. By chance, a soldier recalls the same incident, saying he got goosebumps, and that Lawrence looked like a man-eating devil. Other guards warn a colleague assigned to prison patrol to be careful, as it is like hell under Lawrence. The young guard misunderstands, asking if devil is the name of a criminal gang. Startling his comrade, Lawrence approaches the gate, saying he has a report for the Archduke, and is directed to the training area. Outside, the Archduke is practicing swordsmanship alone among training dummies. He exhales and readies himself with his sword. He launches into footwork, beginning a rapid attack sequence. Flipping through the air, he slashes. As he moves, he tears through the dummies in a blur of strikes. With another powerful cut, he smashes more wooden targets. A wide sword arc finishes the onslaught. The dummies are shredded in multiple streaks, showing the speed of his blows. The final shockwave scatters the remaining pieces around him. Standing among the wreckage, he notes that such training no longer challenges him. Lawrence arrives and announces he has a report. As the Archduke removes his belt, they discuss using trustworthy survivors from the 8 gates to form an intelligence network. The Archduke asks if they can act immediately. Lawrence says about 60 can, but a soldier interrupts to announce Hans's arrival. Hearing the name Hans, the Archduke orders that his servant be brought to the office. He also instructs Lawrence to come along. Walking away, the Archduke comments that Hans's infiltration seems to have succeeded, and they will soon hear whether the strategy worked. The scene shifts to Kilmat Castle's main training arena, where soldiers are sparring. Trainees engage in sword practice under supervision. Myers, armored, now prepares himself for the session. The practice bout begins with swords clashing in the yard. Myers swiftly overwhelms an opponent with powerful blows. He then counters another attack with strong shield work and slashes. He presses the offensive, shouting while swinging at a sparring partner. An opponent launches from above and Myers reacts to the aerial strike. He blocks another attacker's blade close to his face. Observing from above, Chaemin and Lawson judge Myers to be capable enough to serve as family head. Chaemin remarks that Arden blood still runs strong in him. He orders Lawson to conceal the plot from Logan and monitor the Archduke's movements. leaving execution to the Grandmaster. Skimmon later gloats to himself, excited for the upcoming gathering of the families. A letter or report is raised, symbolizing a new message. Back at the Archduke's estate, he reads that Myers is doing well, and asks Hans how Count Chimon reacted. Hans reports that the Count believed their fabricated story completely, and that his transfer to the Baron makes relaying information easier. Lawrence notes that the Archduke has already begun splitting the collateral families, and asks if the goal is the family gathering. The Archduke confirms Hans. Unsettled wonders how Lawrence knows about the plan and asks who he is. Lawrence formally introduces Hans to the Archduke as his Chamberlain, and says they will be working together often. Lawrence then introduces himself directly as the Archduke's advisor. A teacup sits between them, signaling the start of another strategic conversation. Hans and Lawrence sit facing each other, and Hans nervously mutters about meeting the Archduke's formidable advisor. The returning Archduke notes he was gone only a week, yet the household already has an impressive new person. Observing the white-haired boy, he wonders if the child is that intelligent, and also notices his delicate appearance. He imagines the Archduke fondly embracing the pretty boy and concludes, this must be the Archduke's type. The Chamberlain's heart races with perverted fantasies, while the boy coldly wonders what indecent thoughts are twisting his face. The boy calmly points out that the Chamberlain does not seem very fond of him. Flustered, the Chamberlain denies it, yet inwardly admits it and awkwardly says the boy just seems too young. The boy brushes that aside, saying he merely needs to assist the Archduke properly, and hands over a report on the current situation. As the Chamberlain reads in silence, the boy thinks he is being ignored, but also considers that the man might be more capable than expected. Shocked by what he reads, the Chamberlain reacts in disbelief. He exclaims that Baron Helmut and his 2 sons have been imprisoned. The boy adds that their execution will soon take place, startling the Chamberlain. When the Chamberlain objects that they are nobles, the boy coolly states the number of victims and dismisses that concern. The boy explains that hundreds starved to death last winter due to the Baron, and that countless others were abused by his servants. He reminds the Chamberlain that the Baron even raised blades against the direct descendant of Arden, and asks if execution still seems excessive. With a chilling smile, he suggests that otherwise he might question the Chamberlain's loyalty. Terrified, the Chamberlain inwardly thanks his luck he did not side with the Baron. Reading further, he is stunned to learn that all 8 demonic gates were subdued in a single day. The boy confirms there were several other major incidents, and asks what the Chamberlain plans to do next. Trying to recover, the Chamberlain outlines a scheme to gain a certain count's trust with false information, and then have the youngest duke approach that count. The boy presses him on what happens after that. Unimpressed that this is the extent of his plan, feeling judged, the Chamberlain insists he infiltrated and tricked the count within a day, and argues they should adapt as situations change. The boy sighs and quietly calls to the Chamberlain. Offended, the Chamberlain thinks he is being looked down on, but the boy says he will organize the situation for him. The boy sets down his teacup and says, there is something more important, prompting the Chamberlain to demand what it is. He warns that if the Chamberlain returns to the count now, he will almost certainly be killed. The Chamberlain is left speechless, fully realizing the danger. Later at the castle, someone praises those who traveled far, and instructs them to greet each other. At a doorway, a voice says they have heard much from the Archduke. A merchant named Jaren from the Mrs.'s vendor formally introduces himself, and says he looks forward to working together. The boy politely tells Jaren he need not be so formal, but Jaren insists on respecting the Archduke's advisor. The Archduke asks Jaren if things are going well, and Jaren says he has come with a response to their appeal. Jaren produces a sealed letter. Handing it over, he warns the news is not what they hoped for, but the Archduke calmly accepts, and says he will thank Marquis Bluton for trying. The Archduke opens the envelope to read the contents. After seeing the answer, he smirks to himself. He complains that the Marquis wrote a long roundabout refusal. An ugly handwriting. Jaren observes that the Emperor seems to side with the collateral families, and worries the Archduke will be in trouble again. The Archduke explains that the Emperor has washed his hands of the matter, and told their houses to resolve the dispute on their own. Hearing this, the boy says that is actually good news. Confusing Jaren, he recalls a mentor's words, that their main obstacles are now the king and the 7 noble families. The boy notes that since the king refused to intervene, the Archduke cleverly used that to file an appeal anyway. The Archduke says the letter confirms his suspicion that the 7 great families are backing the 10 collateral branches. He adds that the king has abandoned their house for his own benefit, shocking the boy and Jaren slamming his hand on documents. The Archduke says they will worry about that later, since all pieces of their current plan are in place. He states that the king has provided the stage, so now it is time for them to act. Smiling confidently, he declares, "It is time to truly begin moving." Later he listens and says he understands. He clarifies that Jaren wants to distribute the potion throughout the nation. Jaren agrees but admits his own Mises network alone cannot handle nationwide circulation. He explains that Marquis Bases's house will use its extensive vendor network to spread the potion across the country. Jaren adds they can even export to nearby nations for huge profits. Before being interrupted, the Archduke agrees, saying he has no reason to refuse the proposal. They shake hands, as the Archduke asks Jaren to relay his anticipation to the Marquis, and Jaren promises to do his best elsewhere. The boy raises a gloved hand to knock on a door from inside. The Archduke hears the knock and tells the visitor to enter. The boy steps and apologizes for interrupting, and announces that preparations are complete. The Archduke excuses himself to Jaren, who says he does not mind standing. The Archduke says he will send Jaren the detailed arrangements later, and Jaren thanks him before leaving. Walking with the boy, the Archduke says Sir Manhattan is waiting downstairs, and the boy agrees to head there now. Jaren, left alone, smiles to himself. Jaren muses that the Archduke is hard to read, and wonders if he foresaw the potion's circulation. As the Archduke and boy walk through the halls, the boy thinks the Archduke already has the whole kingdom in his sights, and looks forward to him restoring the Arden family's power. The Archduke assigns Lawrence to handle the potion's circulation. Once Jaren's documents arrive, the Knight Manhattan agrees to the order. The Archduke arrives in a stone corridor, and asks if this is the place. Manhattan confirms it is the solitary cell holding Baron Helmut, and asks if he was moved for interrogation. The Archduke says the Baron still hides something even after torture, and offers to handle it himself. He praises Manhattan's work, takes the cell key from him, and tells him to return to his duties as Grandmaster. Sensing Manhattan's worry, the Archduke assures him he will keep his promise and spare the rest of the Baron's family. After Manhattan salutes and leaves, the Archduke and the boy walk away from the cell. A mouse scurries in the dungeon. As the imprisoned Baron's inner monologue begins, slumped against the wall, the Baron laments his own foolishness. He remembers when he was young, weak and surrounded by enemies, acting cautiously to the point of seeming timid. After rising in power within the Senate, he became arrogant without realizing it. Now crying, he admits everything was his mistake. He specifically regrets underestimating the Archduke. He also regrets driving the Archduke into a corner, realizing he never understood the man's true power. Outside, the Archduke unlocks the dungeon door. The sound startles the Baron, who shouts in fear. The Archduke enters with the boy, and the Baron stammers, addressing him in terror. Recognizing the boy as well, the Baron panics even more. The boy silently regards him with a cold expression. The Baron flashes back to the boy, torturing him with a whip, and screams in fright. Seeing the Archduke and the boy approach, he shrieks and begs them not to come closer. Curling up, he insists he has already revealed everything he knows. The Archduke tells him to stop acting, and accuses him of still hiding information. He suggests the Baron believes he is safe, as long as the Archduke lacks certain knowledge, but the Baron feigns ignorance. The Archduke then accuses him of stalling for reinforcements, and says he should abandon that hope. He tosses the royal letter in front of the Baron, and orders him to read it. The Baron notices the royal seal, and realizes it is an official document. The Archduke explains that even the king has disowned the Baron, and left their houses to settle matters themselves, which the Baron repeats in horror. Clutching the letter, the Baron gives a strangled laugh. Overwhelmed, he collapses to the floor in despair. Screaming and sobbing, he breaks down from the realization. At last he admits defeat, and offers to tell everything he knows, in exchange for mercy for himself and his sons. The Archduke says their fate depends on his cooperation, and orders him to confess all he has hidden. The Baron reveals there is a secret fourth basement level, where he stored special items, including a memento of the former Duke. The Archduke reacts sharply to mention of a memento. He demands to know if the Baron dared take the legendary God Blade, exploding with anger, until the Baron hurriedly insists it is something else. The Baron explains he could never have taken the God Blade, and reminds the Archduke it is already broken. The Archduke is stunned, recalling that the God Blade, famed for being indestructible, is said to be shattered. The narration describes the God Blade Drenian as the ultimate sword that can cut anything and endure any heat. It adds that this divine weapon passed down through the Arden line served as their family symbol. The Archduke recalls that in his previous life, he fought his final battle wielding the God Blade. He remembers losing that fight, but notes the sword had withstood even the Dragon King's onslaught. Doubting it could truly have broken, convinced the claim is impossible, he demands the Baron tell him everything about the sword's fate. The Baron begins explaining that 15 years ago, Wyvernian forces invaded from the Hydra Empire, and the unprepared nation quickly collapsed. To respond, the Arden family formed a death-defying squad of their best members. This elite squad surpassed all knights in ability, and engaged the Dragon King directly. However, only the corpses of the squad returned. Among their remains was only the hilt of the God Blade. The Archduke concludes, his father must have fought the Dragon King with that sword, and asks, what became of the dragon? The Baron says he does not know, only that tracking the Dragon King became difficult. After the squad perished, the Archduke deduces the Dragon King went into hiding, and wonders if the squad injured it badly. He then questions why, if the dragon retreated, their nations instead agreed to a non-aggression pact, rather than press the advantage. The Baron reminds him these events occurred before the Archduke's coma, and asks if he lost those memories. The Archduke angrily orders him to answer, and the Baron stammers that the pact was arranged. Next he explains that the Genin Empire spearheaded the truce, and pressured neighboring empires into signing it. The revelation shocks the Archduke. Later, as the Archduke and the boy descend a hidden stairway, they confirm a secret passage truly exists, meaning Helmut's story was genuine. Holding a lantern, the Archduke realizes that if the passage is real, the rest of the Baron's testimony is likely true as well. In another moment of interrogation, he demands more precise details, but the Baron insists he has already told everything. The Baron concludes his explanation by saying, the Dragon Lord vanished after that battle. He adds that although the Dragon Lord disappeared, his powerful followers and army remained, so the overall balance of war did not change. Later, an envoy negotiated with the Empire, beginning the path to the pact. The Archduke summarizes that, this is how the strongest Western Empire ended up, agreeing to a truce with the Wyvernians, prompting all other empires to follow. Walking deeper underground, the Archduke admits he still does not understand the Empire's motives, and notes, their current strength exceeds what he knew in his previous life. He decides he will need to investigate the Empire later, and the boy tells him they have reached their destination. Before them appears a massive magical barrier inscribed on the wall, which the Archduke identifies as an anti-intruder spell. Raising the lantern, he praises the craftsmanship of the defenses, and suggests they open the barrier. The boy accepts a special medallion from the Archduke, and is asked to handle the unlocking. He presses the medallion to the glowing array, activating the magic as the door opens. The Archduke thinks about a memento his father left. That is not the God Blade, and feels he might already know what it is. Stepping inside, he estimates with high certainty that the item he seeks is here. They enter a vast archive-like room, and the Archduke comments on how large the interior is. Seeing the countless stored items, he wonders aloud if they can actually find the specific object. Suddenly he spots something and smiles, indicating he has already found it. A glass display case containing the black mineral-like lump is shown. As the Archduke says they have it, the Baron narrates that he first saw this strange substance when inspecting the former Duke's corpse before the funeral. That time, he and others stared in shock, asking what the eerie thing was. He recalls a black stone-like fluid seeping from the Duke's body that no one could identify. The Senate debated how to handle the substance and ultimately decided to split it up for safekeeping back in the archive. The Archduke tells the boy the collateral families never knew what the item truly was, and reveals it is called the Eight Ring, an heirloom passed down alongside the God Blade. Holding the dark orb, he explains the name refers not to its shape, but to something else. He then activates it by invoking its power, called Breath of Black Flame. Dark energy surges through his body, lighting up a network of glowing lines along his limbs. The orb transforms into a pulsating fiery mass in his palm. That energy erupts outward in a powerful burst. The Archduke stands enveloped in swirling crimson power, clearly having gained control over the artifact. Surrounded by streaks of energy, he looks up calmly as the unleashed power rages around him. Flaming mana projectiles streak across the room toward the man. The red energy slams into him and spreads through his body like glowing circuits. Overwhelmed by the surge, he is blasted backward in a cross-shaped explosion of power. The white-haired boy cries out to the Archduke, shocked by the sudden outburst. The absorbed power erupts in a blinding flash. The man exhales, trying to steady his breath as the energy settles inside him. Surrounded by red aura, he inspects his empowered body and judges the result satisfactory. The boy nervously asks what just happened, and the man explains the Eight Ring is designed to merge with the user. He further explains that the Eight Ring is an ancient Arden family treasure, usable only by those of strong Arden blood, and without proper family breathing techniques, it is worthless. When the boy asks if the Eight Ring grants special powers, the man confirms it does, though no outward change is visible. The man says he will demonstrate, warning the boy to stand back because it is dangerous. He begins the explanation, telling how to push mana into the Eight Ring around the body, so the artifact hungrily absorbs it. As the ring swells with mana, bands of energy wrap his wrists and ankles, and he notes that its invigorating effect tightly restrains him. Feeling the familiar pressure of the ring's power, he prepares to move to the next step. He decides to instantly release the mana stored in the ring. With a shout, he detonates the gathered mana, expanding his aura outward. The mana shockwave tears through the room, buffeting shelves and walls. When the energy stabilizes, he stands enveloped in a stronger, roaring aura, catching his breath. The white-haired boy watches from the stairs, stunned by what he just witnessed. Rejoining him, the boy asks if he released all the mana at once. Seeing the lingering aura around the man clarifies that the Eighth Ring not only stores mana, but also amplifies it into explosive strength. He adds that with this power, reclaiming the Duke's lands will be easier, and orders the boy to reflect it in their plans, which the boy accepts. As they leave, he instructs the boy to pinpoint the other Eight Ring fragments' locations, and the boy agrees. Walking away, the man broods that those in power refuse to honor his father's sacrifice, and are greedily confiscating the Duke's possessions. He clenches his fist in anger, and vows revenge against the collateral branches responsible, swearing to punish everyone who stained the Arden name. He resolves to do it with his own hands. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a large city dominated by a noble castle. Inside, someone reacts with surprise to unexpected news. Ethan learns that 5 of the remaining 8 ring pieces have already left their territory. He is told that 4 pieces were gifted to chiefs of powerful families, and 1 lies in the distant Rimdell kingdom. His advisor confirms the information came from a collateral branch, and is reliable. Ethan reasons the collaterals have no reason to lie now, but complains that retrieving all pieces quickly is impossible. He decides it does not matter, since opposing the families is necessary to reclaim Terran anyway, and resolves to move forward. Looking at a map of surrounding Baron and Viscount lands, he says their goal is now clearer. Thanks to this intelligence, Ethan declares, they will first recover the 8th ring fragment nearest Arden. With a determined gaze, he orders preparations to attack. Narration explains that in the small city of Port, rumors of a war hero's descendant rising, for the people have invigorated the populace. The rumor spreads rapidly among townsfolk, and they grow convinced of its truth. They believe that after 10 years of tyranny, a new hope is about to appear. On an execution day in Port Square, crowds gather around the guillotine under heavy guard, buzzing with expectation. The crowd spots the condemned and shouts that they are arriving. People point excitedly, identifying the Baron and his 2 sons. Being led out, the prisoners are marched through jeering citizens, who relish their disgrace. Grieving townsfolk rage for vengeance, blaming the Baron for their dead families. The mob howls for the Baron and his son's execution. A guard bangs his halberd and orders the crowd to be silent. The herald announces the Archduke's entrance. As Ethan strides in wearing a red cloak, onlookers recognize him as the man who crushed the Baron on the very day he arrived. Narration calls him Arden's Archduke, the one who uprooted the Baron's evil and will save the city. Ethan stands before the vast crowd in silence. While everyone watches expectantly, he begins his speech addressing the citizens of Port. Ethan proclaims that Baron Kargas violated his vassal obligations and committed rampant violence and crime. He reminds them that many of their friends and relatives were injured or killed because of the Baron. He then vows as Ethan of Arden to restore their lives to normal. Citing Arden family law, he announces that Baron Helmut and his 2 sons will lose titles and property. Ethan concludes, they will also be executed. The declaration triggers wild cheers. As the people praise Arden and the Archduke, the guillotine blade falls and blood splashes, signaling the Baron's end. Elsewhere, someone reacts in disbelief to the news. A noblewoman remarks on Ethan's takeover of Baron Kargas's domain. Lawrence confirms the story, saying Ethan toppled the Baron the day he reached Port, and is now aiding the city. The Grand Duchess worries that executing a Senate member might provoke the 9 great families. Lawrence reassures her that the Archduke has already accounted for that. She asks about the carriage to Port and suggests they depart, while Lawrence continues his explanation en route, which he agrees to. She hesitates about the knight traveling with her, prompting him to introduce himself. The knight apologizes for the late introduction, presenting himself as the Grand Duchess's escort. Lawrence recognizes him as the ally from the Bessis family Ethan had mentioned outside. The entourage prepares to leave. The knight says he will escort the Duchess to the carriage, while following with his own men. As they ride, Ethan quietly acknowledges what Lawrence has told him. Lawrence mentally reviews Ethan's political strategy, noting that exploiting splits among the collateral branches will keep Ethan relatively safe. In the carriage, the Grand Duchess thanks Lawrence for answering her many questions about current family affairs. She apologizes for overwhelming him, but praises him as both knowledgeable and kind. Embarrassed, Lawrence insists she can speak casually with him since he is only the Archduke's servant. She lights up, delighted she can drop formality, and he affirms it. Overjoyed, she grabs his gloved hands enthusiastically, startling him. She gushes that she is grateful someone like him stays close to Ethan, leaving Lawrence flustered. She happily says it feels like gaining another adorable, younger sibling and hopes they grow closer. Blushing intensely, Lawrence agrees. He wonders how someone so beautiful and important can be so open and unhesitating toward him. He then reflects that the Archduke is similar, and wonders if all Arden family members are like this. The carriage eventually arrives at Ethan's castle, and passes through its gates. The coach pulls up to the residence while Ethan comes out to meet them. Ethan greets his sister and helps her descend from the carriage. She marvels at the sheer size of the Arden Palace as Ethan shows it to her. Guards salute and someone formally greets the Archduke. The night, Paul X introduces himself as an escort sent by Marquis Bisous, and says he has heard much about Ethan. Ethan warmly introduces himself and extends his hand. Paul X shakes it, expressing that he looks forward to serving together. During the handshake, Ethan senses a sudden surge of mana from Paul X. He realizes Paul X is covertly sending a mana wave through his arm to examine him. Ethan notes that Paul X is quite skilled at concealing mana flow, enough to fool most knights. Confident in his own mastery, Ethan counters the probe by forcefully dispersing the mana. Shocked, Polton feels his own mana toss back at him. Ethan gauges Polton's level as roughly a 6-star knight, and concludes that Bisous must be taking this alliance very seriously. Ethan then asks Lawrence to guide Sir Polton to his room, and Polton silently complies. Alone, Paul X thanks Ethan, but privately thinks it strange that someone with only a 2-star mana capacity could scatter his mana. He doubts a mere 2-star knight could negate his probe. While in the distance, Ethan chats casually with his sister about receiving a letter from Myers. Time passes and we see a door opening in the palace. Ethan shows his sister a luxurious room, and she is astonished that it is hers. She worries such expensive quarters are too much. but Ethan insists that a Grand Duchess of Arden should live in, at least, discomfort. In a chibi exchange, she timidly asks if he really means it, and he answers confidently that he does. Ethan proposes she start administrative lessons with an official, and asks if she will assist him with paperwork. While assuring her she can refuse, she rejects the idea of refusing, saying that as his sister, she should help since he works so hard. Ethan thanks her warmly, promising to study diligently so he can be useful, and she affectionately touches his cheek. He then adds that someone besides Polton will escort until dinner, leaving her confused. Ethan cheerfully bids her to rest until dinner, and slips out before she can question him further. Alone, he muses about a 6-star knight's level of mastery. He defines such a knight as one who not only wields a sword, but understands the true nature of the blade. Ethan reasons that a 6-star knight could easily replicate his recent feats. In port, he notes that powerful counts remain calm, because they command many 6-star knights. He admits it has only been a month since his training began, and he still lacks the strength to confront them head-on. Ethan goes to Polton's room, knocks and asks to speak with him. Polton opens the door in surprise, and Ethan politely asks for some of his time, inviting him in despite still unpacking. Polton lets Ethan enter the room. The knight nervously asks why Ethan has come to see him personally. Ethan says he wants to make a proposal, and that overlooking Polton's earlier rudeness at the gate should earn him the right to ask. Realizing Ethan noticed everything, Polton stiffens and asks what kind of proposal he has in mind. Ethan explains that since Polton tested his power out of curiosity, he now wants to learn something from Polton, and suggests a spar before dinner. Meanwhile, the Grand Duchess studies with a book open before her. Stretching after reading, she notes how quickly time passed, and her instructor agrees that the sun is already setting. She invites Sir Willie, her temporary escort knight, to join them for dinner, asking if he is comfortable with that. Someone readily accepts the invitation. Willie says he is honored but feels a bit sorry for Polton. When she asks why, he reveals he heard Ethan intends to spar with Polton soon. Surprising her, he adds that the duel should already be underway. Worrying her for Ethan's sake, the scene cuts to the training grounds, where Ethan faces Polton in sword gear. Ethan launches the first powerful strike, forcing Polton to block hard. Polton registers it as an incredibly strong blow. Ethan observes that Polton blocked easily, and decides to attack him with full strength. He channels 8 ring mana into his leg, ready to escalate the fight. Empowered by the mana, he rushes forward and asks rhetorically if they should raise the temple. The clash produces blinding arcs of red light bearing down on Polton. Polton braces himself, sword glowing blue, as he resists. Ethan follows up with relentless blows, pressing the offensive. Polton grimaces, thinking Ethan is faster than he expected. Realizing that holding back will get him defeated, Polton powers up his footwork. Ethan swings again while Polton reacts, both moving at extreme speed. Ethan's eyes glow red as he notices Polton briefly vanish from sight. Polton reappears behind him with a swift maneuver. Startled, the two cross swords in another violent collision. Polton, confused, admits he cannot understand what is happening. He reflects that Ethan is using mana again after resurrection, and with a shattered mana core, something normally impossible. He wonders even more how Ethan is exerting strength far beyond his apparent mana capacity. Narration explains that a knight's power is usually determined by total mana, which sets their rank. It then contrasts Ethan's case, noting that the shattered mana fragments in his body act like multiple mana holes, thanks to fire essence within them. Because of this distributed structure, Ethan can circulate mana through his whole body, far faster and more precisely than normal. Back in the duel, Ethan continues, hammering Polton with 8 ring enhanced sword strikes. Their empowered blades collide as both shout, red and blue auras flaring. Ethan's footwork gouges deep tracks into the ground, as he drives forward, breathing heavily yet satisfied. Ethan kneels with his sword planted in the torn earth, and admits this level of combat is still somewhat difficult for him. The knight praises the Archduke for enduring so long. With his limited mana, Ethan, sparring with a high-ranked knight, recalls his past obsession with swordsmanship. The two combatants, red and aura, agree to begin the real duel. Ethan activates his 8 ring ability, dramatically unlocking more power. His unleashed power blasts him backward in a shockwave of energy. The knight is shocked to sense Ethan's mana output suddenly surge. Ethan's eyes glow intensely red. As he further focuses his power, he unleashes a massive crimson slash of energy toward his opponent. The knight braces himself and prepares to counter with his own power. The knight gathers a storm of blue mana around his body. For a technique, the duel escalates into a rapid, high-speed sword clash of mana-charged blows. Onlookers watch silently, stunned by the intensity of the Archduke's fight. One of the watching knights remembers how amazing Ethan's skills were when he fought them earlier. He reflects that Ethan's talent is astonishing, having improved tremendously in only a few days. Wondering what Ethan's limit is, the knight charges and continues the fierce exchange. He shouts and attacks again with everything he has. The knight's powerful strike sends Ethan's sword flying from his hand. Ethan's sword spins away across the ground. Disarmed by the blow, Ethan, panting and marked by glowing runes, stands with the knight's blade at his chest. Smiling, Ethan concedes defeat while the knight is left speechless. Ethan admits he could not find a way past the knight's defense, and thanks him for a good duel, and the knight awkwardly thanks him back. Afterward, someone calls out to the Archduke, drawing his attention. The knight notes Ethan's strength and speed spiked mid-fight, and asks if Ethan had been holding back earlier. Ethan explains he was not holding back, saying his sudden increase was due to a special art and family skill, which the knight finds impressive. Ethan adds that if the knight had gone all out, he never could have used that skill, and thanks him for the enjoyable spar. While the knight says he should be the one grateful, the knight admits to himself that he misjudged Ethan. Rumors made him want to test the Archduke, but Ethan's true level far exceeded expectations. Reflecting on the duel, he thinks Ethan's movements followed textbook basics, yet were constantly adapting, creating a unique evolving sword style. He concludes that Ethan's knowledge already matches that of a fully trained knight. He laments having been stuck at 6-star for 5 years, unable to progress further despite all efforts. Watching Ethan, he realizes he would probably lose to the Archduke if Ethan had just half a year to grow, since Ethan only lacks time to build mana. Someone again calls Ethan and he turns to respond. Ethan tells the knight that although the knight came to learn from him, he also gained much from the knight's blade and asked to spar again. If possible, Ethan internally finds it interesting that someone of such skills still wants to improve, and aloud he welcomes more spars anytime. The knight eagerly agrees, thinking he learned something new from Ethan's sword. Ethan promises to fight him again when the time comes, and the knight thanks Ethan for accepting a challenge from someone like him. Ethan says that, in return for escorting his sister and sparring with him, he looks forward to working with the knight. Ethan hears his name shouted loudly and recognizes the familiar voice. His sister appears angrily, while another attendant worries he now looks like a snitch. She scolds Ethan for not letting a guest rest after a long trip, while he tries to explain himself. Watching this, the knight thinks to himself that Ethan is truly someone he cannot understand. The knight further reflects that Ethan is an incomprehensible person. As Ethan gets dragged off by his annoyed sister, scene shifts to a grand building, as someone murmurs in surprise through a crystal ball. Marquis Bloten asks Paul Ten if Ethan was truly nearly his equal, and Paul Ten confirms it. The Marquis astonished that the Archduke is that talented, and Paul Ten says Ethan's potential surpassed his expectations. Paul Ten recounts that Ethan was stronger and faster than he thought, and that Arden family techniques amplified Ethan's mana. Paul Ten adds, this is the first time he has seen such a combination of talent and skill in one person. The Marquis commends Paul Ten and orders him to report every little thing the Archduke does. Paul Ten agrees to the order. Paul Ten ends the communication, saying he will contact the Marquis again on the next report date alone. The Marquis reflects that Ethan had been long comatose, and his manhole destroyed, yet Ethan can already clash with the 6-star knight, which the Marquis finds very intriguing. He muses that Ethan's resourcefulness was already notable, but his martial arts talent is even more impressive, and now the Marquis cannot sit idly by. The Marquis instructs his butler to quickly buy certain items and send them with a letter to Paul Ten, and the butler agrees, smiling to himself. The Marquis decides he is now certain of his judgment about Ethan. He predicts that the Archduke will bring great change to the hiding kingdom, and sees this as a chance to deepen his family's alliance with Arden. Elsewhere, an alarm is sounded as a building burns, and someone shouts that there is an emergency. Guards panic, as prisoners from the 8 gates of darkness have escaped, and are ordered either to fight the fire or pursue the fugitives. Pursuing guards race into the forest, determined not to let any escape. Other guards run through the streets, being directed toward the fleeing prisoners. Hidden nearby, a bruised man breathes a sigh of relief, while soldiers focus on the blaze. He mutters that he barely escaped and wonders what to do next. Just as unseen hands grab his head, startled, he is seized from behind and his mouth is covered. The captor tells him to be quiet and calm down. The captor identifies himself as a knight from the count's family, sent to escort Sir Hans. The shaken Hans is told to follow to a safe place, and he agrees nervously. The two men move through the forest together. Hans thinks to himself that everything is proceeding according to their plan. The scene cuts to a torchlit prison corridor lined with cells inside. Hans asks if all of this deception is really necessary. The blue-haired agent explains, this is the only way to erase the Count's suspicions, and asks Hans to endure the hardship. He warns that the Count is merciless, having crossed many lines before. The agent recalls that the Count even discarded his longtime ally, Baron Kargas, as easily as cutting off a lizard's tail. Hans concludes that such a man would never easily trust a mere butler. Distressed, Hans starts to ask how long this must continue, but the agent says the operation is already finished. He explains that chaos from the 8 gates breakout tonight will be used to smuggle Hans out. The agent instructs that once Hans escapes, a pursuer will appear in front of him as planned, now running with another man. Hans marvels that even his hiding place was predicted, and wonders if Lawrence's plan is really unfolding. Exactly as described, the supposed rescuer leads Hans to a hidden house, telling him to follow inside. They descend stairs as the man says they have arrived in the basement. Hans is told he will be safe there, and he gratefully thanks the knight. The knight asks why Hans hid after entering the palace, and Hans says Ethan confined him. Hans continues that after that, he was thrown into prison and tortured. The knight notes the severity of the wounds, and assumes Hans and the Archduke are clearly at odds, then suggests Hans get treatment first. Hans insists he is fine and begs the knight to contact the Count immediately, because he has vital information. He explains his communication sphere was confiscated when captured, and begs the knight to help. Hans claims the information is crucial to the current situation. Startling the knight agrees to contact the Count at once. Elsewhere, someone asks how Hans is doing. Ethan is informed Hans contacted the Count's family as planned, and he notes this should make the Count take matters more seriously. While they continue administrative recruitment, the aide reports they are hiring many people, dismissed from the Duke's household, and Ethan leaves those arrangements to him. Ethan is then asked what he has been reading, and he notes it is a letter. He explains it is a personal letter from Marquis Blaunton, who was informed about Ethan via Palton's report. The aide asks if the letter says anything special. Ethan says the Marquis wishes to speed their cooperative plans by sending him a gift to strengthen their alliance. The aide realizes such a gift must greatly accelerate their plans. Ethan concludes that the gift is likely an elixir. Narration explains that elixirs are made from rare, natural ingredients saturated with mana. Further narration clarifies that processed elixirs let people rapidly refill their mana holes, far faster than normal training. Ethan reflects that with his existing skills and knowledge, he only needs time and mana to regain the strength of his past life. He reasons that by rapidly increasing his mana with an elixir, his fire mana will burn even stronger. He remembers that the heat he once poured into his sword far exceeded what he can currently produce. He notes a normal steel blade would melt under that heat, and could not endure it. Ethan decides to leave for a while, until the Marquis present arrives, and arranges for Manhattan and 3 knights to guard in his absence. The aide asks where he is going so suddenly, and Ethan says he needs to obtain a particular item. Ethan confirms there is an item he requires, and asks the aide to manage things while he is gone. He reveals his goal is a weapon capable of handling his power. After taking the elixir, promising to return with the new blade, the story shifts to the Arden Dukedom's capital Londinium. In a meeting there, Count Lugan slams a report, and angrily questions Count Chiman about dismissing a servant's death. Logan accuses Chiman of taking a servant's death lightly, and asks if he would accept the Archduke killing all their servants. Chiman tells Logan to calm down. warning that openly assassinating the Archduke would bring the king and 7 families' wrath upon them. He explains to the gathered nobles that if they killed Ethan, blame would fall on them and even their lives would be endangered. Logan retorts that such blame would fall mainly on Chimon, and claims Ethan struck Kargas because he discovered their faction's dirty tricks. He insists that Ethan learned the Ferns faction helped ruin the Duke's family, not just the collateral branch alone. Furious, Logan vows to inflame the conflict, so both sides tear at each other's throats. Chimon realizes Logan's intentions and sees, thinking he understands the man's scheming. Just then Chimon receives a crystal ball call from Hans, reporting that their plan succeeded. Hans excitedly tells Chimon that when Ethan tortured him, he lied about which faction was responsible, misleading the Archduke. Chimon praises Hans' performance and laughs triumphantly, boasting he knew he could trust him. He exults that Ethan is now headed for Baron Lomenton of the Amelton faction. Chimon gloatingly tells Logan to enjoy his current safety while it lasts, implying Ethan will soon target Logan's side. Narration shifts to explaining dungeons, special places where mana gathers like a storm. It describes how wild monsters, drawn to this mana, form dungeons and develop mana stones inside their bodies. Because mana stones power many magic items, dungeons are treated like treasure troves. Riding toward a village, Ethan thinks it has been a while since he came here, and that there is a dungeon nearby, whose mana stones and treasures interest him. However, he prioritizes acquiring a special metal, obtainable only in that dungeon. As he approaches, a guard orders him to halt. The guard states that entry is restricted, and asks Ethan to declare his business. Ethan shows a golden emblem and politely says he is not suspicious, asking for the gate to be opened. The guards begin to refuse, but then recognize the symbol. In shock, they realize the emblem depicts golden fire. One guard concludes it must be the Arden family crest, and nervously asks if Ethan is the Archduke. The guards hurriedly agree to open the gates, and summon the village chief for Ethan. Ethan is escorted into the quiet town on horseback. He notes that the town's atmosphere is strange, with the wide street feeling lifeless. He observes that the townspeople look visibly nervous. Ethan wonders if they are simply wary of an outsider, but decides their expressions show fear of someone specific. He concludes the people are completely terrified of a certain person. A guard nervously explains that the village chief is being fetched, and will arrive shortly. Ethan chooses to go to the chief himself, and tells the guard to lead the way. The narrative shifts to the chief, recounting a local hunter's story of hearing strange noises at an abandoned mine. The hunter, thinking it was pickaxe sounds, entered the mine to investigate. Inside, he witnessed something unimaginable. He saw skeletons laboring with pickaxes deep within the mine. Now in front of Ethan village, Chief Jillian recounts that the hunter reported dozens of such skeletal miners. Ethan asks if he means undead skeletons, and the chief confirms, saying the hunter was too scared to go further, but sure of the pickaxe sounds. Ethan finds the situation full of oddities, and suspects someone is mining a particular rare metal in the supposedly abandoned shaft. Narration reveals this metal is called aphelion, harder than steel though weaker than mithril. Because aphelion has strong mana affinity, it is widely used as material for magic items. Ethan thinks it should still be years before aphelion is discovered here, and is surprised that someone else is already seeking it. He wonders aloud what those skeletons are searching for in an abandoned mine, while the village leaders admit they have no idea. The protagonist suspects the villagers are unaware of the special metal, and resolves to confirm whether the skeleton controller truly targets aphelion. He worries that if the enemy can command so many skeletons, they might be a powerful dark magician. He imagines the worst case, that the enemy might be a lich. Realizing a lich would make the situation extremely difficult, he feels pressured. He reflects that a lich commands high-rank undead, and admits he currently cannot defeat such an army, meaning he might have to abandon aphelion. Determined to investigate immediately, he asks for the location of the abandoned mine. Moving through the forest, he follows the villagers' directions toward the mine. He parts the foliage, spots something ahead, and reacts in surprise. Seeing the small mine entrance and hearing mining sounds, he confirms he has found the place, Entering the mine, he notes there seem to be no guards and assumes the enemy is confident. As he descends, he recalls the chief claiming to have reported the undead to the Baron, yet no paperwork exists, implying the Baron helmet suppressed the problem. He wonders if the Baron deliberately stayed silent about a potential lich on his land, and senses the situation is more complex than expected. Inside pickaxes strike stone, he discovers numerous skeletons, mining under magical command in the cavern below. Spotting the mine, he confirms it is Aphelion, and questions if obtaining it is the enemy's goal. His eyes flare red as he activates his mana sensing ability. He detects a surge of dark purple energy as the necromancer appears among the skeleton workers. Judging by the aura, he identifies the robed figure as the dark magician, controlling the skeletons. Relieved it is not a lich-level threat, he smirks confident he can handle this foe and sees the Aphelion. He walks directly toward the magician. Startling him, he confronts the dark magician in the mining chamber, demanding to know who he is. The dark magician scoffs that someone about to die should not be so curious, and charges his clawed hand with dark mana, revealing himself as a cocky necromancer. He boasts that the protagonist must not fear him, and threatens to turn him into a skeleton as well. The protagonist, surrounded by a fiery aura, hurriedly draws his sword in response. He then notices a glowing heart-like object of mana and is shocked, recognizing something impossible. Ripping his sword, he calls out to the magician. Empowered by wyvern breathing, he demands the magician answer where he learned that specific breathing technique. The magician laughs eerily at the question, prompting the protagonist to ask what he finds so funny. The dark magician says the hero's knowledge gives him even more reason to kill him. He launches a massive purple chain-like magic attack, shouting for the hero to die. The protagonist braces behind his sword. As the attack comes, he leaps aside while the mana chain smashes into the ground, creating an explosion. Observing the spell, he deduces the chains are formed of mana, and packed with large amounts of energy. The magician brags that his black magic chains have killed even elite knights and mocks the hero as a mercenary. Doomed over a few coins, he vows to kill the protagonist, absorb his mana and then use him as a skeleton servant. Dodging the protagonist assesses that though the magician's mana capacity is high, his basic technique is clumsy. He also notes the magician cannot conceal mana flow, making his magic patterns obvious. Watching the chain closely, he realizes he can clearly see its structure. He pinpoints and moves to strike the weak point in the flowing mana chain. The magician believes he has trapped the hero, and exults that he has him. The hero counters with a powerful sword swing against the chains. More purple projectiles rain down toward him. From above, the chains slam explosively into the ground, filling the area with dust and shock waves. Hearing the impact, the magician laughs again, assuming his attack worked. Surrounded by chains, he smugly repeats that he has killed a 5-star knight, and calls the hero a mere 2-star knight. Through the dust, the silhouette answers that the magician talks too much. The magician is startled to see the hero still standing. The hero rushes him through the storm of chains, closing the distance. Seeing his spell shattered, the magician screams in disbelief that his chains broke apart. He realizes with horror that the chains were not just cut, but their internal mana flow has been completely halted. The hero charges forward, feet smashing off the ground as he streaks in with a flaming sword. The magician panics, berating himself for being stunned and trying to react. Desperate, the dark magician casts a defensive spell called Jet Black Darkness, begging it to protect him. The hero unleashes a wide blazing sword arc. The dark magician strains against the attack, but senses the overwhelming power behind it. The hero slips behind his guard and calls the magician sloppy. With his sword blazing, the hero prepares his next decisive strike. He drives the attack through the dark aura. Colliding head-on, the blow pierces the magician's chest area, leaving him shocked and in pain. Terrified, the magician screams for his skeletal servants to save him. The skeletons swarm the hero, attacking from all sides while the magician hides behind them. Confident the numbers will overwhelm his foe, the magician believes the hero cannot fight him, and the skeletons at once and orders the hero's death. The hero tightens his grip on the sword handle. He shouts and releases his power. He unleashes explosive fire wave, a massive flaming slash that annihilates the surrounding skeletons. The dark magician's barrier begins to crack under the impact. The hero gathers fiery mana into his hand for another focused strike. He drives a point-blank mana wave into the magician's chest, causing him to scream. The attack slams the magician backward in a fiery burst. The hero confirms he aimed his mana near the magician's heart, and now understands something important. Grabbing the magician by the throat, he notes the mana technique is identical to that of the Wyvern tribe. He recalls from past life research that wyverns circulate mana using their hearts, instead of a lower body mana hole, a system he calls a dragon heart. He mentally labels this specialized heart-based mana organ the dragon heart. Realizing this wyvern method is mixed with a human breathing technique, he again presses the magician to reveal where he learned it. He insists the magician could not have created it himself, and concludes a wyvern must have passed it on. Certain from the magician's reaction, he demands the full story, warning that silence will only increase his suffering. The magician, impressed by the hero's strength, grudgingly admits he is formidable. About to reveal more, he begins mentioning a church. A sound effect interrupts, as something triggers within him a final curse, activates, and the magician's body erupts in dark flames that will burn eternally. The resulting blast explodes through the mine. After the dust settles, the hero stands bruised but alive. Exhaling, he notes that was dangerous and that he survived, thanks to leaving mana in his 8th ring. He concludes he has at least learned that the breathing technique originates from a certain church. He recalls that in his previous life, there was a wyvern-worshipping cult, church that revered wyvern power above all. He identifies the dead, dark magician as a follower of that wyvern church. He also realizes the cult somehow obtained the Baron family's lost records. Considering the mixed human-wyvern breathing and dragon heart, he judges the situation complicated, and suspects more cult agents within the Baron's domain. He reasons that if this is true, there are likely other cultists hidden across the Baron's lands. He concludes the wyvern tribe may already have infiltrated the territory. Feeling insulted that wyverns would dare hide within the Arden family's domain, he becomes resolute. He decides that once he forges his new blade, his work in dealing with these threats will only increase. He explains that dwarves live deep under mountains, and are masters of minerals, gems, and machinery. Their expertise in such materials and devices is unmatched. In these fields, dwarves surpass even the greatest human technology with ease. Because humans envy this talent, they began enslaving dwarves. As a result, dwarves withdrew from human society, and only reappeared when all races united during the Wyvern War. The hero remembers how dwarven skills greatly aided that war, and how he became close enough to learn the location of their town. Arriving at that hidden town now, he finds it unguarded and apparently abandoned. Puzzling over what happened, he notes his main worry had been persuading dwarves hostile to humans, but with none present, this new situation is troublesome. He laments that only dwarves can work at Phelion, and that he has no other place to go. Just then he senses another presence and wonders if someone is nearby. A dwarf emerges surprised to see a human, and asks why he has come. The hero says he came to commission a craftsman, and asks if the dwarves moved elsewhere, prompting the dwarf to question why he would seek a commission here. Confused, the hero asks what he means, and the dwarf explains the other dwarves left long ago to make money. The dwarf is surprised the hero did not know this, and comments that such ignorance is rare among humans. The hero asks where the former blacksmith went, and the dwarf advises him to head north to a human town called Regressed, where many now work. The hero is skeptical, wondering if dwarves who once hated humans would really live in a human city. He thanks the dwarf and offers him a bottle as a courtesy gift, which delights the dwarf. The dwarf laughs loudly, calling the hero a human who understands dwarves, and blessing him with the hammer's favor. As he departs, a memory surfaces of the dwarf Muradini, slamming a mug down, and shouting at the hero for breaking another sword. In that passing, Muradini, a renowned dwarf blacksmith, scolds the Arden heir for constantly ruining swords, and dismisses his noble status. When the hero offers to pay more, Muradini angrily rejects the idea of money, asking what he takes a dwarf for. Instead, Muradini tells him to just prepare alcohol and wait a month, promising to forge him the ultimate weapon as a matter of pride. Back in the present, the hero recalls that dwarves he knew held no prejudice against humans, and valued skill over money. He is astonished that such dwarves would abandon their own town, simply to earn money elsewhere. Later, as he walks through bustling Regressed, a guard captain calls out to him as Archduke. Noticing the hero's dark expression, The captain asks if something troubles him, but the hero brushes it off and apologizes for causing concern. The captain flusters, saying it is an honor for the Archduke to come personally, while the hero quietly finds his reaction amusing. Observing the noisy marketplace crowded with dwarven merchants, the hero comments on the liveliness and learns this is normal, because dwarves are shrewd traders who often empty customers' pockets. The captain reassures him, promising to guide him to a trustworthy shop, since he has come all the way to Regressed. He insists the Archduke will be satisfied, and the hero agrees to rely on him. They arrive at a district of forges, and the captain says they have reached their destination. Pointing ahead, the captain introduces Regrested's most skilled forge, Steel and Fire. Seeing the long line of customers outside, the hero wonders if they can even get in today. The captain tells him to wait, while he goes inside to speak with the workers, and asks the crowd to form a line. As the hero waits, an older dwarf addresses him as brother. The dwarf notes the hero must have brought valuable material, recognizes Aphelion, but criticizes the chosen forge as unable to draw out its full power. Impressed that the dwarf gets the contents of his pack from a glimpse, the hero judges him sharp and asks if he knows much about Aphelion. The dwarf bursts out laughing at the understatement. Others in the forge look over at the loud laughter. Walking with the hero, the dwarf explains Aphelion's properties. It alters and strengthens mana, melts at very high temperatures, gains quality with hotter melting using magic, dismantlement and compression, and can be hardened far beyond steel. He says the real question is not whether he knows Aphelion, but whether any dwarf knows it better than he does. He declares the hero should be asking that, and the answer would be no. The narrator recalls Muradini stating confidently that no dwarf understands Aphelion more than he, which makes the hero smile. The captain returns, saying he arranged for the Archduke's priority entry, then recognizes the dwarf and is surprised. The hero confirms he knows the dwarf, introducing him as Populence, startling the captain. Populence, now realizing who he is speaking to, asks if the hero is the ardent Archduke, who once collapsed from mana rush, and then quickly seized control of Karga's land. The hero chides Populace for suddenly becoming respectful, after learning his title, saying the dwarf he knew behaved more boldly. When the captain objects, the hero waves him off and announces he will commission Populace instead of the official forge. Handing the captain a letter, he asks him to deliver it quickly to port, and assures him there is no problem. Though uneasy, the captain agrees and warns the hero to be careful of this dwarf, named Popelance. Popelance stands with arms crossed, watching confidently. The captain explains that Popelance is a blacksmith with a criminal record. Populance then begins recounting his story, saying that about 10 years ago, he and another dwarf, William, were famed rival smiths in the capital. A royal announcement came seeking a household blacksmith for the crown, and Popelance felt sure he would win. Convinced he was more skilled than William, he toiled for nights to forge the masterpiece of his life. However, the competition's outcome was his crushing defeat. As William received the honor, Popelance reveals William had bribed the judges, and later framed him as a con artist, creating the stigma of a criminal record that ruined his reputation. Now wanting to redeem himself, Papillon fervently proposes to the hero that, since his forge is nearly finished anyway, he will craft the hero's weapon free of charge. The dwarf blacksmith proposes that, if his weapon satisfies the customer, they sign an exclusive contract with the Arden family. He resolves to stake his entire future, and all he has on making this weapon for the Archduke. The Archduke listens, as the dwarf confirms he is serious about this bet. The Archduke asks, what will happen if the dwarf's blade does not satisfy him? Confident, the dwarf declares that the Archduke may behead him. If the blade disappoints, the Archduke smiles, considering the dwarf's resolve. Accepting the challenge, the Archduke tells the dwarf to demonstrate his skills. Overjoyed, the dwarf celebrates that their deal is sealed. He promises to forge the ultimate Aphelion blade within 3 days. The Archduke questions whether a single dwarf can really complete such work so quickly. The dwarf says dwarves have changed, and hints that he learned something important from William. He recalls William's lesson that though dwarfen pride is strong, it must be balanced with cooperation. Remembering that advice, he thinks of his fellow dwarves, and the importance of trustworthy allies. He excitedly moves to draw up the contract, boasting that the Flame Hammer Forge will create the ultimate blade. The forge's furnace roars to life as preparations for the weapon begin. Dwarves in protective gear feverishly fuel the massive furnace and ask their leader for instructions. As ore begins melting, they worry the furnace cannot withstand the extreme melting solvent being used. The dwarf master orders them to use every ingredient, regardless of the furnace's condition, and to finish the job molten iron starts flowing out, and they carefully regulate the furnace temperature. They cool the metal as slowly as possible. Knowing this stage determines Aphelian's hardness, the heated metal is pounded with tremendous force. On the handle multiple dwarves hammer together in rhythm, shaping the glowing metal. Another dwarf adds intricate horn decorations to the growing weapon. A younger dwarf painstakingly files and refines the detailed parts. The master hefts his hammer for the final decisive blows. He repeatedly strikes with all his strength, determined to perfect the blade. Exhausted and sweating, the dwarf continues forging with fierce concentration. The ringing of hammers echoes from the forge through the day and night. At last, he raises the finished ornate great sword and proclaims its completion. He proudly tells his team, they truly managed to finish the weapon within 3 days. When the Archduke arrives, the dwarf says he is just in time for the final step. The dwarf explains that although the sword's form is complete, the special Aphelian metal still requires a process called mana quenching. The Archduke, unfamiliar with the term, repeats it and notes he has never heard of such a process. Walking together, the dwarf clarifies that mana quenching means infusing mana directly into the sword. He instructs the Archduke to pour his mana into the great sword. Until the process is complete, the Archduke tests the weapon, finding it light, well-balanced and unusually smooth, yet strong, channeling a little mana. He senses it being drawn smoothly into the blade, as if the sword were drinking it. Surrounded by flames of mana, he tells the dwarves to step back, and prepares to begin the quenching in earnest. He activates Arden's hidden ultimate technique, Fireblade, flooding the sword with fiery power. The dwarf blacksmith is stunned by the overwhelming fire power, and recognizes it as the Arden family's fire mana. As the heat exceeds expectations, the dwarves retreat behind a wall to avoid being burned. The Archduke feels the sword resonating strongly, and determines that he can endure the strain. He decides to push his output to the maximum, pouring all his mana into the blade. The dwarf watches in shock, as the aura around the Archduke surges violently. A blinding burst of fiery light explodes from the quenching. Flames swirl afterwards, marking the end of the intense process. The sword now glows with a fiery aura. As the Archduke holds it triumphantly, he smiles in satisfaction, feeling the new weapon's power. Watching from hiding, the dwarves judge the result excellent, and praise Populence for passing this test. The Archduke promises that once he reaches port, he will send materials, personnel, and the formal contract. He officially welcomes the Flamehammer Forge into the Arden family's service. Later, by torchlight, someone reflects that they now understand more about the Baron's tolerance of undead in his lands. As they descend steps, the speaker admits surprise that the Baron allowed undead within his territory. One knight explains that the Archduke ordered an investigation into the Dark Mage, commanding the undead, and they believe a certain prisoner may know something. They visit the dungeon, noting that while the Baron is absent, they can question his long-serving subordinate. Inside, they find the Baron's butler shackled and ready to be interrogated. The butler nervously responds when told there are questions he must answer. The knight asks him about Pellerin, and whether he remembers the appeal from that town, which the butler confirms. The knight presses, why did the Baron ignore that appeal and conceal what happened, prompting a hesitant reply. The butler recalls that while at the Baron's office, a black-robed figure would suddenly appear in the room without warning. Each time that person appeared, the butler was ordered out, and he suspects the Baron obediently followed all of the robed visitor's commands, including hiding Pellerin's appeal. He remembers returning afterward, and cautiously calling out to the Baron. He once overheard the Baron muttering in confusion about how many mages his enemies possessed. Back in the present, the advisor deduces that since the door never opened, the visitor used some form of space travel magic. Rather than invisibility, the butler insists he knows little else, while the advisor reasons that it cannot be a shadow-based spell. Either or, the butler would have seen signs. Concluding the interrogation, the advisor tells the Knight Grandmaster he has a lead. He decides they must investigate the entire dukedom. and calls for knights to aid the intelligence division. He sets the goal of finishing all investigations before the Archduke returns. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a large fortified city under clear skies. A lookout atop the walls announces the Archduke's arrival, and orders the gates opened. The Archduke rides through a ceremonial guard of soldiers, a Phalian strapped to his back. Lawrence greets him asking about his trip, and the Archduke inquires if anything noteworthy occurred. Lawrence reports that things stayed peaceful, and the collateral families felt relieved during the Archduke's absence. Walking together, the Archduke asks about the investigation he requested by letter, and Lawrence replies that it is complete. The Archduke agrees to review it immediately. While Lawrence prepares the documents in his office in the study, Lawrence reports while the Archduke sits at his desk, reading through the compiled information. Reading aloud, the Archduke notes that the suspicious magic involves space travel. The report states, there are roughly 50 mages in the dukedom able to use space travel, with detailed data attached. Startling the Archduke, he confirms with Lawrence that this information has been personally verified. He judges the report logically sound, yet is surprised by its implications reflecting. He recalls that teleportation magic is convenient, but so mana-hungry that most mages avoid it in major cities. Nobles instead use costly mana stones to power teleport gates, which is normally teleportation's main application. He wonders how 50 people could wield such magic, then pauses as a new idea strikes him. He is reminded of the dark mage from the mine, whose mana reserves were abnormally high. He connects this to the enemy's mana-breathing technique, which rapidly amplifies mana using wyvern skills. He reasons that if that technique is easy to spread, many mages could artificially increase their mana, making the report possible. Recognizing this, he decides the real issue lies elsewhere. He concludes that among those 50 space travel mages, at least one must be tied to the dark cult. He exhales, mentally preparing for the challenge ahead. A knight admirer inspects a Phalian, and comments on the Archduke's impressive new sword. The Archduke explains it is a dwarf masterpiece, and that he recruited the blacksmiths into the Arden household. The knight praises the weapon's lightness and exquisite craftsmanship, acknowledging dwarven skill. The Archduke offers to have the dwarves craft a special blade for the knight. As well flustered but delighted, the knight asks if he truly means it. The Archduke says, the knight's efforts escorting his sister deserve such a reward. The knight modestly claims he has done little, remarking that times have been so peaceful he almost felt idle. The Archduke then asks how his sister is faring. The knight reports that the Grand Duchess has been handling administrative duties, alongside Frection with surprising competence. He adds that Frection himself recognizes her as an exceptionally fast learner. The Archduke is pleased, feeling he entrusted his sister to the right people, and the knight thanks him for the praise. The knight then says he has something to give the Archduke. He presents a small box explaining it is a gift from Marquis Bloten. Inside, the Archduke finds a glowing orb, and guesses it is an elixir that explosively increases mana capacity. He concludes that knowing his current lack of mana, the Marquis chose the most appropriate elixir for him. He reflects on Bloten's unerring insight, which seems unchanged in this life as well. Rising, the Archduke thinks back on his recent journey. He notes that he successfully replanted the essence of fire into the shattered mana nodes, dispersed throughout his body. He reasons that if he consumes this elixir and boosts his mana, he will be ready to enter the third stage of the Breath of Black Flame. He swallows the elixir, preparing himself for the next stage of cultivation. Entering the stage called circulation, he begins assimilating the black flames into his mana. While enduring intense strain, he anticipates unbearable pain, but believes that with his current mana reserves, he can overcome it. He first forces the essence of fire in his mana holes to their limit, heating his mana until it could seemingly melt steel as the heat surges through him. He braces for his blood and organs to feel as though they are burning. He knows that once the agony twists his emotions and fuses them with the fire mana, the flames should darken. The doctrinal description states that at this point, the fire will gradually turn black. He grimaces as his body crackles with energy, pushing through the process. Shrouded in blazing aura, he screams as the power explodes outward. The force blasts out across the room, rattling its very structure. When the light fades, he is shocked to realize he feels no pain at all. Inspecting his hand, he notes he should feel like he is burning. and wonders if he failed the stage. A sudden voice tells him he did not fail, announcing another presence. A fiery being appears greeting him warmly as the child of fire. Recognizing the entity as Rashia, he stammers in disbelief and asks how it is here. Barocha reassures Arden that not only did he not fail, he has actually grown stronger. The spirit explains that Arden produced extremely pure fire mana, which naturally drew it down to him. Unlike previous family heads, Arden's fire avoided corruption and spared him the twisted flames. Arden realizes the spirit is calling the breath of black flame itself. Corrupted Barocha clarifies that black flame, born from pain, is not fire's true nature, and that such incomplete fire has limited potential. Arden is stunned to hear that his clan's vaunted technique is actually a flawed, limited skill. A narration recounts how Breath of Black Flame once elevated the Arden family to the strongest sword lineage on the continent. It notes that black flames define the family's identity and destructive reputation. Arden ponders the idea that his family's signature skill is incomplete, but admits the spirit's words fit his own past experiences. He remembers that in his previous life, when nearing transcendence, he hit an insurmountable wall. He now wonders if that barrier existed because of the constraints of Breath of Black Flame, and questions how to proceed. Rorocho senses his turmoil, and mentions another historical case, where pure energy enabled a descent similar to his. The spirit reveals that the energy in that story belonged to the founder of the Arden family. A portrait identifies this ancestor as Jerome Arden, an extraordinary master, who devised secret techniques for many noble houses. The narration explains that all direct records of Jerome vanished, over time leaving almost nothing. Legends say only that he surpassed transcendence. They also claim his flame shone white like light rather than black. Remembering this, Arden berates himself for only now recalling the legend of white flames. Rorocha remarks that Arden seems to have realized something important about his heritage. The spirit departs, saying it will wait for the day Arden's pure flames fully bloom, and promising to see him again. Left alone, Arden feels the new energy faintly, but believes he has gained a significant clue. He connects the founding head's white fire, the incompleteness of black flame, and the bottleneck of his former life. He notes that this time the flames did not turn black, yet the circulation completed, successfully giving him hope. The story then shifts to Baron Lomenton's headquarters. In the small town of Ultron, a messenger runs frantically through the corridors panting. He bursts into the Baron's office, announcing urgent intelligence from their spy in Kargas. The Baron is stunned to hear the Archduke is preparing to advance troops into their lands. Panicking, he protests that the Archduke was supposed to be focused on revenge against Shimon, while an associate urges him to calm down. The newly promoted 5-star knight boasts that he is eager to face the Archduke, and tells him to come anytime. A castle guard blows a horn to signal an approaching force. Cavalry hoofs pound the ground as riders advance. Ethan leads his knights on horseback through the forest toward Baron Lamontaigne's territory. Determined, Ethan orders his forces onward to the minor city of Ultron. At a training yard beneath the castle walls, practice dummies stand ready. A swordsman unleashes a blazing mana-infused slash downward. Ethan's red aura strike is met and blocked by his opponent's empowered blade. The opponent wonders at Ethan's technique, feeling multiple impacts from what should be a single slash. Realizing Ethan's mana increase created a new sword style, the observer is shocked by its emergence. The narration explains Ethan's secret solar prominence technique, an art and family art, available only to those past the circulation stage. As he prepares to use it, Ethan thinks about chaining solar prominence attacks together. While his body ignites in red flame, his sparring partner powers up his blue aura sword, cursing at the overwhelming attack. The partner decides that sword skill alone cannot block Ethan's oncoming power. The blue aura swordsman charges Ethan with a huge slash, screaming as he attacks. Ethan counters by dashing forward with his own aura, meeting the attack head-on. He stamps the ground and steels himself, jaw clenched as power gathers. Ethan roars and releases a massive red slash that collides with the blue wave. The partner is stunned that Ethan cut through his powerful sword, aura that was meant only to be dodged. Ethan praises the counter-attack, admitting it forced him to stop his planned chain of blows. The partner inwardly marvels at how much Ethan the Archduke has grown in such a short time. Respecting Ethan's strength, The man says he will now fight him seriously, almost as if in a real battle. Ethan calmly allows him to go all out, welcoming a full-strength challenge at Baron Lamontaine's castle. Ethan presents the Baron family's plan of attack. In his office, Ethan reviews the strategy and judges it acceptable, noting even the king will have no grounds to object. Ethan's white-haired aide says he has already handled the behind-the-scenes work, leaving only Ethan's public declaration but hints at one concern. Ethan prompts him to explain the concern. The aide warns that Baron Lamontaine's Knight Grandmaster has recently become a 5-star knight, and suggests reinforcing their forces. Ethan dismisses the worry and tells the aide to stay somewhere safe, saying the knights traveling with them are actually his escort. Ethan's mounted party enters a town, confusing the citizens who wonder what is happening. Nervous townspeople suspect the mounted group is there to impose taxes. Again Ethan, his aide and a knight take position in the town square, before the watching crowd. Observing the people, Ethan concludes that like Kargas, this feudal lord is bleeding his citizens dry with taxes. He notes the ragged condition of the townspeople and children, seeing the area as completely mismanaged. The fearful, haggard expressions on families' faces confirm the hardship they suffer. Ethan publicly addresses the citizens of Polaris, referencing Baron Cargo's downfall, and explaining he has come under royal authority to inspect the true state of the land. He announces that if Baron Lomington has broken his vassal contract, he will be punished by Duke family law, then pointedly asks the village chief whether the Baron is performing his duties. The intimidated village chief hesitates and struggles to answer. The crowd murmurs in disbelief and fear at the idea of punishing the Baron, and worry about the risk of speaking up. One brave citizen steps forward to accuse Baron Lamontaine of extorting excessive taxes. Others quickly support the accusation, begging Ethan to punish the Baron. The crowd erupts, shouting that life is unbearable under the Baron, and that they are starving. The citizens plead with Ethan to save them, praising him and chanting the Arden name. Ethan acknowledges their cries, and tells them he has clearly heard their voices, swearing on the Arden family name. Ethan vows to ensure Baron Lamontaine is punished. He calls for all evidence of the Baron's wrongdoings, demanding that any materials related to Lamontaine be brought to him. Later Ethan receives a compiled record book, and remarks that it will serve well to ignite the coming conflict. He confirms, with his aide, that the new intelligence network gathered the material, and is told that visiting a few more towns will secure overwhelming evidence. Mounting up again, Ethan orders his group to depart. At another estate, a noble anxiously asks his butler Hans if the rumor about Ethan is true. Hans reports that spies confirm Ethan has moved into Baron Lamontaine's lands, without Count Lugan knowing. Delighted, the noble praises Hans, and orders more agents sent to keep Lugan ignorant of this development. Gloating, the noble hopes Ethan will execute Lugan's vassal, so he can mock Lugan when his servant dies by the Archduke's hand. He reasons that even if Ethan loses, he plans to use the Senate to drag Lugan down, reveling in how favorable the situation is for him. The scene shifts to Ultron, Baron Lamontaine's walled headquarters city. Ethan arrives at Ultron's gate holding the incriminating book, ready to confront the Baron. He faces Baron Lomington, Grandmaster Murin, and their assembled knights in the courtyard. The Baron greets Ethan with feigned warmth, chiding him for not sending word before visiting. Ethan cuts off the pleasantries and displays the book, saying he will listen if they have something meaningful to say. The book lands open at the Baron's feet. The Baron pretends to recognize it, easily smiling. He stomps on the pages and notes that Ethan must have collected those records from the previous town. He muses darkly that he will need to visit that town more often, after he has dealt with Ethan. Turning to his knight, the Baron declares it is Grandmaster Murin's time to shine. Murin taunts Ethan for coming alone, and questions whether he is brave or foolish drawing his sword. Murin says he will not be intimidated by Ethan's status, though he might show mercy because of it. Ethan laughs at him. He remarks that the Baron's side is even more ridiculous than Kargus was. Ethan hefts his massive black sword and asks if their bluster is all they can offer. Murin laughs coldly at Ethan's confidence. Surrounded by blue flame, Murin advances and asks if Ethan can still act proud. After seeing his power with a menacing grin, he asks whether Ethan will remain composed once he witnesses Murin's skill. Murin launches a blindingly fast vertical slash toward Ethan. Ethan's eyes widen as the blow flashes past. Maren cackles and asks Ethan how he liked that opening move. He smugly asks whether Ethan enjoyed his greeting, and boasts about his intense fighting spirit. Ethan internally calls him arrogant, and notes how openly he displays his bloodlust. The Baron hastily tells Maren to wait, wanting to talk before the fight goes further, trying to salvage control. The Baron apologizes for their rudeness, and claims it was just to make sure Ethan would listen, insisting Ethan must now see the difference in strength between them. He offers to make a proposal if Ethan is willing to hear him out. The Baron argues that if Ethan listens, there is no need for them to fight among themselves. He claims Ethan's real enemy is Chaman, the leader who exiled him via Kargas, and says that as a member of Logan's faction, he is also an enemy of Chaiman, promising a tempting offer. Ethan thinks how absurd it is to receive an offer from someone who just threatened him, then asks what the proposal is. The Baron urges Ethan to join Logan's faction, promising that together they will crush Chaiman, and still guarantee Ethan's position as Archduke. Ethan starts laughing, confusing the Baron, who wonders why he finds this funny. Ethan coldly tells him he is shameless for making such a proposal, and insults Logan's faction, slamming his weapon into the ground. Ethan roars Baron Zephon Lomontane's name. The Baron recoils in alarm. Ethan's sword blazing red, says, mere vassal dares to claim he can guarantee an Archduke's position, and declares he wants nothing to do with their factional squabbles. He proclaims that every Senate member who betrayed their lord is his enemy, and vows they will all face Arden's judgment. The Baron yells in shock at Ethan's declaration. Enraged, he powers up with blue aura and prepares to fight himself. Murin rushes Ethan with a fierce aura slash, telling the Baron there is nothing left for him to see. Ethan meets the blow with his own weapon, blocking the attack. Murin shouts that he knows Ethan's victory over Kargas came from bribing Menhaden to betray Helmut, and claims Ethan must have a similar scheme, this time pressing the attack. He accuses Ethan of thinking Duke family law still controls everyone, even after waking from his coma watching. The Baron mocks Kargas for losing his men to betrayal, and calls it the price of age. He insists he is different, because his own Knight Order is completely loyal, and would never break. Ethan internally praises his agent, Lawrence, for uncovering how deeply information has been controlled here. Clashing weapons again. Ethan realizes if corruption is this bad in a neighboring territory, it must be just as bad elsewhere. He charges forward, deciding it is time to stop playing and get serious. Ethan's sudden surge of power startles Murin, who realizes Ethan had been toying with him. Ethan announces he will stop messing around, and releases a stronger aura attack. Their next collision creates a huge blinding shockwave of blue energy. Meanwhile, back home, Ethan's mother anxiously sets down her teacup. Worried for her son, she voices her concern about calmly drinking tea, while Ethan might be in danger, but is told not to worry. Ethan's grandfather recalls that Ethan defeated Kargas alone, and assumes he brought knights with him this time, even if Baron Lomington is stronger. Ethan's mother points out that he dislikes relying on subordinates, and fears he might choose to fight alone again. Grandfather laughs slightly. Saint Ethan likely will not even be injured. The knight who sparred Ethan earlier confidently states that no single Baron family can handle the Archduke's current strength. Back at Ultron, Murin reels in confusion, unable to understand what just happened in the latest exchange. He finds himself slammed into a cratered wall, stunned because he thought he had grabbed Ethan from behind. Ethan stands unharmed with his burning sword, as Lomatin's men cry out in panic for their grandmaster. Humiliated in front of his subordinates, Murin fumes at the disgrace. The Baron frantically orders his knights to help Murin, and do something. Murin forces himself up and commands everyone to back away, declaring he is fine, empowering himself again. He warns the Baron that he might accidentally kill Ethan, because his strength is too great to fully control. Nervous, the Baron pretends that would be an unfortunate complication. Murin roars and unleashes an enormous blue aura with his sword. He activates his trump card technique and charges Ethan, screaming for his death. The attack explodes across the courtyard in a huge blue blast. Watching the devastation, the Baron complains that Murin's enthusiasm will make garden repairs expensive and jokingly muses about raising taxes again. Murin clicks his tongue in frustration as he senses his strike missed, and that Ethan dodged, surrounded by smoke and red aura. He angrily demands to know where Ethan has hidden. Ethan suddenly appears from behind, catching Murin off guard with a red flash. Ethan slices into Murin the next instant. Ethan is standing on Murin's back, having completely overpowered him. Murin, pinned and enveloped in red energy, stammers in disbelief at what just occurred. Ethan tells him he will say only one thing, as Murin marvels at his overwhelming strength. Immobilized by Ethan's power, Murin panics that he cannot move his body. Ethan calmly asks what Murin thinks happened to those who previously attacked him, with murderous intent at Kargus. Terrified, Murin screams in anticipation of the same fate. Nearby, the Baron hears the massive impact and anxiously asks what just happened. He and his men shout for Murin to answer, and ask if the Archduke has been defeated. Ethan's off-screen voice says he doubts Murin can respond in his current condition. Murin's body is hurled through the air and crashes down before the Baron Lomanton, and his knights recoil in horror at their Grandmaster's ruined state. Seeing him broken on the ground, the Baron stammers Murin's name in disbelief. He begins to realize there is no way Murin lost so easily. Panicking, he yells at his vice commander and knights to hurry and do something. He points out that they have 30 knights, and orders them to stop the Archduke at once. The vice commander rallies the frightened knights, telling them not to lose their composure. He commands them to form the combined attack formation they trained so hard for, and to surround Ethan for the Grandmaster's revenge. Ethan regards their mustered ranks with amusement, thinking their levels are so low, he will not even need solar prominence. The vice commander shouts to everyone to prepare. Ethan launches forward as the knights charge, initiating a full assault. Ethan decides he must heavily restrain his strength to avoid killing such weak opponents instantly. He nonetheless calls out his technique and begins to swing with serious intent. A massive fiery tornado of solar prominence erupts, engulfing the area. The charging knights are consumed by the blazing vortex, screaming as Ethan's attack overwhelms them. Knights are violently blasted away by Ethan's overwhelming attack. Ethan walks calmly, and thinks there is no reason to punish the regular knights, since none show true killing intent. He concludes that the only person who genuinely tried to kill him was the female knight in a flashback. The blonde knight nervously points a sword at Ethan, while a steward watches in shock. The blonde knight panics, sweating as she realizes who she is facing back in the present. She stiffens in fear when Ethan appears beside her. Ethan coldly states that exploiting the people with unfair taxes and threatening him with a blade are serious crimes. Citing the Duke family's law, Ethan declares that Cyprian Lamontagne will have all titles and wealth confiscated. Cyprian screams in terror at Ethan's judgment. Cyprian frantically calls for his 200 soldiers to protect him. He yells at the assembled troops, demanding they attack Ethan and reminding them he pays their wages. Zephan insists he, not the Arden family, is their master and orders them to obey him. In response, the soldiers drop their swords to the ground. Their representative refuses to attack Ethan, saying they cannot raise weapons against the Arden family, who once saved them. Ethan smiles, as the soldier also points out that their own food and clothing come from unfair taxes on their families. Zipron realizes with horror that Ethan's earlier words about justice were aimed at persuading the soldiers, not him. Trembling, Zipron admits to himself that Ethan is terrifying, possessing authority, power, and masterful control over crowds. Shocked, he wonders how he knew so little about such a formidable man. Ethan announces Zipron's end and prepares a lethal flaming spell. Ethan drives his blazing weapon through Zipron's body. Zipron lets out a dying scream. Ethan stands over the fallen Baron, sword still impaled, as onlookers stare. Addressing the soldiers, Ethan thanks them for lowering their swords for him and his family. He reminds them he traveled through many towns and promised to end the Baron's tyranny. Ethan declares that from this moment Ethan Arden seizes all of the Baron's authority. He proclaims the Burney part of the Duke family's territory and announces its liberation. The soldiers kneel in acknowledgement of his declaration. They pledge to follow his orders and loudly praise the Archduke Arden. The scene shifts to the Arden estate, symbolizing the family's power base. In an office, a strange, slime-like relic called the Second Eight Ring is praised as good work, and someone asks if the Baron talked easily. A subordinate reports that with the King's seal and helmets present, extracting information was easy because the Baron bargained for mercy. Ethan says, mercy will depend on how the Baron responds to a particular book. The white-haired aide asks in surprise about this book. Ethan explains he found it in Lamontaigne's office. and that it is titled The Book of the Dragon Race. He orders a renewed interrogation of the Baron to learn how he obtained this book. The Book of the Dragon Race is revealed as a text that venerates the Dragon Lord. The book promises power and the Dragon Lord's protection to worshippers, who endlessly recite 9 passages. Ethan concludes the tome is actually a skill book, teaching a man a breathing method. He compares it to the dark mage he met at the mine, judging the book inferior, yet clearly of the same system. Ethan confirms that the breathing technique described matches the dark mage's style. He notes the method gathers mana at the heart instead of mana holes, creating severe side effects. While it could quickly raise a practitioner to around 4 stars, he explains the price is eventual fatal heart rupture. Ethan, closing the book, tells someone to enter. His aide returns and reports, gathering information from both the Baron and local residents. The aide says the book is tied to the religious order Ethan mentioned, and that they use it as bait to recruit followers. Ethan reasons that power-hungry people, ignorant of the side effects and not hating wyverns, would eagerly accept such a book. He asks what commoners think of wyverns, and whether such bait is really effective. The aide answers that war scarred commoners heavily, so despite a non-aggression pact, wyverns are still widely despised. He recounts that when the book first appeared, residents begged nobles to crush the cult, but the nobles ignored them and reporters vanished. With noble complicity, the cult's activities continued, and residents became silent on the matter. Ethan reflects that fear and self-interest are intertwined, and concludes Zipron likely collaborated with others. As in Helmet's case during interrogation, Zipron insists to Lawrence that he is hostile to the cult, and unrelated to them, hysterical. Zipron shouts that the Neuraxis cult has nothing to do with him. Hearing the name, Ethan quietly repeats Neuraxis. Deep in thought, the aide confirms Zipron indeed mentioned Neuraxis and asks if that is significant. Ethan downplays it outwardly but is clearly troubled. He recalls Neuraxis as a shape-shifting wyvern general, famed for deception. Ethan remembers that wyvern types wielded different abilities, and were not uniform in power. He notes that 6 distinct wyvern powers were used to torment humankind. Among them, shapeshifters could transform into humans, plants or animals to hide perfectly. Ethan reflects that such shapeshifters are extremely troublesome, and can only be detected by knights of at least 7 stars. He remembers needing a full year of cat and mouse to defeat Neuraxis. In his previous life, now after the non-aggression pact, he worries that many shapeshifters may be hidden in the ducat, and even among nobles. Ethan realizes this era may be even more dangerous than his past life. He tells Lawrence the situation is more urgent than expected, and that the book's spread must be organized, not random. Determined, Ethan decides to personally investigate the distribution network, since more conspirators must exist. That night, under the moonlight, banging sounds come from a small shop inside. A clerk calls out that the store is closed and to come back later. Annoyed, the clerk grumbles to himself. Still irritated, he starts to yell again at whoever is knocking. Suddenly, the shop door explodes inward with a powerful blast. The clerk is stunned, as dust and debris filled the now wrecked entrance. Ethan appears in the doorway, and dryly remarks that the store is now open. The clerk, supported by another man, starts to protest, but someone else says he will explain. Ethan forcefully slams the door behind him, making his presence and authority clear. In a back room, several men tied to the order look up, and suspiciously ask who Ethan is. Ethan announces that today's sales are over, and asks if they want to die, his eye reflecting their image. Walking toward them, he calls them scum for selling wyvern power, and mocks both sellers and buyers as pathetic. The cultists take his insult as a death wish and prepare to kill him. Ethan coldly tells them to move because he has no business with them, but they laugh at him. One thug rushes in, saying they do have business with Ethan and demanding what he will do. Ethan grits his teeth, clearly ready to respond with violence. He instantly smashes the attacker's face with overwhelming speed. Glowering, Ethan warns the rest once, and tells them in harsh terms to get out of his way. Terrified, the men scramble aside and stammer apologies as Ethan advances. One panic seller tries to flee but runs straight into Ethan. Cornered, the man frantically demands to know who Ethan is, and why he is interfering. He threatens to call the authorities, and accuses Ethan of committing a clear crime by barging in. Ethan smirks, mocking the man for shamelessly acting self-righteous. Leveling his weapon, Ethan declares that selling wyvern, praising books on Arden land is an executable offense. The seller realizes in horror that he is on Arden land, and guesses Ethan's true identity. Ethan reveals himself as Archduke Ethan, and orders the man to talk if he wants to live. Ethan fixes him with a cold stare, and demands to know where the books are produced. Trembling before Ethan and his soldiers, the seller insists he only distributed books supplied by the order. Ethan reasons there must be many distribution cells, and presses the man about any others he has heard of. The seller admits the order usually hides its tracks, but mentions rumors of another branch in Viscount Deccan's territory. Ethan walks through the forest, thinking that Deccan's land borders Baron Karga's former domain. He decides this will be his next destination. Ethan arrives at a hidden cave, and wonders if it is the site the seller described. Standing before the cavern under the night sky, Ethan silently assesses the place. He notes the absence of magical alarms or guards, which is suspicious for such an operation. Ethan concludes the cult has been operating here for a long time, in what they consider a very safe hideout, and he finds it absurd as he walks deeper in. He thinks about how unpleasant the atmosphere feels elsewhere. Someone asks a purple-haired cultist what he did. The cultist cheerfully explains. He flaunted his strength to extort hidden money from victims, and then killed them after taking it. His companion scolds him, saying that even under the chief priest's protection, he is overdoing such atrocities. The purple-haired man laughs that the order controls the world, so no one will complain, only to be cut off by someone telling him to shut up. Ethan appears behind them, telling them their words are so disgusting. He refuses to listen further, startled. The two cultists shout and demand to know who he is. Ethan, approaching with glowing blue eyes and great sword, says, "People about to die do not need that answer." Outraged by their cruelty, he asks if they feel no guilt for their words or deeds. The cultists, still underestimating him, assume he is a mercenary who heard a rumor and came for money. One, excited for a fight, draws his sword and says this will relieve his boredom. Surrounded by dark purple aura from his breathing technique, he taunts Ethan for not knowing his place. Ethan recognizes the same mixed breathing technique from the book, and angrily asks if they have already forgotten the Wyvern War. The cultist, confused, scoffs even as Ethan condemns him for learning Wyvern arts, responsible for countless human deaths. Ethan, flaring with red mana, accuses them of using those arts to exploit and kill innocents again, and questions their humanity. He lunges in a powerful spiraling strike, cloaked in red energy, at the purple aura swordsman. The cultist notes Ethan's speed, but believes his attacks are weak and prepares to counter. Ethan brings his blazing weapon down with overwhelming force against the cultist's guard. The clash ends with Ethan slipping past the defense and cutting the man. The cultist looks down in shock as blood gushes from a lethal wound. His ally, enraged, charges Ethan in a purple aura leap. Ethan dodges the surprise assault and moves in for another strike. The second cultist is stunned that Ethan avoided his ambush so easily. Ethan dives from above to attack him again with his black spear sword. Ethan battles the man with brutal red and purple energy, overwhelming him as a wounded cultist begs for his life. Ethan remarks on the indescribably filthy feeling they give him. He grips his weapon tighter, resentful that his family risked their lives in war, only for people like this to benefit. Ethan vows that every one of these traitors, who betrayed humanity and harmed his people, will pay the price. A gruesome, cracking sound signals Ethan's merciless execution of the cultists. Elsewhere in the hideout, a torch flares as someone shouts that there is an intruder. Cult members order a report to the chief priest, and command everyone to arm themselves against the intruder. Hearing that the second defensive zone is breached, they panic and wonder who could be doing this. Ethan, blood-streaked and implacable, strides deeper into the cult's lair. With his sword ready, armed cultists identify him and ready crossbows to fire. They encircle Ethan in a ritual area, warning him not to move or they will shoot. Ethan dryly comments on the grand welcome, and that more enemies remain than he expected. The chief priest appears, mocking Ethan and promising mercy if he obediently answers questions. Ethan dismisses the notion of mercy as laughable. He asks if this man is the chief priest, responsible for distributing the Wyvern books, and whether he knows whose territory he is in. Smiling coldly, Ethan scoffs at the priest's claim that this is their territory. Calling it nonsense, Ethan unleashes blazing power, denouncing Wyvern worshippers for daring to make such claims. On Ardenland filled with rage, he vows to annihilate every one of them to the last man. The chief priest orders his followers to fire on Ethan, but to keep him alive so they can identify him. A barrage of purple mana-charged arrows rains down toward Ethan. Ethan counters with a name technique that detonates into a massive explosion of mana shrapnel. Intercepting the arrows, the archers panic, as they realize their enchanted bolts were all neutralized midair. The chief priest, seeing Ethan's fire-imbued weapon, realizes he is no ordinary knight. Recognizing the use of fire mana, the chief priest suddenly suspects, in horror, that the intruder is Archduke Arden himself. The protagonist realizes the attackers are likely the Arden family, known for hating wyverns, and worries their information was leaked. The silver-haired enemy decides this crisis is an opportunity. Since the Archduke has only recently awakened, he plans to defeat the future obstacle, the Archduke, to earn high-ranking wyvern magic books as a reward. Drunk on ambition, the priest imagines how much more power he could command. He summons a magical fire whip weapon. He orders the whip to burn fiercely and lashes out at the Archduke. The Archduke notes that the priest can cast powerful spells with only brief incantations. He suspects the priest might also be using magic in the wyvern's tongue. Narration explains wyvern's tongue magic, a unique power of wyverns who worship language. Its defining trait is the ability to cast spells without spoken incantations. This is achieved by implanting a second manhole in the brain, called language circulation. The Archduke deduces that if the priest has language circulation, he may be connected not only to Noraxis the shapeshifter, but also other wyverns. The Archduke plants his foot, preparing to counter. He steadies his weapon and reacts to something surprising. Cultists claim the Archduke is cornered, and unleash a volley of attacks. Ordering open fire, the Archduke judges this enemy far stronger than the previous black magician, and resolves to finish him in one decisive blow. The priest refuses to let the cultist combination attack land, and cast fire shackles. The shackles bind the Archduke midair, as the cultists shout to restrain him, gloating that he has caught his prey. The priest warns the Archduke that any movement will cost his limbs. Believing victory assured, the priest declares the fight over, but the Archduke calmly gathers power. Instead of panicking, the Archduke mocks the priest as a fool. He explodes with power, shattering the shackles and launching a fierce counterattack. The priest is shocked and frightened by this sudden surge. The Archduke says the matchup was poor for the chief priest, reminding him that the Arden family specialize in fire mana. He states that fire magic from someone like the priest is useless against an Arden. The priest fumes at the Archduke's arrogance, admitting he underestimated him. Enraged, he vows to make the Archduke die painfully and begins powering up. He chants an invocation to a giant in the clouds, imbuing even greater power into his whip. A massive storm of purple energy swirls around him. As the Archduke braces himself, the Archduke senses the overwhelming power building, and worries that letting it fully charge would be dangerous. As he tries to interrupt the ritual, cultists block his path, saying they will not let him disturb the chief priest. He fights off numerous soldiers, while regretting that he let too many remain alive earlier. The priest coughs blood, the strain of his taboo magic showing. Smiling through the blood, he boasts about the terrifying power granted to him by his patrons. He unleashes a barrage of purple attacks, daring the Archduke to block his cheap tricks. Again screaming for the Archduke to die, he hurls the charged magic. While the Archduke realizes he is a moment too late, the Archduke decides he must use a trump card. Skill he wanted to avoid, he activates second circulation, flooding his body with blazing power. The priest-conjured figure is overwhelmed, and begins to cry out in pain. One of the cult's men screams for the chief priest. As the power backlash surges, the Archduke invokes 2 solar prominent writings of circulation, further amplifying his strength. He charges with a technique called Blazing Spear. Wrapped in intense flames, the fiery spear clashes explosively with the priest's purple magic. The impact detonates into a gigantic firestorm, staggering the priest. cannot believe the Archduke can produce such magic by brute force, alone consumed by flames. He screams in agony. The building trembles and crumbles from the aftermath of the clash. Debris and embers fall as the battleground lies in ruins. The surviving cultists lie scattered and motionless. Across the courtyard, coughing from the smoke, the priest struggles on the ground while the Archduke stands over him. The Archduke, still simmering with power, tells the defeated priest he has a question for him. The priest lies on a magic circle, coughing as the Archduke approaches. The Archduke asks him directly about the mage organization operating inside the Neurax's order. The priest responds with an eerie laugh. He erupts into maniacal laughter. Despite his injuries, he mocks the Archduke's composure, saying it proves he is truly an ardent. The Archduke cuts him off, saying he has no interest in small talk and demands an answer. The priest admits such an organization exists, but claims the Archduke will never learn its secrets. He praises the spiritual leader, and hints at his own fanatical devotion. He announces he will drag the Archduke with him into death, and begins a self-destructive spell. The Archduke seizes the priest's head, choking off the spell. The priest screams as the Archduke forcibly interferes with his magic, holding the crackling blood magic core in his hand. The Archduke shocks the priest, who cannot understand how this is possible. Narration explains that the Archduke has seen others attempt such self-destruction before, and expelled the blood magic before it could trigger. The priest, veins glowing, bitterly calls the Archduke a fiendish monster. He declares that even this power is insufficient, and that the Archduke will never obtain answers from their organization. The Archduke listens, as the priest begins reciting the terms of a vow all members share. The priest reveals they swore an oath to the great spiritual leader. Just before his body starts to dissolve into magic, the Archduke recognizes the taboo spell. It incinerates anyone who tries to think about certain forbidden information. He judges the spell to be so advanced that he cannot it with his current abilities. He concludes from the priest's final words and the spell's nature that the conspiracy reaches far beyond this one chief priest. He resolves to investigate the mysterious great spiritual leader further that night. Elsewhere, someone laughs triumphantly outside a grand mansion. A noble toasts, delighted that Count Lugon has been publicly humiliated. The Count praises his servant Hans for the excellent work. He explains that Hans's information prevented Logan from sending reinforcements, something Logan will only discover tomorrow. Hans says it was an honor to help, then asks if a special tactic was used to overcome the Archduke's stronghold. The Count describes how they copied the Archduke's earlier raid strategy, leading a midnight assault with hired knights. He sneers that Loman's knights fell easily to such an attack. Hans inwardly realizes how wrong the Count's understanding of the situation is. Hans thinks to himself that the Archduke is treating them like toys, and that Lawrence's schemes seem like parlor tricks by comparison. The Count suddenly calls out Hans's name, jolting him from his thoughts. He rewards Hans's performance by appointing him as Chief of Intelligence. Hans is shocked and worried that the responsibility might be too great for him. The Count insists his achievements merit the role, and orders him with a subordinate knight to investigate the Archduke's aims further. Hans accepts eagerly and pledges to do his best. The Count congratulates his new Chief of Intelligence, and they share a celebratory drink alone. The Count gloats that his maneuvering will force Lugo to fight the Archduke, and drive Lugo's allies over to his own side. The scene shifts to morning at an academy-like complex. The Archduke returns there with his aide, saying his mission yielded modest but concrete results. He asks his aide if he uncovered any information about the Neuraxis order. The aide confirms he found some official data. The aide begins explaining what he learned. He says the Neuraxis order is based in the Genin Empire and operates openly as an official group. Shocked, the Archduke demands confirmation of this claim. The aide confirms the report is official, and also describes the overseas situation. The Archduke recalls that Jinnan was once attacked by wyverns, and wonders why such a nation would now endorse the Neuraxis order. He worries that the order's influence might extend beyond any single duchy, and spread across the entire continent. He instructs his aide to summon Prasine, who knows more about the order. Narration describes how the Neuraxis order, centered around the Holy Church in Jinnan, has established itself across nearly all kingdoms. It further notes that the order is led by a holy spiritual leader, with each region overseen by a great spiritual leader. In a strategy meeting, the Archduke slams his fist on a map in frustration. He concludes that if Prexion's information is accurate, the Order holds one of the strongest positions on the Western continent. He reasons that the Order must have hidden branches, even in the Hydra Empire, as confirmed by the priest who mentioned a great spiritual leader. He adds a new objective along with restoring his family. He will eradicate the Wyvern cult spreading through the kingdom. Priscilla notes, "It is fortunate that the king's policies have so far limited the Order's presence in Hydra." Surprised, the Archduke questions whether that seemingly useless king deserves credit. Present confirms that due to the king's aggressive stance, Haydn is the only region without an official branch of the Order. The Archduke re-evaluates the king. Impressed that he has blocked the cult so effectively, he realizes the king's actions were meant to protect citizens, wondering if past conflicts with the Ardennes were circumstances, rather than malice. He orders Priscillian to keep him updated on royal policies, thinking they might be useful. He then asks Persine to investigate something else, and points to a map. The object of interest is a distinctive insignia he places on the table. He explains that this insignia was carried by the priest at the printing press, and suspects it is tied to the mage organization or the Order. He instructs Lawrence to send a letter to Popelance at daybreak. Lawrence asks if this means contacting the dwarf blacksmith, and whether urgent weapons are needed. The Archduke says the matter is even more important, sharing a conjecture. He speculates that the Neuraxis Order may not be purely human, and might involve dwarves. The story jumps to a bustling town where dwarves miss work. One dwarf drops his hammer in surprise. Populace reads the Archduke's letter in stunned silence. Another dwarf asks Popelance why he suddenly stopped working. Popelance hurriedly entrusts the smithy to his partner Muster, and rushes off running through the streets. He shouts that he must see the Archduke. Immediately Muster, bewildered, wonders what is going on. Popelance smiles grimly, thinking they might gain a chance for revenge sooner than expected. A glowing crystal sphere is prepared, hinting it will be used to connect distant parties via the sphere. Count Lawrence convenes the 33rd Senate meeting, with holographic projections of the nobles. He opens by raising the issue of the Archduke occupying Count Lomontan's territory. A furious senator criticizes Lugan for learning of the invasion. A full day late, other nobles question whether Lugan's incompetence is why the Archduke dares attack their faction. Lawrence pointedly asks Duke Logan what he will do, and whether he will sit idle as his vassals die. Logan clenches a letter in anger, wondering if the Archduke is simply striking the nearest, weakest targets. He suspects there must be someone secretly aiding the Archduke against his faction, remembering his failed deal. He imagines the Archduke and Lawrence secretly shaking hands. Horrified, Logan wonders if Chimon and the Archduke have formed an alliance. He decides that in that case, drastic action is necessary. He declares he will issue a formal warning against the Archduke, startling the others. Lawrence feigns curiosity at this talk of a warning. Another senator explains that, while they cannot openly attack a vassal due to contracts, they can combine their vassal power to halt his aggression, and warn him. Logan proposes also involving the king to arbitrate, believing royal intervention will check the Archduke. Lawrence inwardly calls Lugo a stupid fool for not grasping the true situation. The narration contrasts this with the Archduke, who fully understands the stakes. Lawrence scoffs that an angry Archduke is insignificant, and will not deter his schemes. He plans to let the Archduke and Chimon exhaust each other, then swoop in with elite knights to finish them all. Later at sunset, Lawrence summons Hans again. Hans asks if the Senate meeting went well. Lawrence proudly replies that he has placed Logan in a dire predicament, and now just needs the Archduke to move against Eaton territory. Hans says they have not pinpointed the Archduke's next target yet, but has gathered clues. He reports that the Archduke seems to be attacking indirect relatives, under the pretext of their high taxes, so lowering taxes might avoid attention. Hearing this, Lawrence stiffens, and fearfully considers actually reducing taxes, to avoid becoming the Archduke's next target. The butler suddenly realizes something shocking. The Count ominously calls Hans out for speaking beyond his station. Hans senses the air turn tense and wonders what is happening. The Count coldly reminds Hans that his job is to spy on the Archduke. He angrily rejects the idea of caring about the Archduke's feelings. Terrified, Hans bows and hurriedly apologizes for his words. The Count warns Hans not to forget his place, and threatens consequences for poor work. He implies terrible things will happen if Hans disobeys, then dismisses him panicking. Hans quickly excuses himself and leaves the room alone. The Count worries that Logan has realized he has outside help. He decides the best way to deal with both the Archduke and Logan is to invite the third prince to his house. A few days later, training resumes at Lominen Castle's practice field. The Archduke reads a report while talking strategy with his aide. Smirking, he interprets the report as a warning from his enemies. He notes their harassment worked, and that both factions now expect an attack from the south. The aide says Kaiman's faction will advance. In response, the Archduke proposes using the king politically, just as Logan does, and his aide agrees the idea has merit. He confirms the aide has traced the distribution routes for Deccan's new Wyvern books. They plan to justify an assault on the Senate, where Wyvern worshippers gather, by citing the king's policies. The aide reports that Hans tried to get Chaiman to lower taxes, but was ignored. Hearing this, the Archduke curses the Senate's greed for refusing to reform. Despite the threat, a mocking voice interrupts, calling the Archduke a thief who stole something. The Archduke instantly swings his great sword in a powerful slash toward the intruder. His fiery blow erupts across the field in a massive explosion. The practice ground is engulfed in roaring flames. Amid the chaos, the aide wonders how an intruder slipped past the 3 centuries. A figure calmly stands in the flames, remarking that the heat is unpleasant but bearable. The same figure asks if this blazing attack is the Arden family flame. From the rumors, the aide is stunned that the stranger shrugged off the Archduke's full power attack, concluding the enemy is extremely skilled. The Archduke demands to know who he is. The intruder sneers that the Archduke is arrogant for a supposed thief. Revealing himself fully, he hints that he is actually the rightful owner of the stolen potion, and asks if they recognize him. The Archduke repeats the accusation of theft and disbelief. While facing him head-on, the Archduke rebukes the intruder for trespassing, and again presses for his identity. Laughing, the stranger calls the Archduke a thief again, and begins gathering magic. The Archduke is confused and wary at this repeated accusation. Brandishing a vial, the intruder demands if the Archduke will keep making excuses, even after seeing this potion, which the Archduke recognizes from Jerome's information. A brief explanation appears about the special potion, called Resin of Vitality. More text explains items named Lightning Stone and Rapid Mana Charger. It states that 4 such powerful artifacts exist, with extraordinary abilities. These artifacts allowed humans to keep fighting wyverns until the wars end. The narration adds that a single man created the recipes for all those potions. The stranger finally names herself as the creation sorcerer, Ilya Peacecraft. She angrily crushes the vial containing her own potion. Ilya rants that the potion took 5 years of research and a decade of isolation, yet the Archduke reproduced it perfectly. She concludes there is no doubt he somehow stole her recipes. Enraged, she demands to know how Archduke Arden obtained her formula. The Archduke coolly says that if she is honest, he will only discipline her. While his aide wonders why this legendary creator appeared internally, the Archduke thinks it likely is truly Ilya, but considers that history might have changed again. He resolves to investigate the situation more deeply. Out loud, he dismisses her accusations as nonsense, and prepares to counter if she keeps insulting them. He then suggests she stop hiding and reveal her real form, shocking her, drawing on knowledge from his previous life. He warns her not to underestimate the Ardens, and claims he can see through her tricks. Elia pauses, intrigued by his insight. Amused, she begins transforming, acknowledging that he is no ordinary opponent. The dazzling transformation forces the aide to shield his eyes. Elia says, it has been a long time since she showed anyone her true form. The Archduke and his aide watch, confirming that this must indeed be her real appearance, now in a youthful body wreathed in flame. Elia tells him to consider it an honor. She warns that he had better answer her questions, because she will no longer hold back. The Archduke concludes that this truly is Ilya, and notes that unlike in his past life, he is now seeing her true form. Remembering that Ilya normally never reveals herself, he decides he cannot waste this rare chance. He inwardly resolves to try recruiting her to his side. Growing impatient, Ilya shouts at the Archduke for stalling. She starts to threaten him against lying. As the narration describes a potion that grants monster abilities, temporarily the Archduke then lists several of her in development. Magical inventions such as ability-granting stones, weight-reducing beads, an invisibility cloak and a far-seeing crystal ball. Hearing even more of her secret ideas, Ilya panics and demands he stop. Baffled at how he knows them, she realizes he is naming projects she is currently researching, and even only brainstorming. Unable to comprehend how he could have stolen such knowledge, shaken she cries out, asking how he can know these things, while he casually says it is nothing. He attributes his knowledge to the Arden family's vision, saying there is more he cannot reveal to an outsider. Ilya grits her teeth in frustration, saying she cannot listen to his claims any longer. She yells that his explanation makes no sense for a mere swordsman, rather than a mage or alchemist. The Archduke calmly replies that she does not have to believe him. He points out that, instead of punishing her for breaking in and calling him a thief, he is actually answering honestly. As onlookers gather, he adds that she should be grateful, and that her belief is none of his concern. Furious and convinced he is lying, Ilya vows that what he is saying must be false. The Archduke tells her that since she has heard his answer, she should leave, saying he will not charge her for the damage to the field. Ilya cedes, calling him a bastard under her breath. Her magic suddenly surges, surrounding the field in ominous energy that startles the Archduke. She unleashes a full coverage region, transforming the entire area into her magical domain. From within the blazing storm, she screams at him for toying with her, and prepares to attack in earnest. Consumed by rage, Ilya declares that mere discipline is no longer enough, and that she will go much further. The aide runs toward the Archduke in alarm. As the hostile magic intensifies, the Archduke recognizes that they have been trapped inside a caster's coverage region. A narration explains that a master sorcerer can alter the environment around them, creating a coverage region. He curses himself for forgetting. Ilya was an 8th rank sorcerer in his former life, and realizes she is stronger than he expected. A blinding flash marks the escalation of their confrontation. Ilya revels in the fact that within her territory, he can no longer move freely. The Archduke decides he must fight at full strength, or be in serious danger. He activates his ultimate power called Second Life, unleashing it completely bathed in red energy. He roars as his power explodes outward, shaking the field. Ilya, seeing the eruption, hurriedly prepares a defense. The empowered Archduke charges straight through her magic, telling her to stop relying on cheap tricks. Ilya is shocked by his speed. As she tries to raise more fire, his descending strike crashes toward her. In a massive red and gold impact, Ilya is sent tumbling as her coverage region shatters, and she wonders who this man really is. She hastily stacks multiple magical shields to block his relentless, combined offense and defense. The Archduke smashes down on her layered barriers with his great sword. The clash sends Ilya flying upward, and then slamming toward the ground in a blazing impact. The Archduke lands from the exchange with a grunt, bracing himself to continue the battle. Despite having taken heavy damage, the swordsman decides it is still not enough, and prepares to push his power further. He channels an unfinished technique through his hand and weapon, unleashing a burst of fiery energy. The attack detonates with the man roaring. As power erupts from his chest, the blonde sorceress senses his energy suddenly multiply, and reacts in disbelief. Empowered, he activates a technique called Solar Prominence Fire Lance, and hurls a massive flame attack. The fire lance explodes in a gigantic blast that engulfs the surroundings. Trainees brace themselves, as the instructor warns everyone not to be swept away by the explosion. Smoke and debris drift into the sky as the blast subsides. When the smoke clears, the swordsman appears above the blonde woman, weapon raised toward her, pinning her down with his blade. He threatens to cut her if she moves and calls her a doppelganger. She freezes in shock as he maintains his threatening stance over her. Still stunned, she wonders how the situation turned against her. Observing his opponent's earlier move, he realizes the enemy used a wyvern-breathing technique, and suspects collusion with wyverns. The blonde woman clenches her fist, reasoning that although he stole wyvern techniques, someone from the Arden family would never ally with wyverns. Calming down, she asks him how he managed to recognize she was a doppelganger. He notes she no longer intends to fight, and explains that his swordsman family's secret techniques include more than sword skills. His companions add that their family records also contain potion recipes, combat techniques, and a method for exposing imposters like her. Pouting but accepting, she says the explanation clears their misunderstanding, and orders them to stop damaging her property, though she remains suspicious. Another member asks how they should punish her for attacking the Archduke, but the swordsman dismisses it as a misunderstanding and lets it slide. He tells his aide to handle the aftermath while he walks away, leaving her seated on the ground. As he turns, he suddenly clutches his chest, feeling the strain from his earlier technique. Catching his breath, he acknowledges the mixed breathing pattern with wyvern techniques was risky. He reflects that without that technique, he would have lost, but is relieved he completed it without side effects. As he and his aide try to leave, the blonde woman shouts for them to wait. She declares that he is in a family war, and enthusiastically offers to assist him. When she demands to see his family secrets, in return he bluntly replies that they do not need her. Shocking her, he repeats that he does not need her help, because he already has enough strength to defeat his relatives. Outraged, she insists she is an 8th rank sorcerer, and that he is only a 4-star knight, so he should value her power. He casually reminds her that he already defeated her moments ago. Leaving her flustered, she grits her teeth in frustration, growling under her breath. Desperate to stay involved, she offers to create various powerful items, using the secret techniques and equipment he mentioned. Growing confident, she boasts that he must consider her proposal, since she is the best inventor in the world. Internally, she schemes to pretend to help him, while actually learning all of the Arden family's secret techniques. Outwardly, she smiles and agrees that his condition sounds acceptable. The swordsman agrees, to test whether her abilities are actually useful to him. He orders Lawrence to arrange a room for her, and she celebrates being accepted. While Lawrence complies, both she and the swordsman privately think that events are unfolding exactly according to their own plans. A servant opens the door and informs her that this is the room prepared for her. She inspects the room, deciding it is not her style, but adequate for her purposes. Excited, she suddenly produces a subspace pouch and begins unpacking. In a flash of light, she reveals fully stocked out chemical shelves, assuring Lawrence that everything she needs is now in the room. Watching her work, Lawrence remembers that although the Archduke defeated her easily, she is in fact extremely powerful. He acknowledges to himself that she truly is a grand sorcerer. As he sees her preparations, pulling on her gloves, she finishes setting up and declares her preparations complete. She proudly states that the room is now properly equipped for her to use. Astonished by the sudden appearance of so many tools and materials, Lawrence wonders where it all came from. As she confirms his name, she then presses Lawrence, saying he must know much about the Archduke, and that she has questions about him. Lawrence replies that he has not known the Archduke for long, but suggests she meet the Archduchess to learn more. She clarifies that he means the Archduke's older sister, and he confirms this. Delighted, she eagerly asks to be LED to the Archduchess, and even considers disguising herself again, while Lawrence hurriedly tells her to wait. Ethan asks Ilya, a doppelganger, if she normally walks around using the body of an old woman. Ilya boasts that she uses the old woman form to command respect, but insists she deserves respect, even in her youthful original appearance. Ethan explains they are in the middle of a family war, and are hiding their identities to deceive enemies. He suggests Ilya keep her young guys, since it will not arouse suspicion, and she agrees. Ilya then guesses. Ethan also disguises himself as a man for similar reasons, and Ethan nervously admits it. Deciding on their disguises, Ilya enthusiastically says they should go meet the Archduchess right away. The Archduchess greets Ilya excitedly, calling her cute, and marveling that someone so young is visiting on vacation. Overjoyed, the Archduchess hugs Ilya tightly, declaring she will take good care of her, while Ilya protests in pain. Struggling in the Archduchess's arms, Ilya yells about being mistaken for a child, as Ethan asks the Archduchess to look after their guest. Once outside, Ethan wipes his brow in relief, while Ilya screams that he tricked her and vows revenge. Elsewhere, a dwarf host sets out tea and welcomes a black-clad noble guest. The noble notes the dwarf arrived quickly, and the dwarf replies that he came at once, because the Archduke summoned him. The dwarf says a certain crest on a document disturbed him so much, He had to come and ask to see the related item. The noble hands him a blood-stained crossbow, and asks if he can identify the blood on it. The dwarf inspects the weapon in silence, recognizing details as he turns it over. On discovering a familiar crest on the crossbow, he reacts sharply, clearly confirming a connection. He declares the mark matches another site he knows, and says seeing it in person leaves him certain. He concludes the crossbow is the work of Williams. The royal blacksmith outraged. The dwarf condemns Williams for allying with the wyverns, calling it grave betrayal, even by dwarf standards. A narration recalls how the wyvern war devastated the dwarves, whose scattered villages were easy prey. As the invasion spread, dwarf settlements were overrun and their people cut down. Despite resistance, many dwarves died and numerous villages burned to ashes. In the conflict, the dwarf says that if not for the Arden family's desperate, all-or-nothing squad, the dwarves might have been wiped out. The noble begins to credit King Muradni with founding the dwarf country, then pauses in surprise. Populace asks, "What is wrong?" wondering at the noble's sudden reaction. The noble reflects that dwarves forming a nation is surprising, and realizes Muradni himself became their king. Images of villages in flames emphasize the destruction that led to dwarf unification. A grieving dwarf mother wails over her dead son, while survivors cry out in despair. Amid the burning ruins, someone covers a young dwarf's eyes, shielding him from the horrific sight. A bearded dwarf leader stands amid the chaos, ready to address the shaken survivors. He gathers the dwarves' attention, urging his brothers to listen to his words. He explains they barely survived the war, thanks to the Arden family's aid. He warns that such danger could strike again at any time. He proclaims that they must overcome future threats together. Rousing the crowd, he calls on all dwarves to unite, as one, leading to the founding of a unified dwarf kingdom. The narration states that for uniting the 12 great tribes, Muandi was made the new kingdom's first king. Back in the present, Populace finishes recounting this history to Ethan, saying it occurred while Ethan was unconscious. Ethan thinks it's surprising that Muradni became king, but is relieved to hear Muradni is ruling well. Populace explains that dwarves who do business in human lands now send part of their profits home to rebuild the kingdom. He says that even if others mock dwarves as merchants or hoarders, they will endure such insults for the sake of their people. Ethan notes that the Arden family once received help from Muradni. Long ago he offers to return that favor by having House Arden assist the dwarves with reconstruction. Deeply moved, Populace tells Ethan to ask him for anything he might someday need. Wiping away tears, Populace says the dwarves owe an immense debt to the Ardens, and thanks Ethan again. He then asks how Ethan plans to deal with Williams, the treacherous royal blacksmith. Ethan answers that Williams is committing crimes against both the dwarf kingdom and the Hydra Empire and cannot be acting alone. Populace realizes Ethan suspects a hidden backer, manipulating events from behind the scenes. Ethan agrees and says the group supporting Williams must be so powerful that even the king cannot easily move against them. He warns that accusing Williams without a solid plan would only bring trouble onto themselves. Populace sees at the thought that, while most wars fight for the kingdom, Williams has chosen to aid the enemy. Ethan remarks that he himself is furious about the betrayal. He then calls Papillon's attention, preparing to propose something. Ethan asks what Papillon thinks about stepping up to play in the big leagues. Papillon is startled and presses him to explain what he means by that. Ethan tempts him by saying there is a way to gain revenge, restore lost glory, and devote himself to dwarf kind all at once. Ethan reveals the plan is to make Populace the new royal blacksmith in William's place. Populace is shocked and asks if that is truly possible. Ethan calmly states that this is precisely his intention going forward. He adds that this promotion will happen if Populace himself is willing to accept it. Populace admits he is grateful, but cannot understand why Ethan places so much faith in him. Clenching his fist, he wonders why someone like Ethan would believe so strongly in a dwarf, whom nobody else trusted. Ethan replies that it is natural to trust someone who shares his enemy. He tells Populace that he already considers him one of his own men. Ethan adds that he needs no further reason to believe in those who follow him. Realizing how needless his doubts were, Populace feels embarrassed by his earlier question. Overcome, he kneels and swears the strongest dwarf oath, pledging allegiance to Archduke Ethan with the pledge of the hammer. He vows to dedicate both his hammer and his loyalty entirely to Ethan. Ethan smiles and says he gladly accepts Papillon's solemn pledge. Later Ethan receives a magical communication, and is greeted by Marquis Bloten, speaking through a crystal sphere. Bloten cordially introduces himself, and suggests they converse informally. Ethan agrees and addresses him simply as Marquis Bloten. Ethan thanks him for the previous elixir, and says he is grateful to be receiving yet another valuable gift. Bloten brushes off the thanks, saying it was worthwhile if the elixir proved useful, and urging Ethan not to feel burdened. Ethan suspects there is a more serious reason for the direct contact, and asks what matter Bloten wishes to discuss. Ethan confirms there is indeed an important issue. Even if it seems sudden, he informs Bloten that the Empire's royal blacksmith has been discovered, collaborating with the Wyverns. Bloten's subordinate and Bloten himself react in shock, as Ethan adds that Williams must have a powerful patron inside the royal household. Bloten concedes the problem is grave, and asks whether Ethan has any plan to handle it. Ethan answers that he does, revealing he knows a dwarf, more talented than the current royal blacksmith, and proposes appointing him instead. At Ethan's call, Papilani steps forward, ready to be introduced as that candidate. Back at the mansion, Ilya bursts in, thrilled that her abilities are finally going to be needed. She reflects that she spent the past week unable to uncover the Archduke's secrets, while being doted on and dressed up by the Archduchess. Now near tears from the ordeal, she mutters that she was only harassed by the Archduchess, the whole time seeing a chance at last. She declares this is her opportunity to prove her worth, and escape the Archduchess's clutches. Ethan says that since everyone is present, they should begin, and places a large wooden case on the table. Opening it, he shows the mithril, gear and sword he received as a gift from Marquis Bloten. Ethan tells them he wants these 3 pieces of equipment transformed into powerful artifacts. He asks Celia if she is capable of doing the work, and she contemplates the challenge confidently. Populent starts to warn Ethan that artifact making is extremely difficult. A narration explains artifact alchemy, a high-level craft that engraves magical circuits into gear, so even ordinary knights can cast spells through them when they infuse mana. Examining a gauntlet, Papulence notes the gear is made entirely of top-grade mithril, making it hard to handle. He says he can engrave the circuits, but will need a very skilled sorcerer's assistance. Irking Ilya explodes, calling him names, and insisting she is the greatest creation sorcerer in the land. Outraged, he called her an assistant. She declares that he will be the one obeying her instructions. Papillon skeptically asks Ethan if he really has to work with this childish partner. Ethan assures him Ilya's abilities are genuine, revealing she is actually an 8th-rank grand sorcerer. He tells Ilya this is her chance to demonstrate the talent she promised him. Ethan adds that to achieve good results, she and Papillon must cooperate, because he is expecting a lot from this gear. Populence bows and says that as it is his lord's command, he will work hard to forge the greatest artifact, even if the assisting sorcerer is lacking. Ilya yells not to listen to the dwarf, and promises to inscribe incredible magic into the gear for Ethan. She inwardly schemes that once Ethan becomes enamored with her skills, she will steal all of the Arden family's secrets. Work begins in the forge, with Papulence carefully carving patterns into the mithril. Under Ilya's watch, Papulence continues chiseling intricate circuits while Ilya observes. She asks Ethan what he thinks of the progress, seemingly fishing for praise. Ethan arrives at the workshop, and Ilya wonders if he should really be leaving the supervision entirely to them. After watching, Ethan concedes that Papillon is more skilled than he looks, carving highly efficient circuits with no waste in motion. Ethan notes that Papillon's concentration while working is remarkable. Papillon finishes the circuit work and sets down his hammer. With a final strike, he calls to Ilya, saying the circuits are done, and that it is now her turn to act. Ilya smirks, ready to show off her magic. She tells Ethan to prepare himself, because they are about to create something even greater than he imagined. Ilya activates the circuits, causing the sword to blaze with red runes and flame. Ethan tests the completed sword, lifting the glowing weapon with one gauntlet hand. Ilya and Populence watch proudly, as the empowered blade hums with fiery energy. Ethan focuses intensely, gauging the sword's performance. He swings it, unleashing a powerful wave of red energy. As part of his martial technique, he notes with surprise that the huge sword feels extremely light, Impressed, he comments that though the sword was already light, it now feels featherweight and asks how they like it. Ilya grins and points out he should already feel that multiple spells, not just one or two, are inscribed in the weapon. She explains that beyond weight reduction, they added a sharpness enchantment and an auto-repair function that restores the sword when damaged. She adds that the greaves and gauntlets were enchanted to boost his mana affinity, similar to the Aphelion sword. Ethan channels power into them and thinks the result far exceeds his expectations. He realizes that even a single one of Ilya's enhancements would qualify the gear as a luxury artifact, making the combined work astonishing. Ethan, however, notes to himself that there is still one issue to address. He worries that if Ilya gets too cocky after this success, she will be hard to manage. Ethan decides to keep some control, not wanting to give her free rein despite her performance. Out loud he simply muses, "If that is all," which visibly rattles Ilya. Flustered, she laughs and insists the real show is only just about to begin. She tells Ethan to channel his fire, mana into all of the enchanted equipment simultaneously. She explains they must stress test the gear, because such an ability puts enormous strain on weapons. Ethan agrees to try preparing to unleash a stronger attack. He charges up, then swings while shouting, sending a massive fiery blast across the workshop. Populace is astonished at Ethan's sudden growth, since he forged the earlier Aphelion sword. Ethan notes that despite the tremendous output, nothing seems to malfunction, yet Ilya urges him not to hold back, and to attack with the same intensity he once used against her. Ethan understands and channels even more power into the circuits. He unleashes an advanced version of his technique, combining it with the dragon's breath style. Ethan roars, and drives an overwhelming torrent of fire through the weapon. The blast explodes outward, obliterating the workshop door in a blinding flash. The shockwave sends debris flying and shakes the entire building. Populace cowers under Ilya's protective barriers, while she calmly maintains the defense. A spiraling inferno fills the room as the combined magic rages. When the flames settle, Ethan stands unharmed, still wreathed in controlled fire and holding the sword. The enchantments glow across his gauntlets and greaves. As they channel the intense heat, Ethan begins to sense an additional effect from the magic circulating through his equipment. Ilya excitedly declares this hidden effect is a thermoregulation spell she personally developed. She explains that it distributes or concentrates heat throughout the equipment, letting it safely endure twice as much firepower. Pointing triumphantly, she demands Ethan share his impressions. Now that he has fully experienced her abilities, Ethan admits the result is genuinely impressive, and privately thinks he had not expected her to engrave magic of this quality. But nonetheless, he resolves he cannot surrender control over the situation. Even while acknowledging her power, Ilya is stunned that her work is called only somewhat okay. Populace is modestly thanked for his efforts. While Ilya fumes that her work is being downplayed, Ilya angrily blames the flawed result on a small assistant, recklessly carving circuits. Populace protests that she was just praising him moments ago, but she curtly ends the argument. Ethan, Reed in power, tells Ilya she has passed the test. Ethan promises to teach Ilya the Arden's secret techniques if she keeps helping him. Delighted, Ilya agrees and makes him promise to keep his word. Narration explains that Papillon set off for the capital, carrying Ethan's letter. Ethan's aide reports they will reach the capital in 3 days to meet Marquis Bloten. They discuss the king's side, noting their anonymous preparations are done and will be confirmed soon. Ethan praises his subordinates and notes that everything for the mission is ready. Ethan appears in full uniform, prepared to lead his knights. His assembled knights stand in formation before him in the courtyard. A knight reports that all 40 knights under the Arden's banner are ready to deploy from the walls. A signalman calls to the knights. The order is given for the knights to march out of the castle. Ethan rides at the head of the column on horseback. He looks ahead confidently as he leads the march. A nearby fortress notices a flag and reacts in surprise. The fortress guard chief panics at the sudden appearance of an army and wonders who they are. He orders a lookout to identify the approaching force. Through a spyglass, they recognize the red banner as belonging to House Arden. The garrison realizes, in shock, that the Ardens themselves are approaching. Ethan's vanguard reaches the enemy drawbridge. Manhattan announces that Archduke Arden has arrived, and declares Baron Logan will pay for oppressive taxes. He continues accusing Baron Logan of spreading Wyvern tribe books in Arden territory. Manhattan commands the defenders to open the gates. The guard captain hesitates, unnerved by the number of knights and insisting on proper procedure. He frantically asks if the Baron has been contacted, while a soldier admits he has not yet done so. Ethan urges his men to hurry because there is no time to waste. Ethan launches himself upward, preparing an attack. His strike devastates the watchtower, blowing apart the battlements. The blast scatters the communication crystal. While guards scream, the mage linked to the crystal appears inside a protective sphere. Confused by the chaos, guards nearby cough and stagger under the shockwave. The young soldier tries to inform his baron, via the crystal, that a major problem has arisen. Ethan lands on the shattered wall. Terrified guards stammer that the Archduke has arrived. The guards scramble to their feet. After his entrance, their captain orders everyone to attack the Archduke. He commands the scattered soldiers to get up, spread out and form an attack line. The guards reluctantly draw their swords, hoping a group attack can subdue Ethan. Ethan silently observes that their spirits are weak, and that they seem compelled only by orders. He concludes that breaking their will to fight will be the most efficient way to handle them. Ethan activates the technique 8-ring adaptation power. Flaring from his chest, he expands a powerful coverage region that engulfs the surrounding area and enemies. The guards are startled and struggle to move or swing their weapons. They look around in shock as the oppressive field settles over them. The captain realizes with horror that they are trapped in a powerful coverage region. Ethan steps forward within the field, his aura suppressing them. One guard collapses to his knees, coughing and dropping his sword. Swords clatter to the ground as more men lose their strength. Ethan walks calmly past the incapacitated guards. While they groan and gasp, other soldiers below wonder what is happening at the watchtower. Under the ominous sky, the patrol captain is stunned that the pressure field is strong enough to affect a 5-star knight like himself. He acknowledges the field's power, but steels himself to fight within it. Enraged, he leaps at Ethan with his sword, shouting. Ethan charges his fist with destructive energy. He punches through the knight's attack, overpowering the blue aura. Ethan smiles confidently after stopping the blow. The captain's arm is shattered and he cries out in disbelief. Ethan's glowing strike hits the knight directly in the face. The blow sends the captain crashing into the ground. Ethan stands over the defeated man, his arms still writhed in magic circles. Addressing the remaining guards, Ethan states he does not fight non-hostile people, and that he came only to punish Baron Logan, declaring himself the rightful ruler of the land. Archduke Arden commands them to open the gates. A green banner of another noble house flies elsewhere, signaling shifting power in a distant study. Viscount Logan reacts in shock to a report through a crystal ball. His mage urgently repeats that the Archduke is marching toward them. The mage shouts that despite earlier claims, Ethan was only a 2- or 3-star knight. Their 5-star patrol captain has already been defeated. Logan demands a detailed explanation of the battle. The mage recounts seeing Ethan perform an aerial leap from behind the patrol's crystal, and then losing contact with the outer castle. Logan angrily questions how a supposed 2-star knight could use aerial leap. He falls silent, shaking and thinking, forcing himself to stay calm. Logan notes Ethan's low mana, but asks under what pretext the Archduke is invading. The mage explains, it is over taxes and the distribution of Wyvern tribe books. Logan orders the mage to hold the inner castle as long as possible, while he sends support knights. The mage begs him to hurry, uncertain how long they can last alone. Logan reflects that the Archduke's true power does not match their intelligence. He admits that their information seems wrong, and senses something inexplicable is going on. Logan wonders if common sense itself has changed, or if something unfathomable is happening. He decides he needs time, and plans to divert Ethan's attention toward Logan, using the issues of taxes and books. He resolves to sacrifice a chess piece in this political game. If necessary, Logan summons Knight Commander Lowenson to his office. He tells Lowenson that the Archduke has attacked Baron Logan's lands, and orders reinforcements to be sent. Lowenson agrees but hesitates. Wanting clarification, Logan instructs him to move slowly, so they avoid direct contact with the Archduke. Lowenstein smiles darkly and accepts the order. A purple Arden banner flies over another city, marking new control. Ethan thanks Manhattan for his work. As prisoners are secured, Ethan's priestly companion marvels at how quickly Ethan resolved the situation. Ethan downplays it, saying he only opened the outer gates. Manhattan notes that the stronger enemy forces are likely holed up, with the Viscount inside the inner castle. Ethan confirms their plan is proceeding and tells his ally he can begin moving. Ethan orders Manhattan to leave a small guard and reorganize the force to follow him. Mounted again, Ethan announces that they are heading in. In the city square, someone gathers townsfolk to share urgent news. A speaker proclaims that Archduke Arden has come to end Viscount Loken's tyranny. Another citizen shouts that the hero's bloodline has finally drawn its sword to protect them. The crowd agrees, yelling that they can no longer endure starvation. A villager urges everyone to go appeal directly to the Archduke. The people raise their fists and shout their assent. Their rallying cries swell into a huge roar across the city. The crowd surges toward Ethan, chanting to go to the Archduke. Ethan and his companion observe how quickly the angry citizens have gathered, noting they only needed a spark. Manhattan remarks that word of Ethan's good rule had already spread, and that people compared his lands to the prosperous old days. The crowd's leader spots Ethan approaching with his retinue. He excitedly announces to everyone that the Archduke has arrived. The townspeople shout a warm welcome. As Ethan enters the square, people murmur in awe, confirming that the young man before them is truly the Archduke. Ethan begins a public address, reminding Demorian citizens that their city once felt like paradise. He explains that after the war, corrupt vassals ignored their lord's intentions, leaving the people to suffer. Ethan declares he will punish Viscount Loken for these abuses. He further vows to personally rule the city from now on. He rallies his knights, ordering them to draw their swords. The crowd erupts in cheers for Arden. Voices across the city shout praises specifically for Archduke Ethan. Another fortress raises the Arden flag. As guards discuss the news of Ethan seizing the outer castle, the guards note that Ethan has already taken 2 territories, explaining their current high alert. One marvels that he achieved this right after awakening from a coma. They hear a strange noise outside and look to investigate. A guard peers over the wall and is shocked by what he sees approaching. They recognize that the approaching mob is made up of the city's own citizens. A knight officer yells at his troops not to panic and to hold their positions. He orders messengers to inform the Viscount immediately. As flames rise against the castle walls, the mage watching through the crystal is horrified that the Archduke is attacking. Together with the citizens, he rushes down the hall, stunned that the formerly docile populace has begun a revolt. The castle officers shout that the crowd is a rebel force and try to quiet the panicking soldiers. Their commander orders the archers to open fire on the protesters. When the archers hesitate, he assaults one and demands they obey his order to shoot. The terrified archer refuses, saying his family is among the people below. The commander threatens to kill him personally if he does not fire. Ethan, furious at the intent to slaughter families, gathers power. He shouts for them to stop immediately, his voice booming across the battlefield. The shocking command leaves the soldiers on the wall, recoiling and clutching their heads. Manhattan and the civilians below also cry out for the archers to stop. Inside, the mage realizes the overwhelming sound technique used is thunderous sound. Ethan publicly denounces Loken for torturing innocent citizens and demands he open the gates and face judgment. Loken rages that Ethan has no right to do this and frantically orders his men to fire. The Viscount, sitting above, screams to his captain to kill anyone who disobeys and to keep firing. The captain repeats the kill order, insisting that those who will not listen be slain. One archer protests again that he cannot attack his own family. The captain swings to strike him. Furious at his continued defiance, a blast strikes the wall, hurling the captain away from the defiant soldier. The remaining archers look on in confusion. As the stunned captain lies hurt, Ethan appears infused with red flames, readying a powerful spell. A noble watching recognizes the spell as Mana Fire Finger, and reacts in disbelief. He is awed by its speed, and notes that the soldiers barely understood what had hit them. Seeing Ethan's precise long-range shot, he wonders how Ethan could aim so accurately from so far. Ethan surges forward again, preparing his next aerial attack. He launches into the sky using aerial leap, continuing his assault on the besieged castle. The Archduke rockets into the air with his flaming sword. astonishing the soldiers below. A purple-haired officer realizes. This leap explains how the Archduke cleared the outer walls, landing among defenders. The Archduke swings his weapon and smashes through their line. He stands menacingly, his aura flaring as he prepares his next move. Facing the balcony, he raises his artifact and surrounds the building in scarlet energy. The Viscount on the balcony cries out in fear at the sudden power. The Archduke calls Viscount Logan out for rejecting surrender. While activating the artifact, he warns Loki that the punishment awaiting him will be harsh. He then fully ignites his massive sword with red flames. A blonde knight recognizes the flames as Arden's, and is relieved they are red, not black. He thinks that if the flames were black, everyone present would have died instantly, yet doubts remain. Convincing himself the Archduke is not the guaranteed successor, he believes he can still win. He orders his comrades Donnie, Byron and Crowell to attack from all sides and overwhelm the Archduke. The blue auras rush in from 4 directions toward the lone, flame-clad enemy. Their synchronized 4-way strike closes in, while the Archduke turns to meet it. With a sweeping slash, he deflects all 4 attackers and sends them flying. The blonde knight realizes. The Archduke used a wide coverage technique to repel them. The Archduke calmly turns his blazing weapon, as if unbothered by their assault. He wonders why these knights fight with such peculiar movements. He recognizes their stances as identical to a wyvern. Like warriors' posture, he begins to interrogate them, asking a pointed question. He demands to know whether these knights have been taught the wyvern tribe's techniques. Loken angrily denies it, trying to dismiss the accusation as nonsense. The Archduke explains that the style is a fusion of human swordplay and wyvern posture which no Arden could fail to notice. He accuses Logan of teaching dangerous wyvern breathing and sword techniques, despite knowing their side effects. Logan and his conspirators stare in shock as their secret is exposed. The regular soldiers panic, asking if the training they receive truly has harmful side effects. Logan shouts over them, insisting they ignore the Archduke's words and claiming it is a trick. The Archduke calls their conduct evil, concluding only Logan and 4 officers knew the truth. The blonde knight frantically urges his men not to listen, and continues the attack the Archduke condemns, forcing subordinates to learn a harmful technique for personal gain. Judging Loken even worse than expected, he channels more power into his sword. He unleashes the named skill Solar Prominence Detonator Sword, sending a blazing wave at an onrushing foe. The flaming blade clashes with a blue sword, triggering a massive explosion. The blast hurls the blonde captain away as he coughs in pain. His comrades are stunned by the sheer force of a mere sword collision. The blonde captain mentally notes that the explosion came just from clashing blades. The artifact hums as the Archduke prepares another judgment. He declares that Loken and the 4 officers must have colluded with the wyvern tribe. Realizing the Archduke's technique is overwhelming, the blonde knight orders everyone to keep surrounding this single opponent. The Archduke smirks at the command to surround him. He dashes toward the winch, prompting the knights to react in alarm. The blonde captain realizes the Archduke intends to lower the drawbridge. He screams for his men to stop the Archduke before he opens the gate. The Archduke grins, confident that his plan to catch them has succeeded. A crimson line cleaves through several pursuers midair. Explosions erupt across the walls as his detonating strikes annihilate those closing in. The blonde captain screams the names of his fallen comrades as he watches them die. The Archduke criticizes the knights for recklessly chasing an enemies back, saying they have far to go. With the chain mechanism destroyed, the inner gate crashes open under his control. Outside, an ally announces that the Archduke has opened the gate and orders friendly knights to advance. Civilians and allied fighters charge through the newly opened gate to aid the Archduke. Hearing the roar from outside, Loki curses in frustration. Inside the castle, the blonde captain commands all knights to intercept the charging civilians, while soldiers form a line against them. He resolves to personally hold out and stop the Archduke, no matter what. The Archduke dives at him again, shrouded in flame and impact shock waves. The knight staggers under repeated fiery blows, barely keeping his footing. Frustrated, he presses another high-speed assault. He realizes the Archduke has just slain 4 5-star knights at once, and even his own 6-star strength is insufficient. Loken, trembling at a table, finally understands how earlier territories, like Kargas and Lomenton, could fall. He panics, as he admits to himself that the Archduke accomplished all this alone. Collapsing in fear, he realizes the Archduke had been concealing his true power. Outside, an allied commander rallies everyone to press the attack. As the enemy weakens, the Archduke smashes the blonde captain to the ground with another overpowering strike. The scene zooms out to show the castle overrun, as defenders and civilians shout in chaos. Time shifts as the smoke-filled sky fades away. Night falls over a grand mansion elsewhere, signaling a change of location. Inside, a young noble introduces an elderly craftsman, recommended by the Archduke to his father. The lord greets the visitor warmly, glad to meet the famed blacksmith. They set off together, explaining they must prepare for an upcoming royal council. A teleportation array activates, and the butler warns the blacksmith he may feel dizzy. The two nobles step into the glowing gate. As it envelopes them, light washes everything out. As the teleportation completes, they emerge from the portal together in a new location. The dwarf-like blacksmith cries out in amazement at what he sees. The butler welcomes him to Parankium, capital of the Hydra Empire. He declares that they will now work to make the craftsman the royal family's blacksmith. Back at the conquered castle, a flag clanks as it is lowered, marking the change of rule. Fallen enemy soldiers lie scattered, while someone weakly calls for an attack. Loken, hearing the overwhelming cheers for the Archduke, can only stammer. The blonde knight unleashes a final technique. Screaming as blue power surges, he announces his 10th form, and thrusts upward at the descending Archduke. The Archduke answers by wrapping himself in red energy, ready to counter the strike. Their weapons lock and crackle with power. The Archduke's flaming swing overpowers the knight, and sends him crashing away. Seeing the knight reliant speed, the Archduke prepares to show him Arden's own superior lunch. He unlocks 8 rings of power, channeling it into his coming thrust. He unleashes Solar Prominence explosive bomb, hurling devastating energy at his opponent. A terrified young noble screams at the sight of the approaching blast. The resulting explosion engulfs the battlefield in massive fireballs. Both peasant, fighters and soldiers stare in shock at the destructive spectacle. Allied knights pause, realizing the Archduke's side has decisively won. The blonde captain lies defeated in a crater. As the Archduke stands amid cracked stone and swirling flames, the Archduke stands tall with his burning sword radiating dominance. He shouts up to Loken, demanding the Viscount fight personally if he claims to be a true knight. Logan, clinging to a railing, desperately insists he has done nothing wrong and refuses. The Archduke calls him a coward unworthy of nobility. He uses aerial leap again, soaring upward in a blaze of red light. He lands on Logan's balcony as the Viscount recoils in terror. Diving toward him, the Archduke declares that Logan should feel ashamed. His kick or strike sends Logan flying backward in panic. Logan screams as the blow lands. The Viscount crashes inside the room, while the Archduke calmly follows through the doorway. The Archduke exhales, preparing to address everyone. He announces to all forces that Viscount Loken has been defeated. From the balcony, he orders both sides to put down their swords. An ally proclaims the battle over, and demands Logan's remaining subordinates surrender. Other knights warn they will attack anyone who refuses to disarm. Weapons clatter to the ground as the defenders give up. The Archduke declares that from now on, this Viscounty will be controlled by House Arden. The townspeople erupt in cheers, praising the Archduke. Even his own knights chant Arden's name in celebration. Elsewhere, in a military camp, someone rushes in with urgent news for Count Kaiman, communicating via crystal. The Count asks his vice-captain what has happened. The subordinate reports that Viscount Logan has fallen. Shimon reacts in shock at this unexpected defeat. He wonders how the castle could fall in just 2 days, and if Logan surrendered. The messenger explains that fleeing soldiers revealed the Archduke opened the inner gates and won with citizen support. The Count acknowledges the message and postpones hearing a full report. In silence, he digests how serious this development is. He notes that Loken had a 6-star captain and 4 5-star knights, yet the Archduke still breached the castle, concluding from this that the Archduke himself must be nearly 6-star level. He grows wary. He finds it hard to believe someone who woke from a coma less than 6 months ago has grown this strong. He asks his own captain whether their elite 1st Division could defeat the Archduke. The narrative introduces the First Division as the 10 most elite knights. Under the count it explains they are Chainman's secret weapon, directly inheriting unaltered Wyvern tribe techniques, and therefore kept hidden. The captain assesses that the Archduke is only a beginner, 6-star weaker than true veterans. Confident he says he and the vice-captain are near 7-star, and with 12 such warriors, they can easily handle him. He insists that just 2 members of the First Division would be enough to eliminate the Archduke. Shimon decides to continue exploiting the Archduke's actions. For his own benefit he orders his aide to reduce taxes and quietly stop spreading the Wyvern tribe's manuals. He emphasizes that these measures must remain secret, so that Logan never learns of them. The captain agrees with a sinister smile, ready to obey. Back at Arden territory, the newly controlled castle bustles. As supplies are moved under Allied supervision, a stack of documents is dropped on a desk, signaling administrative work to consolidate the conquest. The Archduke praises his aide's increasing precision, and asks if he needs anything. The aide reports that manpower and supplies are sufficient, thanks to their expanded lands. He notes that the Archduke now controls most of the dukedom's southern region, and needs only one more fief. Pointing at a map he explains, this will allow the plan to divide the dukedom into 3 competing powers and predicts Chimon will soon contact them. He adds that once contact is made, they can use Charmon as a shield against Lugan's allied Viscount. He reasons that Lugan will assume Arden has an arrangement with Charmon, and thus hesitate to move. The Archduke calls their enemies foolish for misreading his motives as mere anger. He reflects that they are blinded by factional rivalry and fail to see the broader picture. He entrusts his aide with manipulating perceptions until the upcoming Enlightenment ceremony. Night falls over the mansion. As the scene transitions, a blonde knight studies new documents. While considering their implications, Loken's former steward reads the tax schedule aloud, preparing for the next day's collections. As they work, an ominous wind and noise suddenly filled the office. A purple vortex tears open before them, shocking everyone present. From the portal a hooded figure wreathed in dark purple energy appears. Startling the knights, a knight captain whirls around in alarm, demanding the intruder identify themselves. A mysterious robed figure lets out a sinister chuckle as dark magic gathers in their hand. The hooded mage boasts that they made a flashy entrance, so everyone would know they were coming, and asks if they shocked them. Outraged, the knight captain draws his sword and yells at the intruder for attacking in the middle of the night. A purple-haired observer realizes the mage is so powerful that even a 5-star knight captain could not sense them, and panics. The observer, terrified, starts to speak up and tells the knight to wait. Ignoring the warning, the knight captain charges with his glowing sword, declaring he will capture the intruder immediately. The hooded mage's eyes gleam ominously as they prepare to respond. The mage unleashes a massive surge of purple power that engulfs the knight and the room. Feeling the overwhelming magic, the observer recognizes it as a coverage region and trembles. The knight captain suddenly clutches his neck as dark energy snakes around his throat, strangled by magic. The knight demands to know who the mage is and what they want. Smiling, the mage tells them to calm down, claiming they came to negotiate for the Duke's secret translation. The mage remarks that the purple-haired noble had been extorting money from many people. The noble nervously admits it, and wonders if the mage is an assassin from Logan's faction. Angered by that, the mage instead tempts Viscount Loken, asking if he desires power. Later in a dungeon, the purple-haired man explains to Ethan that the mage's power even surpassed Ethan's own coverage region. He says that if he had refused the mage's offer that night, they both would likely have been killed on the spot. He confesses they accepted the Wyvern tribe's text, and their knights gained immense power. Ethan points out that the Wyvern techniques have side effects, and asks if the Viscount felt no guilt about deceiving his subordinates. The Viscount awkwardly addresses Ethan as Archduke. Ethan notes that even in the dukedom, where the Wyvern tribe is most hated, many people are already learning their techniques. The Viscount argues he was only following a widespread trend, and implies other regions are likely the same. Ethan silently clenches his fist in anger. Regaining composure, Ethan says he understands and shifts the questioning onward. He asks for details about the mage who appeared that night, and the organization backing him. When the Viscount hesitates, Ethan seizes him by the throat. Ethan berates him as a coward for only cooperating when his life is threatened, and demands he stop testing his patience. Gasping, the Viscount protests that revealing anything would endanger not only himself but also his family. Ethan calls him foolish and explains that sharing information will let Ethan eliminate the group and safeguard his family after being released. The Viscount collapses to the ground. He reveals there is a middleman. The mage instructed him to go to Empty Delgorn in the Viscounty to meet a member. That contact would bear a particular badge as proof of membership. The scene shifts to a royal conference room, where nobles gather around a long table. Some nobles whisper in confusion about a dwarf unexpectedly attending the meeting. The king, seated on his throne, notes an unfamiliar attendee and asks them to introduce themselves. The dwarf announces he is representing Archduke Ethan Arden, and has brought a letter from him. The nobles murmur in surprise, wondering why Ethan sent a dwarf as his delegate. After hearing a quiet explanation, the king shows interest reading Ethan's letter. The king reacts with surprise. He comments that what he reads is quite interesting. He announces that the letter claims the royal blacksmith has been working with the Wyvern tribe. The nobles and military leaders around the table react in shock. The king's displeasure is evident as he grips his throne's armrest. One noble thinks to himself that the king is extremely uncomfortable. The same noble speculates whether the king is upset because one of his own subordinates is cooperating with the Wyvern tribe. He then wonders if perhaps the king himself is secretly connected to the Wyvern tribe. The noble imagines this possibility and grows tense watching the dwarf representative is left speechless by the tense atmosphere. Elsewhere, Ethan reads and muses that his dwarf messenger should have reached the palace by now. He confirms that preparations for exposing the Ethan Viscounty are complete, and decides to move on to dealing with the Wyvern tribe. Footsteps rush down a hallway toward Ethan. Ilya bursts in excitedly, telling the Archduke she has completed the item he requested. She proudly presents the finished product, an item she calls the well-rounded whetstone. Ethan dryly thinks to himself, while she rambles about the whetstone's convenience. Irritated that he is not listening, Ilya leans in and yells at him. Reading a report, Ethan mentions the mage Meliasis and Ilya reacts, asking if he means that stingy old man. Ilya boasts that she knows a lot about mages, and asks if Ethan is after that old geezer. Ethan confirms he is prompting her into trust. Ilya Corley says she is very busy, but might help if Ethan begs her. Ethan smirks and simply tells her to pack her things. He adds that they will be leaving immediately, which delights Ilya. Their carriage departs through the countryside toward their destination. While riding, Ethan calls Ilya's name to ask her something. He asks what Melias is like and she begins describing him. Ilya explains that Melias specializes in an alchemy, like reinforcement of ingredients, turning ordinary materials into outstanding ones. She adds that apart from that specialty, his practical magic abilities are nothing remarkable. She estimates his overall power at about 4th rank, and wonders why Ethan is asking. Ethan's carriage loaded with swords makes Ilya remark that this is clearly not a tea party visit. Ethan answers that he has several things to verify and discuss with the mage. As they travel, he thinks that whether the swords are needed will depend on Melia's answers. The carriage comes to a halt as they arrive near the mage's hidden base. Ethan and Ilya disembark. Ilya senses Melia's essence, mana, and believes they found the right place. She notes that the surroundings are filled with security, magic circles and traps making entry troublesome. Ethan asks if there is a better way to get in. Ilya boasts that as an 8th rank mage, she can erase the shoddy magic circles without leaving a trace. She promises to dismantle them so quietly that Melias will not even notice. Birds scatter as explosions echo from Ilya's over-enthusiastic spell casting. Furious at being repeatedly blasted by traps, Ilya screams in frustration. She unleashes a massive spell to wipe out still more magic circles. Panting, she curses the paranoid old mage for setting up so many traps. Enraged, Ilya decides she will simply destroy everything, rather than sneak around as she furiously blows up more defenses. Ethan dryly recalls she said they would do this quietly. Watching her unrestrained behavior, Ethan concludes she must actually be quite close to Meliasis. Ilya then conjures a huge glowing magic circle to clear the entrance. Her spell detonates with tremendous force, shattering the remaining barriers. standing before the now open underground entrance. She grumbles about all the work the old man has forced her to do. Marching inside, Ilya yells for Milius to come out immediately. An older man clicks his tongue and complains that she always destroys his magic circles. Like some thug, Milius walks out and reminds her. He always offers to guide her safely past the traps, if she would just warn him before visiting. Ilya indignantly retorts that she should not have to ask his permission to visit, and that he should automatically undo the circles for her. He sighs that undoing and redoing all those magic circles takes a lot of time, but resigns himself because she never listens. Miliasis says it will be quicker to speak with the Archduke standing beside her. Ethan steps forward and comments that Miliasis clearly knows who he is. Miliasis replies that even out here, he hears news, and recognized Ethan once the magic circles started breaking. He invites Ethan and Ilya inside to talk. They enter deeper into the cavern complex toward his study. Once seated with tea, Ilya is outraged to learn Milia has made a deal with the Wyvern tribe. She accuses him of going too far, while he calmly says times have changed, and mages should embrace new things. Milia deduces Ethan did not come merely to kill him. Ethan answers that he is not just a killer, and wants to hear Melissa's explanation first. Melissa explains that during Ethan's coma, the Wyvern tribe's technology spread widely through foreign nations, and became mainstream. Ethan responds that from his experiments, humans without dragon hearts, who imitate the Wyvern breathing technique, have their lifespans shortened, and asks if people learn it. Despite that, Meliodas chuckles and says mages crave knowledge but are not foolish. He claims researchers have dissected the techniques, keeping the benefits while eliminating the side effects, including for himself. Ethan admits that viewpoint seems reasonable, noting he is doing similar analysis. Pleased, Meliodas says that thanks to Wyvern techniques, a new scale of power levels has appeared. He explains that, where 10-star knights and 10th rank mages once marked the human limit, that ceiling has now been broken. There are now warriors and mages who have reached 11, and even 12-star strength. Ilya leaps up in shock at the existence of 11-star individuals. Ethan muses aloud about people rising beyond 10-star. He infers that such people must have amassed mana beyond the transcendent level by using Wyvern breathing and neglecting normal study. Ethan then tells Miliasis he has an important question and demands an honest answer. Miliasis listens as Ethan says he has tracked the Narax's Brotherhood, which venerates the Wyvern tribe, to this very place darkening. Ethan orders Milius to give him a reason not to kill him. Here and now nervous, Meliodas admits there is not much justification. He explains that mages sought higher knowledge and levels, and the Wyvern texts supplied by the Brotherhood were their chosen path, so he simply made a deal. Ethan replies he has no interest in their faith, notes that he himself never joined the order, and questions the term Great Order. He shows the badge he recovered, and asks if that order is related to it. Miliasis confirms it is. Miliasis identifies the emblem as the symbol of the Arcane Magic Association. Elia says she has never heard of such a group. Miliasis describes it as a secret organization of elite mages, appointed by the Hidden Empire, acting as representatives for all mages. He starts bragging that he himself once received an invitation. Ilya bursts into mocking laughter, calling that claim the funniest joke he has ever made. Offended, Miliasis yells that she constantly underestimates him. He snaps back that he is far superior to a cave-dwelling monster's doppelganger, infuriating Ilya while they argue. Ethan reviews what he has learned about Wyvern techniques, empowering mages and the elite order behind them. As their bickering escalates into a potential magic duel, Ethan cuts in and tells them to stop. Ethan reasons that if the new higher levels exist, then the palace's top mages are likely tied to the Brotherhood. Miliasis agrees, stating that those palace mages are either core members or collaborators like himself. Ethan concludes that the mages are already lost, and that even the palace's blacksmith was probably linked to a Wyvern-allied kingdom. He grimly thinks that at this pace, the entire royal palace will fall under Wyvern influence. He then suspects the corruption may have already taken over the palace entirely. Ethan notes that one of the magic circles he broke outside was beyond Milia's sister's power, meaning someone else set it. He deduces that whoever crafted that circle now knows they are here. A separate scene shows a hooded mage, stating that Meleasis was destined either to die by Ethan's hand, or be eliminated by the Great Order. Ilya suggests Ethan could instead take Meleasis in as a subordinate. Since he would be useful, Ethan agrees there is no reason not to, noting Meleasis is neither in the Great Order nor a wyvern worshipper. Delighted, Ilya vows to work Meleasis like a dog until he dies. While Ethan wryly thinks death might be kinder, resigned Meleasis accepts becoming Ethan's subordinate, reasoning it will protect him and his work will not change much. Ilya then reacts to a sudden magical alert. She passes Ethan a communication crystal, saying Lawrence needs to contact him. Ethan activates it and asks Lawrence what is going on. Hearing that Count Chimon sent an urgent message, Lawrence reports that events are unfolding exactly as Ethan predicted, prompting Ethan to order him to take Manhattan and the Knights to attack Ethan Viscounty. Then Ethan says he will leave Meleasis' hideout immediately, and Lawrence acknowledges the order. Ethan tells Ilya and Meleasis they will depart together at once. The story shifts to Pleston district in Ethan Viscounty, where explosions and flames ravage the town. Panicked townsfolk, some armed, shout as they try to defend themselves. Amidst the chaos, a glowing sword cleaves through with a resonant strike, signaling the arrival of powerful fighters. A pink-haired officer wreathed in blue mana orders his troops to hold their positions, and remarks tensely that the enemy is very strong. Viscounty Knight Captain Mirion Portico warns his men not to underestimate the lone enemy. Manhattan curses that a single Viscounty messenger is blocking them. Miriam leaps toward the Viscounty troops. Cloaked in blue mana, Manhattan orders an attack. While trying in vain to keep his panicking knights in formation, Miriam cleaves through the charging knights with overwhelming sword strikes. Manhattan, sweating, draws his sword and swears in frustration. Nyron criticizes the Duke's knight order as disorganized. While pressing his assault, standing over Manhattan, Nyron calmly prepares to finish him off. As Nyron advances to kill Manhattan, a sudden red aura surges toward them. Nyron turns shocked as the red mana barrier rises behind him. A massive red slash tears across the courtyard, narrowly missing Manhattan. Ethan appears and praises Nyron for reacting to his sudden attack. From the ground, the battered knights groan. While Ethan questions Nyron's habit of sparing enemies, Nerion answers that he avoids killing because he believes he can overpower foes without it. Ethan apologizes to Manhattan for arriving late, assigns him the Viscount, and takes Nerion for himself. Nerion introduces himself as the Viscounty's knight captain, and apologizes for raising his blade against the Arden Archduke. Ethan reacts seriously, focusing on Nyron. As their duel is about to begin, Nyron dives in with a mana charge slash and Ethan meets him head-on. Nyron is stunned by Ethan's speed, and realizes Ethan had been hiding his true strength, comparable to a high-star knight. Ethan judges Nyron to be closer to a 7-star, and notes the heavy, refined weight of his sword compared to mana-boosted opponents. Nerion roars and unleashes a full-power mana-flooded overhead strike. Ethan answers with a crushing blue blow that shakes the ground. Ethan sees that Nerion has sound fundamentals, but a sword filled with hesitation and worry. Nerion, analyzing back, finds it strange that the Archduke's mana feels only like a 4 stars. Even so, Nerion cannot find a gap in Ethan's flawless defenses. Their fierce clash sends both of them ricocheting along the walls of the courtyard. Ethan pauses and says he wants to ask Nerion something mid-fight. Panting, Nerion asks what Ethan wants to know. Ethan notes that all Knights of Arden's indirect bloodlines use Wyvern and Arden's secret techniques, and wonders why a knight captain like Nerion does not. Nerion falls silent, shaken by the pointed question. Miriam answers that a true knight's foundation is right mindset and body, and he refuses to destroy his body for power. Ethan smiles faintly at this principled reply. Ethan praises the answer, then activates his terrifying 8-ring power, erupting in red aura. Miriam stares in alarm at the sudden surge of energy. Ethan vows to fight with his true power like a proper knight, and invokes his solar prominence technique. He follows up with a blazing detonator sword charge. Nerion braces himself, eyes wide at the incoming attack. Ethan's explosive blow devastates part of the fortress. In the crater, Nerion kneels, barely conscious. Amid the rubble, the ruined courtyard smolders as shock waves ripple outward, leaving Nerion reeling, stepping through the dust. Ethan reminds Narian he should already know something important. Ethan explains what it means for him and his knights to fight beside civilians, and tells Narian he still has time to correct his actions. Ethan says that if Miriam is a proper knight, he must remember what and whom he fights for. As the crowd beyond the walls cheers, Ethan stands over the defeated Miriam. Miriam grips his sword and hesitantly begins to speak. He asks whether someone like him, who had denied the truth, still has a chance. Ethan answers that Narian's future depends on his deeds from now on, and promises to cut the chains binding him. Walking away, Ethan says he will be waiting, as Narian struggles to his knees amid the rubble. The ardent banner flies proudly under a clear sky. In the royal capital, courtiers discuss how many indirect families have already fallen. Another official lists the defeated houses and territories. In shock, a narrator explains that in 136 days since waking from his coma, Ethan has taken 4 territories and 120 knights, forming a force to oppose the indirect families. News of Ethan's new edict for the ducat spreads enthusiastically across the Hydra Empire. In the imperial palace, a royal officer hurries down the grand hallway. He knocks at a door and is invited to enter. Count Wellington Falsky, director of the Information Bureau, arrives before the king with a progress report. The king asks if the investigation on Archduke Arden is complete, and Wellington answers yes. The king laments that Ethan's exposure of the royal blacksmith has created political trouble for him. The king sighs over Duke Rakshan and asks how the inquiry into their relationship is proceeding. Wellington reports they prove the Duke is secretly supplying weapons, but cannot dig deeper due to tight security, identifying him as Duke Jaron Rakshan. Wellington adds that Rakshan has consistently opposed anti-wavering policies, despite being a representative of one of the 7 kingdoms. The king admits Rakshan, head of the aristocrats, is too powerful to move against directly. Even for him, Wellington explains they demoted Williams, but could not fully expel him from court and feels ashamed. The king reassures him that resistance from Raistion and the nobles made that outcome inevitable, and tells him to lift his head. The king says the slow pace of the investigation is acceptable, so long as the agents' identities remain protected. He reflects that his spy organization, Red Moon, is the last barrier the kingdom has against the Wyvern tribe. Elsewhere in the palace, someone remarks that their broader plan has gone smoothly. Walking with Ethan, an attendant notes that Williams was dismissed as court blacksmith, and Populence installed in his place. The attendant adds that Papillon's appointment is only for a year. Ethan replies that the post will likely become permanent if nothing goes wrong, and concludes the king is serious about anti-waiver measures. Ethan asks how the king is reacting to the internal conflict in the dukedom, and hears he is watching without intervening. Ethan deduces the king is uncertain, but is satisfied he is at least not interfering. Ethan notes the royal court's power balance is evening out, and that a moment is coming when everyone must reveal their stance. Later at the Arden training grounds, Nyron oversees the knights while Ethan and an aide arrive. Ethan greets Nyron and asks how the knights' training is progressing. Narian respectfully welcomes the Archduke's arrival. Ethan thinks having a near 7-star like Narian is a huge boon, and that he can entrust order and discipline to him. He compliments Narian's diligence and reliability. So soon after joining, Ethan acknowledges that the knights have clearly improved under Narian's guidance, but he still sees an issue. Ethan suddenly orders Narian to assemble all the knights, leaving Narian puzzled by the abrupt request. Ethan says that a newly formed knight order requires a new fighting style. The assembled knights line up in formation before Ethan and Narian. Ethan tells them that over 100 knights from 4 families have gathered and, therefore, differ in swordsmanship and command systems. And he declares that from now on, they will all be part of the Arden Knight Order and must unify. Ethan states they will all learn one sword technique, which he will demonstrate, and calls forward representative knights. He begins the lesson announcing they will spar. Ethan stipulates the demonstration will be fought without using mana. The practice match erupts as Ethan deftly knocks aside attackers, including Miriam. He weaves through multiple knights, overwhelming them with pure technique. One large knight dives at him, but Ethan easily counters. Ethan focuses and surges forward with intense speed. He trades blows with a leaping opponent, maintaining perfect control with a single sweeping strike. He floors another knight who cries out in pain. A green-haired knight coughs on the ground, clutching his side from Ethan's blow. Another knight grits his teeth and charges again. Despite seeing how futile brute force is, Ethan calmly parries the man's overhead strike. The knight vows to win through strength alone. Locking blades with Ethan, Ethan seizes the man's arm, breaking his stance. He flips the knight over and slams him to the ground. The defeated knight groans while Ethan moves on to his next opponent. Ethan batters yet another knight back with a heavy controlled swing. A different trainee launches his own flurry. Trying to resist, Ethan strikes batter two more opponents' guards at once. Those two knights are knocked aside. Crying out as they fall, Manhattan charges Ethan with a shout. Determined to land a hit, Ethan meets Manhattan head-on, their blades clashing fiercely. Manhattan realizes and all that Ethan's strength does not rely on fire, mana, and wonders what this sword art is. Ethan slips behind Manhattan with blinding movement, taking him by surprise. Manhattan panics as Ethan prepares another throw. Ethan hurls him as easily as the others, slamming him onto the ground. Manhattan hits hard, leaving Ethan standing dominant in the arena. When the dust settles, almost every knight lies defeated, while only Ethan and Miriam remain standing. Miriam, still holding his sword, mutters that what he is seeing feels strange. He had expected Ethan to pass down pure art and swordsmanship to restore his house's honor. Instead, Nyreen wonders what unfamiliar style Ethan has just used. Ethan continues pressing Nyreen, their blades ringing as he pushes past Nyreen's defense. Ethan braces as Nyreen suddenly commits to a desperate counterattack. Nyreen charges in with a loud shout, determined to break through close up. Nyreen steals his resolve for the next exchange. Ethan's movements evoke the image of a roaring dragon behind him. As he squares off against Nyreen, he steps indecisively, beginning a final precise maneuver. Ethan delivers a dragon-like overhead cut aimed straight at Nyreen. Nyreen blocks but is forced back. Grunting under the force, Ethan reaches out with a claw-like hand, symbolically grasping the dragon's power. He tags Nyreen's torso, completing the decisive technique. Miriam is blasted away, barely staying conscious as Ethan's strike lands. Shocked Miriam watches Ethan recover instantly for another low rush. Ethan kicks off the ground and sends Miriam flying backward again. He dashes in relentlessly to finish the duel. Miriam tries one last attack, but Ethan closes the distance before his sword can fall. Staring wide-eyed, Nyreen cannot believe such a low fluid stance exists in swordplay. Ethan slides in beneath Nyreen's guard for the final exchange. With a confident look, Ethan commits to the closing move. Ethan strikes shears through Nyreen's guard. Disarming him, Nyreen's broken blade spins away through the air. Ethan's sword stops cleanly at Miriam's throat. Miriam concedes defeat to Ethan in front of all the gathered knights. The watching trainees marvel that Ethan overwhelmed 6 people, using only pure swordsmanship, and wonder how he managed it. The knights murmur as they surround Ethan and Miriam, fully recognizing Ethan's dominance. Miriam begins to ask what technique Ethan just used. Ethan addresses everyone, noting that most of them joined because they admired the Arden family. He says, they were forced to pledge to the indirect lines sent out of tyranny. Despite that admiration, Ethan asks why they admire the Ardens, then answers that it is because Arden swordsmanship is known as the finest in the West. He adds that the blade treats everyone equally, regardless of status. Ethan asks if they know how the Arden family rose to such heights. He explains it was because they did not cling to noble pride, but learned and refined barbarian techniques. Miriam recalls in shock that these barbarians once waged war against the Hydra Kingdom a century ago. Ethan states that no technique is inherently good or evil. He says it depends on the user, revealing that the style he showed is his own creation, mixing Arden and Wyvern tribe swordsmanship, named Dragonslayer sword art. The knights repeat the name in all, calling it Arden's blade destined to slay the Wyvern tribe. The blonde knight realizes the decree to learn the Wyvern tribe's techniques must have had a deeper purpose. The Archduke confirms it, and orders them to master Arden's swordsmanship and become the continent's greatest knight order. He then calls for volunteers willing to stand with House Arden. Miriam Portico steps forward and pledges lifelong loyalty to the Arden Archduke family. Other young knights follow, loudly swearing loyalty to Archduke Arden. The assembled trainees kneel as one, declaring allegiance to the Ardens. A dark-skinned man activates red magic in his hand. Observing the scene, he notes to his companion that the new army they are raising is even stronger than expected. The white-haired aide asks if the Archduke plans to recreate the famed Black Flame Legion. The Archduke rejects that idea, saying the existing Black Flame Legion has changed too much. Narration recalls that the Black Flame Legion was the Arden family's official, elite knight order composed of top warriors from across the continent. They had once annihilated the Wyvern tribe and enabled the creation of Arden's do-or-die squad. But mismanagement by a collateral bloodline caused the Legion to all but disappear. The Archduke remarks that the war with the Wyvern tribe is still continuing and about to enter a new stage. He proclaims that his new knight order will replace the Black Flame Legion and become the most elite force, dedicated to massacring the Wyvern tribe. Somewhere else, mocking laughter is heard as a new scene begins. A count seated in a lavish office is informed that the Ethan Viscounty has fallen. Smirking inwardly, he thinks of himself as the Archduke's ally and mocks another, noble Lugan, for not grasping the Archduke's true goal. He predicts the Archduke will eliminate Lugan, and when the time is right, plans to act himself. A servant sprints down the hall toward him. The butler bursts in, shouting that there is an urgent matter. Irritated, the count scolds him for barging in without manners. If it is not truly urgent, the butler pants out that the Archduke has announced he will personally attend the upcoming Senate conference. Shocked, the count leaps up, shouting in disbelief. Panicking, he curses that the Archduke is acting far earlier than he anticipated. He clenches his fist, worrying that the Archduke's move will bring disaster, not only to Lugan but to himself as well. He orders an emergency Senate conference and tells his servants to notify all the other elders immediately. Looking out the window, he grimly concludes that he has no choice. He decides he must accelerate his own secret plans. Empowering a soldier with ominous red energy, the new Arden banner flutters under a bright sky. The Archduke stands before his assembled forces and declares that the time for action has come. He tells the troops they will reclaim the dukedom's power and restore the Arden name by driving out the parasitic nobles. Supporters watching from windows think about how the Senate has unjustly ruled the family for the past 10 years. Raising his sword, the Archduke proclaims that the Dragon Slayer troop will overthrow the Senate and found a new dukedom. The crowd roars its response, shouting loyalty and honor to Arden. Smiling with his black sword in hand, the Archduke says that everything so far was only the real beginning. In Seneran City, territory of Viscount Raymond of the Outer Families, alarms ring as guards yell that Archduke Arden is approaching. The garrison scrambles, ordering someone to fetch the crystal ball to report immediately to the Viscount. Townsfolk tremble and whisper in disbelief that the legendary Archduke Arden is truly coming. The Archduke rides at the head of his column toward the city. As the Dragon Slayer troop passes through the streets, citizens whisper that he is the one who freed for serfdom and beg silently to be liberated as well. The Archduke rides forward calmly, exuding quiet authority. In the Senate chamber, banners hang above many empty seats. As the presiding count notes the absences because of the urgency, he opens the Senate conference without waiting for the missing elders. Outside, footsteps rush toward the ornate doors. A frantic attendant yells to Viscount Raymond that there is a problem involving the Archduke. He shouts that Archduke Arden has already entered the city, stunning the conspirators. One noble explodes in anger, demanding why this news is only being delivered now, and blaming the outer castle guards. When he threatens punishment for negligence, the messenger hesitates, about to explain. The scheming count reflects that he convened the meeting early because he thought the Archduke would be occupied with the conference itself and wonders how Arden learned it was already in session. At the door, a servant tries to stop the Archduke from barging in without ceremony. Ignoring them, Arden strides past the attendants into the chamber. The attending nobles react with stunned exclamations. At his sudden appearance, Arden greets them curtly and announces he will also be participating in this Senate conference. A furious noble protests that his presence violates the law. He reminds Arden that only the outer families have the right to attend the Senate, accusing him of overstepping his authority. Arden calmly presents letters of attorney from 4 absent elders, stating that the king himself has authorized his participation. He suggests that anyone with objections is free to complain directly to the king, and prepares to move on. Then, he bluntly orders Count Lugan of Melton to have his tax rates immediately, and outlaw the spread of fortune-telling writings. Lugan is aghast at the demand. Arden warns that if Logan refuses to comply, he will treat it as cause for war. The count trembles with rage, sputtering that Arden dares behave so rudely toward him. Logan, still defiant, calls on his 7-star knight, Captain Zareth, to prove whether Arden has the strength to threaten him. Zareth, red and blue aura, steps forward with a confident smile. His unleashed aura floods the conference room, pressing down on everyone present. The nobles groan from the crushing pressure of Zareth's power. The scheming count recognizes the aura as that of a 7-star knight, and thinks that Zareth is the reason he dared to oppose the Archduke. Despite Logan's fear, he clenches his fist, blaming everything on Zareth's presence. Narration introduces Zareth Clemen, captain of the Amelton family's Red Lion Knight Order, and a 7-star knight. Arden, chest glowing with power, quietly repeats the challenge about whether he is qualified to threaten Logan. He erupts with overwhelming red energy that fills the chamber. The nobles recoil in terror as the aura surges around Arden. Logan and Zareth leap back, barely withstanding the force. Logan grits his teeth, preparing to shout again. He rages at Zareth, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Arden coldly asks if using an area-wide aura technique inside the Senate Hall means Logan wants to add treason to his list of crimes. Zareth is astonished that his coverage region was so easily overwhelmed. He remembers that less than a year has passed since Arden awoke from his coma, and marvels at the Archduke's rapid growth. Arden, radiating killing intent, demands Logan's final answer. Cornered, Logan points at another count, Chaman, and complains that Arden is not pressuring him. Instead, Arden says he has no need to do so. Kaiman smirks inwardly, having already agreed privately to the Archduke's reforms. Logan, realizing Kaiman betrayed him, explodes with furious insults. Outside, preparations for departure by the Dragon Slayer troop continue. Uneasily at the city gate, Zareth greets former Captain Nyron with mocking familiarity. Faunk Ledival, vice captain of the Red Lion Knights, apologizes for his late greeting and introduces himself. Mirian curtly responds, but Faunk dismisses the conversation. While muttering skeptically about the Dragon Slayer troops, Mirian thinks it ironic that a group using wyvern techniques calls itself Dragon Slayers. He adds that it is amusing for knights who once trampled the wyvern tribe to now chase those same skills for themselves. Offended, Fons demands to know if Nyrian is insulting the Red Lion Knight Order. Nyrian retorts that if someone of Fount's caliber is vice captain, then the order has clearly declined. Fount snarls that Nyrian has a lot of nerve for a supposed traitor. In his mind, he insults the Archduke for appointing Nyrian as a knight captain. Nyrian's hand goes to his sword. He draws his blade and warns Fount that if he wants to fight, he should stop talking and properly unsheath his weapon. Fount smiles inwardly, pleased that Nyrian has taken the bait, while Nyrian promises they will not use killing techniques, so as not to trouble the Archduke. Nyrian declares he will not stain the Archduke's name by killing someone like Fount. Fount laughs and says Nyrian need not worry about his death. Surrounded by blue aura, Fount vows to cripple Nyrian for 10 years. Just like his former master. Nyrian, aura blazing in response, swears to make Fount spend his whole life groveling to the wyvern tribe. The two clash, Nyriak shouting for him to shut up as they exchange powerful blows. Their swords collide repeatedly in a storm of blue energy. Fount realizes with shock that Nyriak is fighting using wyvern tribe swordsmanship. Onlookers recall that Nyriak once swore never to use those techniques, and accuse him of hypocrisy. Fount, who already knows those techniques, confidently presses the attack. Nyrian unleashes a massive, dragon-shaped slash that roars toward Fount. Fount is badly shaken, blocking the strike. As they fight, Fount notices that Nyrian's last attack felt different from the wyvern skills he knows. Nyrian suddenly raises his glowing hand. Using that power, he seizes Fount's arm in mid-charge. Shocking him, Fount struggles and yells to be released, but Nyrian's aura binds him in place. Nyrian charges forward, promising that Fount will pay dearly for his insults. Fount feels Nyrian's killing intent and panics, trying to call for a halt. Nyrian's aura-enhanced fist cocks back. He smashes Fount in the chest with a devastating blow, sending him flying and disarming him. Back in the Senate, a shadowed observer senses that the Archduke's aura has reached 6-star level, and notes that there is no trace of the black flame energy. The scheming count sits with a dark-clothed subordinate behind him. Absorbing this information, he smirks quietly to himself. Realizing Arden cannot yet use black flame despite his strength, the Count begins doubting the Archduke's qualifications. Arden, watching him, wonders if the man was using some kind of mana chant to probe his power. The rope's subordinate studies Arden, and judges that his energy feels weaker than a full 7 stars. Arden sees from their faces that they think they currently hold the advantage. He inwardly tells them to savor that illusion of superiority, while they still can out loud. He returns to business, asking Count Lugan again whether he will obey the orders. Lugan stalls, claiming he needs a week to discuss the matter. Arden snaps that 10 years of exploitation is more than enough, and he will not grant another week. He offers instead to begin the war immediately, his aura flaring in open threat. The nobles recoil at the mention of war starting here and now. The scheming count is startled by the genuine bloodlust, and realizes Arden might truly follow through. Logan panics, thinking Arden is acting solely according to his own will, and that even winning a war would not allow him to kill the Archduke. He fears that if he does comply, his own faction will collapse. The allied nobles visualize that collapse and dread the consequences. Grinding his teeth, Logan is pushed to the brink. At last he bows his head and, to everyone's shock, accepts Arden's orders. Other nobles murmur in disbelief that he yielded so easily, worrying that their own profits will be had. Arden orders the tax cuts implemented immediately, and states that his business here is finished. He leaves the hall while the other nobles remain stunned and subdued. The presiding count formally closes the Senate conference, since there is nothing more to discuss. Shaken nobles excuse themselves while Logan slumps in defeat. Once outside, Logan vents his fury, cursing the Archduke's arrogance and his legal immunity. He orders Sarah to prepare for a military charge against Arden. Back at the training grounds, Logan is startled by a scene near the gate. He sees Founts humbled on the ground before Nyron, who stands over him with sword drawn. Logan shouts at them, demanding to know what they are doing. He rages at Fons to stand up, while Zareth tries to calm him and assess the situation. Zareth asks what happened and assumes they were ambushed, ready to mobilize the knights. Founts hangs his head and admits instead that he simply lost a duel to Nyreen. Zareth is stunned that his vice-captain was defeated so easily. Rumors spread among Nyreen's comrades that the prestigious Dragon Slayer troops, once dismissed as vagrant, have just bested the Red Lion vice-captain. Hearing this, Logan clenches his fist in wordless frustration. A knight orders everyone to stand up and return to the main castle. A man mocks the count's knight order as pathetic. The red-cloaked man derides the Red Lion name as undeserved. While walking away, the insulted man trembles with barely contained rage. Time shifts to a peaceful day. As the door opens to the sunny outside, Ethan tells his white-haired aide the meeting ended smoothly. As a carriage departs, Ethan thinks he only needs to observe how Logan reacts now. Ethan instructs his subordinate to increase spies in the territory and prepare a trap. Logan slams his fist down and curses in frustration, failing to reach Keston through the crystal. Logan rages over being betrayed. Logan demands to know how the people are reacting. After the tax reduction, the butler nervously reports that ominous rumors are spreading. He explains that people say taxes were lowered because Logan lost to the Archduke. Logan throws the vase at the butler. Furious, he did not bring the rumor mongers, threatening to hang him if he fails again. Logan sends the terrified butler to find them alone at his desk. Logan pants, trying to calm his anger. A sinister voice comments that Logan seems to be in serious trouble. Startled, Logan demands to know who is speaking. A hooded man appears, saying he belongs to the Arcane Magic Association and is the Brotherhood's 8th spiritual leader. Logan falls back in fright, screaming. Recognizing the Naraxis Brotherhood, Logan is shocked. The hooded man notes Logan's conflict with the Archduke and offers help. Logan anxiously asks why the Brotherhood would assist him. The hooded man says they also hate the Archduke and plan to remove him. He produces a kingdom badge, saying it will keep suspicion off them. Logan realizes the badge belongs to the neighboring Rimdell kingdom, often in conflict with them. Thinking the badge useful, Logan becomes eager. Logan agrees to cooperate and promises to send his knight, captain, vice-captain, and 10 elites. The hooded man feigns admiration at the offer. He opens a dark magical portal, saying they will contact Logan again when ready. After the mage vanishes, the office settles, leaving Logan standing alone. Logan laughs triumphantly, convinced his plan will end Ethan. He gloats that a spiritual leader, assassin with 10 elite knights will spell Ethan's doom. Later, Ethan hears that a Brotherhood spy has been identified. His aide reports they found 6 of Logan's spies, one tied to the Brotherhood. Ethan concludes Logan is working with the cult and suspects an assassination plot. The aide confirms the spies were trying to learn Ethan's movements. Ethan orders that rumors be leaked about him. Secretly inspecting the territory alone, the aide worries the mission is too dangerous. Now that the Brotherhood is involved, Ethan insists going alone will best lure their enemies into the open. The aide begins to propose an idea. Ethan asks what about a certain woman. That woman, Ilya, bursts in cheerfully, saying she came because he desperately needs her help. Ethan dryly notes they are heading for battle, and thinks she should knock. He questions whether the inventor mage Ilya can really fight, and she boasts she will prove herself. Ethan repeats her claim of a battle mode. Intrigued, Ilya proudly declares, her battle mode is the pinnacle of a great mage's power. She tells him to look forward to seeing it. Ethan and Ilya ride through the forest, noting how cautious their hidden enemies are. Ilya complains, they have searched towns for a month without sensing any ambush. She doubts anyone will attack, but Ethan says this is their enemy's only real opportunity. Suddenly Elias senses something and reacts. She secretly tells Ethan, via mana whisper, that there is a magic circle 50 meters ahead. Analyzing it, Ilya judges the circle as elaborate space obstruction magic, but not truly dangerous by itself. She warns they will be trapped once they enter, and asks Ethan what he wants to do. Ethan replies, they have waited long enough for this, and decides to go in. Their horses step onto the activation point. A shimmering barrier engulfs them. As the trap springs, a violent surge of purple magic erupts within the barrier. Knights materialize inside. Surrounding Ethan and Ilya, the spiritual leader approaches, gloating that they have fallen into his trap. Ethan calmly asks the hooded attacker to identify himself. The man introduces himself as Eric, 8th spiritual leader of Neuraxis, and implies they came to kill him. Ethan notes the Brotherhood's reputation for assassinations. Ethan also recognizes one of the enemy knights. The vice captain declares, the Archduke's decade-long coma was their most peaceful time, and vows to end his tyranny. Ethan and Ilya draw weapons. As the encircling knights ignite their auras, Eric boasts that the obstructive wall, trapping them, is the Brotherhood's finest magic circle, and impossible to escape. Ethan, unimpressed, comments on how much Eric talks while gripping his weapon. He draws his demonic sword, and suggests they skip the chatter and fight. Eric, thrilled by Ethan's composure, anticipates that killing him will be especially entertaining. Eric claims they do not spare children, and casually includes Ilya among their targets. He unleashes a huge blast of purple magic, calling it simply Ethan's unlucky day. Ilya contemptuously calls him a fool. As she gathers crackling power, she activates her full battle mode and proclaims, the might of the great mage Ilya. Ilya completes her magic, asserting that no one can leave the pocket world without her consent. Her magic overrides the Brotherhood's barrier, transforming it into a radiant golden cube. The enemy knights look around in alarm as the environment changes. Eric finally recognizes Ilya as the famed inventor. She confirms her identity and announces that he is coming with her. Her spell grabs Eric as he cries out in shock. One of his men yells for their spiritual leader. While Ilya's magic engulfs him, Eric finds himself alone in an otherworldly golden plane. Stunned, he realizes Ilya created an independent pocket dimension, rather than a simple coverage region. Deciding to adapt, he prepares a countermeasure. Eric screams as he starts constructing his own coverage region. Within the pocket plane, dark power surges around him. As his ritual takes effect, he suddenly notices something and is unsettled. Ilya, seated on a fiery throne, remarks that his effort at least justifies the month they waited. Eric politely asks her to wait, saying the Brotherhood searched the continent to find her, and is glad to finally meet. He then tries to recruit Ilya to the Brotherhood, offering any condition she desires. Ilya rejects him, condemning the Brotherhood as evil and refusing to cooperate. Eric sighs that her refusal is unfortunate. He declares she must therefore die, and charges with lethal intent. Ilya laughs and invites him to try answering with even greater flames. Back in Ethan's battle, the narration lists 1 7-star knight and 9 6-star knights facing him. Ethan notes this is the first time since returning that he has confronted so many strong foes at once. He acknowledges the danger but feels no fear. He recalls that if he had been afraid before, he would not have been able to swing his sword against Logan's monster. Ethan, red in fire, calls his enemies to come at him in the pocket plane. Ilya rains blazing projectiles at Eric, who dodges desperately. She taunts him for scurrying around like a rat. Eric blocks the bombardment and grudgingly admits, she truly is a great mage. Frustrated, he begins invoking dragons in an ancient tongue for a stronger spell. Purple cracks spread as his ritual power builds. Eric activates the descending dragon technique, summoning draconic power into himself. A massive dragon-shaped blast hurtles toward Ilya, forcing her to react in surprise. She stares at the attack and demands to know what it is. Eric's hands morph with claws as his power continues to rise. He completes his dragon physique manifestation, taking on a monstrous dragon-like form. In this form he unleashes a huge dark wave. While shouting for his magic to scatter the enemy, the wave surges toward Ilya, filling the space with destructive power. Watching, Ilya coolly analyzes his unique skill as draconic language magic, boosted by an enlarged mana pool. Eric mocks her title as Great Mage, saying she will die inside her own pocket plane. Ilya calls him an idiot, and says his escalation only makes the fight more entertaining. As she prepares another spell, Eric commands his manifested dragon to crush her. Ilya counters with a huge spell called Blitz Wave, slamming it into the dragon. Elsewhere, Ethan's mana suddenly spikes, shocking the surrounding knights. The vice captain realizes Ethan might have been hiding his true power all along. He grudgingly admits Ethan is undeniably strong. The vice captain orders all knights to attack Ethan simultaneously. Ethan invokes the technique Solar Prominence IV. As his power peaks, he then activates Flame Physique, transforming his body into living fire. Flames blaze from his eyes. As he focuses the technique, a fiery explosion erupts around him, blasting enemies away. Several knights are engulfed and burned, while screaming. The vice captain shouts for everyone to retreat from the overwhelming flame. The knights panic, wondering how to fight someone whose body turns into fire. The vice captain urges them to calm down, insisting Ethan is not invincible, even with art and secret arts. He points to Ethan's wounded chest, explaining strong enough blows can still harm him. Another knight notes in fear that Ethan is bleeding from a cut on his neck as well. The vice captain orders everyone to pour all their mana into their swords, since they cannot block Ethan's ultimate attack anyway. Ethan recognizes the vice captain's sharp perception, and decides that trick will not work again. He mentally reviews Flame Physique as an ardent technique that turns the body to fire, to disperse physical attacks, noting he would be uninjured if he had transcended further. He also acknowledges the technique's drawback of massive mana consumption, seeing he has only half his energy left. Resolving to end things quickly, Ethan vows to defeat them all as fast as possible. He executes Solar Prominence, the first striking through multiple knights in a blazing charge. Following up with Flame Fist Dance, he hurtles through the battlefield wrapped in whirling fire. His fiery assault slams foes into the ground, leaving them screaming. Knights are slashed and burned as Ethan continues his rampage. Bloody but standing, Ethan's mana drops further to 40. Seeing their attacks inflict real wounds, the vice captain urges everyone to keep pressing, and not let Ethan rest. Ethan gathers power again and unleashes Solar Prominence IV. In another sweeping strike, he chains the move into Cheap Burst Scattershot, raining explosive beams on the knights below. Explosions tear through the enemy ranks, sending bodies flying and drawing anguished cries. The remaining elites, including the vice captain, closing with blue flame swords while gritting their teeth. They managed to land several cuts on Ethan as they rushed past him. Realizing their blows were too shallow, the vice captain and his ally curse. They attempt to coordinate another charge, while Ethan counters from within a storm of flame. With only 30 mana remaining, Ethan raises his sword and prepares Solar Prominence III for the next decisive attack. The Archduke unleashes a colossal, fiery sword technique that explodes on impact. One of the enemy knights panics as flames and shock waves engulf the battlefield. A red-haired knight realizes he cannot even get close enough to strike the Archduke. The Archduke calmly steps forward, power flaring around his foot. Breathed in flames, he prepares another technique called the Second Solar Prominence. With blood on his face, he activates his trump card Detonator Sword. The ground inside the barrier erupts violently from his detonating attacks. Amid the flaming debris, enemy hands flail as they are overwhelmed. An enemy commander curses the thick smoke and orders his men not to lose sight of the Archduke. That commander's eyes widen as he suddenly notices something alarming. The Archduke appears through the smoke, clutching a knight by the throat while another stares in shock. The red-haired captain reels, as he realizes one of his men has been instantly defeated. Smirking, the Archduke notes that only 3 opponents remain, while his mana is down to 10. At that moment, lightning splits the sky. Heralding new arrivals, a blonde mage strides from an explosion. Having effortlessly defeated her own opponent, she turns, sensing the distant commotion and wondering what is happening. Seeing the ongoing clash, she yells at the Archduke's group for still not finishing the fight. She laughs that her opponent was far too easy to handle. The enemy knights gasp in disbelief that even their spiritual leader has been defeated. One of them trembles, insisting that what he is seeing cannot be real. Driven by rage, he charges the blonde mage, screaming for her death. Amused, she points at him and begins to gather blazing magical power. Her finger flick unleashes a massive explosion that detonates high above the knights. 2 remaining captains look up in horror at the aftermath of her spell. From behind them, the Archduke asks how long they intend to keep a lady waiting. Flaming sword in hand, he tells her not to rush him and promises the battle will end soon. The red-haired captain mutters that it is impossible, that even their spiritual leader has fallen. Realizing they cannot handle both the Archduke and the mage, he weighs their hopeless odds. The blonde mage watches the 3 remaining knights as they tense around their unconscious leader. She cheerfully says she will stay out of the fight, and assures them the Archduke alone will deal with them. The captain grits his teeth, furious that she is openly underestimating them. He calls to Founce, telling him he will block the Archduke, while Founce searches for a chance to unleash his ultimate move. He adds that if anything happens to him, Founce should take command of the Red Lion Knight Order. Founce calls out to his captain in alarm at such talk. Empowered by blue aura, the captain dashes straight at the flame-cloaked Archduke. He activates the Red Lion Knight's secret sword technique, Lion Serial Attack, aiming a flurry at the Archduke. The Archduke realizes they have noticed his low mana, but still braces confidently. The captain clashes repeatedly with the Archduke's massive sword, while shouting for Founce to be ready. Trading blows, the Archduke remarks that they are saying some interesting things right in front of their enemy. The captain refuses to waste the chance his subordinates bought him. Convinced the Archduke's mana must be limited, he decides to pour all his remaining mana into exhausting the Archduke, as well gathering power into his chest. He launches Lion's fierce attack straight at the Archduke. The strike drains the Archduke's mana to 0. Even as he barely withstands it, believing he has succeeded, the captain screams victoriously and pushes his final blow. A titanic blast blasts skyward, shaking the surrounding forest. Blood splatters the ground in the aftermath of the explosion. Elsewhere in the melee, another black-haired knight slashes through an enemy, wounding him badly. That knight grabs the foe's sword arm to immobilize him. The wounded captain, sweating, yells for his comrade to strike now. Fonz leaps down with his blade raised, answering his captain's call screaming. He swings his sword with all his strength. His blow seems to land, but the Archduke begins channeling a technique called 8-Ring Viper. Breathing with renewed power, the Archduke roars and fully triggers his wyvern breathing technique. Flames surge into the captain, as he realizes in terror that the Archduke has absorbed their energy. Using that stolen power, the Archduke unleashes Solar Prominence, an explosive fire wave that engulfs everyone nearby. The remaining knights are hurled away, screaming as they burn in the blazing wave. The Archduke stands amid seething red flames, his power now fully rekindled. The blonde mage looks on in awe. Recognizing the overwhelming technique, the fiery barrier finally dissipates, leaving a devastated forest and battlefield. Later, the once mighty 8th spiritual leader sits unconscious and shackled against a tree. He groggily wakes, mumbling in confusion. The Archduke and the blonde mage stand before him. As he looks up in shock, we see the aftermath around them. Enemy corpses, bloodstains, and the captured leader at their feet. Realizing all his allies are dead, the spiritual leader stares around in horror. In desperation, he lunges at the Archduke, only to be effortlessly restrained. The Archduke says he has many questions, starting with the whereabouts of the great spiritual leader. Smirking, the captive says capturing him is pointless, and that the Archduke seems overly pleased. The blonde Mage gasps as sinister purple energy erupts from the man's forehead. She warns the Archduke that he is activating the Wyvern tribe skill. Phase shift, she frantically starts a counter spell, fearing it may already be too late. Wrapped in crackling purple lightning, the man laughs that their efforts are useless. The Archduke realizes this trump card must have been reserved for emergencies. He suddenly grabs the man again as dark flames erupt, shocking the enemy. The man screams in agony as the Archduke burns away his mind. When the flames fade, the Archduke calmly holds a wisp of purple energy he has extracted. The mage asks what he has done. As he inspects his now clean hand, he explains that phase shift is a high-level Wyvern skill, and begins lecturing about it. She notes it must have weaknesses, and jokingly guesses the head is one of them. The Archduke clarifies that, while phase shift can heal even decapitation, it cannot restore memories, so he targeted the man's head, now transported and restrained elsewhere. The former spiritual leader sits blankly, his mind erased. He can only make incoherent sounds confirming his memory loss. Later an inquisitor slaps a written report on a desk, demanding an explanation of what happened. After the 8th spiritual leader used phase shift, a nervous official stammers that they are still investigating, but suspects a battle with Archduke. Arden, the great spiritual leader of the cult, listens. Studying the report, he reviews a list of managers for the Western region. The dossier recounts how Dark Mage Priest Jerson, who controlled the mines, was killed by Archduke Ethan Arden shutting the mines. It also records head priest Burston of the printing press being killed by the Archduke. Closing that operation, another entry describes the Wyvern tribes' divination writings being banned within Arden territory. The great spiritual leader deduces that recent conflicts in the 8th leader's region may stem from the Archduke's actions. The subordinate explains that the Archduke had been ambushed while scouting with a woman, facing the 8th leader and Count of Melton's top assassins. He notes that Eric, one of their enemies, even knows a powerful technique called Descending Dragon. The great spiritual leader wonders if King Delphrian is secretly behind these events. The aide says the suspicious Shadow Knight order makes the government suspect the king. As well, the leader confirms that the Shadow Knights were Delphrian's subordinates. Enraged, he orders elite members to monitor both the Shadow Knight Order and Archduke Arden, vowing revenge for his disciple. The scene shifts to the city of Toledo, ruled by Count Lugo. In a tavern, a bald man holding a note says the planned time has finally come. Hearing a signal, he realizes their important guest has arrived. He bolts the door to secure the meeting place. A hooded pink-haired man enters, invited to come inside. Removing his hood, he asks if the bald man is the second spirit leading this mission. The man introduces himself as Marcus and politely offers his visitor a seat. The pink-hair knight internally recalls Marcus's background in high-level intelligence and noble organizations. Marcus states that all preparations are complete and asks him to prevent civilian casualties during the operation. Smiling slightly, the knight tells him not to worry. He solemnly pledges on the honor of the Dragon Slayer troop to carry out the mission flawlessly. The next day in Toledo, townsfolk gossip that Count Lugo attempted to assassinate the Archduke. Others whisper that the Archduke survived unharmed. The rumor spreads that the Count's own knight, captain and vice-captain were responsible and have vanished. Guards suddenly shout at a gossiping couple, drawing everyone's attention. Surrounded by patrol knights, the man is accused of spreading dangerous rumors and told he should be grateful for reduced taxes. He shouts back that everyone knows the tax cuts only happened because the Archduke ordered them. The captain roars if they think the guards are fools. He kicks the civilian to the ground in front of the startled crowd, declaring the man guilty of treason. He orders him dragged to the underground prison. Before they can move, a voice orders them to stop. Marcus steps forth and the crowd cheers, calling him the Freedom Warrior. The captain accuses Marcus of leading the traitorous reactionaries. Marcus denies the accusation and demands the release of innocent citizens. The captain retaliates by ordering his men to arrest Marcus. As they charge, Marcus braces himself, cloak fluttering as he prepares to act. The hidden knight suddenly flashes in with a blue sword arc, scattering the charging guards. The captain staggers and demands to know who this mysterious swordsman is. The pink-haired knight casually says his identity does not matter and pulls back his hood. The captain thinks in panic that this unknown warrior must be a powerful knight, supporting the revolutionaries. He orders his men into an offensive formation to finish things quickly. The squad activates the Red Lion group hunt technique and charges the lone knight. Together the Dragon Slayer knight advances calmly, sword wreathed in blue aura. He calls out Dragon Slayer sword art, first form, and unleashes the opening move. His shattering strike sends a huge slash that knocks several knights flying. The captain is stunned, realizing he has never seen this wyvern-style technique before. The knight then uses Dragon Slayer sword art second form, destructive draconic strike. A concentrated blast pierces another guard and drops him instantly. The captain frantically swings back at him in a counter-attack. The knight smoothly evades and continues his assault, within a sweeping blue arc. Without pause he unleashes Dragon Slayer sword art third form. Single ultimate flash. The resulting blast disarms multiple knights and sends their swords flying into the sky. One leader crashes to the ground, and the knight internally praises the Archduke's sword techniques. Catching his breath, he notes that even among warriors of equal rank, he is far stronger. Stepping forward proudly, he identifies himself as Manhwa, 6-star vice-captain of the Dragon Slayer troop. Marcus rallies the crowd, shouting that the real enemy is the oppressive Count, not the Red Lion. Order. The citizens erupt in cheers, begging the freedom warrior to lead them in his manner. Count Lugan rages that his men have still not captured this troublesome warrior. His aide admits the foe is no ordinary revolutionary. The aide explains that he is sure the knights are backing the rebel, since the Red Lion patrol has already been defeated. Count Lugan panics, wondering if Arden's knights have already reached his city, and why his captains remain silent. The aide nervously points out they have been unreachable for over a week, and are probably dead. Pounding the desk in fury, the Count curses repeatedly. He concludes that the Archduke must also be badly wounded, and orders a new captain appointed, and a force assembled to crush the revolutionaries. Another servant bursts in with urgent, bad news for the increasingly desperate Count. A panicked servant bursts in, and stammers that Archduke Arden has appeared. The Count is shocked to hear that Arden has already seized Toledo's outer castle. The servant reports that the Archduke himself is leading the assaulting knights, stunning the nobles. The Count grits his teeth in frustration at the news. He orders the butler to gather all troops inside the inner castle, declaring a battle to the death. Soldiers and servants hurry into position as the forces are assembled. A guard on the wall is aghast at what he sees. He realizes the city's entire populace has gathered. Below the castle walls, Knight Captain Niren of the Dragon Slayer troop calls for the Toledo guards to surrender. He proclaims that the land's rightful ruler has come to punish the traitor Count. The citizens roar in support outside the castle gates. Inside, a nervous guard insists Toledo is different and will hold. Despite the uproar, he reassures his men that a troop of grade 4 mages stands ready to counter the Archduke. Confident in the defenses, he claims the Archduke cannot survive storming their castle. Crossbowmen on the wall are ordered to hold their ground and not fear. The commander orders a volley and blue flaming bolts are loosed. The enchanted arrows rain down toward the cheering citizens, horrifying onlookers as bolts fall. Narian and his companions calmly advance toward the gate. Ethan erupts with red mana around his spear. Preparing an attack, he unleashes mana, shrapnel and a following wave, detonating the incoming bolts. Smiling amid the fading flames, Ethan tells his troops to advance. Empowered steps show Ethan magically rushing toward the castle. A red streak of Ethan's power surges up the wall. Against the blue bolts, Toledo's captain is stunned. As the Dragon Slayer knights rush the gate and the mage circle, Mirian reveals that every Dragon Slayer knight wields high, great power. The knights and mages clash as an officer shouts to fulfill the Archduke's orders. Toledo's captain urges his men to keep fighting until the Count's promised reinforcements arrive. Ethan instructs Mirian to form an elite team and capture the Count once the gates fall. Mirian agrees enthusiastically and charges into the breached defenses. Meanwhile, the Count's household flees through a secret passage with valuables in tow. A servant drops a precious item in panic while escaping. The steward berates the servant and orders him to pick it up if he wants to keep his position. Earlier, the butler had argued that a fight to the death is pointless against tens of thousands of revolutionaries. He had even suggested surrender, given that the Archduke himself was coming. The Count furiously reminded him of the fate of those who previously lost to the Archduke. The Count admitted the fight to the death was only to buy time, while he escaped with treasures and select servants. Now in the passage, he nervously asked the butler if anyone is following them. The butler starts to say he has checked constantly, when something interrupts them. The family hears a terrifying roar from behind, frightening the Count's wife and son. The Count realizes the castle has already fallen, far faster than he expected. He urges everyone to hurry toward the hidden exit. Suddenly a looming shadow blocks their path, startling the fleeing group. Hooded figures appear, and calmly ask if the man before them is Count Lugo. A loyal knight assumes they are Arden's subordinates and charges them. One robed man's eyes glow with purple power as he prepares a spell. The spell instantly overwhelms the charging knight, killing him with dark energy. The caster's forehead mark glows as he revels in the slaughter. He then blows apart another knight with a devastating purple blast. Blood splatters over the surviving servants and the horrified Count. The wounded Count stammers, asking if they belong to the Brotherhood, and why they are attacking him. The two robed men decide to keep only the Count alive for interrogation and kill the rest. With a sinister grin, one agrees to the plan and moves in for more killing. A surviving knight lies in agony, his eye wide with terror. Blood smears the corridor wall as more victims scream. Later a pink-haired dragon slayer knight discovers the gruesome scene. Shocked, his comrades conclude the bodies are the Count and his servants. They note bitterly that the Count ordered a last stand, while trying to escape with his riches. The white-haired mage observes that no treasure was taken, so the assassins only wanted the Count dead. Miriam asked the mage, Manhattan, what he can deduce from the crime scene. Manhattan senses residual mana, and judges the killers to be at least 6-star knights, very powerful individuals. The mage confirms it was likely a small group, perhaps just one highly skilled attacker. Manhattan explains that all the victims were killed in the same way, and asks what method was used. He determines the deaths were not caused by swords, but by magic combined with wyvern tribe techniques. The white-haired mage counts 2 main clues, and calls to Ilya for her analysis. Ilya adds that only the Count was tortured first, implying the killers questioned him for information. The mage concludes from their behavior who the true culprits must be. Ethan states that the Brotherhood is behind the assassination. The mage believes the Brotherhood is seeking the mastermind of their 8th spiritual leader's death. Ethan and Ilya reason that the attackers themselves must be spiritual leaders, given their power. Ethan remarks that the Brotherhood's movements make sense in light of his own actions against them. The mage explains that the Brotherhood is infiltrating the royal palace, suspecting the king is directing Ethan. Ethan is pleased that this will divert their attention away from him. Temporarily he retrieves his confiscated 8th ring. Satisfied to have regained it, the mage suggests exploiting the situation to pit the Brotherhood against the kingdom, and Ethan listens. The mage proposes a scheme to force the king to move by involving powerful allies, like Marquis Bloaton and Sir Populence. At Bloaton Mansion, the Marquis is briefed on the current conflict between House Arden and the Brotherhood. Bloaton is alarmed that the Brotherhood went so far as to murder. Count Ethan notes they can act boldly, because the kingdom's 7 renowned families back them, and asks for Bloaton's help. Ethan wants Bloaton to investigate all those connected to the former royal blacksmith Williams, to help purge Brotherhood influence. At court he explains that, if proof emerges of collusion between the Wyvern tribe and the 7 families, their power will collapse. Bloaton reflects that foreign nations are already under Wyvern control, but believes the king who hates them will act if given evidence. He agrees to gather solid proof against the conspirators. Elsewhere, Ethan's younger kinsman trains his sword. Wreathed in red flame, the young man charges with a fiery sword and shield, shouting as he attacks. He clashes fiercely with his sparring partner in a heated duel. His opponent braces behind an icy blue shield and counters. The blue shield bash sends the fiery trainee tumbling back. Another trainee wielding blue energy also struggles, but keeps pressing the attack. The orange-haired partner promises to get more serious for his third young master. Empowered by blue mana, he leaps high, bearing down on his opponent. The dark-haired trainee blocks with a glowing shield, refusing to yield. In his room later, he hears that Ethan has already reclaimed 5 territories. A servant confirms Ethan's rapid conquests, including Count of Melton's lands. The news continues, but the young man grows quiet and tense, worried. The servant asks if the young master is ill, but he denies it. He insists nothing is wrong, though he is clearly troubled. During more training, he reflects that he has only just learned Black Flame. Watching Ethan's feats, he feels inferior for still struggling against mere knights. His partner scolds him for losing focus during a duel. The orange-haired trainee unleashes a technique called Clear, Brilliant Ambush. The dark-haired youth is battered by the flurry of blue strikes. He grits his teeth, thinking he is nothing compared to his prodigious brother. Yet he resolves to keep fighting and lets his red power explode again. His sword surges with red flame as he prepares a decisive blow. His opponent is shocked by the sudden surging power. The red flame strike crashes down, overwhelming the other trainee. He follows up with a huge red shockwave, driving his opponent back. The impact of his shield slamming down cracks the ground. He executes his ultimate defeating strike, forcing the other boy to dig in, desperately roaring that he cannot fall behind. He throws everything into his attack. His eyes blaze with crimson power as his determination peaks. The orange-haired trainee panics and tries to call for a pause. The explosion from their clash sends blood and debris spraying into the air. Afterward, both youths stand exhausted but alive, their swords still crossed. Polite applause begins from an elegantly dressed man observing the match. The instructor praises the third young master, saying his Black Flame has greatly improved. The young man humbly replies that he still has far to go. The instructor laughs that his Black Flame grows clearer daily, and he need not be so modest. He presents a glowing medicine orb as a reward, which the youth gratefully accepts. Then the instructor casually asks if the young master has heard any recent news about the Archduke. The boy reports he has heard Count Lugo was defeated by Ethan. The instructor says his sources claim Ethan could not use Black Flame. Even then, startled, the young man wonders what that means for Count scheming. The instructor reveals plans to hold the traditional flame opening ritual, to choose the Arden family patriarch. The youth questions whether Ethan would permit such a ritual, when supposedly unable to use Black Flame. With a sly smile, the instructor assures him he will handle that obstacle later, through a crystal call. Ethan accuses the Senate of ignoring the late king's will. Ethan reminds Bluton that the will forbade the ritual until he turned 20, which he has not yet done. Blunt replies that Ethan will reach that age soon, and sees no reason to change the Senate's schedule. He smugly claims nothing significant can change in such a short time. Bluton ends the call by saying he will meet Ethan in the Archduchy's capital, Rendinion, in a month. He adds that Ethan's absence would be taken as his surrender. Back in Ethan's salon, his allies react to the conversation's implications. Ethan's sister anxiously asks if he will be all right, since the ritual requires Black Flame. She apologizes for doubting him, but admits no one has yet seen him use Black Flame. Ethan asks Lawrence whether he shares their concerns. Lawrence hesitates, unsure how to respond. Ethan smiles faintly and says he has worked toward the flame opening ritual as his ultimate goal. He reassures everyone that their efforts will soon end the tyranny of the collateral branch of the family. His sister repeats the name Randinium, realizing they must return there. Ethan agrees, saying it is time for them to go back home. Preparations for the journey begin, as servants and knights busily load luggage outside. Lawrence helps coordinate tasks while Ethan assigns responsibilities. Lawrence guides workers, carefully noticing something odd about his own movements. Later, Ethan sits Lawrence down and asks if he is truly feeling all right. He mentions hearing that Lawrence drinks heavily, just to sleep each night. Ethan also knows Lawrence has been neglecting food, and warns that such overwork will kill him. Lawrence clenches his hands, and insists softly that he does not want to die. Ethan tells him that caring for himself is part of his duty, now that they have more help, because Ethan wants him to serve for a long time. Ethan hands Lawrence a small box, insisting he take it. As their conversation about support and recovery continues, Lawrence is handed a small box, and told it is a handmade gift from his sister. Ethan explains that the gift is a fatigue-relieving artifact, and urges Lawrence to wear it and rely on others when tired. Lawrence, holding the open box with the artifact inside, is ordered to follow Ethan's advice. Later, Lawrence smiles contentedly while wearing the bracelet artifact. A castle worker hurriedly orders people to move goods before sunrise, but is suddenly distracted. The worker panics upon noticing that the usually cold Sir Lawrence is actually smiling. The worker nervously imagines that Lawrence's unusual mood may lead to horrible screams from the underground prison. Ethan stands alone in a hall, As ominous red energy begins to rise around him, he exhales a small flame, beginning a meditation or training with fire. Ethan asks himself what pure fire is. While his chest radiates intense red light, a fiery spirit explains that black flames are tainted by pain, making them unstable and limited, so Ethan should seek fire, free from negative emotions. Ethan resolves to embody only the pure breathing of fire in his power. Ethan is interrupted looking toward the source of a new voice. His fiancée Erica arrives, saying preparations for their departure are complete, and she came personally to fetch him. Ethan joins her at the doorway as they prepare to leave together. Smiling, Ethan says he is ready and suggests they go. Erica happily declares that they are finally going back home. On the day of the flame opening ritual, the Arden family's procession travels by carriage and horseback. Toward the capital, the carriages enter Randinium, the capital of the Arden Duchy. Townsfolk realize the passing procession carries their young lord Move. Citizens tearfully rejoice that the young lord has finally returned. A carriage wheel jolts over a stone. As the procession continues inside a carriage, a blonde noble girl looks at the poor city, and thinks the duchy's capital is more miserable than she expected. Lawrence angrily notes how the indirect branch nobles have ruined Ethan's birthplace. Erica gently places her hand over Lawrence's gloved hand for comfort. Lawrence looks at her in surprise at the sudden touch. He calls to her, noticing she has fallen silent and distant. Erica, troubled by what she has seen outside, silently thinks that Ethan must punish whoever made the citizens suffer. Ethan rides at the head of the procession, determined to make those who oppress the citizens pay. Upon arrival, a smiling Arden noble greets Ethan, saying they have been waiting. Ethan dismounts and immediately asks about the preparations for the flame opening ritual. The noble reports that everything is ready, and that the ritual will take place at the Great Tourney Hall. Ethan accepts this and says they should begin the ritual at once. Surprising the noble inwardly panics, wondering why Ethan is so confident. When he supposedly cannot produce black flames, Ethan starts walking, but someone calls for him to wait. The noble tries to mention a prepared banquet, but Ethan curtly orders it cancelled. Ethan declares he will not stand by. While traitors have turned his territory into a mess, the noble clenches his fist in shock at Ethan's defiant stance. He sees that Ethan can talk all he wants for now, confident that the traps he prepared will crush Ethan's confidence. A great ceremonial flame burns atop a decorated brazier. In the turning hall, Ethan leads his group, including Erica and Lawrence, into the arena as onlookers watch. They emerge before a packed audience that fills the entire Colosseum. Ethan's yellow-haired ally senses something odd and hums thoughtfully. She secretly warns Ethan that magic seals have been placed at the center of the hall, and Ethan notes he never expected a fair contest anyway. Ethan walks on, thinking there is no need to worry. The crowd erupts and cheers at Ethan's appearance, saying now is not the time for banquets. Spectators excitedly speculate about the outcome of the ritual. Attention turns as another group enters. The scheming noble and his allies escort the third young Lord Myers. Myers walks forward to face Ethan in the center of the arena. Ethan smiles slightly as he sizes up his brother. Ethan notes that Myers has grown significantly stronger. The noble sees that everyone required is present and ready to start the ritual. Ethan suddenly asks where the other candidate, Taryn, is, reminding everyone there are 3 heirs. The noble claims he contacted Taryn but received no reply. Ethan thinks grimly that Taryn has even skipped this crucial ritual. The noble asks Ethan's leave to proceed, and Ethan silently agrees. The noble formally announces the beginning of the Arden family's 18th flame opening ritual. The crowd roars with excitement. Ethan and Myers face each other as the arena buzzes with energy. The brothers exchange confident smiles before the duel. The audience falls into a tense hush watching them. Myers readies his sword, vowing to show Ethan how much he has improved. A red-haired participant channels power with a fierce shout, preparing a powerful strike. The scheming noble gives the signal to activate the hidden magic. Hooded mages around the arena invoke dark, purple power to trigger the seals. Their magic creates a massive, purple magic circle that envelopes Myers as he attacks. Myers suddenly feels something wrong with his empowered strike, and cries out in alarm. His darkened power swells into a huge explosive wave above him. The noble watches with manic satisfaction as his scheme unfolds. Myers panics as the unstable power within him surges uncontrollably. Realizing Chai Man is force-feeding him mana, Myers concludes his uncle is behind this. Overwhelmed, Myers fears he might become something monstrous. When Ethan's calm inner voice tells him not to worry, Ethan reassures Myers to simply do his best. Even as the cursed flames surround him, Ethan looks at him steadily and tells him to trust him. Encouraged, Myers steels himself. Amid the raging red power, Myers unleashes a gigantic black flame attack across the arena. The crowd goes wild at the overwhelming display. Nobles in the high seats marvel that the third young lord might already surpass the former patriarch. Chaiman smugly believes the outcome is decided, and that this spectacle guarantees his victory. Ethan responds by drawing his massive sword, its aura flaring red, shocking onlookers. Shimon thinks Ethan is overconfident, and cannot see any black flame aura on him, so he expects Ethan to fail. Ethan focuses on the doctrine of black flames. Endless pain where fire circulates without end, birthing cursed black fire from suffering. He turns that doctrine around, declaring that others will instead feel those eternal flames. Ethan then manifests towering black flames from his sword, raising it high. Twin pillars of black fire erupt, and people shout that the first young master has also awakened black flames. Judges are stunned, questioning why Ethan has not been disqualified, as Chaiman had assured them. Chaiman reels at the turn of events, but consoles himself that the magic seal is still amplifying Myers's flames beyond Ethan's. Ethan, wrapped in black flames turning white, takes a steadying breath, addressing the nobles. Ethan proclaims that although black flames have long symbolized Arden, they are unstable and limit their potential, and he will show them a new path. The confused nobles murmur, unsure what he means about changing the family symbol. Ethan declares that the family's future lies in white flames, then channels power through his sword. His black flames blaze and transform as he exerts himself. Ethan grimaces under the strain. As he channels the flames, he roars and releases an immense surge of converted flame. A colossal column of white fire explodes skyward, stunning everyone. Observers gape in disbelief at this unprecedented sight. Chaiman screams, in shock upon realizing Ethan has generated white flames. Other nobles recognize the phenomenon as the legendary flames of the first patriarch. Ethan's allies, including Erica and Lawrence, cry out his name in awe and joy. Ethan explains that the old black flame symbol acted as chains, limiting the Arden family. He declares that having understood the first patriarch's principles, he has learned that white flames represent the family's true future. Exhausted, Myers collapses to one knee. After the ordeal following family law, Myers formally admits defeat and pledges absolute loyalty to Ethan. The audience erupts, chanting for the first young master to be chosen as patriarch. Ethan notes with a smile that the people's reaction leaves little doubt about the result. Charmon trembles, struggling to proceed with the formal announcement. Under the crowd's chants, he reluctantly begins, proclaiming the first young master as the 18th Arden patriarch. Before he can finish, a powerful voice shouts for everyone to stop, and a shock wave of pink energy ripples across the arena. Ethan and Myers whirl around, demanding to know who interrupted. A cloaked white-haired figure, Taryn, appears, radiating ominous crimson mana, and challenging the right to choose a patriarch. Ethan senses the newcomer's mana and finds it deeply sinister. Erica reacts with horror, covering her mouth as she recognizes who it is. She cries out Taryn's name in panic while others try to restrain her. Taryn, shrouded in corrupt magic, claims he is the rightful best successor as his power surges. Ethan is shocked to realize Taryn has become a berserk killer, recalling bloody memories of his brother. Taryn mutters about the Arden patriarch before acting. He then lunges forward, screaming that the title will belong to him. Ethan curses and charges, white flames igniting as he prepares to counter Taryn. Their first clash sends shockwaves through the arena. As white and corrupted flames collide, Taryn roars and drives his own darkened sword strike at Ethan. Ethan senses how impure and unstable Taryn's mana is, and concludes his brother is far from normal. Taryn furiously attacks Ethan, and Ethan shouts at the traitor's great families, demanding what they have done to his brother. Pink corruption spreads like lightning across the arena walls and sky. Ethan notes with relief that his last move disrupted the corrupt energy. He internally contrasts black flames, which destroy through curses born of impurity. He then prepares to counter with the cleansing power of white flames. Ethan believes his white flames can purify the darkness, clouding Taryn's mind, and swings again. Taryn staggers and cries out in pain as the white flames strike him. Spectators remark in disbelief that even at his age, The third young master's skill already rivaled the old patriarch's, and now the second young master is surpassing that. They grow even more shocked seeing Ethan actually overpowering Terran. Despite the odds from the stands, people exclaim that the first young master is clearly dominating. The second, two commanders watch one addressing his captain about the situation. The captain analyzes that although Ethan's white flames look smaller, they are steadily devouring Terran's ominous black flames. He admits Ethan keeps exceeding everyone's expectations. Terran, bleeding and desperate, cries out as his attacks are blocked and shattered. Ethan decides the fight is nearly finished, and prepares a decisive blow. Just then a powerful voice tells Ethan he has done enough. Ethan, still mid-swing and engulfed in white fire, appears almost berserk as he continues the motion. His overwhelming strike detonates against the arena floor. In a blinding explosion, Ethan pauses and looks back, startled by something new. The audience gasps and murmurs in astonishment at the latest development. Everyone sees that a calm, middle-aged swordsman has blocked Ethan's attack with his chest, revealing himself as Count Marlock. The crowd recognizes him as Count Marlock, a transcendent-level swordsman. Shimon blurts out the full name, Count Marlock Edwin, in shock. A narration clarifies that with the Ardens weakened, the Rickian family, led by Count Marlock and his 10-star knight captain, has become the realm's most powerful sword family. Count Marlock casually remarks to Ethan that the last strike carried real killing intent, and asks if Ethan meant to kill him. Ethan, displeased, says, Marlock is acting unbefitting a knight by interfering in a formal duel. Ethan internally realizes, with all that Marlock stopped his white flames using only raw mana, without any defensive technique. Marlock laughs that while knights should behave honorably, an unfair flame opening ritual needed to be stopped. In the stands, nobles panic as they recognize the newly arrived man, and realize the situation has escalated further. The narrator introduces Rogersburg Lane, the Duke Agile's family's mage, captain and leader of the Black Demon Squad. Rogers's ally explains that both the Racial and Agile's families received the duel notice only 2 weeks ago, so young Master Terran had little time to prepare. Ethan internally mocks Rogers' excuse, doubting that someone like him could truly be a transcendental being. Ethan reasons that if Rogers were truly transcendental, he could not have attacked him, judging Rogers as a newly promoted 9-star at best. Ethan concedes Rogers has immense mana, comparable to what Ethan had when he first became a transcendental being. Ethan deduces that real 11 or 12-star transcendental knights must have far greater mana than Rogers. On the arena floor, Ethan, Rogers and the others face off, as one of them impatiently demands to know what difference the excuses make. Rogers claims Terran's unstable state due to lack of preparation means the ritual must be redone. Ethan angrily retorts that Rogers himself caused Terran's instability, and demands to know what he did to him. Rogers feigns innocence, claiming he only taught Terran. Rogers moves to end the current ceremony, declaring the flame-opening ritual invalid. He adds that they will arrange a fairer ritual later, and contact Ethan about it. Ethan calls out to stop him as Rogers begins to walk away enraged. Ethan charges and orders Rogers to get lost, while swinging his flaming sword. Ethan's sudden attack forces Rogers to hastily evade the lethal blow. The clash continues as Rogers blocks Ethan's follow-up strike. Grunting from the force, their swords collide again in a powerful exchange. Ethan braces behind his weapon as their blades lock. Surprised by Rogers's strength, Rogers reveals black flames, shocking the arena with this forbidden power. Spectators react in horror to the unexpected display of dark flames. Ethan's family members are stunned by the terrifying sight. The patriarch realizes a secret generational technique, leaked by indirect lineages, has been mastered by another family to a frightening level. Onlookers murmur, astonished that Knight Captain Rachel can also wield black flames, and wondering what is happening. Rogers presses his attack as Ethan narrowly evades another strike. Ethan counters with rapid flaming sword swings. Rogers calmly deflects Ethan's blows with composed skill. Ethan is driven back by Rogers's superior strength and technique. Ethan launches a leaping strike, while Rogers raises his sword to intercept. Rogers analyzes, mid-fight, that Ethan's attacks are heavy for a 7-star knight, and that his swordsmanship is flawless, though his mana is lacking. Rogers thinks Ethan's movements and black flames remind him strongly of Count Jarrett. Rogers unleashes a sweeping blue mana storm attack, Ethan darts through the whirling blades of wind, dodging and closing in. Ethan channels power into a fierce forward slash. Rogers braces and moves to parry the devastating attack. A noble observer is shocked that Ethan is holding his own against Marlock, a supposed transcendental being. Marlock begins to power up further, shrouded in ominous red flames. Ethan meets Marlock's empowered sword head-on, their weapons clashing with explosive force. Ethan realizes from the flow of blows that Marlock is still holding back. Ethan concludes that Marlock's black flames are much more stable than Terran's, and guesses Terran was used as an experimental subject to perfect them. Ethan further infers that Terran was likely brainwashed and tormented to amplify his negative emotions. For those black flame experiments, Ethan reasons that only such extreme abuse could make an 18-year-old emit that level of darkness, and that the experimenters did not care if Terran's mind broke. Remembering Terran's rage, Ethan recalls him vowing to kill everyone responsible. The memory shifts to a battlefield engulfed in explosions and flames. Terran in the past leads a charge against dragon forces, shouting as he attacks. He cleaves a dragon-like foe which screams in pain. Another ally fights desperately, breathing heavily amid blood and chaos. That ally urges everyone to endure a bit longer, proclaiming that the Dragon King is approaching. The ally suddenly senses something alarming overhead. A powerful blast strikes the ground near them, throwing up a huge plume of debris. Terran is knocked down and shielded by his armored brother. Terran's brother asks if he is alright while calling out to him. A massive dragon roars and descends before them. The brother tells Terran to prepare, because this dragon is the last enemy. Commander Terran instead tells his brother to go on ahead without him. With a resolute smile, Terran vows to handle things here as if his life depends on it. Facing the looming dragon, Terran begs his brother to defeat the Dragon King and save the continent. The flashback ends, returning to Terran and Roger standing together in the present, Roger smirking while Terran looks dejected. Back in the arena present, Ethan continues trading rapid blows with Malik. Ethan notes that the angrier he gets, the calmer and more focused his mind becomes. Marlock charges up a blood-red aura for another attack, declaring this is why he fights. Ethan burns with renewed determination, vowing to show Terran that their Archduke family's resolve cannot be broken. Ethan activates his white flame physique, his body igniting in white-red fire as he rushes Marlock. Marlock is surprised that Ethan did not dodge, saying he even slowed his attack for him. Marlock's blade pierces Ethan's burning chest, sparks and flames erupting from the wound. Blood sprays as Ethan impales himself further on the sword. To get closer to Marlock's, Ethan continues to push forward on the blade, intensifying the damage but refusing to back down. Watching from afar, Ethan's brother realizes Ethan lacks enough mana to sustain this reckless move. A close-up shows Ethan's crazed, determined eyes as he endures the pain. Blood splatters across the arena, emphasizing the severity of Ethan's self-inflicted wound. Ethan roars, while driving his flaming power through Marlock's sword into his body. Ethan's family members stand and scream his name in panic. Ethan grits his teeth and channels more energy through the sword. Despite the agony, their weapons remain locked. As Ethan pours all his remaining power into the clash, Marlock suddenly senses something wrong in the escalating energy. Ethan detonates the gathered flames in a massive close-range explosion. Engulfing Marlock, Ethan's sword drops to the sand, dripping blood. In the aftermath, Marlock stands wounded and stunned, blood running down his head and neck. The crowd erupts into cheers at Ethan's incredible feat. Observers remark in disbelief that Ethan not only faced a transcendent count, but even managed to wound him. Marlock sees, internally astounded by Ethan's audacity. He rages that he had planned to go easy on Ethan for acting like a mad dog, but Ethan dared to challenge him without knowing who he truly is. Ethan steadies himself, still surrounded by surging flames and ready to continue. Marlock, now fully enraged, warns Ethan to prepare himself as he charges in again. He vows to teach Ethan a lesson so harsh he will never act arrogantly again. As their flames and swords clash once more, their collision triggers another massive red explosion that rocks the arena. As they prepare to continue, a new figure grabs Ethan's shoulder and intervenes. Startling Marlock, the newcomer steps between them, commands them to stop and halts the duel. He announces in the king's name that the pointless duel must cease, declaring he brings his majesty's message. Ethan assesses the newcomer's power, wondering if this man is also a 9-star, and noting that many transcendental beings are present. Marlet clicks his tongue in frustration, but withdraws bleeding and glaring. The royal messenger calls for everyone's attention, and prepares to read out the king's proclamation. At his words even Marlek drops to one knee in formal obedience. The other nobles also kneel on the arena floor to hear the royal decree. The messenger is surprised to see Ethan still standing before him. Instead of kneeling, he thinks Ethan must indeed possess personal immunity to dare stand. During the reading of the king's letter, Ethan recognizes the man as Count Wellington, likely from a family directly affiliated with the king, who would report any information Ethan leaks. Wellington clears his throat to begin the official announcement. The decree first confirms that Ethan, the first young master, has proven himself through the flame opening ritual. It then states that the ritual was rushed, a point even the kingdom's 7 great families acknowledge. Therefore the king orders that Ethan be temporarily appointed as patriarch of his family. Ethan is told that the current arrangement will last for a year. Officials announce that the flame opening ritual will be redone in a year. To formally choose the Archduke, Ethan protests the king meddling in family matters, but is asked to wait by a royal messenger. The messenger tells Ethan the king supports him, acknowledges his brother's tragedy, and promises a reward if Ethan backs down. For now Ethan wonders what reward they intend to offer him. The messenger explains they will fund reconstruction of Ethan's territory, in exchange for repeating the ritual in a year. Ethan listens silently, withholding his response. The messenger suggests they negotiate details later, and thanks Ethan for accepting the arrangement. Ethan resolves that since he cannot revive Turin immediately, he must grow stronger and someday bring him back. The king publicly declares that until the next ritual, Ethan Arden will be the 18th patriarch of House Arden. Elsewhere, a girl excitedly throws herself into Ethan's arms, loudly calling his name and embarrassing a nearby elder. Back at the arena, the crowd erupts in cheers for first young master Ethan. Myers and his supporters sit in shock, unable to accept Ethan's sudden elevation. Count Chimon is horrified as he realizes the implications of Ethan being acknowledged. The panicked count rushes down the corridor, muttering that this outcome is unacceptable. He orders the knight captain to withdraw soldiers, while the captain promises to escort him and then rally the knights. The count further commands that guards and a communication crystal be brought, and that the rest of the forces prepare to march, which the captain accepts. A carriage speeds away from the city, beginning the count's retreat. In the carriage, the furious count curses the situation. He despairs that even the king has recognized Ethan, and screams that everything is ruined. That night events shift to Count Shellen's castle. The assembled knights there whisper that Ethan, not Myers, has become head of the Arden family. Despite Myers' abilities, one anxious knight wonders what will become of them now. Their commander calls the Blue Eagle Knights to attention. The knights answer his call in unison. Addressing them, the commander claims Ethan only became family lord through underhanded means. The knights murmur in confusion about these so-called dirty tricks, and speculate Ethan has powerful backers. The commander admits public opinion favors Ethan, but begins outlining his own plan regardless. He explains to the count that they will first flee east to Holland County. The count adds that from there, they will counterattack with help from Marquis Prector. Reassuring himself, the count notes he still has his full knight force. He fantasizes that by conquering the Arden Duchy with Hyam and Pretor, and then dividing the spoils, he can still profit. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the castle grounds, stunning everyone. The count, buffeted by the shockwave, yells in confusion about what is happening. Through swirling smoke, armed figures in cloaks advance toward the castle. One of them, a blonde warrior, is recognized as part of the Dragon Slayer troop. That leader orders his Dragon Slayer troop to charge. The troop leaps forward at high speed to assault the castle. The defending knights recognize them as ardent soldiers and rally to attack. The two forces clash violently, screams and impacts filling the battlefield. The knight captain urges the count to escape with his family, and entrusts the defense to himself. The shaken count agrees and prepares to withdraw. He curses that Ethan has managed to strike the inner castle so quickly. The knight captain is suddenly forced to react. As a swift attack streaks toward him, he intercepts a powerful blow from the Dragon Slayer leader. Beginning their duel, regaining his footing, the captain angrily insults his opponent. The blonde leader addresses him as Knight Captain Lohan, and offers him a chance to surrender peacefully. Lohan arrogantly mocks the Viscounty Knight Captain, insisting a county's Knight Captain far outclasses him. The Dragon Slayer leader retorts that any past gap in strength is outdated. He declares that since joining the Dragon Slayer troop, he has grown, and that tonight he fights to restore the duchy to Archduke Ethan. The Knight Captain, enraged, yells for silence as he dives in with a sword shrouded in blue power at his white-haired opponent. He tightens his grip and drives his sword forward with full force. Both combatants unleash named blue aura techniques, clashing dragon and eagle-shaped powers. Their sword energies collide violently in midair, creating a burst of light. Realizing he is being overpowered, the captain panics at the thought that he might actually be losing. The white-haired warrior charges back with a shout, pushing the captain on the defensive. The white-haired knight roars and channels power into his glowing sword for another attack. His blow explodes against the captain's guard, showering the field with blue energy. The captain, refusing to accept defeat, rallies himself and surges forward. He reminds himself of his status as Knight Captain of the county, and steels his resolve, declaring he cannot be beaten. He hurls himself into a desperate head-on strike. The white-haired knight is wounded and grimaces, grasping the weapon now stained with his blood. The captain grins maniacally, his eyes glowing red as his bloodlust rises. Screaming for his foe to die, he swings down a huge blue arc toward the other man. The white-haired knight braces himself, eyes wide as the massive strike bears down. The captain's empowered slash blasts forward in a straight line. He is suddenly shocked mid-swing, realizing something has gone wrong. The white-haired knight, bleeding from the shoulder, counter-thrust his sword toward the captain. In close quarters, the white-haired knight calmly tells Sir Loel to surrender, while holding a sword lodged in the captain's back. He explains he does not want such a talented knight to die needlessly, and offers mercy if Llewellyn swears allegiance to the Archduke. Llewellyn's hand trembles as blood drips from his arm, showing he is near his limit. Llewellyn laughs weakly, acknowledging the infamous claw of the Blue Eagle Knights. Biting into his side, he declares that the Knights' pride will not crumble just because of the first young master, and stubbornly attacks again. The white-haired knight calls his resolve foolish, as he watches Llewellyn charge. Blood streaks across the sky as the duel reaches its brutal conclusion. Lowell, innocent, flying and collapses defeated, while the victor stands over him with sword drawn. The white-haired knight silently catches his breath. Processing the outcome, the surrounding knights and trainees freeze, shocked by what they have just witnessed. The victor orders all forces loyal to Count Fern to lay down their arms. A herald proclaims that the Archduke will spare those who surrender, urging them to yield. The herald further announces that the collateral branches have been subdued, and tells everyone to acknowledge the land's sole rightful ruler. Time shifts to the Ration Duchy mansion, where someone asks about the state of a wound. The muscular, blue-haired knight apologizes for tarnishing the duchy's honor, but his lord dismisses the blame, noting no one expected Ethan's overwhelming talent. Asked what he learned from fighting Ethan, the knight reports that he has identified the nature of the white flame, and roughly gauged Ethan's abilities. The Duke approves of this information, as he sets down his pen on an official document. Duke Jaren Ration orders that representatives of all 7 renowned families be summoned and tells the knight to attend as well. In the capital, a herald announces the arrival of the 18th Lord of the Arden family. Ethan, now recognized as a duke, enters in ceremonial uniform, accompanied by a lady and a robed attendant. Ethan walks onto a platform before assembled soldiers and citizens, bearing Arden banners addressing the duchy. Ethan acknowledges their hardships, and says he wishes to comfort them for their past suffering. He assures the gathered people that from now on, they can feel secure under his rule. Ethan proclaims that he has condemned Count Friends and his co-conspirators, listing both main and collateral families. He sentences all those traitorous lines to death, and declares the start of a new reign. The crowd erupts in cheers, shouting Ethan's name and celebrating the Ardens. Ethan then commands that the executions of the condemned traitors be carried out. Later, someone nervously arrives to meet him, stammering a greeting outside a door. Reviewing documents with his robed aide, Ethan laments that none of the current candidates are useful enough to manage his expanded territory. In a to-be aside, he indignantly asks if this shortage is his fault. while his aide denies saying that. The aide explains, he tried recruiting sideline talents from other noble houses, but none met Ethan's standards. When the aide asks if Ethan recognizes any applicant's name, Ethan deflects saying it is nothing. An elder servant announces that the next applicants are entering, and addresses Ethan as Archduke. Two young nobles, Galen Halem and Erkin Belmont, respectfully introduce themselves to Ethan. Please. Ethan thinks these are exactly the kind of people he was seeking, and invites them to sit. Lawrence begins the formal interview by asking Galen why he chose the former Friends County for development. Galen explains he envisions turning the ruined county into a vibrant center of commerce and culture to draw in residents. Ethan identifies Galen Halem by name, confirming his interest in him. Ethan recalls from his previous life that Galen was a timid but brilliant commercial genius who transformed the city, and he notes that Galen's ideas are unchanged. Belmont answers that he wants to take over the fertile, former Melton County, and Ethan remembers him as the agricultural expert who once kept the duchy fed during war. Hearing Belmont's proposal, Ethan smiles inwardly, deciding this choice is excellent. Ethan tells them they have passed, and orders their appointments to be processed immediately. He promises to assign knights and carriages, and instructs them to depart at once, to govern their respective territories. Overjoyed, Galen and Belmont vow to work hard in their new posts. The scene shifts to the Rashan Duchy Council chamber, where the 7 great families convene to discuss Ethan's recent actions. Duke Jaren has them read a report, compiled from Count Marlek's testimony about Ethan's feats. Marquise Turian, praetor of the spirit magician family, is astonished that Ethan, the first young master, could outclass all other heirs, unaided. The knight commander affirms that aside from the prodigy Maelton, none of the other heirs could stand against Ethan. Marquis Sage Aidan of the Spurman, shocked, questions if Maelton is truly the only one near Ethan's level. Duke Samuel Dustin of the boxing family describes Maelton, Rashan, as the most capable heir among the 7 families. The report explains that Rashan used miracle medicines and secret techniques, including the Wyvern tribe style and Arden Black Flame, to raise Maelton into an 8-star Master Knight by 18. It describes Maelton, first young master of Rashan, as the strongest swordsman of the next generation. The Knight Commander then admits that, in a present-day fight between Ethan and Maelton, the outcome is uncertain. He states bluntly that even Maelton might not be able to beat Ethan right now. The gathered nobles react in disbelief that Ethan could rival the kingdom's strongest sword. Several lords scoff or protest that such a claim is impossible. Toria notes puzzling details in the report. Ethan fought as if he already knew the Wyvern tribe's swordsmanship. He adds that Ethan's sword skill is too polished and seasoned for a mere 20-year-old. The Knight Commander insists his assessment stands, and swears on his life that it is accurate. Other nobles still struggle to comprehend how such growth is possible. One lord admits they cannot explain how a long, crippled Ethan advanced to 7 stars in only 8 months. Duke Jaren hints that Count Marlek has a theory about that rapid progress. The others urge Marlek to explain his idea. Marlek reminds them how all families united with Arden in the war against the Wyvern tribe, under ideals of justice. Another noble says they did fight together, but ask what that has to do with Ethan's current power. Marlek responds that those lofty reasons alone cannot justify Arden pursuing war, even as his own house crumbled. He asks if such motives really excuse neglecting one's family for the sake of continuing the war. Then, speaking hypothetically, he suggests there might be another underlying motive. Marlek proposes that during the Wyvern War, Arden obtained a secret technique, or artifact that transfers experience and memory. The nobles are stunned, repeating his words in shock. Marlek argues that if such a transfer occurred, Ethan's monstrous achievements and legendary White Flame become easier to understand. Korean wonders aloud if Ethan's earlier collapse was caused by something other than a simple mana rush. Marlek says they are investigating whether Arden left behind a magic circle, artifact, or secret document capable of passing on experiences. A voice interjects that this theory makes no sense, drawing everyone's attention. An austere elder enters, claiming that with all his knowledge, he has never heard of such a technique. Marlek is startled to recognize him as the great, spiritual leader of the Neuraxis Brotherhood, and wonders how long he has been listening. Duke Jaren asks the spiritual leader for his opinion of the situation. The leader says that if such magic did exist, it would be extremely advanced, and points out that the Arden family has no connection to magic, and such a method would be terribly inefficient. He argues that even if Arden's skills were transferred, the family had already fallen and thus gained little. Some nobles murmur that his reasoning is sound. The spiritual leader concludes that while Ethan is extraordinary, his youth remains a limiting factor. He then complains that Ethan's cooperation with the king is disrupting the Neuraxis Brotherhood's infiltration of the Eastern Kingdom, and purging their agents because of this. He insists they must win the upcoming flame ritual, even if it means driving young Master Terran insane. He warns the nobles not to forget the favors Neuraxis has granted their houses, and pressures them with dark energy. Duke Jaren agrees to cooperate, but is told by the leader that merely corrupting emotions will not suffice. The leader explains a cruel plan to utterly shatter Terran's mind and alter his body, while secretly transferring the dangerous descending dragon technique. He assures them that within a year, this method will allow Terran to surpass Ethan. The Knight Commander privately finds the scheme revolting, knowing it will leave Terran mad, and doomed to die from side effects within 5 years. Jaren, unfazed, orders that preparations for this plan begin immediately. The story cuts to a prison where someone screams in torment. A shackled prisoner writhes under painful experimentation, glows up, his jaw clenches as drool falls, showing how far he is losing control. The young man Terran shrieks as sinister tendrils burrow into his body, and his eyes turn crazed elsewhere. A trembling noble begs Ethan to believe that the Senate never dared to lay hands on the sacred god blade. He cries that, as Ethan already knows, the god blade itself ended up shattered. A massive treasury door creaks open, light spilling from within. Ethan steps through the doorway, ready to see the treasury's current state. He surveys the nearly empty vault that once housed the Arden's riches. Seeing the stripped room, he notes aloud that nearly everything of value has been taken. As he walks, a rat scurries by, and he remarks there is still one item left. He reaches toward a pedestal, saying, "This single thing must be what Kargus mentioned," holding a broken hilt. Ethan recalls a narration that this family heirloom stayed in his hand, even as he died in his previous life. A narration box identifies the relic as the god blade Drenian, forged and blessed by legendary means for the first Arden Patriarch. The Patriarch's words describe Drenian's construction from World Tree, with divine metal, sacred flames and blessings. He names the completed weapon Drenian, a sword made to safely contain his white flames. Ethan reflects that only Drenian can properly channel white flames, even though the sword is now broken. As he grips the remaining hilt, red energy flares, showing that the handle still responds to his power. Ethan walks away with the glowing hilt, wondering what truly occurred in his past battle with the Dragon King. He resolves that repairing Dranian will require much work, and admits he is about to become very busy again. Time moves to a training yard, where many recruits spar with wooden swords inside marked circles. Among them, a blonde trainee lunges aggressively at his instructor with a wooden blade. The blue-haired knight, Captain Nyrian, meets his charge head-on in a practice duel. Nyrian thinks back on being chosen as future vice captain of the Blue Eagle Knights, and secretly feels humbled by how far superior Ethan is. The blonde trainee's leap sends Nyrian flying back, momentarily surprised by the force. Blocking another strike, Miriam realizes the student's swordsmanship has grown much more precise. He marvels that they use the same wyvern style, yet Ethan's disciple is somehow much better. Believing Ethan personally devised this training, Miriam is struck again and cries out, taking another hard blow. Frustrated and bloodied, he curses under his breath, but prepares to continue. The blonde trainee shouts, and drives another powerful swing with his wooden sword. His attack slams into Nyrian's guard, sending the knight captain crashing down. Nyrian, gasping, demands to know how his student liked that exchange. The blonde calmly sheathes his practice sword, and declares their duel over. Miriam looks down in shock at the damage on his wooden blade. He explodes in outrage, lamenting that across 30 bouts, he failed to land even a decent hit. Onlookers whisper in awe about the trainee's black flame, and remark how exceptional an Arden truly is. Another trainee wielding a shield charges, yelling, and cloaks his sword in red flame. A different young man swings his own crimson, flamed wooden sword in a wide arc. That youth, radiating confidence, whips his red aura blade around gracefully. The shield-bearer braces, startled as the flaming strike comes at him. The blow smashes into his guard, knocking him violently backward in a burst of red energy. Reeling, he stares at his blazing training sword just before it overwhelms him. The red flame trainee follows through with another powerful slash, launching his opponent into the air. As their duel is decisively settled, Ethan channels blazing power into his sword, beginning intense training. The swords clash violently, sending sparks and flames flying. Myers strains and yells as he swings his flaming sword. With all his might, Ethan orders Myers to focus and generate more black flames. During their spar, Myers thinks the purification training is far harsher than he expected. While pushing through the pain, Ethan explains concepts of legitimacy versus corruption, and of purification and curse represented by white and black flames. As they fight, Ethan internally doubts his own ability to learn white flames, and notes how much he is enjoying the black flames. Ethan's flaming attack slam into Myers' shield, forcing Myers back. Ethan ends the day's practice, and promises to give Myers notes that will help him learn white flames. Exhausted, Myers asks why Ethan will not teach him directly, and wonders if Ethan is going somewhere. Ethan says he is leaving to recover the God Blade, and promises Myers a fitting weapon once he masters white flames. Someone starts to react in surprise to Ethan's declaration. Myers, stunned, repeats that Ethan is suddenly going to retrieve the God Blade. Elsewhere, someone marvels at an object, asking if it is really a branch of the World Tree. An old man excitedly asks to touch the displayed branch, while a girl scolds him to behave. The old man angrily insists the branch of the World Tree is impressive and worthy of all. The girl coolly says the branch is already broken, and assumes they were summoned to restore it. Ethan confirms they will first address the blade, and asks metal expert Melis if there is a way to obtain Adamite. Melis explains, Ardenite is a legendary divine metal that vanished 200 years ago, and that the God Blade likely used the last of it. The girl notes that even the Emperor cannot get divine metal, and asks if they truly need Ardenite specifically. Ethan hints there is a substitute metal called Manarian alloy. The girl explains Manarian alloy is made from many metals, and is about half as strong as Ardenite, then asked Ethan if he knows where to obtain it. The old man says they can buy Manarian alloy in the Dwarven Emeria Kingdom, if they have enough money. Earning a smack from the girl, Ethan decides he will take care of acquiring the alloy. Thinking of his connections with influential men, the old man suggests the dwarf they know can process the metals, and they shift focus back to the World Tree branch. When the elf's whereabouts are raised as a problem, the girl eagerly volunteers to handle that. She proudly announces that she personally knows an elf. The old man is incredulous that someone as unsociable as her actually has an elf acquaintance. Later, someone knocks and formally asks Archduke Ethan if he has time to talk. Hearing the voice, Ethan looks up from his desk. Recognizing who it is, Marquis Blunt enters, laughing, and saying he came to congratulate Ethan on becoming an archduke. Ethan greets him warmly by title. They note this is their first in-person meeting, and the Marquis says he came to give Ethan a gift for his new rank. While sipping tea, the Marquis asks if Ethan needs anything in particular. Ethan says there is a favor he wants, and hands over a scroll that will help secure what he needs. Reading the scroll, the Marquis realizes it contains instructions to create 2 new items. Ethan asked the Marquis to procure Manarian alloy from the Dwarf Kingdom. The Marquis reacts to how expensive Manarian alloy is, and wonders how he can obtain it. Ethan reflects that his current sword cannot withstand white flames, and that rare materials are hard to find. Even with money, the Marquis admits Manarian alloy is difficult to obtain. Accepting their mutual dependence, the Marquis vows to devote his family's resources to acquiring the alloy. Time passes as Ethan's carriage travels, bearing his house flag inside. Ethan discusses creating a force to protect his informant network, Red Moon, similar to the King's Shadow Knight Order. He concludes that a growing informant organization will also need its own protective force, considering a particular subordinate for that role. While writing, he thinks it would take too long to train guards, and asks about a group called the Black Society. Learning of them by rumor, Ethan instructs Carmen to investigate the lawless city and report back. Carmen agrees and plans to stop there on the return trip. To negotiate with the group, Ethan prepares to resume meditating in the carriage, when someone urgently stops him. The girl complains that Ethan is ignoring her, and declares she is bored. While he finds her annoying, she lectures him that basic manners require talking to the person sitting across from you. She then offers to tell Ethan the story of how she became close with the elves. Ethan resignedly listens while thinking he had intended to read. Instead, she begins her tale saying that long ago she saved a high elf. Ethan repeats in surprise that she actually helped a high elf. A narration explains that elves live around the world tree, that those closest to it gain the most vitality and strength, and that high elves are the select guardians of the tree. Ethan reasons that since the world tree is fundamentally still a tree, taking a branch for his purposes should not be a big problem. As their carriage moves through the forest, Ethan thinks retrieving the sword handle from the world tree should be relatively easy. Suddenly arrows rain down toward their path in an ambush. Ethan leaps out and slices, deflecting the incoming arrows in a sweeping arc. Elven archers on a bridge shout that he blocked their volley, and ready to fire again, dodging with the girl. Ethan reminds her she claimed to be on good terms with the elves. While she panics that this attack cannot be happening, the elven leader orders his unit not to waste the opportunity, and to unleash all their arrows. The girl desperately yells that there must be a misunderstanding, and starts to identify herself. As she tries to stop the arrows, Ethan decides it will be faster to charge in himself, and dashes forward wreathed in flames. The elven commander shifts strategy, calling for his warriors to focus on taking down Ethan first. The elves release another massive volley at Ethan. Ethan's ally, using the god blade, cuts through the arrows while surrounded by fiery energy. He unleashes a technique that scatters explosive mana, shrapnel among the elves, wounding them. A powerful voice suddenly orders all fighting to stop. A high elf appears radiating green magic, and declares she will punish them for attempting to harm the divine world tree and its people. Ethan calmly tells his companions not to worry. He points out that he only destroyed the elves' weapons, rather than harming them. To their shock, the high elf senses Ethan's flames and is stunned. Recognizing the mana as something extraordinary, the girl excitedly rushes toward the high elf, waving a handkerchief and announcing she is Irina's old friend, returning the keepsake given as a sign of friendship. After talks begin, the high elf realizes the girl is the ardent successor, and explains harsh security is due to humans, having previously drained a region's life veins. Despite the world tree's protection, she adds that even they do not fully understand what is happening, and asks them to forgive the elves for fiercely guarding the tree. Ethan asks what kind of humans attacked, and whether that is why they assumed his group was hostile. She answers that about half a year ago, a mysterious faction built a fortress nearby, emanating a strong evil aura that has been steadily expanding. She explains that the fortress lies outside the world tree's protective range, and that the corrupt aura saps elven power, while the enemy mages are highly skilled. Ethan apologizes in advance, and steps toward a corrupted root of the tree with his weapon. He drives his sword into the root, causing a huge reaction that shocks the nearby elves. Alarmed, they shout at him for attacking the root, but he tells them to look closely. The girl cries out in shock at what is revealed. They all see disgusting dark growths and sludge around the root that clearly do not belong to the tree. Irina is horrified, and says the corruption is due to something called the Draconic Tree. She explains that the Draconic Tree is like the Wyvern tribe's world tree, except it drains life force instead of nurturing it. Ethan notes that wherever these Draconic trees have been planted, the world tree is already near death. Irina despairs, asking what they should do now that the world tree is dying. Ethan asks her to describe the humans who built the fortress. In more detail, she says they do not know much, only that all of them wore purple robes and appeared suddenly. Ethan remembers a sinister figure in purple robes, and confirms with her that this matches their appearance. Clenching his weapon, Ethan realizes the connection between the Purple Robe cult and the Wyvern tribe. He tells the elves that he and his companions will help, and asks them to guide the group to the enemy fortress. In the fortress, a strange fruit dangles from a corrupted tree. As if frightening, the camera pulls back to show the Draconic Tree itself, towering over a seated hooded figure. The cultists enter and address a sixth spiritual leader, announcing they have come to report. They inform him that the world tree is already mostly tainted, and that the elves will lose their power once it dies, which he accepts with sinister satisfaction. The leader smirks that it is already too late for the elves to stop their plan. He orders his followers to proceed in secret and prepare an ambush once the world tree is fully corrupted. Gazing at the fruit, he calls it the draconic tree's fruit. He giddily muses about the unimaginable mana stored in the fruit, a miracle medicine formed from the world tree's stolen life force. He restrains himself, deciding to wait, because disobeying the higher spiritual leader would be suicidal. He reflects that even consuming many fruits would not let him surpass that master, whose ultimate goal involves the seed that will remain after the world tree dies, and the high elf chosen to raise it. He recalls that their original goal was to secure that seed and caretaker, and notes that with an ally named Eric having failed, his own responsibility has increased, along with the reward of advancing his dragon techniques. He imagines gaining far greater power from mastering the descending dragon arts. He thinks that once he does, he will also gain much more for himself. Suddenly his puppet doll convulses, signaling an intruder has entered their domain. He calls out his silver palm mage force to respond to the invasion. A cloak subordinate appears via purple magic, answering the call of the spiritual leader of domination. The leader says he senses elves again nearby, and orders that they be captured alive. Back outside, leaves rustle and the sky is peaceful for a moment. Ethan and the girls speed through the forest, racing toward the fortress. Ethan lands lightly on a high route, stating that the enemy base must be close. From afar they see the purple-shrouded temple, and Ethan notes the sickening aura seeping from inside. Ethan senses someone approaching, and remarks that the enemy has realized they are coming. Several purple-robed mages fly out, surprised to see humans instead of elves. Ethan tells the girl to move aside as he prepares to confront them, sword in hand. The red-haired mage laughs and orders his subordinates to attack, while keeping the intruders alive. The mages unleash an enormous blast of purple energy toward Ethan and the others. Ethan counters by activating his technique Solar Prominence, the second surrounding himself with fiery power. His fire cuts through the incoming spells like a detonating serpent, overwhelming the mage's magic. The red-haired mage screams as Ethan's attack strikes, shattering their offensive. Shocked, the mage wonders who Ethan is and hastily orders his men to retreat. The cultists flee into the forest under a covering barrage of magic. The elves, impressed, suggest chasing the retreating enemies, whispering that the rumor of an Arden who drove away the Dragon King must be true inside the fortress. A massive explosion rocks the corrupted interior. Ethan and the girls step through the breach, with the girl marveling that they have already reached the fortress's inner area. Their group of elves follows them in and stares at the ominous, purple-tainted temple. The elves gag and clutch at their faces, barely able to endure the oppressive evil energy inside. Ethan inspects the spike driven into the ground that leaks corrupted purple energy and blood. He drives his flaming sword into that corruption, igniting it with purifying fire. He then expands a protective ring of flames around his group, and tells everyone to stay near him. From within the fortress, a voice commands all mages to stop Ethan and the elves. As Ethan walks forward under his fiery barrier above them, a vast purple magic circle forms. Alarming Ethan's allies, the spell slams down, but Ethan's barrier holds, leaving the cultists screaming within its burning edge. Irina and the other elves collapse under the residual pressure, their bodies struggling to withstand the magic. The fiery girl scoffs at the enemy's gravity spell, and calls them fools. She lands with explosive force, pushing back against the oppressive gravity. She raises her hand and summons a huge, golden magic circle of her own to counter the enemy spell. She comments that she will have to protect everyone, channeling her power upward. Standing beside her, Ethan states that if she protects the others, then he will focus on the main enemy, one of Ethan's purple-eyed foes. Acting as spiritual leader, rushes forward with writhing dark tendrils, prepared to fight Ethan directly. He greets Ethan by name, saying the Archduke looks exactly like the wanted sketches. Ethan dives down with his sword, asking simply what of it as he attacks. The leader blocks the blow with powerful purple magic claws. Ethan notes that even without using white flames, the enemy still managed to block his strike. The leader, now sure Ethan is Archduke, Arden grins maliciously. He declares that the area will become Ethan's grave. and warps the battlefield into a towering cage of purple energy. Around them, Ethan stands inside the completed prison of dark spikes, registering the danger outside. The girl spots a gigantic, swirling ball of purple magic forming within the fortress, and reacts in alarm as the confrontation reaches its peak. The elf woman panics and cries out for Archduke Ethan. The blonde warrior calmly assures her Ethan will be fine, and shifts to a more pressing concern. Cultists red and purple energy order a full assault to stop intruders from reaching their spiritual leader. Hearing them call her group insects, the blonde woman becomes comically furious. In a flashback, a masked elder tells Diego he is now qualified as a spiritual leader, and reveals a domination art granted by the Dragon of Domination. The elder promises to teach Diego this technique, which allows him to control living beings like puppets. Back in the present, Ethan dives through waves of purple energy to attack. Ethan analyzes the unfamiliar spell, deduces it is a domination technique, and judges that direct contact with it is dangerous. He decides instead to grip his weapon tighter and prepare another approach. Ethan channels white flames to purify the corrupt mana surging toward him. Diego acknowledges the legendary power of Ethan's white flames, impressed that its reputation is real. He then reveals that the damage Ethan dealt was only an illusion, meant to set up his real move. Diego activates the Deceptive Eye, unleashing a powerful purple ocular attack at Ethan. The Deceptive Eye ability is highlighted as the focus of this spell. Narration explains that Deceptive Eye is dragon tongue magic that seizes a target's mind, enslaving even transcendence until death. Diego hurls twin manifestations of the Deceptive Eye at Ethan, intent on killing the Archduke. Ethan cleaves through the incoming eye constructs with a fiery slash. Diego is shocked that his attack was cut apart so easily. Ethan follows through, slashing Diego's body and spilling blood. Diego screams as he is flung away, clutching his bleeding arm while his hand falls limp. Ethan, dissecting the spell, concludes that the eye controls the mind, while mana threads control the body, and scoffs that dragons still rely on such tricks. Diego admits Ethan's skill for withstanding his magic with so little mana and realizes he underestimated him. However, he boasts that within his own territory, he still holds the advantage. Diego calls upon the dragons and begins the summoning, proclaiming that he, Diego, invokes them. Ethan watches silently as the summoning proceeds. A massive clawed hand bursts forth, tearing into Diego as he screams. Diego's body begins a painful transformation under the dragon power. His legs and tail morph into draconic limbs, completing the partial transformation. Ethan observes and wonders if this is the kind of transformation Ilya had previously described. He recalls fighting another spiritual leader in a pocket dimension, and being told their bodies have been altered to resemble those of the dragon tribe. As Diego roars in full dragon form, Ethan notes with interest that he finally gets to see this transformation up close. The narration emphasizes that Ethan now witnesses firsthand a humanoid body fully reshaped into a towering dragon warrior. The transformed Diego clenches a fist, power surging around him as he laughs ominously. As a dragon-headed being, Diego revels in his overwhelming aura, and demands Ethan acknowledge its strength. Ethan smiles and says he will show whether his own next move can still be dismissed as a petty trick. He ignites his body and weapon in blazing white flame, preparing to counter the dragon. Seeing Ethan's transformed arm in flames, the dragon reacts in startled alarm. Ethan examines his own draconic flame arm with curiosity, while Diego, stunned, asks how he achieved it. Diego is horrified that Ethan copied the descending dragon technique after seeing it only once, a feat that took him a lifetime to master. Ethan coolly explains that this power manifests a dragon from mana, and that he currently has only an arm formed, yet already finds it useful. The dragon realizes Ethan has achieved something even the great spiritual leader cannot. Enraged, Diego charges Ethan, shouting profanity and refusing to accept it while attacking. He blames a traitor named Eric for leaking the secret technique. Diego roars and slams down in a massive assault against Ethan. The impact creates a huge explosion of purple energy that momentarily engulfs Ethan. Diego taunts Ethan, believing the Archduke is overwhelmed by his overpowering might. He unleashes another furious dive attack, screaming as he crashes down. The area erupts again in blinding energy and shock waves. Ethan emerges from the blast slightly scuffed but still standing. Flames intact. Diego laughs, thinking Ethan's copy technique will be unsustainable. because he lacks a dragon's body. He declares Ethan stunt the real petty trick, and activates a combined, descending dragon deceptive eye barrier technique. Purple eye constructs close in to imprison Ethan. Inside a powerful barrier, Ethan suddenly feels the ground beneath his foot liquefy into sinister, purple ooze. Tentacle-like energy whips lash out from the ooze trying to bind him. Towering above Ethan, the dragon mocks him for being forced to his knees, calling it an undignified sight for an archduke. Diego claims this overwhelming difference in power shows the gap between dragon and human. He unleashes what he believes to be a finishing blow toward the pinned Ethan, while an ally shouts the archduke's name in fear. Ethan counters with a massive red-white explosion, blasting apart the surrounding energy. The dragon reels shocked by the size and force of Ethan's blast. Realizing his attack failed, Diego stares in disbelief at Ethan's unexpected resistance elsewhere. More cultists pour their mana into a ritual, vowing to crush their enemies like insects. The blonde woman, again enraged at being compared to insects, prepares a powerful spell. Her magic detonates high above, slamming into the cultists' large ritual circle. The shocked cultists realize the spiritual leader's mana authority is being disrupted. Seeing the result, the elf woman gasps in amazement. Ethan appears alive and unharmed, sword in one hand and Diego subdued at his feet. Reassuring the others, the elves can hardly believe that Archduke Ethan survived and prevailed like this. Diego, now captured, recognizes Ethan as the sixth spiritual leader's opponent, and reacts with dread. The blonde mage, impressed that Ethan finished the fight faster than expected, decides it is time to display her own abilities. A surviving cultist leader tries to rally his followers, commanding them not to lose focus. The blonde mage grins ferociously as she unleashes her power. Her magic devastates the surrounding forest area in a gigantic, golden explosion. One cultist is blasted off his feet, left barely conscious amid the destruction. Later, Ethan explains he deliberately left this cultist alive, so they could try to extract information from him. Ethan concludes that all cultists are bound, so they physically cannot reveal the truth, likely due to the great spiritual leader's magic, making interrogation pointless. The blonde woman notes with interest that Ethan also partly copied the dragon transformation skill, and praises how useful it seems. She asks permission to take the surviving spiritual leader for experimentation, to study the skill further, and Ethan agrees while prioritizing finding the draconic tree. The elves lead the group deep into a man-made cavern, surprised by how extensively it has been dug. Ethan notes that the cult invested considerable effort into constructing this underground site, reaching a vast chamber. The blonde woman asks if they have finally arrived at their destination. Ethan confirms that this is indeed the deadly draconic tree. He explains that this tree is lethal to all beings, except the dragon tribe. Ethan raises his flaming weapon, and begins to burn away the corrupted tree. The draconic tree erupts in red, black flames as Ethan's fire consumes it. In a flashback, an armored Ethan remarks that they have finally destroyed all draconic trees in the region. Ilya addresses Commander Ethan, marking this as a scene from his past life. Ilya describes how the draconic trees have corrupted the surrounding lands, making them unusable even with healing magic. She wonders aloud whether the displaced people will ever return to these blighted lands. Ethan answers that humanity's will to survive is strong, so he believes they will. He envisions a future when the dragon tribe is driven out, and peace allows people to come back. Ilya agrees that humans will someday plant new seeds here. Ethan declares that he fights precisely for that hopeful future. Over the burning wasteland, narration affirms that humans are beings who know how to cling to hope. Back in the present, Ethan cuts free a strange, pink fruit-like growth from the draconic tree, before it is entirely destroyed. The blonde mage cheerfully uses her magic to pluck and hold the flaming branch. With the fruit, she proudly says she saved it before it was completely burned. While Ethan asks what she plans to do with the draconic tree branch, Ethan warns that the fruit is hard to destroy, and questions her if she intends anything dangerous. She laughs, says she has a brilliant idea for repairing the Godblade's handle, and plans to purify the draconic fruit as well. Irina shyly approaches Ethan, hesitating as she begins to address the Archduke. Blushing, she says she does not know how they can ever properly thank him for what he has done. Ethan replies that he simply fought his enemy, the dragon tribe, and then asks what the elves plan to do next. Irina admits she has been worrying about their future. She predicts that the Brotherhood across the kingdom will continue targeting them because they guard the World Tree. Ethan unexpectedly tells the elves to come live in his territory. He promises that within his lands, he can protect them, and that even the Brotherhood would not dare invade the Arden domain. The elf leader appreciates the offer, but hesitates, recalling how humans have harmed their kind. A flashback shows how elves and dwarves were once kidnapped and enslaved by humans driven by greed. The blonde mage comforts Irina, telling her not to worry. She vouches for Ethan, saying that after decades of observing humans, she knows he is a good man and urges Irina to trust him. Internally, she muses that Ethan clearly hides a secret, given his preternatural calm and ability to copy dragon powers without side effects. She notes that despite his overwhelming strength, she has never seen him bully the weak, which is why she trusts him. Irina, still nervous, accepts and asks what they should do in return for such generosity. Ethan immediately answers that he wants nothing in return. He elaborates that he will grant them a self-governing area in his territory, so they can live apart from humans if they choose. He tells Irina their only duty will be tending the World Tree there, astonishing her with the simplicity of his request. Ethan casually adds that he does want a single branch from the World Tree before they plant it, revealing this was his only goal from the beginning. Time passes and a carriage speeds along the road toward a walled city. Inside the carriage, the blonde mage asks Ethan about the city Lawrence mentioned, and what kind of place it is. Ethan replies that the destination is a lawless city named Carmen. She peers out, surprised that such a supposedly lawless place looks orderly and pleasant. Ethan narrates how Carmen began as a barren land, where wanderers gradually settled and anything could happen. He describes how it became a truly lawless den of smuggling, vice and crime where all races were equally involved. Over time, factions formed, and under national pressure, Carmen started establishing its own rules. Stepping from the carriage, Ethan mentions these rules, known collectively as Carmen's laws. One such rule is displayed at a large building, where guards stand watch. No one may act without a formal request. A doorman blocks Ethan and his companion, saying entry is restricted and asking their business. Ethan shows a special golden plaque and states he has come to meet the Black Society's leader, asking if the man recognizes the token. The doorman is shocked by the significance of the identity plaque. The staff instantly become deferential, inviting Archduke Arden inside and hurrying to inform their leader. As they walk in, someone asks inwardly what Ethan has come to request, and he thinks to himself that request is hardly the right word. Ethan privately resolves that he has come to take control of the Black Society, while the staff nervously guide him to their boss. The scene shifts to the exterior of the elegant headquarters building. Under a bright sky inside a reception room, Ethan and the blonde mage sit calmly on a couch, waiting with prepared tea. As others look on, the Black Society leader, Dekaru Vardem, appears and politely asks why such an important person has come to visit him. Ethan states directly that since they are in Carmen, he will speak plainly about his intentions. He asks DeCarl what he thinks about working for him, stunning both DeCarl and his subordinate. The room falls into tense silence as DeCarl and his aide stare at Ethan and his companion. DeCarl remarks that the proposal is abrupt and asks permission to pose a few questions, which Ethan grants. DeCarl first asks why Ethan needs them, and second what they would gain by working for him. Ethan explains he plans to create an organization in Arden, similar to the famed Shadow Knight Order, serving as his spy network. DeCarl's aide points out that the reward would be the honor of becoming Arden's secret knight. Order. The Carl adds that he expects to receive secret assassination techniques in return. Surprised by the implication, he pauses, Ethan noting that the Arden family is known for swordsmanship rather than assassination, and questioning the mismatch. He warns that if Ethan is lying to manipulate them, there will be consequences. The Carl declares that even though Ethan is the Arden Archduke, they will not tolerate deceit and prepare to respond aggressively. Ethan and his companion sit composed and unruffled. As tension and killing intent surge in the room, the Carl, cloaked in blue aura, threatens that Ethan may not leave Carmen in one piece if he persists. Ethan simply smiles faintly, unfazed by the threat. DeCarl, after a moment's consideration, abruptly agrees to Ethan's proposal, shocking his aide. Ethan stands and asks to be guided to the training hall, ready to proceed with demonstrating or formalizing their new arrangement. The Black Society's core members are introduced. While someone asks to stay and observe them, Ethan dismisses the assassin's skill as nothing special. While casually handling a dagger, the assassin, confused, asks if Ethan wants to see his swordsmanship or his movement technique. Ethan calmly offers to demonstrate whichever technique the assassin chooses. The assassin inwardly fumes at Ethan's arrogance, thinking knights and assassins fight in fundamentally different ways. He recalls welcoming Ethan because of the Arden family, but reminds himself he is an assassin capable of killing elite knights. Deciding on footwork, the assassin asks Ethan to evade his strongest attack. Using only movement, Ethan smirks in silent acceptance. Ethan signals the start of the bout. As they face each other in a blur of speed, the assassin rushes Ethan while Ethan answers nonchalantly. Shocked mid-charge, the assassin realizes something is off. He unleashes his powerful slashing attack with a shout, missing. He scolds Ethan for lacking composure as a leader, then notices something and reacts. The onlookers are stunned and demand to know what Ethan just did. Enraged, the assassin prepares to attack again. He drives another explosive strike into the ground. Ethan's swift steps easily carry him away from the assault. Ethan taunts that the last move could not have been the promised ultimate attack. The assassin falls silent, gritting his teeth elsewhere. Ethan is asked to analyze the Dragon Tribe's skills, a task he agrees to complete within a week. Through a crystal ball, someone thanks Archduke Ethan for taking on this work. Ethan believes the Dragon Tribe techniques will let him further advance his self-created Dragon Slayer sword art. He opens a book of Dragon Tribe techniques, collected by the Marquis family. Reading, Ethan is surprised by what he finds. He studies the diagrams intently, absorbing their meaning. He recognizes among them the shadow worshipper technique that even his past life failed to fully comprehend. Back in the duel, the assassin admits Ethan's skill and apologizes for his earlier loss of control. Ethan is about to launch a real attack when the assassin hurriedly stops him. The assassin, flustered, insists Ethan should use mana since the current level is too easy. Slightly annoyed, Ethan channels mana into his dagger, wreathed in blue aura power surging. He demands how Ethan can belittle assassination technique so much. Ethan dashes in with a confident smile. He uses his Azure Sword's first form clashing blades with the assassin. The assassin thinks he has landed a decisive blow, but holds back from killing. In the next instant, he is the one struck, and bewildered, Ethan emerges unscathed from the smoke, having slipped through the attack, standing behind his opponent with a blade at his back. Ethan declares he has already killed him once in this spar. The assassin reels, stunned by Ethan's impossible positioning. He demands to know what kind of footwork Ethan is using, saying he has never seen it. Like Ethan casually replies that he invented the technique himself. The assassin, shaken, wonders how a swordsman family could have such movement arts. Ethan grants him one final chance, telling him to attack with full killing intent and his strongest skill. The assassin nervously agrees to go all out. Spectators shout as they recognize that he is about to use the Black Society's secret technique. The assassin creates 3 mana clones of himself. Surrounded by copies, he apologetically warns he will truly attack to kill. Their combined energies coil like a dragon. As they prepare to strike, he unleashes darker Jurassic sword clone, bewildering strike from every direction at once. Ethan identifies it as the Shadow Worshipper style, an assassination art of the Dragon Tribe. The clones converge with huge slashes aimed at him. Narration explains that shadow worshippers hide within darkness and have slain countless knights. While Ethan has refined their style into his own technique, Ethan demonstrates his evolved movement art, shadow steps intertwining with their attacks. Onlookers gape that even their greatest secret technique is ineffective against him. The assassin collapses to his knees. Wounded and gasping, he realizes he was the one overestimating himself, and compares his ability to a frog in a well next to Ethan. Admitting defeat, he begs Ethan to teach them. Ethan remarks that the world of swordsmanship is vast, and that he has broadened their perspective. He explains that even under the Arden family, their roles as information gatherers and assassins will remain unchanged. However, he promises that the Black Society's name will be turned into a symbol of justice. Hearing they will become like the Royal Shadow Knight Order, The assassin eagerly asks Ethan to accept their service. He kneels with his members, saying that with Arden backing and a new secret technique, they gladly swear loyalty. Satisfied, Ethan welcomes them formally into the Arden family. Later, through crystal communication, Ethan reports that the Dragon Slayer troop is guarding the elves, and that he has absorbed the Black Society into his organization. His contact adds that Marquis Prector has secretly requested a meeting with Ethan. Ethan notes that one of the kingdom's 7 renowned spirit mage families now wants to meet him. He wonders what Marquis Prector is planning, but decides to schedule the meeting later. The young noble, on the other hand, asks if delaying is wise. Ethan reasons that, since the Prector family holds one of the 8 rings, and approached him first, he can afford to keep them waiting. Changing topics, Ethan asks for updates on territories placed under new managers. The contact says, Galen's Hermes territory in particular has been interesting. Smiling, he suggests Ethan should come see Hermes for himself, because its manager is an intriguing person. Ethan agrees to stop by on his way back. Just as a boisterous Ilya bursts into the room in chibi form, she proudly announces her success, while Ethan dryly wishes she would knock first. Ilya triumphantly shows that she has completely purified the dangerous draconic fruit. Examining the transformed fruit, Ethan notes that its aura is now pure and even stronger than before. Ilya demands gratitude, saying she used up all her precious alchemical ingredients for the refinement. Ethan sincerely thanks her, which catches her off guard. Startled, she asks him to repeat what he just said. He reiterates his thanks, adding that she turned something he intended to discard into a valuable item and that he will repay any favor. She asks, flustered. Ilya claims it was nothing, and will think later about what favor to request. Ethan tells her to take her time deciding. He immediately eats the purified fruit. Later, a carriage drives through town carrying Ethan and Ilya inside. Ilya naps soundly opposite her. Ethan meditates, engulfed in fiery energy from the fruit. He finishes absorbing all of the fruit's aura. He reflects that 7 months after his rebirth, he is already stronger than he was at this age in his previous life. He notes that his mana has increased, and that the white flames have now been seeded throughout his body. As his carriage approaches a city gate, he thinks internal problems are mostly resolved, and only the 7 families, the 8 rings in Terran, remain as major challenges. At the gate, guards coordinate positions for the Archduke's arrival. The city lines up to salute Ethan as Archduke. When he arrives with Ilya, Galen welcomes him and offers to report on the city's business, culture and development. He then leads Ethan and Ilya through the bustling streets. Ilya remarks that the city feels far livelier than before. A herald calls everyone's attention, announcing a performance about Archduke Arden. The former invalid Ethan wants to leave, but Ilya excitedly insists on watching the play. Ethan objects to watching a dramatization of his own deeds, but Ilya reminds him he promised to do anything for her. Galen laughs and says the show will be entertaining, and a good way to experience the city's culture. Sitting among townsfolk, Ilya eagerly awaits the play's start. The play's narrator describes how Baron Kargaz's village suffered extortion from a gang called Red Scorpion. Actors playing the Red Scorpion members boast about extorting the villagers. The narrator then has a stage Ethan appear, shaking the world with his heroic entrance. Spectators whisper that the real Ethan was once a comatose heir, whose manhole was destroyed. The actor Ethan dramatically vows to stop the villain's evil deeds. Wielding flaming mana, the crowd, including Ilya, passionately cheers for the stage battle. On stage, the fake Ethan defeats the bandits, while the villains shout that his powers must be an illusion. Afterward, townspeople praise the Archduke as a miracle-working hero sent by God. Ilya teasingly notes how impressive it is that Ethan supposedly used fire mana right after waking from a coma. Galen explains, such plays run several times a day and are very popular, while Ethan mutters that they distort the truth. Galen proudly calls this propaganda success the power of culture, and asks Ethan's opinion. He offers to show Ethan one more cultural attraction, and leads them to a card game tavern. Inside, a flustered red-haired player panics over a bad draw. While the room bustles, Galen invites Ethan to sit and try the card game once more. Ethan realizes the cards depict real people and events. Recognizing that this game is more than ordinary entertainment, he notes that by casting the Ardens as heroes, and the Brotherhood and Dragon Tribe as villain cards, public opinion will shift in Arden's favor and reduce curiosity about those groups. He plans to later enchant the cards with magic to make the game even more attractive and widespread. Concluding that the game has strong potential and solid design, Ethan evaluates it positively. Watching Ilya lose, he understands why Lawrence wanted him to see Galen's commercial talent firsthand. Ethan decides to increase Galen's funding for developing the game. He instructs Galen to keep improving it and promises greater profit shares once the business stabilizes. Galen gratefully thanks Ethan for the support. Leaving Herm satisfied, Ethan says his work there is done and decides to visit the agricultural city later. After the elves arrive, he orders the coachman to head for Rondinum instead. In the carriage, Ilya suddenly complains that the card game has a serious flaw. She argues that even a genius mage like her can lose if she draws bad cards, and fumes over her defeat. She then loudly declares that such a luck-based gambling game should be abolished. Ethan calmly mentions that Galen intended to give them special cards, hinting he will refuse hers if she dislikes the game. Panicking, she backpedals, while Ethan slightly asks if she actually wants the card. He tells her to just admit she likes the game and stop blaming luck, leaving her flustered and calling him mean. She retorts that with his attitude, he will be unpopular with women, which stings Ethan when Ethan goes quiet and sulky. Ilya peers at him curiously. She starts to wonder if her jab about his love life might actually be true. Ethan grumbles that he is too busy to court anyone, while Ilya mocks him playfully. As they approach Arden territory, guards announce the Patriarch's return and open the gates. The carriage rolls inside, while Ilya continues laughing about Ethan supposedly being a loser with women. Inside the estate, an attendant urgently orders everyone to hurry, because a crucial delivery has arrived. Ethan and Ilya enter, observing the bustling preparations. The attendant informs Ethan that all preparations have just been completed. Ethan confirms Ilya acquired the World Tree branch, and she adds that she also secured a branch from a draconic tree. Brandishing the branches, Ilya tells Ethan he already knows what alchemical project she will use them for. The elder mage examines the draconic tree branch, sensing the ominous energy of the legendary evil tree. He rallies everyone, announcing they will empower the branches and forge a divine blade. Ilya enthusiastically agrees to assist, boasting that a great mage like her must take part when such rare ingredients are involved. Their combined magic ignites, sending streams of enchanted energy across the workshop. Ilya and the elder chant and pour power into the materials, sparks and runes crackling everywhere. The converging energies form a blazing cross over the branches, and dagger hilt lying in the center. From the inferno, a transformed flame-red dagger emerges. A watching young man senses something unusual and reacts. The new weapon continues to evolve, wrapped in burning cloth and crackling with power. Ilya gasps in shock as she sees the unexpected result of their ritual. The damaged sword handle begins fusing with the draconic tree fragment. Amid a violent surge of energy, Ilya and the old mage panic as the materials start fusing on their own. Far earlier than expected, the fused components form a new, glowing handle that radiates intense mana. Nearby lamps flicker wildly. As the mana surge spreads through the workshop, the lights overload and begin exploding, shocking the assistants. The unstable handle floats in a huge mana vortex, forcing Ilya and the mage to shield themselves. The old mage realizes a new god object is forming, and orders Ilya to keep feeding it mana. Exhausted, Ilya complains she cannot supply infinite mana, and desperately calls the Duke for help. Ilya and the old mage pour massive streams of mana into the raging handle. Ethan, watching calmly, wonders why such a simple handle demands so much mana. They conclude the draconic tree's greedy nature is causing the extreme mana absorption. The old mage warns they must satisfy the object with mana quickly, or it will drain them all to death. He rejects stopping the spell, explaining that forcing it to end would destroy the entire god blade. Ethan acknowledges this, powers up with red energy, and tells everyone to brace themselves. His vampiric fangs show as his power builds to its limit. Ethan opens his 8th ring, unleashing overwhelming mana that stuns Ilya and the mage. His power crashes into the unstable handle, compressing the violent energy. The mana storm implodes into a blinding flash, When the light fades, the exhausted group sees that the raging energy has finally calmed. A completed, ominous red and white god blade handle now hovers quietly in the air. Ilya probably presents the restored handle to Ethan, noting its interior is whole and the draconic tree is perfectly fused. She explains they had only planned to repair and strengthen the handle before the ownership ritual, but everything finished in one go. Ilya cheerfully credits Ethan for allowing them to complete the dangerous process safely while he notices something odd. Examining the handle, Ethan senses that something about this outcome differs from his past life. Days later, dwarven smith Populus arrives and is shown the rare minion alloy he will forge. Ethan tells him the god blade's handle is already recovered, and now they must craft the blade. Populus is puzzled that such top-grade alloy left the dwarf kingdom, and demands to know how Ethan obtained it. Ilya boasts that acquiring and preparing the alloy was all thanks to her. She explains she strengthened a lower-grade alloy the dwarves normally export, astonishing Populus. Ilya casually adds that her exhausted subordinate helped a bit, though she insists she did most of the work. Populus assembles top-grade solvents and vows to do his best. With this unprecedentedly pure Minorian alloy, the forge is lit. As the smelting operation for the god blade's metal begins, workers in protective suits carry heavy solvent containers up to the blazing furnace, while Ethan and Ilya watch below. Populus suited up notes with satisfaction that the furnace temperature is steadily rising. The workers pour the luminous solvent into the roaring fire. The heated alloy block begins reacting with the solvent, and glowing intensely the furnace erupts in a massive flare. Startling everyone, the dwarves marvel that only such advanced facilities can withstand the extreme heat produced by this alloy. Ethan and Ilya observe from a distance and ask if the dwarves can endure the conditions inside the furnace. The alloy block turns red hot, but still refuses to melt. Impatient Ilya complains that an hour has passed, and the alloy still has not liquefied. Papillons admits this situation is new, even to dwarves at such heat. Normal iron would be boiling away. Another dwarf warns that the solvent's effect is about to end, while the alloy remains solid. Frustrated Papillons laments the situation, just as Ethan steps forward toward the furnace. Despite warnings that it is dangerous to approach, Ethan walks up to the roaring flames. Standing before the furnace, Ethan prepares to personally intervene. He channels fire mana into the furnace, clearly intending to raise the temperature further. The dwarves doubt whether even Ethan's legendary white flames can make a difference. Papulus notes, the intense heat is already punishing for transcendent knights, yet Ethan perseveres. He recalls that Ethan has repeatedly defied expectations, and watches as the Archduke pours more fire into the furnace. The dwarves react in shock as Ethan's power surges. Ethan presses his hands near the blazing alloy, directly forcing more heat into it. He roars in exertion as his flames intensify. The furnace erupts into a colossal firestorm. As Ethan's power explodes outward, at last drops of molten alloy begin to flow, causing the dwarves to shout that it is melting. A worker confirms excitedly that the once stubborn alloy is finally liquefying. The dwarves staring awed at the huge fire plume and Ethan's blazing figure. Populus recalls the legend of the god blade Dranian, forged from the flames of the Lord of the Land of Fire. The narration recounts how these divine flames originate from that fiery lord. A stunned dwarf wonders aloud if Ethan has truly obtained those legendary flames. Ethan judges that even this power is insufficient for what he needs. He notes that his 8-ring mana has not fully recovered since repairing the handle, limiting his output. Watching, Poplin sees that Ethan's flames are starting to weaken. Ethan steadies his breathing and prepares another move. He calls to Ilya while straining to maintain the furnace's heat. Ethan orders her to summon all remaining members of the Dragon Slayer troop. A glowing signal appears above the training grounds, where the troop is practicing, interrupting their drills. The magical announcement summons all Dragon Slayer troop members to the outer blacksmith. A second message inside the castle calls every troop member to gather immediately. At the Archduke's behest soon, 101 armored soldiers assemble before Ethan. As reported by their officer, Ethan declares he will borrow their mana, and commands them not to resist the flow. Gripping the god blade handle, he prepares it as the conduit for their energy. One of the Dragon Slayer officers watches skeptically, wondering why Ethan holds only a sword handle. Ethan activates a new ability, mana absorption through the draconic tree-infused handle. The troops gasp as red currents rush from them toward Ethan. Their leader realizes his own energy is being drained. As part of this process, the entire troop is bound by colorful mana streams that flow into the Godblade handle. Ilya recognizes the handle is using the draconic tree's absorption trait, which Ethan has turned into a skill. She observes that the handle is selectively pulling targeted mana to feed its owner. The officer concludes Ethan is not only restoring the Godblade, but also gaining a terrifying close-range skill. Poplin sees Ethan's flame swell again, and notes how much stronger he has become. He shouts for the dwarves to start casting the blade, while the alloy remains perfectly molten. The workers, amazed, acknowledge Ethan has actually pulled it off. Ilya orders them to waste none of the precious alloy, since everyone has contributed mana to melt it. The glowing metal is poured carefully into a blade-shaped mold, as everyone stays on high alert while hammering and managing fuel. Populence remarks they might be witnessing history. Another dwarf excitedly compares their work to the legend of the God Blade, forged from the World Tree's handle and divine metal. Ardenite Ethan dryly points out that their current metal is different, teasing her for exaggerating. He reflects that whether Populus is the god of blacksmiths or Ilya, a founder of magic, does not matter. What matters, he thinks, is choosing the best path forward. Not titles. Ethan focuses on optimizing his choices, picturing the handle, alloy and materials that will create the ultimate weapon. At last the completed blade and handle rise together, the reborn God Blade crackling with red energy. Populus proclaims that a God Blade, capable of enduring the legendary white flames, has been born. Ethan grasps the weapon as its power stabilizes in his hand. Red flames. He vows to use this true power to protect real citizens. Onlookers, soldiers, and dwarves alike stare up in awe at Ethan's overwhelming presence. Narration hints that this achievement will shape the future of the land. The sun rises over distant mountains, symbolizing a new era beginning. Ethan raises the God Blade before the gathered crowd. As people cheer that the name Arden will become legendary, he thrusts the blade into the ground, anchoring its power as the demonstration ends. Ethan stands calmly with the God Blade before him, having fully reclaimed it. Elsewhere, a nobleman drums his finger on a letter, contemplating its contents. Marquis Turian Prector reads the message with a grim expression. The letter curtly tells him to observe proper decorum as a marquis, and wait until the Archduke summons him. Infuriated, Turian slams the desk and curses Ethan's arrogance. He fumes that a mere temporary patriarch dares to flaunt his title in front of him. Another noble suggests that perhaps the Arden family orchestrated everything just to acquire the white flames. Turian sighs, reconsidering the situation. He calls for his butler, clearly resolved to act, handing over authority of his estate. Turian says he must personally investigate something important, temporarily setting aside his pride. Cloaked and hooded, he departs, determined to uncover the secret of inherited experience and memories. Back in Rondinium, Populence meets Ethan again, expecting to discuss something serious. Populence awkwardly reports that developments concerning Williams, the dwarf who bargained with dragons, are troubling. He explains that instead of severe punishment for treason, Williams received only a warning from the dwarf kingdom. Ethan is surprised such a light sentence is all that happened. He notes how odd it is since dwarves still hate dragons, and expects Marquis Bloaton will soon contact him after investigating. Populence having delivered the report, bows and prepares to return to the dwarf palace. Ethan muses that ordinary dwarves despise dragons, yet the dwarf royal court clearly does not. Visualizing key figures from his past, he resolves that he will inevitably cross paths with Muradini as well. Ethan decides he must prepare thoroughly for the worst-case scenario. Time passes, and Rondinium is decorated with colorful flags for a major festival. Two travelers wonder about the sudden festivities, discussing how unusual it is. One explains that the celebration honors Archduke Ethan's successful restoration of the God Blade. As Turian walks the streets in a hood, the travelers mention that this is not the only reason for the festival. They add that a duel tournament will be held, with Ethan's former greatsword, Aphelion, as the grand prize. They further explain that skilled participants might be recruited into the Dragon Slayer troupe, attracting many fighters. The merchants joke that the influx of knights and mercenaries is a huge business opportunity for them. Hearing all this, Turian quietly focuses on the mention of the Dragon Slayer troupe. He decides to observe the troupe's abilities. Since he has come all this way, the arena horn sounds signaling the start of the tournament. Archduke Ethan enters the arena with the God Blade to deliver the opening address. As he steps forward, Ethan senses a powerful hidden energy among the spectators. He notes that although the person tried to hide, their presence is as strong as Count Marlex. Suspecting Marquis Turian Praetor, Ethan smiles to himself, drawing the God Blade. He remarks that Turian must have been unable to stay patient. The crowd exclaims over the sight of the newly reborn God Blade. In Ethan's hands, Ethan welcomes everyone to Rondinium, announcing that the festivities will last for 10 days. He encourages the crowd to enjoy themselves fully. During the celebration, with a flourish of his sword, he urges them to have fun. As the festival truly begins, Turian watches from the stands, stunned along with the cheering spectators. Fireworks burst above the arena as the people roar in excitement. Turian, recognizing Ethan's control, is shocked that he can unleash sword aura so freely. Ethan glances toward Turian's position, making the Marquis wonder if he has been noticed. From Turian's vantage point, Ethan and his guards move away across the arena floor. Ethan smirks over his shoulder, clearly signaling that he knows Turian is watching. Startled, Turian realizes Ethan has indeed spotted him in the crowd. In the city streets, revelers toast with overflowing mugs as the festival spirit spreads. People drink and laugh in the square, celebrating the event while Turian walks among them in disguise. Turian, impressed by the transformation of the city, quietly admits how remarkable the changes are. Remembering when he visited under the previous rulers, he contrasts today's joy with past scenes of famine and death. In these same streets, a hooded observer notes how dramatically the city has transformed, in only 3 months, beyond what a typical 20-year-old could achieve. He suspects there must be a secret method for inheriting memories. While a nearby voice derides such an idea as fraud, an angry noble yells at a card vendor for getting no legendary cards, despite buying many special packs. As the seller nervously insists, he only sells what he is given. Hearing the word cards, the hooded man grows curious, while the enraged noble shouts about how bad the cards are. Soldiers from the Dragon Slayer troop arrive, politely asking the Baron to calm down. Startling the crowd, their leader explains that the cards are officially managed by the Ordens, and that the vendor has not scammed the Baron. Urging him to enjoy the festival, the Baron grudgingly accepts, lamenting his lost money, while the Dragon Slayer captain jokes that someone of his skill can win without relying on luck, and the hooded man notes the Baron's title. The hooded observer reads the sign for the Ardent card game, and wonders what sort of game could upset an aristocrat that much. Deciding to investigate, during the 2 days before the competition begins, he enters the card game establishment 2 days later. On the day of the competition, crowds gather in a bright arena. The hooded Marquis realizes, in shock, that he lost the last 2 days playing the card game. He meant to study briefly, sitting among spectators. He is stunned that 2 days have passed so quickly. He eyes a cloaked man beside him and guesses he might be a knight, here to watch the matches. Finding it odd that someone else is hooded at a festival, he muses that he is doing the same. A cloaked man quietly asks if Marquis Prechtel enjoyed during the city, revealing he knows the Marquis' identity. Startled, the Marquis recognizes him as the Archduke, and wonders how he saw through the disguise. The Archduke reminds him he was told to wait, scolds him for infiltrating the city in disguise, and says he could imprison him for it. Feeling belittled, the Marquis insists there is a misunderstanding. As the Marquis tries to explain his presence, the Archduke cuts him off, saying the competition has started. Leaving, the Archduke orders the Marquis to come to his castle at midnight, and find his office alone. The crowd's cheers drown out the Marquis's attempt to call him back. On the arena floor, Sermon Harton is announced as winner of the 6-star night round. The announcer declares the start of the 7th-star night round. To roaring applause, the first 7th-star participant, Niren, captain of the Dragon Slayer troupe, is introduced to excited cheers. The announcer moves on to reveal the next participant. Spectators excitedly point out the next contestant. Sir Paul Ten of the Marquis Viso's family steps forward. To loud acclaim, Paul Ten and Niren lock eyes. each sizing the other up in a flashback. The Archduke hands a stack of books to Paul Ten, instructing him to deliver them to Marquis Bluton. Paul Ten learns these are Dragon Tribe technique books, previously discarded due to dangerous side effects. The Archduke explains. He removed those side effects and refined the techniques, as the Marquis had requested. Paul Ten marvels that such improvement is possible. As he examines the annotated note, the Archduke says that given Paulton's skill, this material alone should let him reach a new level, and that he prepared it as thanks for protecting his sister. Paulton reflects that this gift finally enabled him to become a 7-star knight, after years of struggle, and finds the Archduke astonishing. Back in the present, Niren jokes that Paulton's participation as a Viso seems like cheating. Paul Ten replies that he owes the Archduke an unrepayable favor, and wants to help the Dragon Slayer troop. In return he further promises to forfeit any prize even if he wins. Surprising Niren, Paul Ten acknowledges Niren's importance as a guardian of the Archduke's sister. While powering up his sword with energy, the announcer officially starts the match. Miriam launches himself forward in a blazing charge, declaring he will teach Paul Ten some manners. Paul Ten counters with his own powerful aura-coded charge. Their swords clash violently, releasing a storm of blue energy that shakes the arena. Watching, the Marquis can only murmur in awe. He realizes he is witnessing a duel between the Archduke's two strongest subordinates. Analyzing their abilities, he notes the knights' mana reserves are still modest, due to their recent formation, but their swordsmanship is extraordinarily precise. He concludes that at equal levels, these knights could defeat even those from other top families, and will likely become the kingdom's strongest in time. When Nyrian receives the ornate tournament prize sword, the Marquis wonders what training forged such power. He judges Archduke Ethan to be a terrifyingly capable man. That night the castle stands under a full moon. In preparation for the midnight meeting, the Marquis calls upon the Spirit of Wind to assist him. Using wind spirits, he flies over the city and fixates on Archduke Ethan Arden, as his target, convinced the secret exists behind Ethan's rapid rise. He vows to uncover it no matter what. Speeding toward the castle balcony, he resolves to use force if the Archduke refuses to talk. He burst into the Archduke's office via the window. Ready for confrontation, Ethan, unfazed, remarks he expected a sneak attack instead of such an open entrance. Closing in, the Marquis realizes how overwhelming Ethan's presence feels up close. He recalls how Count Marlock had lied to protect Duke Rakhan's image, by claiming Rakhan's best swordsman might match Ethan. In reality, he now believes Ethan would win most bouts against that swordsman, and is shocked the Archduke reached such strength, only 9 months after waking from his coma. To the Marquis, this incredible growth is further proof of a hidden inheritance method. Ethan says he came out of curiosity, prompting the Marquis to press him about the nature of his power. The Marquis bluntly asks whether there exists an art, or a technique that passes memories or experience down. Ethan reacts with mild surprise at the direct question. Seeing that reaction as confirmation, the Marquis declares Ethan cannot fool him, claiming he already knows everything. The Marquis proposes making a deal. Ethan inwardly wonders what the man is talking about, but decides to play along. He understands the mark. He came because he believes in some inheritance technique. Ethan deduces the noble believes the Ardennes possess a secret art for transmitting memories, and that the 7 renowned families must assume this. Since he regressed, the Marquis reasons that since Ethan is offering a deal, instead of force he must think he cannot overpower Ethan alone. The Marquis further assumes Ethan met him secretly, to secure the supposed secret first, and gain advantage over the other great families. Ethan decides he can use the Marquis's ambition to stir conflict among those 7 families, and plans to concoct a plausible story. The Marquis offers to pay generously if Ethan reveals the secret. Ethan replies that he does not need money and will simply teach him. The Marquis is taken aback, suspecting some hidden agenda. Ethan fabricates an explanation, saying it is merely a bloodline power that awakens in the Arden's eldest child. He adds that being bound to Arden blood, the technique cannot be copied, even if described, leading the Marquis to skeptically demand proof. Ethan tells him to investigate the Arden Sword Tower, where eldest children unable to manifest black flames were made managers after losing succession rights. He explains that these tower managers still mastered art and swordsmanship by exploiting their inherited memory ability despite being disqualified as heirs. The Marquis paraphrases that Ethan's exceptional skill comes from inheriting memories and fire mana. Ethan asks if that answer satisfies his curiosity and dismisses him. As Ethan assumes the conversation is over, the Marquis hesitates and calls out again. The Marquis suggests that the Ordens alone cannot contend with the other 6 great families, and invites Ethan to join his side. Ethan flatly refuses later. Running through his estate, the Marquis urgently demands to know where his daughter Isara is. Learning she is in a secret training hall, he sprints there shouting for her. Inside, a young woman's hand ignites with flame. Isara stands engulfed in towering fire. As she trains, she unleashes a powerful technique called Wave of Flames. The blazing attack tears through rows of wooden training dummies. Flames surge wildly across the room as she continues. The Marquis rushes in mid-call and is stunned by the inferno before him. Watching her improved control and power, he fears he will soon be unable to restrain her. With a flick of her finger, Isara casually snuffs out the massive flames. Only scorched training dummies remain in the smoky aftermath. She strides out asking why he came, when he was the one who confined her to stop her going out, so much complaining that he did not bring her a souvenir from his trip. She angrily hurls a blast of fire that forces him to block and dodge. He protests that she misunderstood him. He abruptly tells her he has decided whom she will marry. Isara reacts with disbelief. A caption introduces her as Marquis Turian Prechtel's only daughter, Isara Prechtel. The Marquis reasons that if Ethan's bloodline story is true, marrying into the Prechtel line would give the Ardens great power. He decides that whether or not Ethan lied about the method, forming ties with such a capable man will benefit his family. He recalls that Isra has received many marriage proposals, with Duke Ratkin especially pushing for a union to seize their house. But he refuses to hand his daughter to a man who brainwashes others, and prefers to bet on Ethan's potential instead. Ethan again answers the Marquis with a firm refusal. The Marquis, stunned, demands to know why Ethan would reject such a match. He boasts that his daughter is considered the most beautiful woman of the age and asks if Ethan has heard the rumors. Ethan retorts that he does not care about that, and would never ally with a family that tried to steal Arden's secrets and brainwashed his brother. The Marquis apologizes for the schemes, but insists Rakan and Agils were the true culprits behind harming the second young master. Ethan clarifies that he revealed this secret not to ally with Prechtel, but because the 7 families already assume such a technique exists, so he intends to spread the tale. Horrified, the Marquis imagines all the families pursuing the same breeding strategy. He pictures the families marrying into Arden to produce powerful offspring. He realizes this would drag dukes and other power-hungry nobles already seeking alliances with Ethan into a chaotic struggle. He also foresees some ruthless houses, even killing those who refuse their alliance offers. He reflects that although the 7 renowned families share a name, each would gladly destroy the others if given the chance. The Marquis finally understands Ethan's plan to deliberately foster conflict among them. He concludes Ethan is truly frightening, noting such a scheme could even get the Archduke killed. Ethan merely smiles faintly unconcerned, accepting that Ethan knows his intentions. The Marquis offers to negotiate terms. In light of the rapidly changing situation, Ethan instead offers him the right to choose when the false secret will be publicly revealed, giving him time to prepare. In return, Ethan demands the mysterious black liquid, taken from his family's treasure. The Marquis recalls the unknown liquid, allegedly drawn from the former Archduke's corpse, which Duke Aguilus had unsuccessfully tested on Ethan's comatose brother Taran. He infers that the substance must be tied, specifically to Ethan's bloodline. As eldest son, since Ethan wants it back, the Marquis agrees to return it, saying he will send someone with it within a week, then departs flying away on the wind spirits. He rejoices that controlling the timing of the revelation gives him a huge opportunity, and starts plotting immediately. A narration recounts that his Erectal, only child of the Prechtel family, is famed as the best bride candidate on the Western continent, and reached the 7th order while still young. It adds that none can match her beauty, yet hints there is more to her than that. When told about marriage again, Isara's temper flares. She warns that if her father mentions Malton once more, she will no longer hold back. The Marquis privately admits her wild personality is another issue, and hurriedly promises not to bring Malton up again. Isara declares she is uninterested in anyone weaker than herself, and threatens to blast her way out if he keeps her confined. The Marquis worries more about her power, revealing she is secretly far beyond Seventh Order. He admits she is actually a transcendent, and even more gifted than he is. He explains he concealed her true level, to avoid renewed pressure from Rakan and Agils, but her patience with hiding is nearly exhausted. He changes tactics, asking if she knows of Archduke Arden, and telling her to deliver something to him. Curious, Isara asks if Ethan is the man he plans for her to marry. He nervously says she only needs to deliver the item and can decide after meeting Ethan. Cheerfully intrigued, she agrees to go at once. Watching her leave, the Marquis thinks that unstable Milton could never handle his daughter, whereas Ethan might match her in both power and temperament. He wishes Ethan luck, referring to him as his future son-in-law. Soon after, a cloaked figure, Isara in disguise, walks through Arden's bustling streets, as vendors call out their wares. Under her hood, Isara admires the city and finds it pleasant, observing hard-working, but optimistic townsfolk. She guesses the new Archduke's governance is responsible for their hopeful expressions. This impression makes her curious to learn what kind of man he really is. She smiles faintly beneath her hood, intrigued. Using wind spirits to conceal herself, she slips unnoticed through the marketplace. Meanwhile, Ethan oversees a large group of trainees assembled in the arena. The Dragon Slayer announcer orders the training to begin. The trainees strike practice dummies in unison with wooden swords. After evaluating a batch, the announcer calls out numbers 2 and 5 as passing, while Ethan stands by watching. At the top of the stands, cloaked, Isara arrives on a swirl of green wind. Looking down at the many candidates, she wonders if the Archduke is among them. On the arena floor, Ethan silently observes as more trainees begin their drills. At the announcer's command, in a training arena, a hooded girl watches recruits being evaluated, and wonders if this is a selection for knight trainees. She spots a handsome young man and realizes he might be Archduke Ethan. Observing his manner and reputation, she notes he seems only 70 star, but is said to be very talented as he begins leading drills. Satisfied by what she sees, she decides to temporarily approve of him. With days left before a promised meeting, she considers checking out something in town. In a flashback, her father orders her to buy only the Arden card game cards. While running an errand, he sternly warns her never to actually play the card game. Ignoring the warning, she enters a card game venue, thinking it seems childish. A lively host announces a tournament to crown the best Arden card master of Rondinium. The crowd cheers as he proclaims that the final match of the Arden card game in Rondinum is about to start. Addicted to playing, she suddenly realizes 3 days have passed beyond her appointment deadline. As the finals begin, the host introduces Master Heath as a fiery finalist, while she guiltily decides to at least stay and watch the last round. As the announcer prepares to reveal Heath's opponent, someone suddenly grabs her arm. Startled, she hears the announcer introduce the undefeated newcomer, Lady Azira. While the person gripping her sleeve is revealed, Archduke Ethan, cloaked, demands she hand over the promised item before playing any games. Calling her by name, she recognizes in shock that the man confronting her is Archduke Arden. Flustered, she denies being the famous Azira, and questions why such a renowned person would be here. Ethan explains he noticed her spying on him a week ago, and has been watching her since. He adds that because she failed to show up by their promised date, he sought her out himself, and orders her to stop stalling and give him the item. She retorts that someone of his level should not be able to see through Lady Azira, and demands how he is so certain. Ethan calmly states that appearances deceive, and reveals he knows she hides her true strength, actually being a 9th Order while pretending to be 7th Order. She is stunned that he not only sensed her spying a week earlier, but also accurately discerned her real power. Embarrassed, she admits inwardly that she arrived on time, but got completely distracted by the card game and was caught. Resigned, she agrees to hand over the promised item. While passing him the pouch, she nervously asks how he realized her identity. Ethan turns to leave without answering, leaving her confused as he walks away. She stands frozen, still processing what just happened. Inside, the host calls for Lady Iora to appear for the final match, while the audience murmurs, wondering if she ran away. Panicking at the countdown that will forfeit her win, she scrambles to respond as the host counts down. She squeals in distress, unable to step out. Outside, she chases after Ethan, accusing him of going too far. Despite being an archduke, she protests that he cannot just take what he wants and leave immediately. He replies that he got his item and sees no further business, while she reminds him their fathers discuss their possible marriage, and asks if he is not curious about her pulling off her hood. She accuses him of trying to establish dominance, as if he already were her husband. Ethan coolly says Marquis Prector must have misheard, since he rejected the marriage proposal. He clarifies he has no intention of marrying her, and sees no reason to be interested in a woman he has never met. Ending the conversation, he tells her to enjoy herself and walks away in chibi shock. She cannot believe it, thinking of herself as the kingdom's best wife candidate. Narration introduces Izira Preetle as the legendary goddess of water, a transcendent realm spirit magician. Further narration recounts how she ended famines and droughts, and drowned invading dragon tribe fleets by controlling the seas. Ethan recalls she also aided the Arden Commando unit in the war, but supposedly died because of it. Comparing Izira's calm water mage reputation to the fiery girl he met, he notes she seems just as talented but very different in personality, unlike typically serene water handlers. Shrugging off the encounter, Ethan counts that he has now recovered 4 of the 8 rings. Looking at one ring in his palm, he reflects that only 3 families and a neighboring nation remain, and retrieving the rest will be difficult. In chibi form, he senses something unusual. As he examines the ring, Izira, now blazing with determination, declares she is not done and refuses to leave empty-handed. After coming all this way, she passionately challenges Ethan to a duel. Ethan replies that he does not have to accept such a challenge, making her groan she ups the stakes, promising to grant him any wish if he wins against her. Ethan, aware of his considerable influence, contemplates her offer. He agrees and tells her to follow him to his personal training hall, thinking she might be useful against the 7 families in the hall. Dressed for battle, they take positions and prepare to start their duel. Izira, confident no peer has ever surpassed her, burns with anger at being looked down on by someone ranked as only 7-star. She launches a fiery spirit technique, expanding her coverage region to overwhelm him, and planning to mock him afterward. Ethan calmly notes she is a fire-type spirit user of the Ignis rank. She boasts that the surrounding flames are her domain, and asks if the heat is too much for him. Laughing from within the inferno, she offers to end the attack if he concedes defeat. Ethan smiles within the flames, and reminds her what kind of power the Arden family is known for. She is confused, sensing something wrong. The fiery aura suddenly surges around the hall, with even greater intensity. Ethan appears wreathed in flames himself, effortlessly controlling fire. Izira is shocked that he can manipulate her flames so easily. Ethan criticizes her for boasting, then underperforming, saying he is disappointed. Flustered, she prepares a stronger spell, and warns him not to hate her if he gets hurt. She unleashes another barrage flame hail, daring him to absorb it as well. Ethan casually gathers the incoming fire into his hand. Unbothered, he then sends a gigantic fiery strike back toward her. Crushed by the heat and pressure, she realizes in disbelief that this is the true might of the legendary white flames. Ethan comments that this is the true level of a 9th order, and admits that while her confidence is transcendent, so is his power. Fuming but humbled, she braces herself to continue. Enraged, she vows to make him regret his words and decides to finally fight. At full strength, she calls forth her highest class spirit, performing Ignis descent to overwhelm him. She commands Ignis to attack Ethan. A massive flaming skull beast appears, but when she orders it forward, Ethan just looks on confused. Ignis instead warns her she has chosen the wrong opponent. Shocking her, she frantically asks her spirit what it is doing. As it turns toward Ethan, the great fire spirit respectfully greets Ethan as a blessed one of its lord. Ethan, cloaked in pure fire, answers the greeting with calm familiarity. He casually asks Ignis how the spirit queen Rarasha is doing, learning she is always watching over him. Ethan says he would like to visit Rarasha again, and asks Ignis to convey his regards. Ignis agrees and starts to withdraw. Izira is dumbfounded that the legendary spirit queen personally knows Ethan. Ethan declares the duel finished, and reminds her of the promise to grant his request. Overwhelmed and unwilling to accept the outcome, she lunges back into the fight. Ethan warns that even without a spirit, he is still a 9-inch order, letting his power surge. He activates an 8-ring coverage region expansion, flooding the hall with crushing force that slams into her. Izira screams, as the overwhelming aura battles her and shatters her stance. Annoyed by her stubbornness, Ethan scolds her for acting so badly. Despite being a noble's daughter, she collapses to her hands, barely holding on under the pressure. Thinking she cannot move at all, she wonders how his coverage region can contain such oppressive strength. Ethan lectures that a true expert learns from failure, and grows stronger, urging her to adopt a transcendent mindset. At last she concedes defeat, shakily accepting her loss and trying to speak. The oppressive power vanishes, leaving her sitting alone across from him in the quiet hall. Ethan turns away and tells her to go home, promising to send a message later about his wish. Exhausted, she kneels on the floor, breathing heavily while Ignis hovers worriedly nearby. Agnes laments that his summoner simply chose the wrong opponent. This time, despite his faith in her, the spirit admits it is the first time it has ever seen her so thoroughly overpowered. Instead of despairing, she blushes with excitement, thrilled that a man has defeated her so easily. Elsewhere, a sword clatters across the ground, signaling another sparse conclusion. A young Isa casually tells her beaten opponent to stop pestering her, and just admit defeat. The boy, a young male Tunracial, refuses, saying he has no desire to marry someone weaker, and that they need not duel again. Bloodied and bitter, he turns away, saying goodbye. He then shouts that she must wait 3 years for him. He vows to become the kingdom's strongest by 18 and defeat her, no matter what. Izira reacts curtly. Clearly unimpressed, she angrily yells back that she is older than him, hates his arrogance and likes nothing about him. In the present, an older Malton, heir of House Rachel, confirms with a report that these outrageous stories are true. A servant informs him that Lady Izira Prechtel has been serving under Archduke Arden. The servant adds that she appears to have fallen in love with Ethan, which Malton vehemently rejects. Furious and jealous, Milton recalls loving Izira since childhood, and cannot accept someone like Ethan taking her. Enraged, he storms out past the butler, despite being called back. As he runs through the rain, he thinks he has finally been acknowledged as the kingdom's best swordsman of his generation. Determined, he decides he must confront Izira about the rumor immediately, and bangs on a door, bursting into his father's office. He demands to know how their family can allow the art and practical alliance. Duke Rachel silences him with a shout, ordering him to stop his insolence. That night the mansion is unsettled as flocks of birds scatter over it. The servants panic at the explosive argument echoing through the manor. Later, Milton apologizes miserably to his father. The Duke sees feeling betrayed by Turian Prechtel. After years spent cultivating a marriage alliance, he grumbles that Turian long dodged marriage talks, yet now courts the Ardens, then tells his son to stay out of it. Concluding the matter is larger than his son, he orders a conference convened and asks for the crystal ball. Meanwhile, Turian happily reads a letter, pleased that Izira has finally found a partner. He reasons that if she fell in love, Ethan must have beaten her in a duel, and smugly praises his own eye for people. He also realizes Duke Rachel is likely furious at this turn of events. Turian muses darkly that both the Rachel and Agil's families are obsessed with power. He summarizes how the 7 great families are split between those supporting Terran, brainwashing operations, those opposing them, and the neutral houses. He decides he must first discuss matters directly with Ethan. In a forest, Duke Dustin Agils trains alone on a boulder. Channeling blue aura, he enters a powerful stance. His eyes sharpen with intent. He unleashes a devastating punch. The massive boulder cracks apart from the impact. As the rock explodes, debris flies everywhere around him. Dustin asks his unseen visitor if the rumors he has heard are true. Turian appears, confirming the story and greeting him by name. Dustin says he will protect Turian as an ally, but warns this situation is serious, and asks if Turian can handle the pressure from the 2 dukes. Turian earnestly declares he has finally found happiness for Ezra, begs Dustin as a fellow father to help him protect her and shift the balance among the 7 families. He explains that the 2 duke houses currently tilt that balance, but with Arden's support it could be redressed. Dustin, surprised by Turian's resolve, asks what changed him so much. Tyrion answers that though Ethan once seemed like an arrogant youth, he saw immense uncorrupted potential in him, and apologizes for asking such a big favor. Dustin laughs off Tyrion's seriousness, says he agrees and reassures him. Tyrion looks up puzzled as Dustin begins to add a condition. Dustin insists he must verify things with his own eyes. Given the stakes, he declares he will go meet Ethan, immediately startling Tyrion. Tyrion panics, worrying that although Duke Dustin is a good man, his personality will clash badly with his future son-in-law, and that he must warn Ethan at once. Back at Ethan's estate, sword trainees practice the ultimate sword technique. Under an instructor, the recruits shout and strike the dummies in unison. Ethan arrives in casual clothes, and asks the instructor if the training is progressing well. The instructor reports that the chosen students are highly talented, and improving rapidly even with little guidance. Pleased, Ethan praises his work, but says he needs to borrow the training hall for a while. Ethan tells his knight it is not about hosting an event. Just as a powerful shockwave appears in the sky, Duke Samuel Dustin grins fiercely in anticipation. A massive force streaks over the city walls, and slams into the training grounds. As the blast flings men away, Duke Samuel loudly declares himself, and challenges the new Archduke of Ardennes to a duel. The pink-haired knight panics, thinking the territory is under attack. He is startled as Ethan calmly raises a hand to stop him. Duke Samuel charges straight at Ethan and the knight. Across the courtyard, Ethan coolly accepts the Duke's challenge. Duke Samuel lunges with a huge punch toward Ethan. Their clash creates a cloud of dust and shock waves. The force of the exchange hurls Ethan backward, but he lands safely. The knight asks in confusion, what is going on, addressing Ethan as his liege. Ethan explains that Marquis Praction ordered him to undergo this new test. The knight mentally recalls that Duke Samuel is head of one of the kingdom's 7 famed families. Excited, Duke Samuel praises Ethan's unexpected deflection. While attacking again, he thinks Ethan found and parried his opening with ease. Samuel vows to see if Ethan can handle another stronger strike and kicks at him. Ethan dashes forward to meet the Duke's attack head-on. Ethan slips under Samuel's kick, surprising the Duke. Samuel reacts with delighted shock at Ethan's skill. Ethan notes internally that he understood Samuel's style from the first exchange. Ethan closes in again, ready to press his advantage. Samuel admires Ethan's unorthodox, informal fighting style. Their fists collide again in a powerful mid-air impact. Samuel reflects that despite Ethan's recent coma, he has rapidly grown strong and built a force. He concludes that surpassing the normal limits of combat arts at Ethan's age is truly extraordinary. Ethan blocks another fierce blow, but groans from the strain. Samuel lets out a battle cry and slams Ethan with a heavy hit. Ethan is launched upward, crossing his arms to brace himself. Samuel recalls he only grasped true combat principles in his 30s. After years of perfect training conditions, he finds this duel with such a gifted, young opponent extremely interesting. Ethan suddenly notices Samuel tossing him a sword. Ethan catches the weapon, admitting he cannot beat Samuel barehanded, and asking if the fight is now serious. Samuel says he enjoyed seeing Ethan's combat skills, and wants to witness him in his true element. While Ethan's allies feel as if dreaming, Ethan's retainers run up calling for their lord. One retainer demands to know what is happening, and the knight explains that Duke Dustin's patriarch suddenly appeared. The priestess recalls Duke Samuel is allied with House Prechtel, and wonders if his visit has a deeper reason. Samuel shouts for Ethan to show everything he has, as they continue exchanging blows. While Ethan labels him Duke Dustin, Ethan blocks Samuel's punch, and thinks to himself how skilled the Duke is. Ethan judges that Samuel is a genuine transcendent, who relies on real technique, rather than just overwhelming mana. Ethan reflects that even in his previous life, warriors of Samuel's level could be counted. On one hand, both men grin and admit they are having fun. As the duel intensifies, Samuel thinks Ethan is fascinating, and understands why the notorious Israel fell for him. During the clash, Samuel suddenly asks Ethan if he knows something. While sparring, Samuel comments that Dorothy is a cute child. Confusing Ethan, Samuel reveals Dorothy is his daughter, leaving Ethan stunned. Samuel says that although this is apart from their grand scheme, choosing his daughter's future husband is of great personal importance. He calls out to Ethan to wait, and cheerfully says he will look forward to him as a future son-in-law. A retainer congratulates a dazed Ethan. noting Duke Samuel's devotion to his daughter, and that Ethan has gained a powerful ally. Onlookers gossip that the Archduke now has received 2 marriage offers, and some envy him. Praetorian knights proudly praise their patriarch, while Asara despairs that this cannot be happening. Fired up, Asara vows she will be the one to marry the Archduke Achibi. Ethan sighs, wondering if anyone cares about his own opinion. Ethan cuts off the chatter and orders everyone to run 100 laps around the training hall, saying they have grown too relaxed. Lawrence tells Ethan he will turn this incident into a trump card for Ethan's political use. At Marquis Prector's residence, someone shouts in shock upon hearing the latest news. Marquis Prector is startled that Duke Samuel not only agreed to cooperate with the plan, but also wants Ethan to marry Dorothy. Samuel, speaking through a crystal, says he understands the earlier praise of Ethan, and that he likes Ethan, proposing they compete fairly to secure him as son-in-law. Samuel ominously asks Marquis Turian if he dares refuse this offer. Cowed Turian submits and nervously agrees. At a meeting of the 7 renowned families, Samuel admits they were complacent and arrogant. He says they underestimated Archduke Ethan by trusting Count Marlek's report, and now know Ethan is far stronger than expected. Another noble points out Samuel held back his mana and could have ended the fight instantly, since Samuel is a transcendent. Samuel replies that by doing so, he could properly gauge Ethan's basic skill, and that Ethan clearly thinks outside the box. A long-haired noble is unnerved by Ethan's talent, and concedes that if Ethan had competed at the ceremony, their own heir might have lost. Samuel insists Ethan would have won regardless, and that none of their successors could currently match him. An outraged mage slams the table, declaring he objects. The mage protests that young Master Terran is not fully brainwashed yet, and accuses the others of doubting his dark magic's effectiveness. Samuel retorts that, even if Terran were made stronger by erasing his conscience, that would not grant him true combat enlightenment. Marquis Prector sternly asks whether the mage intends to forsake his noble duties to commit such atrocities. The mage, feeling insulted, accuses Prector of looking down on him and his house. Samuel warns there is a line those in power must not cross, and that such behavior tarnishes the reputation of the 7 renowned families. The enraged mage unleashes a wave of dark power across the chamber. He transforms with sinister magic, screaming at Samuel and challenging whether they really want to oppose his mysterious master. The dark aura makes several nobles reel in pain and shock. The meeting's leader shouts for them to stop. His voice imbued with power, his command crushes the magical clash and restores order in the room. That leader concludes that Ethan, the temporary Archduke, is stronger than expected and that their terrain-based plan could fail, forbidding any further fighting during the meeting. He then prompts Marquis Prector to share his thoughts on the situation. Prector advises that striking at the Ardens now is premature, that they have a year before the flame ritual, and suggests exploiting Ethan as much as possible until then. A man worries that Ethan already sees them as enemies, and asks what they can realistically do. Prector hints there is a hidden motive behind sending his daughter to stay with the Archduke. The leader fixates on this mention of a hidden intent. Praxian explains that placing their heirs under Ethan's tutelage lets the families keep a close watch on him. A formal letter is prepared, inviting Archduke Ethan Arden to become a professor at Hydra Academy and teach the heirs of the 7 families. In the royal palace, the king asks an aide what he thinks the invitation letter signifies. The aide says the 7 families have altered their plans, likely trying to reconcile after Ethan forced them to take him seriously. He notes that rumors of Ethan's duel with Duke Dustin spread quickly, but that this domestic tension actually benefits the king by discouraging noble infighting. The king reasons that since Ethan and the heirs are similar in age, the families probably want to spur their children's competitiveness by having Ethan as a teacher. He then wonders aloud whether Ethan will even accept, given the Ardens' immunity from royal orders. The king decides Ethan likely needs funds for rebuilding his territory, and instructs his aide to offer payment and emphasize the other advantages of accepting. The aide agrees and reports that some of the Shadow Knights died, diverting the Brotherhood's attention away from the Ardents. The king brushes off the sacrifice as unavoidable and says, Archduke Ethan must be safeguarded. He privately resolves to protect Ethan for the future confrontation between the Ardens and the Brotherhood. Back at the Arden estate, Asara asked Ethan if it is wise to teach the heirs of the families currently holding Terran. Ethan says it is fine, viewing Marquis Prechtel's move as a way to buy him time. Ethan explains that the Ultron Archers and the Agile's family, who brainwashed Terran, are unlikely to send their heirs. He adds that this suits him, since facing Agiles now would spark so much anger. He might kill the man instantly. Through the crystal, Samuel warns Ethan specifically to beware Duke Hymo's Agiles. Samuel clarifies that Agiles is the dark mage, who altered and brainwashed Terran, and is even more powerful than Samuel in magic. Ethan reflects that he cannot yet confront Agiles. When he was barely able to hold his own against Duke Dustin, he calculates that he needs at least a year to strengthen himself, and to ensure none of the 7 families side with Agiles. When the time comes, Ethan reasons that meeting each family's successor at the academy will help form useful connections for Lawrence's future plans. He also intends to learn each family's combat techniques, deciding to steal knowledge just as they stole from the Ardens. Ethan muses that the families would never expect his ability to grasp the principles of their arts just by watching their children practice. He reassures Asara that everything he is doing is to bring Terran back. She agrees to trust him, promising to manage the territory while he is away, and asking him to rescue their brother. Ethan travels by carriage toward the capital, as he continues tutoring Asara inside. During the ride, he scolds her for failing to grasp his lessons. Despite his step-by-step explanations, flustered Asara apologizes to her strict new professor. Ethan reminds her he agreed to teach her en route, because she begged him but complains she is not improving. He chides her again, wondering how a transcendent can learn so slowly, making her whimper. His harsh words nearly bring her to tears, and he anxiously checks if she is all right. She tearfully calls herself a fragile woman, compared to someone as great as him, prompting Ethan to apologize for being too harsh. He gently admits she helped him a lot in his territory, and asks her to forgive his earlier words. Asara imagines a romantic confession scene, as he moves close and touches her face. In reality, she had merely fantasized that outcome. She steadies herself, resuming her meditation training. Ethan praises her new focus, saying she is doing better than he expected. Internally, she screams that he is too good at teaching and wonders, what is with this man? She realizes that even when she intentionally makes mistakes, he turns them into further instructional moments, and now understands why she wanted lessons. During the journey, Ethan comments that he appreciates her enthusiasm for learning, and thinks his earlier criticism motivated her. In chibi form, she complains that she has been busy investigating all the women around him. In recent days, she recalls discovering only a research-obsessed girl, and a woman disguising herself as a man among Ethan's close contacts, so she assumed her romantic plan would proceed easily. Now she despairs. Upon realizing Ethan seems completely uninterested in women, the coachman announces they have arrived. At their destination, their carriage reaches the bustling capital city of Parantium. At a large building, staff hurry about, shouting that preparations are late, and they should have departed already. Outside, Ethan's carriage door opens. As they pull up, multiple carriages roll through the gates, as other nobles arrive as well. In another carriage, a jealous knight fumes that Asara could not possibly fall for a disgraced noble, unless Ethan did something to her. He vows to rescue Isra from Ethan, convinced she needs saving. Approaching the academy grounds, someone gawks in amazement. At the grand campus, the narration introduces Hydra Academy, an elite educational institution for the kingdom's talented youths. Standing before the academy, Ethan remarks that the facility exceeds his expectations. A royal officer greets him warmly, saying they have been waiting for his arrival. The officer hopes Ethan's trip was comfortable, and says he must brief him on a few matters before classes begin. Ethan asks if these are special instructions from the royal family, and tells him to continue. The officer quietly warns that the 7 families' disciples will not respect Ethan, prompting Ethan to wonder why this needs to be said in secret. While Asara strains to overhear, the officer clarifies that Ethan may discipline unruly students, but must not kill or permanently injure them. Ethan, feigning innocence, says he is a reasonable educator and would never resort to violence, though the officer doubts this. The officer wishes Ethan luck and hands him a token, or coin of authority. Ethan muses that taking some bruises is part of learning combat, and thinks it is easy to strike students where injuries will not last, unsettling the officer as Ethan and Isara walk up the steps. A white-booted figure steps into their path. The blonde knight Mailton appears, cloaked in ominous energy, saying Ethan has arrived exactly on time. Isara recognizes him in surprise, calling out his name through gritted teeth. Mailton confirms his presence. He then loudly challenges Archduke Ethan Arden to a duel in front of the academy. Isara angrily demands to know what impertinent act Mailton thinks he is committing. Ethan explains that students have the right to challenge him, a rule designed so he can easily teach disrespectful heirs a lesson. He notes that they can challenge him whenever they wish, and if they defeat him in a duel, they are free to quit his lessons. Ethan decides not to teach the arrogant swordsman, yet thinking a proper beating will be his real lesson. Ethan cheerfully orders the students to follow him to the training hall. The academy staff rush over, alarmed that a duel has begun right after the Archduke's arrival. The principal frantically calls out to Ethan, as he sees Ethan and Milton facing off in the training arena. Principal Count Mullen nervously begs Ethan to delay, shocked that he wants a duel immediately upon arriving. Maitland insists he has the right to challenge Ethan, and is merely exercising that privilege. The principal reminds young Master Rachel that classes start tomorrow, but Ethan dismisses the timing as irrelevant. Ethan calmly asks for a wooden sword, stunning the principal, who realizes Ethan will accept the duel. The principal panics over a match between the kingdom's top swordsman and the rising Archduke, fearing disputes if the loser refuses to accept defeat, deciding it is safest if he oversees it. The principal volunteers himself as referee. Under the principal's direction, Ethan and Mailton take their places in the ring with wooden swords, while students gather to watch. Spectators speculate that the famed swordsman will obviously win, doubting Ethan, who is rumored to only be a 7-star. Isara angrily yells at classmates for belittling her Archduke. Mailton, likewise protective, rages that his Archduke would never lose to someone like Ethan. The principal stresses this is only sparring, and strictly forbids killing or serious injury, asking if both fighters agree to the conditions. Though Mailton grits his teeth while Ethan remains relaxed, the principal signals the start of the duel. Mailton recalls Ethan's reputation, but believes his family's new breathing technique will give him the edge. He activates the heaven-defying breathing technique and charges Ethan. In a whirlwind of blue energy, Mailton screams and unleashes a thunderous mana charge strike. The watching students are awestruck by the overwhelming display of power. Observers note how vivid and intense Milton's sword aura is. The principal is stunned, sensing that Milton's mana output exceeds even that of a transcendent. He worries that such effort is excessive for a sparring match, and anxiously wonders if something terrible will happen. The principal notices with alarm that Ethan has not taken any stance or shown signs of preparation. Teachers in the crowd whisper, wondering if Ethan has already given up. Ethan smirks to himself, clearly irritated yet confident. As he watches Malton, Ethan notes the killing intent pouring off Malton. Realizing his opponent truly aims to hurt him, Mailton, overflowing with power, rushes at Ethan for a decisive blow. Consumed by hatred, Mailton screams for Ethan's death, and brings his wooden sword down with lethal intent. A colossal explosion erupts from the clash, obscuring everything in dust and light. The blast sends dust over the arena, leaving coughing students marveling at the size of the explosion. The principal panics that Milton put far too much strength into the attack, and fears Ethan might be badly injured. Amid the rubble, Mailton's shattered wooden sword lies on the ground. Mailton is revealed buried in broken stone, disoriented and clearly the one who was blown away. Shocked onlookers, including Isara, struggled to comprehend how the kingdom's best swordsman ended up like this. Isara, having witnessed the moment, nervously says she saw what actually occurred. She recalls that as Mailton swung, an explosive burst of energy erupted from near Ethan's heart. That unseen force struck Milton faster than she could follow, instantly countering his attack. Trembling Isra begins to realize Ethan's power is terrifying. Her fear flips to admiration, and she gushes internally about how incredibly cool Ethan is. Ethan casually notes that Milton is not seriously hurt, and orders others to take him to the nurse. With the duel over, Ethan moves on, stating that lessons officially begin today, and they will start with introductions. Izira enthusiastically introduces herself as a member of House Practal, and says she will study spirit arts. Dorothy of House Dustin introduces herself next, declaring she will train in combat. Leon, from House Aiden, presents himself and says he will learn spearmanship, while assuming Malton's earlier loss was due to his temper. Zenas of House Zenoris nervously introduces himself as a magic student, still unsure how Ethan did what he did and wondering if it was magic. Mailton begrudgingly introduces himself from House Racial, and says he will study swordsmanship. Ethan acknowledges the variety of disciplines, and explains that they must be ready to fight foes, using different weapons. He says he will first evaluate their abilities for safety, and future competition, asking for their cooperation. Milton complains that he cannot use mana because of yesterday's fight. Ethan bluntly responds that this simply places Milton at the bottom of the class. He reminds Milton that no one forced him to challenge him, and that he must accept the consequences of his actions. Mailton sees convinced Ethan is humiliating him on purpose. Ethan has Zenos and Leon spar seriously with mana, telling them to treat it like a real fight. Zenos worries that such seriousness might be dangerous. Ethan asks what a mage will do without mana, then reassures Zenos he will stop the match if it becomes unsafe. Leon excitedly invites Zenos to fight, eager to test himself. Zenos gathers his mana and prepares to engage with his staff. Zenos launches forward with magic swirling, while Leon charges to meet him. Leon plans to overwhelm Zenos with rapid attacks. Before the mage can finish casting, Zenos invokes his Art of Flow and Captivity to root Leon's feet, intending to immobilize him. He quickly erects multiple defensive magic seals to block Leon's thrusts. Even so, his legs begin to tremble under the pressure. Leon senses an opening and commits to a decisive stabbing attack. Zenos responds with a shout, deploying a multiplex shield to reinforce his defense. Leon's strike smashes against layered shields, sending shards of mana flying. Frustrated that he cannot break through, Leon clicks his tongue and adjusts. Observing, Ethan notes that the heirs of the 7 renowned families are indeed talented and that the bout is impressive. Activating a special sight, Ethan analyzes and memorizes the core principles of both families. Techniques. He judges that while the students are still rough, their art's fundamentals are clear to him. Seeing enough, Ethan steps in, his footwork blurring as he moves. He instantly halts the duel by intercepting both weapons, announcing the match is over. Zenos and Leon are shocked by Ethan's speed. Ethan declares Leon the victor, and calls Izira and Dorothy forward for the next evaluation. As they step up, Isara teasingly tells Dorothy it is a pity she lost, prompting Dorothy's confusion. Isara smugly brags that she already received a private lesson from Ethan in the carriage on the way to school. Dorothy fixates on the word special lesson, desperate for personal training so she can grow stronger too. Ethan signals the start of Isara and Dorothy's spar. Isara immediately summons a massive vortex of flames that dwarfs Dorothy. Dorothy panics as the enormous firestorm bears down on her. Izira, Reed and Fire tells Dorothy not to take it too personally. She continues her fiery assault, unleashing a raging flame wave that sends Dorothy flying. The explosion of fire is so huge, it is visible above the academy walls. As someone yells Isara's name in disbelief, afterward Zenos praises Isara's talent, while Leon compliments Zenos too, acknowledging him as a worthy mage heir. Ethan modestly laughs that they are exaggerating, pointing out that even the so-called Spear Saint, Leon, defeated him in their mock fights. Zenos and Leon happily say they learned a lot from their duel, calling each other by their new nicknames while Ethan watches. Ethan calls out casually to Spear Guy and Four Eyes, summoning them over, which embarrasses both. He bluntly tells them their skills are trash, and orders the two of them to attack him together. Ethan adds that if either can land a single hit, he will count it as a victory against him. Fired up by the offer, Leon volunteers to go first and rushes Ethan with his spear. As he attacks, Ethan instructs Zenos to watch closely, explaining that mages must learn for work to dodge, since they cannot always cast defenses in time. Ethan demonstrates moving with blinding speed around Leon's thrusts. Zenos recognizes the movement as his own family's secret footwork technique. He is stunned that Ethan is using it flawlessly, on par with his father's mastery. Ethan fluidly combines that footwork with spear attacks, continuing his demonstration. He states that what he's showing is the true art of flow and captivity. Leon desperately swings as Ethan batters him with controlled strikes. Realizing how outclassed he is, Leon mentally protests in disbelief. Leon feels as if he is sparring against his own father, rather than a new professor. Ethan finally knocks Leon back with a powerful sweeping blow. He immediately turns on Xenos, continuing the lesson with a simple stab. Ethan disarms and floors Xenos as well. A watching girl is left speechless by Ethan's overwhelming display. Ethan then ranks the class, listing Asara first, followed by Spear Guy 4 Eyes, Dorothy and Malton in last place. He announces that whoever is fourth and last must attend class 2 hours early each day, for extra lessons, effectively sentencing Malton to remedial training. The next morning at sunrise, Ethan notes, Malton and Dorothy are at least not late for these special lessons. He greets them with a mocking question about whether they are ready for their extra training, calling them failures as he starts to cover basics. Dorothy urgently calls out to him. Dorothy says she realized yesterday that Ethan taught Leon and Xeno's secret family techniques that should not be known to outsiders. She recalls how Ethan simply pointed out a few flaws in Leon's form, and with brief advice also made Xenos drastically faster, amazing even Xenos himself. Concluding that Ethan must be unimaginably strong, Dorothy volunteers to attack him first. In this morning session, Milton and Ethan are both surprised as Dorothy raises her hand, and Milton asks if she is challenging him. Too flustered, Dorothy clarifies she only wants to show her techniques so he can correct her mistakes. Ethan agrees and tells her to stand in the ring and do her best, which she eagerly does. Dorothy powers up, surrounding herself with blue aura and declaring she is coming. She launches her clan's Great Mountain Fist third form, then charges in with her strongest mountain-splitting strike, aimed straight at Ethan. A huge plume of dust erupts from the arena. As her blow lands or is stopped, Milton watches tense and wordless, waiting to see the result. The scene clears to show Ethan calmly catching Dorothy's fist with an open palm. Dorothy stares in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. She realizes Ethan seemed to do nothing, yet somehow all the mana in her attack vanished. As he held her wrist, the narration reveals Ethan used a mana impact utilization technique to disperse her mana on contact. Another instructor remarks that her force is far weaker than Duke Samuel's and promises to rebuild her basics from scratch. Ethan begins explaining proper punching mechanics and mana circulation, offering detailed corrections. He says her form should look like his and prepares to demonstrate. Ethan then fires off a textbook perfect punch toward her as an example. The strike releases a massive shockwave of air that engulfs the arena. After the blast, he calmly tells Dorothy to try again and she nervously agrees. Ethan turns to Malton, calling him loser, and ordering him to come use his secret sword technique on him. Malton refuses at first, prompting Ethan to ask if he simply does not want to learn. Malton bursts out that Ethan is pretending to teach, only so he can steal all their family's secret arts. Ethan smirks, and insults Milton's so-called secret technique as so trash, that seeing it once was enough to copy it. He mocks Milton's pride given how flawed his skills are, while Dorothy silently sides with Ethan. Milton retorts that Ethan's methods themselves were built by stealing from his family and the dragon tribe. Showing his resentment, Milton tries to calm himself, convinced Ethan cannot truly grasp the profound, heaven-defying breathing technique. From one viewing still clenching his fist, he ultimately agrees to demonstrate it. Milton powers up with blue lightning and tells Ethan to watch closely, convinced Ethan will never fathom its depth. Ethan coolly observes the breathing technique with keen interest. Using his insight, Ethan identifies the essence of the art as mana, from heart and mana core flowing in opposite directions. He further deduces that the two energies create synergy by circulating against each other, though mastering it will need extensive practice. Ethan steps behind Milton mid-activation, and remarks that this specific aspect is the real problem. He taps Milton's back and chest, explaining how to smooth certain flows and intensify impact points to make the explosion of mana stronger. He adds that if done properly, the synergy will become far more powerful, leaving Milton stunned. Milton internally reels that Ethan understood the breathing techniques, principles after seeing it only once. At the same time, he must admit, Ethan's adjustments really do make him feel significantly stronger. Watching Dorothy train nearby, Milton wonders just how skilled Ethan truly is, as Ethan continues casually coaching her. A stern man orders someone to study Archduke Arden's skills and broaden his view of the world. Rachel grudgingly recognizes Ethan as a worthy rival. Surging with power, Rachel vows to one day surpass Ethan. 1 week later, a scream rings out. As training continues, Rachel is hurled out of the arena yet again during a spar with Ethan. Classmates remark that Rachel keeps challenging the Archduke. Despite being beaten daily, they note that Ethan's lessons are harsh but efficient, and even fun to watch. One friend hints that Ethan is still beatable. Piquing curiosity, they speculate Ethan has lowered his guard and values them. Given how much he is teaching, the schemer suggests hiding their true power for a month. Before ambushing Ethan, they dream aloud of defeating Ethan and becoming famous. While he overhears, Ethan ends the challenges for the day, saying Rachel is still lacking after a week, and ordering everyone back to lessons. Ethan internally insults Rachel, but is intrigued watching the exhausted noble boy. Ethan decides Rachel is interesting. Ethan reflects that Rachel has rare determination for a noble, a needed trait for transcendence. Ethan concludes that Rachel is actually not bad. He abruptly calls Rachel back, announcing the first lesson of the day is for him. Rachel, sore and angry, refuses to be looked down on and rushes back in. Memories of a harsh older instructor berating his inadequacy drive Rachel onward. Rachel admits to himself he has never been good enough. He ignites his aura, declaring he will never give up and attacking again. He roars as he charges Ethan with all his strength. Rachel activates the heaven-defying breathing technique against Ethan. Empowered, he dashes forward shouting that he is coming. Ethan tells the others to watch carefully, as he demonstrates a near-peak heaven-defying sword. Ethan then releases his own heaven-defying breathing technique, overwhelming everyone. Rachel is stunned by the perspective of Ethan's overwhelming aura. As he attacks, their empowered wooden swords clash with explosive force. The onlookers shield themselves from the shockwave. The two training swords lock together midair. Rachel stands panting, barely holding his stance. Ethan notes he subconsciously mimicked the posture and flow of Ethan's technique. Rachel realizes Ethan has just taught him the core of the heaven-defying breathing technique. Ethan relaxes his grip, ending the clash. He asks Rachel if he finally understands the basics. Rachel, sweating, starts to respond in disbelief. Ethan explains Rachel had only been imitating before, but now truly applied the principles, making him finally worth teaching. Rachel reflects that this was the first time in a week he actually crossed swords with Ethan, instead of being one-sidedly beaten. He silently processes this revelation. Ethan cuts off Rachel's attempt to thank him, saying he does not want him bowing after being so defiant in chibi form. Ethan warns training will get harder from tomorrow and tells him to be ready. Rachel fumes that he only wanted to thank Ethan politely, and angrily calls out to him. Izira cheerfully arrives with a homemade lunch, saying today's cafeteria food is bad. Another student tries to mention that today's menu is actually good, but Izira muffles him. Izira threateningly tells him to shut up, or she will kill him if he spoils her plan. She then happily offers the lunch to Ethan, acting sweet while others watch. Rachel burns with renewed rivalry, vowing to steal all of Ethan's techniques and eventually crush him. He immediately chokes on Izira's terrible food. Horrified by the taste, he wonders what kind of flavor it is, as ominous fumes rise from the bread. Even as he drops the cursed bread, he mutters that he still loves Izira. Izira urges Ethan to eat her lunch while it is still warm, unaware he is secretly incinerating it with magic. Time skips as the group's carriages head to the snowy monster defense fortress of the Run. One student shivers at the cold. When they arrive, the two nobles complain about having come to such a vulgar frontier, with only uniforms and weapons. Rachel scoffs that if they are so scared, they should go back since this training is optional. Another classmate tells him to calm down, reminding him they already rank high. They remind each other that their ranking here will affect their families' reputations, so they must show their skills. Rachel clicks his tongue, still irritated. Ethan, riding in another carriage, recalls how dangerous it was to build the fortress in the monster-infested Heikel Mountains. He thinks this wild range is the ideal training ground for these sheltered nobles. He notes they will get to fight lawless wilderness monsters, far different from school duels. The carriages stop in the mountains. Ethan assembles them outside and announces the start of a ranking match, telling them to apply everything he taught. The students look around the snowy field confused, asking where their camping gear is. Ethan explains the rules: a 5-kilometer radius is the arena, leaving it costs points, and they must survive 2 weeks with only one weapon. He declares the match begun and says he will be watching them. As he departs, the students realize they must keep their mana ready, even while resting, and are shocked at being left alone. Izura senses that Ethan's protective aura over the area has vanished, exposing them fully. Dorothy and another suggest working together, finding shelter and lighting a campfire. Aiden doubts they will even have time to set up camp. He suddenly orders everyone to prepare for battle. As red eyes appear on the slopes, a horde of monsters charges down at them. Rachel leaps forward, vowing to protect Izira. As she reacts in surprise, he activates the heaven-defying sword. First form, Rachel unleashes a moon-defying strike that cleaves into the monsters. He turns back proudly, asking if Izira saw his feat. She yells that he is weaker than her and does not need his protection. Moments later, enemies surround Izira. Provoking a battle cry, she turns with a cold glare. Unimpressed, she devastates the attackers with a huge flame reflux spell. Aiden powers up, determined to put an end to Rachel's arrogance. He uses his family's secret spear art, Essence of Explosion, against a large brute. The impact creates a massive blast as he screams. Watching, Ethan muses thoughtfully perched above. He judges the battlefield as chaotic. He notes that instead of protecting their mage and spirit artist, the students are fighting separately. He concedes the mage and spirit user are holding their own, but comments they are wasting too much mana. An enemy hand falls lifeless, signaling the end of the skirmish. Dorothy remarks the fight was easier than expected. The boys boast that the professor underestimated them and think surviving 2 weeks will be easy. Ethan observes from afar that their confidence is only in their heads and predicts they will soon hit their limits. Later, meat skewers roast over their campfire. Rachel relaxes, warming himself while eyeing a skewer. He happily offers Izira some of the food, insisting it tastes good, but she reacts with disgust. Izira snaps that she can feed herself and tells him to stop bothering her. She also complains about eating beside a field of monster corpses they left around camp, grumbling. She thinks she does not even need this survival test, because Ethan has assigned her a special one. She stands and announces that, with the 7th monster wave already over, she sees no reason to stay here. Izira argues they are low on stamina and mana, and should not remain in this spot. She adds that staying with the others will not benefit her, and declares she will leave the group. Rachel simply tells her to take care as she walks away. He sighs as she departs while the other two watch. Rachel rationalizes that Izira is frustrated by the difference in strength and wants to grow on her own, something he understands. His companions bluntly think she left because Rachel has been annoying her non-stop. Rachel calls after her, insisting she needs him and that he will protect her. Izira, furious, threatens to blast him back to the academy if he comes any closer. Rachel freezes in terror, while the others mutter that they expected this. Accepting her decision, Rachel says their path is now set. The others ask Dorothy what she will do, since they plan to split into smaller parties. Dorothy decides to stay at the current camp, because she still has her own goals. The remaining two set off, leaving Dorothy and Rachel at the fire. Rachel clicks his tongue, annoyed again. The camp grows quiet and isolated in the snowy forest. From his hidden base, Ethan notes their separation and says their real test is beginning, as their egos made group unity impossible. He reveals he secretly imbued each student with a trace of flame mana to monitor their positions and condition. Ethan reflects that survival is only the baseline. They must accomplish something special to earn extra points, forcing them to be creative. Alone at the fire, Dorothy sighs. She admits she is the weakest of them all. She realizes that without Rachel Santis, she would have ranked last, despite her father's praise. Looking around at the monster-infested area, she resolves this dangerous spot is the best place for her to train. A distant roar interrupts her thoughts. A pack of Yetis charges straight toward her camp. Dorothy is shocked by the sheer number of Yetis she must now face. Alone, she steadies herself and activates the Great Mountain Fist's first form. Surrounded by a blue aura, she launches herself upward. With vehement impact, her blow pierces through a Yeti, making it scream in agony. The creature spits blood as it dies. Dorothy darts between the remaining Yetis, striking them in rapid succession midair. She calmly counts her fallen foes and notes 9 Yetis remain. She recalls Ethan's earlier instruction on adding weight and proper mana circulation to her techniques. Using her family's destined secret technique, she dives toward the next wave. She unleashes 10 great strikes, pummeling multiple Yetis at once. One enraged Yeti charges her. She meets it head-on with another empowered punch. She cries out and drives her blow into the beast. Dorothy follows up with the Great Mountain Fish second form, a devastating kick that sends another Yeti flying. Sore but satisfied, she resolves to better utilize the recoil of her attacks next time. Elsewhere, Aiden wonders how Ethan will judge them. Assuming their survival performance will decide their grades, he reasons that teamwork is central to survival, and that as the only intact group, Ethan must be evaluating how well they cooperate. He times an attack and calls for the mage to act. The mage responds with a flame spell, raining multiple flaming arrows on the enemies. He screams as he releases the barrage. The fiery rain obliterates the monsters below. The battlefield is left strewn with charred beast corpses. The boys start boasting about being overpowered, but the mage suddenly notices something. He shouts a warning to look above them. A powerful frost condor swoops down toward the pair. The giant bird shrieks menacingly. Its claws descend, forcing them to retreat. As they yell to get back, Ethan intercepts. Using his technique of return against the frost condor, a giant bird monster swoops down shrieking, forcing the 2 trainees on the ground to dodge its attack. One student urges a retreat and says they need a strategy against the flying foe, but the spear user refuses. The bespectacled mage insists this is their chance to push their limits and begs his partner to charge with him. The spearman Aiden powers up and prepares a secret spear technique. The mage unleashes a wind spell called Whirlwind to assist. Aiden is startled as the wind magic suddenly lifts him. The whirlwind propels Aiden upward toward the screeching bird monster. Using the momentum, Aiden executes Essence of Stabbing with his spear in midair. Feathers fall as Aiden lands and both boys look up, realizing they struck the creature. Aiden asks if the mage pushed him upward with wind magic. The mage confirms, explaining that if the enemy flies, he just has to help Aiden reach it. Calling it true teamwork, Aiden happily says he learned something new, and jokes that even Archduke Arden might be jealous of their combo. As they laugh, a menacing red aura erupts nearby. Catching their attention, their professor, Ethan, appears wreathed in sinister red energy. Shocking them, the professor suddenly dashes at them. Initiating a spar, he swings a wooden sword at the mage, so fast that the student can barely react. Aiden manages to block the blow, but is clearly overwhelmed. The 2 trainees wonder what is going on. While realizing they have no time for questions, Aiden shouts for the mage to repeat the earlier wind assist, and the mage agrees. Aiden charges in with Essence of Slashing ready against the professor. The mage once again activates his wind spell technique, Whirlwind, to boost Aiden. The wind encircles Aiden as he readies another empowered strike. With a battle cry, Aiden rains down spear attacks on the professor. Amazed by their own speed, Aiden thinks the professor is incredible. Using serial attack and Essence of Unsheathing, Aiden chains multiple high-speed strikes while the professor deflects. Aiden marvels at how fast he has become, and realizes this is the power of teamwork with his mage partner. The professor counters with a powerful sweeping attack of his own. His blow knocks Aiden back, demonstrating the gap between them. The professor calmly praises their performance as not bad. Confused, Aiden thinks he misheard the compliment. Standing before the professor, Aiden is left speechless and nervous. The professor taps Aiden's weapon with his wooden sword, correcting his form. He explains that when the spearman swings a certain way, the mage should angle the wind more upward for optimal synergy. He adds that Aiden's top priority is protecting the support mage, and that in large battles, he should use Essence of Captivity to shield his bespectacled partner. The professor then orders them to resume training. The 2 students watch him walk away in stunned silence. The mage nervously murmurs in awe, realizing how intense the professor truly is. They conclude that the professor must have been impressed with their skills, and could not resist stepping in to teach them directly. Later, as the professor lounges in a hammock, the 2 boys excitedly talk about surpassing him together, while he internally finds them annoying. Elsewhere, a girl in heels walks across the snowy ground, accidentally kicking a rock. The pink-haired girl stands on a high cliff in the cold, yawning as she looks over the mountains. In a flashback, the professor tells her, Normal survival training is too easy for a transcendent like her, and assigns a special mission. Thrilled, she accepts the special assignment, and he stresses that she must improve precise mana control. To meet him back in the present, she grows frustrated, wondering where he is hiding. She laments that 10 days of mana control training have passed, and she still cannot locate him. Blushing, she admits to herself that she misses him. She imagines the professor affectionately calling to her and asking her to find him, deepening her longing. Suddenly her mana senses flare, illuminating her in darkness. Realizing she has finally sensed his mana, she exclaims that she has found him. Another transcendent girl flying on green wind spots the pink glow of the signal and heads toward it. She reaches the professor's hidden perch and excitedly yells his title, but he hushes her, curious. She wonders what he is silently observing. From their vantage point, she sees Dorothy below, surrounded by a band of ogres and goblins and being chased. One of the long-haired monsters roars and raises its club to crush Dorothy. Dorothy counters with a powerful martial kick, knocking the assailant away. She follows up with another fierce flying kick. Fully committed to the fight, her blow sends a troll hurtling, but the creature stubbornly rises again. Another monster clutches its wounded arm and snarls. Dark energy courses through its arm as it begins regenerating. The limb quickly knits itself back together, restoring its strength. The monster laughs menacingly as its body pulses with dark regenerative power. Dorothy realizes in frustration that these enemies possess regeneration abilities. Deciding to escalate, she prepares her Great Mountain Fist third form. Against the charging brute, she unleashes Pulverizing Strike, slamming a glowing fist into the monster. She reasons that while the move uses massive mana, she must utterly destroy its head to prevent regeneration. Channeling all her power, she roars and begins a final all-out assault. Her pulverizing serial attack battles the foe's head repeatedly with crushing blows. Watching from afar, the pink-haired girl concedes Dorothy is impressive, though she herself would have burned all the monsters. A much larger ogre leader suddenly charges Dorothy from behind. Dorothy panics, realizing she cannot dodge in time. The ogre's punch smashes into her guard, sending her flying. She coughs blood from the heavy impact, but refuses to yield. The enraged ogre roars and throws another devastating punch. Dorothy is hurled into a shattered tree trunk and lies stunned against it. Groaning in pain, she struggles to remain conscious. As blood trickles down, the ogre howls again, preparing to finish her off. Dorothy trembles on the broken tree, forcing herself to get up. Despite her injuries, the ogre launches itself at her with another huge flying strike. Out of breath, she thinks despairingly that if only things were different. As the massive fist descends, she wishes she were just a bit stronger. Kneeling, she calls her own weakness ridiculous. She reflects bitterly that only now, in this dire moment, has she truly desired strength and wishes her body would move. A memory of her father calling her name resurfaces in her mind. The ogre lunges again, roaring, intent on killing her. She recalls her father demonstrating the Dustin family's secret ultimate martial art, the flowing water fist. Shocked, Dorothy's eyes widen as she remembers the technique. She braces herself and reaches out toward the incoming fist. To the ogre's surprise, she deflects the blow with newfound fluid motion. Surrounded by blue aura, Dorothy adopts the flowing water stance like her father taught. The ogre recoils in confusion at her sudden change. It shakes its head, trying to clear its disorientation. Then, enraged, it bares its fangs and prepares an even stronger attack. The ogre slams its empowered fist down toward Dorothy. As her blue aura surges, Dorothy commits to the technique, thinking of moving like seeping water. The ogre's blow crashes into the ground. As she slips around it, she appears above her body, reed in water-like energy. Ready to counterattack, she drives flowing waterfish second form target palm straight into the ogre's forehead. Her glowing hand penetrates its head, but she senses her mana nearly exhausted. Collapsing afterward, she realizes she no longer has enough strength left. The ogre grabs her limp body and roars triumphantly. As she falls, Dorothy apologizes to her father in her thoughts, assuming she is about to die. Suddenly, red flames streak through the darkness toward the battlefield. The professor arrives in a blazing impact, catching Dorothy out of the ogre's grasp. Later, Dorothy sleeps by a campfire under blankets as her wounds are tended. She stirs awake, still groggy from the ordeal. The pink-haired girl greets her casually by the fire, Eating skewered food. Dorothy, seeing her friend confusedly, asks how she is still alive. Isra explains that Dorothy blacked out, and that the professor rescued her when things became too dangerous. She adds that he left Dorothy in her care to check on the other students, and that Dorothy was marked as dead for the exam, earning -200 points. Dorothy accepts this with a sigh, saying she understands. Then she brightens, saying she is fine with the score, because she gained a valuable new technique. Isara grumbles inwardly that Dorothy's pure optimism makes her frightening in its own way. Isara remembers watching the professor carry Dorothy safely in his arms after defeating the ogre. Elsewhere, the professor senses another student's mana signal, which has rapidly weakened and gone out of his detection range. He decides that student has effectively failed, and deducts 200 points while sprinting toward the location, reaching the spot where the signal vanished. He notes this must be where the student's situation turned critical. He muses about the so-called strongest swordsman, whose signal disappeared climbing down an icy cliff. He remarks that regardless of that title, the swordsman has clearly landed in serious trouble. He discovers an underground cavern where the student apparently fell. Inside, cultists address him as their Black Demon Squad leader, and report that tributes and the captured knight. Already smiling, he thinks that Raisha has uncovered something quite interesting, and reveals a glowing purple gem. The captured blonde swordsman, gagged and bound, panics inwardly and demands release. Hooded cultists mockingly tell the strongest swordsman to feel honored, saying he will be offered as a sacrifice to their deity. Deeper in the lair, a dragon-like master awakens as the sacrifice is wheeled before it. The cultists present the knight as part of their prepared tributes, and beg the master to feast and bless them. The creature is revealed as a metallic dragon named Ilas. Lounging ominously, Ilas inspects the offerings, and remarks that the sacrifice quality is good, asking if there are two humans. The confused cultists wonder if the dragon means them as well. A sudden explosion erupts beside them, taking them off guard. One cultist yells in shock at the unexpected attack. More blasts follow, rattling the bound swordsman. The professor strides in having struck a loss, and casually calls him perceptive. Sword drawn, he explains that given how much metal the dragon has eaten, it should realize what is happening. Alas laughs that he is lucky today, expecting to devour two mana-rich humans. The professor charges and slashes at the dragon, while calling it a psycho. Alas retaliates with a heavy swipe of its clawed hand. Their clash explodes in a storm of golden impacts. As sword and claws collide, the battle continues with rapid, fiery exchanges filling the cavern. The professor, annoyed, glares at Alas through the flames. The dragon laughs darkly, as its scaled arm knights with even more power. Another instructor watches and admits the dragon's body is so tough that even this powerful sword struggles to scratch it. The professor tells the restrained swordsman to watch carefully. He announces that he will later teach the swordsman the special technique he is about to use. Empowered by heaven-defying sword succession, he rushes the roaring dragon for a finishing strike. The narration names this ultimate technique heaven-defying sword succession. He executes great undertaking thunder, a lightning-charged slash that tears through Alas. The bound swordsman stares in astonishment at the overwhelming power. Alas, now horribly wounded, screams as the attack rips across its body. In a flashback, a caped warrior finishes off a similar dragon and sighs in relief. That warrior complains about such monsters growing stronger by eating metal, and wishes he had more time to deal with them. The protagonist considers creating a sword technique strong enough to kill the dragons in a single blow. The blonde captive realizes the protagonist has perfected his family's secret technique. He analyzes that the heaven-defying breathing circulates, opposing flows which the protagonist compressed into the great sword. To cause an explosion, the protagonist cuts the blonde noble's restraints, freeing his hands. The freed noble thanks him and asks how he knew where to find him. While the protagonist says he had to know that much to bring them, the noble asks about the technique he saw and the protagonist replies he will teach it during extra lessons. Shocked, the noble repeats the words extra lessons in disbelief. The protagonist scolds him for leaving the test boundaries and says he would have died without rescue, guaranteeing last place examining a dragon scale. The protagonist notes that it might be useful when the noble tries to justify leaving the trial. The protagonist cuts him off and tells him to listen. The noble is confused as he hears a recorded voice casually propose sacrificing the strongest swordsman. He hears more of the recording, explaining that nobody knows the protagonist fell into this place. The protagonist deduces from the evidence that the Rassins and Agils are actually in conflict, not allies. The message reveals a plot to spark war between Rassins and Ardens, which would benefit Duke Hymos, leaving the noble horrified. Someone knocks and politely asks if the protagonist has finished his meal. The protagonist reacts, explaining he came because the servants were late returning. Startling the noble, the protagonist smiles slightly at the situation. The blonde noble seizes with anger, remembering the recorded betrayal. The silver-haired instructor cheerfully enters. About to speak, the enraged noble immediately punches him in the face. He furiously curses the instructor while the protagonist watches, and the instructor is left stunned. The instructor later wakes chained to a torture rack. As someone yells at him to wake up, coughing blood, he panics and asks what is happening now. Restrained, he hears the noble scream accusations that he tried to kill him and pit the families against each other. The noble violently demands to know who orchestrated the scheme. The protagonist tells the noble to step aside, saying his own interrogation methods are more efficient. As the instructor refuses to talk, the protagonist grabs his neck. Startling him, he channels burning magic into the man's body, causing agonizing pain engulfed in fiery energy. The instructor screams in torment. The protagonist calmly promises to spare him if he answers honestly, warning he will kill him if he lies choking. The instructor agrees to talk, and the protagonist begins questioning him about the facility and its staff. The instructor reveals the place is a laboratory, researching dragon power in exchange for monthly sacrifices. Staffed by about 50 people, he lists that 20 researchers come from the Arcana Magic Association. Hearing the name, the protagonist is surprised that the Arcane Magic Association is involved. While searching a device, the noble asks what it is, but the protagonist silently investigates. The protagonist darkly asserts the group is tied to the Brotherhood, and orders the instructor to tell him everything about the Arcane Magic Association. Elsewhere, two robed workers complain about life in the caves, while hoping for blessings that grant new skills. Overhearing from above, the noble thinks they just have to wait until they can capture some wandering knight as an offering. He then uses his new movement technique to rush them from behind. The ambushed men panic as he attacks, one crying out in pain. One worker tries to activate an emergency device with a glowing cube. Before he is taken down. Groaning in pain, the protagonist praises the noble's performance, but points out his stealth is still lacking. He explains that one enemy detected the noble's presence and advises using less mana focused on the feat. The noble protests that the advice sounds too easy, and the protagonist brusquely tells him to stop whining. The protagonist teases him, saying someone titled, "The strongest swordsman should manage at least this much." He notes there are 5 enemies ahead and offers to handle 2, so the noble can try again and regain lost points. The noble, determined, powers up with aura around his body. Using shadow steps, he blitzes through the enemies, knocking them out. One of the robed men collapses with aura dissipating around him. Other cultists sense that 3 life signals vanished at once, and worry they are under ambush. Their leader shouts to sound the alarms. Just as the noble charges toward them, the noble dashes forward at full speed, shouting as he goes. He barrels through multiple foes with his movement skill, causing them to fall screaming. Exhausted but amazed, he asks if he really pulled it off. While the protagonist watches, the noble staggers away laughing to himself. He begins bragging about his success, but the protagonist bluntly tells him to stop talking nonsense. Watching him, the protagonist privately acknowledges the noble is a genius, and is learning even faster than DeCarlo. They reach a particular sealed door, and the protagonist concludes, this is the place they were looking for. Entering the room and finding it empty, the protagonist remarks that no one seems to be inside. Surrounded by complex alchemical tools, the noble doubts they can find anything, while the protagonist starts reading documents. Something in the papers shocks the protagonist. He discovers that combining 2 dragon extracts produces powerful hallucinations, and that this drug was used to brainwash the second son. He concludes the notes are about Terran, and continues reading for more information. He finds a detailed anatomical analysis of a dragon, and decides it will be essential to curing Terran. Surprised by the trove of data, he plans to send the findings to Ilya as soon as possible. He mentally connects the Agile's rations conflict, the metallic dragon's heart, and the purification method for the brainwashing drug, seeing it as a path to a new skill. He silently urges Terran to endure a little longer, vowing to use this information to bring him back. Determined, he thinks he only needs a bit more time. As red aura flares around him, the scene shifts back to the snowy mountains. Around the training ground, standing before the now destroyed cave, the protagonist speculates that the cult had an explosion mechanism to erase evidence if things went wrong. The noble notes the base is completely ruined and begins to ask what the protagonist will do next. Isara flies in on wind magic, happily declaring she has found the professor again, and was far from him. She realizes they are outside the test boundaries. As someone shouts her name, the protagonist clarifies that he came only to catch the noble for leaving bounds, not because of concern crushing the noble's romantic delusion. He orders Isra to escort the noble back to the starting point, and warns the noble he will be punished if he does not stay put. Later he returns with the group gathered on the snowy field. He announces that the training session has ended, and that he will reveal the results. Results show Leon in first place and Xenos in second, and the two celebrate. Isara is shocked to hear she placed third, while Dorothy happily rejoices at not being last, despite her huge negative score. Mailton learns he is in fifth place with an even larger negative score. Leaving him horrified, Xenos leaps into Leon's arms, exclaiming that they succeeded. The protagonist praises the duo, nicknamed Spearman and Four Eyes, for working well together and improving their abilities. Isara scoffs that their success relies on others, and doubts they will always have protectors. Mailton enthusiastically agrees with her criticism, and claims they would have done better if she had summoned a spirit, while he defended her, causing her to explode in irritation. Leon, flushed with emotion, declares he wants to stay by Xeno's side no matter what others say. Xeno shyly thanks him. Xenos tearfully proclaims they can overcome any hardship together. While the protagonist watches in awkward silence, Leon hugs Xenos again, calling him young mage. While Xenos gasps from the tight squeeze, Isara berates Mailton, telling him he is even worse than the pair. He mocked. The protagonist yells for silence, as Isara chases Mailton with a flaming fist. He evaluates that Isara did well tracking him, but failed to show survival growth. He notes that Dorothy achieving 8-star power is impressive, but deduces points since she technically died during the exercise. He calls on Reikian, preparing to address his performance. Mailton protests that the outcome is unfair, and insists he was promised a chance to regain points through special lessons. The protagonist coolly replies that his score was simply too low, and that he should have done better. Dorothy cuts in, complaining that she never got any special lessons. Remembering everything, the noble realizes the Archduke saved him, taught him footwork and the heaven-defying sword, and senses something odd about the situation. He wonders if the Archduke is now trying to teach the others alongside him, because he recognized his talents. Convinced this must be admiration, the noble smugly thinks the Archduke could have just said so. Observing the noble's strange laughter, the protagonist concludes he is simply bad at expressing his emotions. While the others wonder what is wrong with him, the protagonist announces they will return, prompting mixed reactions. As Dorothy cheers and Isara broods, Dorothy celebrates the end of harsh training, while Isara silently thinks the protagonist understands nothing about her situation. Isara reflects that he does not know why her points are low, or why she tried so hard to stay alone. She recalls that he told her to find him, but actually focused on Dorothy, and later left her behind to go rescue Milton instead. Walking through the snow, she wonders aloud to her late father whether she can ever make the protagonist fall in love with her. Time passes and the scene shifts to the Grand Academy. Under a warm sunset, a carriage arrives at the gate, its driver calming the horses. The protagonist and Mailton disembark as a large man approaches. The protagonist looks up in surprise. The man runs toward him, calling his name, and the protagonist recognizes him as Myers. Myers joyfully lifts Ethan off the ground, exclaiming how long it has been, while the students watch. Leon and Xenos are shocked that someone addresses the Archduke so casually, without honorifics, in a chubby gag. And Ethan remarks Myers has grown more and asks to be put down, and Myers apologizes. Myers confirms these are the students Ethan has been teaching. He introduces himself as Ethan's younger brother, Myers Arden and says the family heads asked him to train with them. Dorothy politely greets him and curiously asks what he means by being requested by their patriarchs. Myers explains that since no one has ever beaten Ethan in a duel, they can challenge him instead to experience Arden's swordsmanship, and he wants to learn their family's techniques as well. Clenching his fist, he likens himself to their sparring partner, but hints there is more to say. Surrounded by ominous black flames, Myers proudly declares he is an ardent knight who wields black fire, warning that defeating him will not be easy. He then casually suggests to Ethan that they go eat. The brothers walk off chatting about how they have been, leaving the students speechless. Milton and Dorothy stare after them, stunned that this carefree man is Ethan's brother. A watching officer notes, was surprised that Ethan is capable of smiling. Later Ethan hears of a special lesson to be held, while the patriarchs observe. In a meeting he drinks tea with an officer, who confirms that the parents want to see their children's growth. The officer admits he does not know what Ethan is planning, but can tell he is taking the matter very seriously. The officer thinks the patriarchs will likely approve, because of Ethan's growing reputation as a teacher, but senses there is more behind it. He questions how a lesson under the patriarch's eyes relates to their broader plans. Ethan states that they must set their plans in motion soon, and that he intends to shake up the 7 families. Morning light streams into a luxurious room at the academy. Milden washes his face in the basin. Preparing for the day, he dries off at the sink, still half-dressed, fully uniformed and using a cane. He walks out feeling unusually confident. He decides to generously overlook the Archduke's clumsy way of showing affection, imagining a personal one-on-one lesson with his special disciple. Bursting into the training hall, Milton dramatically announces the arrival of the great young master, Raikyon, for his special lesson. He finds Myers already there, sparring with Ethan, and is confused by the scene. Myers casually explains he was just warming up with his brother. Milton immediately asks Myers to leave, insisting it is time for the professor's private lesson with his student. He bluntly says Myers would only get in the way. Inwardly insulting him, Milton rationalizes that Myers is intruding merely because he is the professor's brother, and misinterprets the situation as Ethan setting up a private lesson with him. Out of shyness, he thinks even Ethan does not know what to do, internally mocking Myers as a stupid orc. Myers refuses to leave, claiming he is also part of the special lesson. Milton reminds him that he has to beat Milton first. Before challenging Ethan, he powers up with blue aura, arrogantly asking how Myers dares think he can match the kingdom's best swordsman. Myers answers with crimson aura, scoffing at the title and saying it is embarrassing to proclaim that in front of Ethan. Both grip their weapons tightly, ready to duel. Ethan stops their argument and instructs them to go ahead and fight. He declares he will give the winner a personal lesson, and promises Milton a chance to challenge him if he defeats Myers. Myers points out he gains nothing from this, but agrees that it is fair, since he was not originally part of the lesson. The arrogant blonde swordsman resolves to prove the vast difference in skill, declaring himself the kingdom's best swordsman. Observers note that the blonde is recognized as the era's strongest swordsman. As he faces the shield warrior, the shield warrior scoffs internally, finding that reputation absurd. Enraged that this boast was made before his brother, the shield warrior's aura flares as he prepares to fight seriously. The blonde admits his opponent's strength is real, confident he is still superior. The blonde activates a powerful, heaven-defying breathing technique and charges. Cloaked in blue energy, he rushes the shield warrior with a spinning attack. The shield warrior braces himself as the energized wooden sword comes down. In a heavy strike, their powers clash, sending out a shockwave of blue energy. Pushed back, the shield warrior realizes he underestimated the blonde's strength. The blonde unleashes another high-level explosive fusion technique, and dashes in. The shield warrior roars and charges to meet the attack. He counters with his own ultimate heroic strike. As the blonde rushes forward, the blonde grits his teeth. Refusing to yield, he leaps through the air using a midair step, diving down at the shield warrior. The shield warrior strains to block the descending blow. Their clash sends energy surging. As they collide again, the shield warrior is driven toward the wall, and notes how dangerously cornered he is. Realizing he will lose if he keeps getting pushed back, he decides he must reverse the situation immediately. He gathers all his power in a desperate all-out assault. The blonde senses his opponent intends to finish the duel. in this next exchange accepting the challenge. The blonde readies heaven-defying sword. Third form, he fires the technique 7-point strike, sending multiple lethal blows at the shield warrior. The shield warrior roars and whirls his weapon and shield to fend off the many strikes. He resolves not to retreat, focusing only on protecting his vital points from the barrage. He thinks that even if he lets this attack hit, his counterattack will land twice as hard as he charges. In their full power, techniques collide in a massive explosion of red and blue energy. The aftermath shows broken wooden weapons, and a staff member catching the Warhammer ball, signaling the duels, and the instructor stops them, saying this was not meant to be a death match, and declares Raikyon the winner for targeting the throat. Raikyon, panting heavily, struggles to accept the result. He grips his wooden sword and insists he cannot accept the victory. Reflecting on the fight, he admits to himself that he did not truly win, and might have been crippled if it had continued. He respectfully asks that the match be ruled a draw. Surprising the shield warrior, the instructor agrees, letting both train under him, and thinks a rival of similar strength will motivate them. He notes that because their fighting styles are opposites, training together will be a valuable experience that accelerates their growth. Later in his office, a student asks about an embedded crystal, and Ethan explains, it holds proof of the Agil's family betraying Ration's family. Raikyon is shocked to receive something so important, but Ethan tells him to deliver it to his father. Ethan says Ration's father must know his son nearly died, and insists he will not use the evidence for political leverage. Like a coward, Raikyon falls silent. Emotionally affected, Ethan cuts off his thanks, mentions an upcoming lesson in 6 days with the patriarchs present, and tells him to inform his father. Ethan adds that Ration's father must attend in person, instead of sending a proxy, which Raikyon finds obnoxious, but agrees to convey alone with the box. Raikyon wordlessly contemplates what he has been given. Ethan wonders how Duke Jaren Raikyon will react to proof that could fracture the alliance of the 7 families. He also thinks about Malton Raikyon, curious what choice the boy will make. Ethan imagines Milton walking alone into a dark path, and asks inwardly what decision he will choose. At the Raikyon estate, the furious Duke slams his hand down. After hearing Milton failed the student rankings twice, he berates his son for repeatedly failing and shaming the family. Milton, now home, is scolded that as the Duke's only child, he is a disgrace, leaving him speechless. Meltan then presents the crystal recording as the real reason he came. The projected image reveals that Jill's agents plan to fake Melton's death, to spark conflict between Duke Raikyon and Archduke Arden. The recording further shows they intended to sacrifice Melton by feeding him to a metallic dragon, using his death for their scheme. Watching, Melton reels and wonders what he just saw. Duke Raikyon demands an explanation, and Melton says he was captured by the Agils and rescued by the Archduke. The Duke calls him pathetic for losing to the Agils and needing help from a fallen family son, asking if Ethan also provided the video. Melton admits he recorded the evidence himself. The Duke grudgingly acknowledges his son's remaining pride, keeps the crystal to investigate personally, and dismisses him. As Milton leaves, he also forces himself to relay Ethan's message that parents must personally attend the lesson in 6 days. The Duke agrees to attend, but coldly reminds Milton not to forget how much he has invested in him. Milton leaves the room in silence. Narration reveals Milton's mother died giving birth to him, and his twin brother was born dead from starvation. People cruelly labeled Milton as the son who consumed both his brother and mother, ostracizing him. Milton knows he prefers hearing about his father's financial investment to being blamed as a cursed child. Yet that history makes him question whether his father secretly wished he had died. He now wonders in anguish if his father truly wanted him killed by the Agil's plot. Overcome with rage, Milton screams. He smashes his fist into furniture, splintering it. Looking at the wreckage, he thinks he was only a chess piece to his father, and that his death would never have mattered. He sighs heavily, sunk in despair. Time passes and the academy exterior is shown under calm skies. Ethan finds Malton late and slumped in his room. Ethan, concerned, asks if something happened. Milton hides his feelings and says nothing is wrong. Wanting only to rest, Ethan coldly refuses, ordering him to pick up a wooden sword, while Mailton begs to be left alone. Ethan studies him silently. Instead of relenting, Ethan grabs Mailton by the arm. He drags the protesting Mailton out, ignoring his shouts outside. Mailton struggles and yells to be released. As Ethan hauls him toward the training ground, Ethan throws him down onto the arena floor. As Ethan begins sparring with him, Mailton wails in pain and confusion. Ethan tells him to get up and attack if he is angry. Consumed by emotion, Mailton charges with a wooden sword, screaming for Ethan to leave him alone. He wildly swings again and again at Ethan. Ethan calmly moves with the blows. Engaging him, Mailton roars and continues his frantic assault. Ethan repeatedly strikes him, knocking him down each time. Mailton, eyes bloodshot with hatred, curses Ethan. He explodes with mana, vowing to kill Ethan as blue power surges. Ethan answers by matching his speed and suppressing the outburst. Eventually Mailton drops to his knees, exhausted and sobbing. Ethan says he did this because Mailton's mind was clouded and asks if he is crying from the pain. Mailton shouts that he is not crying. Ethan notes with relief that Mailton's voice has regained its spirit. Ethan explains the risk of a mind demon, a condition born from repressed anger and grief that once ruined many nights he knew. Observing Mailton's despair over his father, Ethan thinks venting that rage on him has reduced the risk. Mailton, fist trembling, recalls how his father smiled when seeing that he had nearly died. He says his father never asked if he was okay, and only cared about destroying the Agiles collapsing. Mailton asks Ethan what he should do in his place. He says he understands his father's feelings, because his mother and twin brother died at his birth. Ethan cuts off Mailton's self-blame, asking bluntly whether any of that is actually his fault. Mailton is stunned into silence. Ethan argues that precisely because of those tragic circumstances, Mailton ought to strive for a happier life. Ethan reflects that everyone he lost wanted him to live happily, and asks if Mailton's mother and brother would really wish for his lifelong suffering. He concedes Mailton's upbringing was awful, but says even if his family truly wanted him to suffer, that does not mean he should obey. Ethan challenges him, asking whether he intends to fulfill such cruel wishes by staying in despair. Mailton tearfully repeats his father's constant talk of investment and debt weighing on him. Ethan scoffs at the word invest, finding the Duke's attitude contemptible. Ethan says plainly that Duke Gerund is a terrible father, and vows to confront him about it. He sends Mailton to rest, warning that tomorrow's training will be doubled, and then casually asks if Rakion is his only name. As Ethan walks away, Mailton weakly answers that his other name is Mailton. The name Mailton echoes in his mind, marking Ethan's acknowledgement of his true self. Elsewhere, the academy principal reacts in shock to a letter he reads that, in 3 days there will be a lesson attended by all 7 patriarchs, including the fearsome Duke Dustin, and panics looking at the academy. He wails in frustration at Archduke Arden for springing this news so late. Hearing the principal scream from afar, Ethan walks the corridor unfazed. Ethan sympathizes a little with the principal, but muses that a hunter would never normally announce the time and place of his next hunt. He thinks that the time has finally come to advance his grand plan, together with his allies.